The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Gods of Mexico. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Gods of Mexico. Author: Louis Spence. Release date: August 27, 2023. Ebook number 71503. Language: English. Original publication: New York, Frederick A. Stokes Company, 1923. Credits: Jeroen Hellingman and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. For Project Gutenberg, this file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Gods of Mexico. Contents: The Gods of Mexico. Contents: Nephrite figure of a death god, now in the Stuttgart Museum. Frontispiece. Contents: The Gods of Mexico by Louis Spence, Fellow of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. Illustrated, New York, Frederick A. Stokes Company Publishers, 1923. Contents: To my wife, with deepest gratitude and affection. Contents: all rights reserved. Printed in Great Britain v. Contents. Preface. This book deals exclusively with the religion of the peoples of ancient Mexico. With the history and archaeology of that country I am not concerned in these pages, unless where they have a bearing upon the main subject. By Mexico I mean that region of North America lying between the Tropic of Cancer and the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Thus only passing reference to the religion of the Maya of Yucatan or the Quiche of Guatemala is made in the way of occasional comparison. I have thought it best at the outset to make these points clear beyond the possibility of misapprehension. It was formerly usual to regard the entire tract occupied by Central American civilization from the Tropic of Cancer to Nicaragua as one and indivisible in its manifestations. But it is now clear that the type of advancement peculiar to the more northerly portion inhabited by the Nahua, Aztec and Chichimeque peoples of Mexico proper presents numerous and striking divergencies from the more southerly though related Maya civilization of Yucatan and Guatemala. Regarding the priority of these two cultures, no doubt exists. The Maya was greatly the more ancient. But during the century preceding the conquest of Mexico by Cortés it had been subjected to Nahua immigration and influences, especially as regards its religious beliefs. It is therefore necessary to exercise caution in the identification of Nahua or Mexican with Maya myths and divine forms, and with this in view I have directed my researches more especially to an examination of the deities and ritual practices of the Mexican area, in the hope that once the fundamental beliefs of this better-known Six region have been ascertained, the results arrived at may be applied with some measure of confidence to the obscure field of Maya belief. It seemed to me also essential, if progress were to be made, to apply a more intensive method of investigation than has hitherto been deemed possible or desirable to the first origins of the Mexican gods, and it is especially with the results obtained by this means that I am concerned rather than with the conclusions of others. I have chosen The Gods of Mexico as the title of this book, as its contents refer more particularly to the development and general description of the deities of ancient Anahuac than to the questions of ritual, priesthood, or religious architecture. It has seemed to me that, once the fundamental nature of the gods has been made clear, when the multitudinous and conflicting details regarding them have been sifted, collated, and reduced to order, more will have been done to discover the whole purport of Mexican religion than if investigation had been directed in particular to ritual practice. But that I have not neglected the question of ritual is proved by the extended notices of the festivals I have appended to the description of each of the gods. I have, however, confined my descriptions and criticisms of ceremonial to these, and have refrained from the illustration of the sacraments of life and death, baptism, burial, and the like, as it is my hope to be able to deal with the whole subject of ritualistic practice among the Mexicans at a future date. Many authorities, even should they sympathize with the endeavor set forth in these pages, will question its timelessness. Our knowledge of the religion of ancient Mexico, they will say, is still too vague and too fragmentary to permit of the assemblage and criticism of its material. Such a charge it is impossible to gainsay. Yet the bittersweet experience of 20 years of meditation among the ruins of the Mexican pantheon has emboldened me to attempt its partial restoration by the aid of such reconstructive capacity as I possess. My reasons for essaying this rather adventurous undertaking are twofold. The first is, that although the seven time is scarcely ripe for it, the venture may inspire more skillful investigators to address themselves to the task of research in a subject that has been unaccountably neglected in this country. The second is the hope that those who come after me in the study of Mexican religion may, as the result of my labors, be spared the many weary years of groping that have fallen to my lot, and be enabled to commence their journey from the point where I now stand. Although political and financial conditions in Mexico frequently arouse a passing agitation in the minds of British people, the antiquities of that extraordinary land, various as Greece and mysterious as Egypt, have failed to appeal to them with the same degree of interest. We have not yet, perhaps, quite recovered from the amazement with which in our own day we have seen the secret gates of the East unlocked and the prodigies of Mesopotamia and the endless dynasties of the Nile emerge therefrom. Yet an archaeology less venerable, but no less notable, pleads with us for recognition from a continent so closely associated with the spirit of modernity that we can scarcely believe in its ability to present us with the credentials of respectable antiquity. American scientists, however, have in recent years successfully addressed themselves to the problems of Isthmian research, and the antiquaries of Germany and France have, in certain respects, even improved upon their endeavors. Great Britain alone remains insensible to the lure of old Mexico, and small indeed is the band of workers that she has given to this department of archaeology. No manifestation of the life and thought of ancient Mexico so well deserves the attention of British students of antiquity as its picturesque if bizarre religion. Our position in folklore is preeminent, indeed we may with justice claim the reconstruction of traditional science as due to the efforts of British scholarship. As the English word folklore is in worldwide use, so is the terminology of the science it denotes replete with English expressions. Yet in British works which deal with traditional lore the Mexican analogies employed are almost invariably quoted at second hand. Sources of the 8 most unsatisfactory description are drawn upon to illustrate Mexican belief, and it is obvious that the few modern treatises which have sought to explain this most involved of all mythologies are not sufficiently taken advantage of by authorities on folklore. To those who possess even an elementary acquaintance with the study of Mexican religion this will cause no surprise, for the initial difficulties which confront even the experienced antiquary who desires to gain a working knowledge of its principles are sufficiently discouraging. In all likelihood the quest is sooner or later abandoned in despair of acquiring that fundamental information from which it is possible to proceed to a more profound knowledge of the subject. The native languages, familiarity with which is desirable, are complex and difficult of mastery. The paintings or codices which depict the gods present a riot of symbolic intricacy sufficient in itself to damp enthusiasm. Many years must be spent in the study of a system of symbolic painting, to which a specially qualified section of the Mexican priesthood dedicated itself in the full knowledge of a mythological scheme at the nature of which we can but guess. It is, above all, necessary to become thoroughly conversant with an overwhelming body of Spanish colonial literature, which must be handled with the greatest discretion, owing to its vague, contradictory, and essentially untrustworthy character. Lastly, an acquaintance with manuscript sources, obscure and difficult of access, is quite as indispensable, and these, indeed, are among the most valuable of the adjuncts to a knowledge of Mexican belief. By far the most eminent and successful among modern writers on Mexican mythology and ritual is Professor Eduard Seeler, of Berlin, who, owing to the generosity of the Duke de Laubat, has been enabled to publish monographs upon the principal Mexican hieroglyphical paintings or codices. In these he has done much for the elucidation of the involved symbolism in which the native manuscripts abound, and has greatly added to our knowledge of the divine forms represented in their grotesque pages. Elaborate photogravure reproductions, 9 of these, the papyri of Mexico, have also been published, superseding the older and less accurate copies in the great collection of Lord Kingsborough. In his Gesammeltabhandlungen 1-2, a work quite encyclopedic as regards its scope and aim, Professor Seeler has approached almost every problem presented by Mexican archaeology. But his work might have been of greater value had he been mindful of the difficulties which the subject presents to the non-specialist reader. Indeed, the technicality and aridity of his general method often render his output comprehensible to few but the senior wranglers of the study. American students of ancient Mexico and Central America have almost entirely confined themselves to the examination of sites and monuments. In France, M. Bucat has provided students with an admirable handbook in his Archéologie Américaine, which, if too general in its purport and marred by a lack of linguistic knowledge, is still valuable as an elementary manual to American antiquity. The essays of Lehmann, de Jonge, and Pruss have provided the student with translations of manuscript material hitherto closed to him, or have smoothed his way to a clearer comprehension of the difficulties connected with the Mexican calendar. The best modern English handbook on Mexican archaeology is that by Mr. T. Athol Joyce, of the British Museum, but its lack of references is a serious drawback and the material it contains suffers from compression. The method of my investigation of the divine forms of Mexico is set forth in the introductory paragraph immediately preceding that part of the book which deals with the gods more especially. Regarding the tonalometal and the calendar, I have thought it best to relegate this difficult and obscure subject to an appendix, in order that it should not interfere with the main current of proof. In dealing with the codices throughout I have employed the pagination of Seeler rather than that of Kingsborough, as referring to the more modern and greatly preferable editions of the Duke de Laubat, except X in cases where a manuscript is to be found in Kingsborough's work alone. It is my sincere hope that the bibliography at the end of the book as well as that to be found at the conclusion of the appendix on the tonalometal will lighten the labor of students of Mexican religion, whose cooperation in the discovery of errors I most cordially invite. The illustrations in this book are, for the most part, taken from the native Mexican codices or paintings, and from representations of the gods in stone or pottery. It has, of course, been impossible to furnish every picture or representation alluded to in the text, but these, in their entirety, will be found in the excellent colored reproductions in collotype published by the Duke de Laubat, full particulars of which are given in the bibliography of the codices on pages 378 to 381. These reproductions can be consulted in many of the greater libraries, especially in those connected with the universities. I have preferred, in many cases, to furnish the student with those representations of the gods which he would have found it more or less difficult to procure. The numbers of the pages or sheets attached to the illustrations refer to the places where the respective figures can be found in the reproductions of the Duke de Laubat. In conclusion, I have to thank my daughter, who took infinite pains in transcribing from books and treatises difficult of access, in the British Museum and the Advocates' Library, Edinburgh, and who sacrificed much of that time which young people usually devote to amusement in order that she might help me in a difficult task. LS 11-1 See bibliography for description of this and all other works alluded to throughout the work. Upward arrow Contents Chapter I Introductory The type and evolution of Mexican religion, the antiquity of Mexican religion, the literature of Mexican religion. I. The native codices. 2. The native writings. 3. Native art forms. 4. Writings of the Spanish conquerors of Mexico, the origins of Mexican religion, evidence of early religion in Mexico, deification of the elements of growth, evidences of primitive influences, fetishistic origin of gods, animal gods, growth of the rain cult, the necessity for human sacrifice, the later elements of Mexican religion, cultural elements of Mexican religion, the Quetzalcoatl cult, the cult of obsidian, unity of religious conception throughout Mexico, pages 1 to 35, chapter 2, cosmogony, the ages of Mexican cosmogony, the making of the earth, the peopling of the earth, creation of the sun and moon, the Historia de los Mexicanos, deluge myths, the Coxcox fallacy, the fall of the gods, Mexican conceptions of the universe, the 5 regions of the world, the tree of the east, the tree of the north, the tree of the west, the tree of the south, Tlaxico, Tlapcapa, Itznaik or Itzlampa, Sayuatlampa, Mitlampa, the supporters of the heavens, the Aztec heavens, Tlalocan, Homaica, Mitlampa as Hades, pages 36 to 64, chapter 3, the great gods, method of treatment, Oitzilapactli Tezcatlipoca Quetzalcoatl, pages 65 to 145, chapter 4, the creative deities, Tonacatecutli Tonacasayuatl, pages 146 to 152, 12, chapter V, deities of the earth and growth, proper introductory, Tlazalteotl Chicamicotl, Sintiatl Sayuacotl Cochacetsalmaculxocatl or Cochapalizipzilananitspapilatl Zapotlantinan Ilamatacutli, pages 153 to 233, chapter 6, the gods of rain and moisture, introductory, Tlalakchalkawitlakuoxtasi Uatlatla Inapatecutli Madlalquai Opactli, pages 234 to 267, chapter 7, the fire gods, Ziochicutli Chantico Quaxalotl, pages 268 to 284, chapter 8, the Octli or Pulque, drink, gods, general Tezcatzancatl Tepoxtecatl Patecatl Mayol Totol Tecatl Macultoctli Totoctin Tomi Alurchicutli pp. 285 to 299, chapter 9, stellar and planetary deities, Tonadia the sun god, Piltzintacutli, Metzli or Techistecatl the moon god, Mixcoatl, Iztac Mixcoatl, or Camaxtli Tlawariscalpanticutli Coyalzalurki, the Tzitsimime, pages 300 to 326, chapter X, gods of death, earth, and the underworld, Mitlantekutli Mictekasayuatl Tepaolatl, pages 327 to 335, chapter 11, variants of the great gods, Itztli Itztlakalaiuki Panal Yakatekutli, pages 336 to 343, 13, chapter 12, minor deities, Colitl Isliltan Omakatl, the Sayuatidio or Sayuapapiltan, pages 344 to 358, appendix, the tonalometal and the solar calendar, day signs, model tonalometal, the day gods, gods of the weeks, lords of the night, lords of the day, hours, tonalometal, festivals, recapitulation, the calendar round the Nemonti Maya, the Venus period, short bibliography of works relating to the tonalometal, pages 359 to 371, a critical bibliography of Mexican religion, pages 372 to 381, glossary, pages 382 to 383, index, pages 384 to 388, 14, contents, illustrations, nephrite, figure of a death god, frontispiece. Facing pages, colossal statue of Coatlicue 14, 15, statue of Coatlicue 16, 17, the Great Calendar Stone of Mexico, 38, symbols of the suns in Mexican cosmogony, 40, 41, the trees of the world quarters, 58, 59, the tree of the middle quarter, 60, Oitzilapactli 66, Coyalzalurki 67, the red and black Tezcatlapacas 92, Tezcatlipoca in various forms 93, 98, altar of skulls to Tezcatlipoca 99, Quetzalcoatl and Tlawariscalpanticutli 118, Quetzalcoatl and the death god 119, forms of Quetzalcoatl 120, 121, Tonacatecutli. Tonakasiuatl 121 forms of Tlazolteotl 156, 157 forms of Chicomicoatl 170 Sintiatl 171 Sayuacotl 180 forms of Sayuacotl 181 Cochiquetzal and her symbols 188 forms of Cochiquetzal 189, 190 stone figures of Maculxocatl 196, 197 forms of Maculxocatl 198 forms of Cochipilli 199 pottery figure of Cochipilli 15 200 forms of Cochipilli 201 forms of Zype 204 stone image of Zype 205 forms of Zype 208 Itzpapalotl 222 Itzpapalotl, stone of Aristides Martel, 223 Zilanan and Zapotlantinan 223 forms of Tlaloc 236, 237, 240 Chalkawitlikyu 258 Chalkawitlikyu and Tlawariskalpantikudli 259 Chalkawitlikyu and Uextasiuatl 260 forms of the Tlalaki 261 Ziochikudli and Tlawariskalpantikudli 268, 269, 272 Ziochikudli and Chantico 276 Ixkokanki and Chantico 277 Tepoxtecatl 292 Patekatl, with Octli emblems 293 the Octli gods 298, 299 Totoltecatl 299 forms of Tonatia 300 Mexican idea of sacrifice to the sun god 301 planetary deities 304 forms of Mixcoatl 310, 311 forms of Tlawariskalpantikudli 320. Tlawariskalpantikudli and victim 321 forms of the underworld deities 328 statue of an Octli god 329 variants of the great gods 336 Colitl and Tlaloc 344 minor deities 345 the lords of the night hours 364 16 contents note on the pronunciation of Mexican. The pronunciation of Mexican names presents at first some little difficulty. The letter X is invariably pronounced as SH, so that Mixcoatl and Mexitli are, viva voce, Mishkotli and Meshitli, the final TL being pronounced as TL followed by a short Y, although the natives in many parts of the country articulate it with a definite clicking sound, unapproachable by a European. The names of the more important gods are pronounced as follows: Oitzilapoctli equals Huitzilopochtli Tezcatlapaka equals Tezcatlipoca Quetzalcoatl equals Quetzalcoatli Zype equals Xipachalcohuitlicu equals Chalchihuitliquai. Most of the others are comparatively simple of pronunciation. The CH sound is pronounced as in Spanish, i.e. hard, as in thatch. 1. Contents: The Gods of Mexico Chapter I Introductory contents: The type and evolution of Mexican religion. If, like the necromancers of old, we possess the power to summon the shades of the dead before us, and employ this dread authority to recall from the place of shadows the spirit of a member of the priesthood of ancient Mexico, in order that we might obtain from him an account of the faith which he had professed while in the body, it is improbable that we would derive much information regarding the precise significance of the cult of which he was formerly an adherent without tedious and skillful questioning. He would certainly be able to enlighten us readily enough on matters of ritual and mythology, calendric science, and the like, but if we were to press him for information regarding the motives underlying the outer manifestations of his belief, he would almost certainly disappoint us, unless our questionary was framed in the most careful manner. In all likelihood he would be unable to comprehend the term religion, of which we should necessarily have to make use, and which it would seem so natural for us to employ, and he would scarcely be capable of dissociating the circumstances of his faith from those of Mexican life in general, especially as regards its political, military, agricultural, and artistic connections. nor would he regard magic or primitive science as in any way alien to the activities of his office. But if we became more importunate, and begged him to make some definite statement regarding the true meaning and import of his true religion ere he returned to his place, he might, perhaps, reply, if we had not worshipped the gods and sacrificed to them, nourished them with blood and pleasured them with gifts, they would have ceased to watch over our welfare, and would have withheld the maize and water which kept us in life. The rain would not have fallen and the crops would not have come to fruition. If he employed some such terms as these, our phantom would outline the whole purport of the system which we call Mexican religion, the rude platform on which was raised the towering superstructure of rite and ceremony, morality and tradition, a part of which we are about to examine. The writer who undertakes the description of any of the great faiths of the world usually presupposes in his readers a certain acquaintance with the history and conditions of the people of whose religion he treats. But the obscurity which surrounded all questions relating to Mexican antiquity until the beginning of this century formerly made it essential that any view of its religious phase should be prefaced by an account of the peoples who professed it, their racial affinities, and the country they occupied. This necessity no longer exists. The ground has been traversed so often of late, and I have covered it so frequently in previous works too that I feel only a brief account of these conditions is necessary here, such, in a word, as will enable the reader to realize circumstances of race, locality, and period. The people whose religious ideas this book attempts to describe were the Nahua of pre-Columbian Mexico, a race by no means extinct, despite the oft-repeated assertions of popular novelists, and which is now usually classed as a branch of the great Uto-Aztecan family of the North American Indian stock. They spoke, and their descendants still speak, a language known as the Nahuatl, or Nahuatl, speech of those who live by rule or by ritual observance. At the era of the Spanish invasion of their country in 1593 they had succeeded in overrunning and reducing to their dominion practically all that part of modern Mexico which lies between the Tropic of Cancer and the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. They were, in all probability, immigrants from the north, and their art forms, no less than their physique and beliefs, have led certain writers to form the opinion that they came originally from the neighborhood of British Columbia, or that they had a common origin with the Indian tribes which inhabit that region at the present time. However this may be, the first Nahua immigrants would appear to have entered the Valley of Mexico at some time during the 8th century of our era. But the Azteca, part of a later swarm of Nahua, do not seem to have descended upon it until the middle of the 13th century, or to have founded the settlement of Mexico Tenochtitlan until about the year 1376. At the period of their arrival in the valley they were a barbarous tribe of nomadic hunters, wandering from place to place in search of fresh hunting grounds, precisely as did many North American Indian tribes before reservations were provided for them. Gradually, by virtue of their superior prowess in war, they achieved the hegemony of the plateau of Anahuac, which boasted a tradition and civilization at least 500 years old. These they proceeded to assimilate with marvelous rapidity, as is not infrequently the case when a race of hunters mingles with a settled agricultural population. Indeed, in the course of the century and a quarter which intervened between the founding of Mexico and the period of the Spanish conquest, they had arrived at such a standard of civilization as surprised their Castilian conquerors. When the Azteca, abandoning their wandering life, finally settled in the valley of Anahuac, upon the site of Tenochtitlan, now the city of Mexico, they embarked upon a series of conflicts with their neighbors, which ended in the complete subjection of these peoples. The races over whom they exercised a kind of feudal sway were many and diverse, and only the more important of these can be mentioned here. To the north dwelt the hunting Chichimecs, a related people, and the Otomi, a semi-barbarous folk, probably of aboriginal origin, and speaking a distinct language. To the west dwelt the Tarascans, whose racial affinities are unknown, or, at least, dubious. South of the Rio de los Balsas were situated the Mixtecs and Zapotecs, whose language somewhat resembled that of the Otomi and who possessed a larger measure of civilization. On the east coast were found the Huaxtecs and Totonacs, races of Maya origin, and southeast of these lay the Olmecs, Zacalancas, and Nahualcas, of older precedence in the land. Beyond the Isthmus of Tehuantepec were found the Maya, a people of relatively high civilization, whose origin is obscure, and into the question of whose relationship I do not propose to enter in this place. Contents: the antiquity of Mexican religion. Until the beginning of the present century, most Americanists held that Mexican civilization and consequently Mexican religion were the outcome of but a few generations of native progress. It is true that the Nahua people had behind them a relatively brief history of national and tribal life, but modern research has shown that they were undoubtedly the heirs of a civilization having early foundations and of considerable achievement and complexity, the religious aspect of which had arrived at a high state of development. 3 Evidences of the archaic character of this faith are rapidly accumulating, but many years must yet be dedicated to the examination and comparison of the data concerning it before it is possible to speak with any degree of certainty regarding the causes which contributed to its formation and evolution. Although we must necessarily regard Mexican religion as having had a progressive history spread over many generations, we are at present almost ignorant of the gradual changes which accompanied its growth. An effort will be made to outline the probable nature of these mutations, but the endeavor will not receive any great measure of assistance from the abundant but chaotic and unclassified material amassed by Americanists during the last 20 years, which in its present condition is not of much value as regards this particular branch of the subject, but which it is the writer's intention to employ, so far as it is capable of illustrating the question before us. Contents: the literature of Mexican religion. It is necessary at this stage to deal briefly with the sources of Mexican religious history. A literature, bewildering in its scope and variety, has grown up around the subject of Mexican antiquity as a whole, and it is perhaps well for the student if he approaches it with only a partial realization of the spacious character of the material he must review. I have thought it best in such a work as this to relegate most of the bibliographical matter to an appendix, where an endeavor has been made to supply the student with a trustworthy catalogue of such manuscripts and works as are essential to the study of Mexican religion. It is hoped that this may prove of guidance and assistance and spare much initial toil. But for the present I will confine my remarks to such general observations upon the sources from which we partly glean our knowledge of the ancient Mexican faith as will serve the immediate purpose. These sources are 4 in number: I. The native codices or paintings; 2. The native annals; 3. Native art forms in architecture, sculpture, pottery, and mural painting, depicting gods and other divine beings; and 4. The writings of the Spanish conquerors of Mexico. I. The native codices. These are paintings executed by native Mexican artists upon agave paper, leather, or cotton. Through the misguided zeal of the early Spanish religious authorities, who regarded them as of diabolic character, only some 12 of these remain to us, the greater number of which possess a mythological or religious significance. In their pages we find representations of many of the principal deities of the Mexican pantheon, as well as illustrations of 6 several passages in Mexican myth, and they frequently depict the tonalamental or priestly book of fate, with its highly complex symbolism. 4 Close familiarity with these manuscripts is indispensable, as they constitute one of the few original sources of our knowledge of the aspect, costume, and insignia of the Mexican deities. All of them have been handsomely, if expensively, reproduced, and these are detailed in the bibliography. Here it is only necessary to remark upon the several theories which have regard to their place of origin. Dr. H. J. Spindon, in his valuable study of Maya art, objects that most of the detailed accounts of religious beliefs and ceremonies that have come down to us refer primarily to the Valley of Mexico, while nearly all the really elaborate codices of a religious nature come from either the Zapotecan Mixtecan area or from the Maya. 5. We are not here concerned with the Maya manuscripts, and with regard to the Zapotec and Mixtec examples we have the assurance of Sealer 6, which is founded upon critical evidence of value, that an entire group of these manuscripts, and that by far the most important, the Codex Borgia group, belongs to a Mexican-speaking people who inhabited the districts of Tehuacan, Cajcatlan, and Teotitlan del Camino, and who, though separated from the Nahua of the Valley of Anahuac at an early period, yet in great measure retained the ancient beliefs common to both. Nearly all of the deities represented in this group of manuscripts so closely resemble in their aspect, costume, and general symbolism the drawings and descriptions of gods known to have been worshipped in the Mexican area proper, as to make it positively certain that they represent the same divine beings with merely trifling differences of detail due to local environment. The separation of the Nahua of the Plateau of Mexico and those of the more southerly region was of such duration as to justify the belief that their religious ideas had diverged considerably. But the subsequent conquest of the southern area by the northern seven Nahua must have resuscitated old common beliefs among their kindred in the south, and weakened the ideas they had adopted or developed in that environment. This is proved by the considerable variation in type between the oldest southern pottery representing what are presumably divine forms and the pictures of the gods in the later manuscripts of the Codex Borgia group. 2. The native writings. These annals, as they are sometimes called, the work of natives who wrote in Spanish, constitute a mine of aboriginal information of nearly equal value with that contained in the codices, but considerable discrimination is necessary in using them in view of the tendency of their authors to corrupt traditional material when inspired by patriotic or other motives. This, however, manifestly does not apply with equal force to accounts of a mythical or ritual nature and to historical events, which offer a much greater temptation than the former to scribes manifestly ignorant of the virtues of literary integrity. The Mexican annals are of two classes, those which represent the historical or traditional relics of native communities, such as the Annals of Cuautitlan, also known as the Codex Quimalpopoca, and those which are the work of educated Mexicans or half-breeds, prone to magnify the splendor of the ancient races. Ranking almost as a third or separate class are the sacred songs or hymns included in the Mexican Ms. of Sahagan's Historia General, which that most unwearied of workers received at first hand from approved native scribes. The several native writings will be found described in the appendix, and the hymns, or rather a translation of them into English prose, will be met with in the descriptions of the several deities to which they apply. 3. Native art forms. Mexican architectural motifs, mural paintings, and especially sculpture and pottery, frequently afford reliable material upon which to form conclusions regarding the aspect and costume of the gods, and reproductions of the most important of these illustrate the descriptions of the several Mexican deities. 4. Writings of the Spanish conquerors of Mexico. If 8. The representatives of the Church in Mexico must be condemned for their narrow and illiberal action in destroying all native manuscripts and paintings bearing upon the ancient religion of the country. Certain more enlightened individuals among them labored strenuously to remove this reproach by their zealous, if frequently unskillful, attempts to reconstruct a knowledge of the popular faith by unremitting researches into native tradition. This attitude met with but little countenance from their ecclesiastical superiors, and at times they labored under conditions the reverse of favorable for the collection of traditional material. But it would be ungrateful not to pay a meed of respect to the self-sacrifice of those enlightened and resourceful men, but for whose endeavors our knowledge of Mexican antiquities would be all the poorer. Undoubtedly the most valuable collection of evidence relative to the Mexican religion compiled by a Spanish churchman is the Historia General of Bernardino Sahagan, whose work, composed with scholarly care and an almost prophetic knowledge of the correct methods to be pursued in the collection of traditional material, was completed about the middle of the 16th century, but remained unpublished until 1830. This work has been described so repeatedly as to require no further mention here, and other notable works are included in the bibliography. Some allusion should also be made here to the works known as the interpretative codices, compiled by Pedro de Rios and other monks, who retain the services of native painters to execute drawings of Mexican deities or, as some believe, drew these figures themselves, the symbolism and general meaning of which they endeavored to make plain and interpret, only too often in the light of their knowledge of the scriptures. Contents: the origins of Mexican religion. The question of the origin of Mexican religion, like that of the civilization of which it was perhaps the most salient characteristic, has afforded matter for ardent controversy 9 from the period of the discovery and conquest of the country until the present day. But, even so, it is still unsafe to dogmatize upon Mexican religious origins. At the time of the conquest we observe Mexican religion as a highly complex faith, with a ceremonial of the most elaborate nature, a priesthood with nicely defined gradations in office, and a pantheon which had obviously been formed by the collocation of the deities of provincial and dependent tribes and peoples around a nucleus composed of the national and departmental gods of the Azteca. The great temple area of Mexico Tenochtitlan harbored a bewildering array of gods, many of which possessed separate shrines and ministrants. An intensive examination of the alien elements represented, however, tends to prove the identity of many of them with the gods of the Azteca, a similarity which, in numerous instances, was manifest to that people themselves and which was the result of tribal affinity or basic resemblance in religious conception. Nevertheless, a residuum of unrelated deities remained, which might, perhaps, be accounted for by positing the existence of two markedly different cultures or tendencies in Mexico, barbarous and civilized. This may imply that the opposing influences which gave rise to these variations were alien to each other racially, or it may indicate that, whereas one had remained in an environment of barbarism, the other had developed and enlarged its theological and even its mythical conceptions in the light of the necessities of an advancing material civilization. Whence the seeds of that civilization came is, as has been said, matter of controversy. The existence of a system of monachism in Mexico would seem to indicate a non-American origin. Elements common to both aspects of this interesting faith were sufficiently numerous in Mexican religion. Thus the so-called Chichimecs, or rude hunters of the steppes to the north of the Valley of Mexico, retained in their pristine form the simple beliefs and the ungraded pantheon, which in the case of the more advanced tribes of cognate origin rapidly took shape as a great state religion under the influences of a more complex social system. 10. The stimulus of alien religious conceptions, and above all, of a priesthood skilled in the reduction of theological and mythical material to dogma. This cult, although composed of elements perhaps at first conflicting in aim and character, had yet arrived at a comparative degree of homogeneity and had evolved an intricate and exacting ritual and a symbolism of great richness and artistic complexity, the extensive and bewildering nature of which can be verified by a cursory inspection of the native codices. Contents: evidences of early religion in Mexico. The myths which relate to the earliest religious influences in Mexico are for the most part connected with the pre-Aztec Toltec civilization and the more ancient and sacred sites of Tolan and Teotihuacan. They chiefly refer to a god or culture hero called Quetzalcoatl, whose myths and attributes will be described elsewhere in this work, and who was regarded as the prototype of the Mexican priesthood and one of the inventors of the Tonalamatal or Book of Fate. The type of religion founded by him differs greatly from that practiced by the Mexicans at the period of the conquest, as it eschewed, or was, perhaps, originally innocent of, human sacrifice or ceremonial cannibalism, and practiced purification and penance by the drawing of blood. In certain myths its founder is described as a native of the country, in others as the offspring of divine beings, while still others regard him as a foreigner who introduced his cult from the East. It is noteworthy that this cult is closely connected with Monachism 7 and that in later times it was, perhaps, regarded as more intimately bound up with pietistic and civilized ritual practice than that of any other Mexican deity. Ultimately, the myths relate, Quetzalcoatl left the country because of the machinations of enchanters. 8 This may mean that the older and less barbarous cult was forced into a secondary place by the ruder and more popular beliefs of a tribe of lower culture, but there are evidences that the 11 religion of Quetzalcoatl assuredly assisted in the building up of the rain cult of Mexico. In any case, little information is to be gleaned from the myth of Quetzalcoatl for our present purpose of illustrating the primitive type of Mexican religion, and it must probably be regarded as pointing to the existence of an early monachism and a developed ritual in ancient Mexico. 9 The myths relating to the great tribal gods, if faithfully examined, assist us in forming a definite idea of the character of early religious conceptions in Anahuac. The hymns to the gods are, perhaps, a surer indication of the trend of popular faith and probably date from a more archaic period than do the myths, which, as we possess them, nearly all exhibit signs of priestly alteration. In several of these chants we assuredly arrive at the whole significance of Mexican religion, which in its essence, and as seen at the conquest period, was nothing more than a vastly elaborated rain cult, similar in its general tendency to that still prevalent among the Pueblo tribes of New Mexico and Arizona, yet broader in outlook, of a higher complexity and productive of a theology and an ethical system of greater sophistication and scope. The religion of the Pueblo peoples is, indeed, the poor and degenerate descendant of the bizarre and picturesque ritual of the Mexicans, or, more probably, had a common origin with it. Through the researches and personal exertions of many well-equipped Americanists, the entire ritual of this modern pluvial cult is now well known and deserves the closest study from students of Mexican religion, as providing them with comparative and analogical material of the first importance. 10 We shall keep on the trail of a very definite clue if we attempt to descry in such evidences as we possess of archaic Mexican faith the signs of an incipient rain cult, having its origin in a settled agricultural existence. If we glance at 12 the general characteristics of the numerous members of the Mexican pantheon, we find that very readily and quite naturally they group themselves into three great classes: a. Creative deities, which may be regarded as the outcome of late theological speculation, and which may, accordingly, be passed over in this place; b. Gods of growth, and c. Gods developed from specific objects and deified heavenly bodies, some of which latter were developed from gods of the chase. The original deities of Mexico would seem, therefore, to have presided over vegetable growth and conferred on their votaries good luck in the hunt. But as time passed, these latter also took on the attributes of gods of the cereal and vegetable food supply, and, indeed, often seriously contested the status of the true growth gods in the elaborate nature of the symbolic vegetal ceremonial with which their festivals were celebrated. It is not surprising that the Valley of Mexico became the center of a cult of which the appeal for rain was the salient characteristic. A copious supply of rainfall for the purposes of irrigation is, indeed, a necessity to the Mexican agriculturist, and a dry year in ancient Anahuac brought with it famine and misery unspeakable. Inexpressibly touching are the fervent prayers to Tlaloc, god of water, that he should not visit his displeasure upon the people by withdrawing the pluvial supply. O our most compassionate Lord! I beseech thee to look with eyes of pity upon the people of the city and kingdom, for the whole world, down to the very beasts, is in peril of destruction and disappearance and irremediable end, for the ridges of the earth suffer sore need and anguish from lack of water. With deep sighing and anguish of heart I cry upon all those that are gods of water, that are in the four quarters of the world, to come and console this poor people and to water the earth, for the eyes of all that inhabit the earth, animals as well as men, are turned towards you, and their hope is set upon you. 1113 Contents Deification of the elements of growth. The elements of growth, in the mind of primitive man, are four in number: the earth, grain, rain, and solar heat, and it is not remarkable that all of these came to be regarded as deified powers, and were latterly personalized in anthropomorphic form. It does not appear that the sun was at first looked upon as an agency of growth. There is, indeed, proof that in early times he was not regarded as of any importance from a calendric point of view, and that the time and festival counts were designed upon a lunar basis. 12 It is not unlikely that, in a region where his torrid heat, if unaccompanied by rainfall, resulted in famine, he was at first regarded, if not unfavorably, at least with no special predilection. If this conclusion is correct, and we can afford to discount solar influence in the primitive Mexican cultus, or rather that adopted by the aboriginal peoples on embracing a settled agricultural existence, there remain to us the three elements of earth, grain, and rain from which to reconstruct the prototypes of the Mexican pantheon. In Mexican myth the earth is represented as a monster known as Cipactli, the pictures of which have given rise to the assumption that it is either a crocodile, a swordfish, or a dragon. We shall probably not err if we place it in the last category and see in it that great earth monster common to the mythologies of many races, and which is most conveniently called the earth dragon. 13 The sign Cipactli became the first in the Tonalamatal or Book of Fate, where it is connected with the creative deities and the Earth Mother, who was known by many names. Circumstances exist which seem to lend color to the assumption that, as in other countries, the Mexican Earth Mother had at one time been regarded as forming the earth, the soil. At the terrible and picturesque festival of the Xalaqua, she who is clothed with the sand, the sacrificed virgin, was supposed to enrich and recruit with her blood the frame of the worn-out goddess, who had 14 been, says Seeler, merged in the popular imagination with the All-Nourisher, the All-Begetter, the Earth. 14 Perhaps the best evidence that the idea of the Earth Mother was associated with the conception of the Earth Dragon is afforded by the colossal stone figure of Coatlicue, one of her manifestations, which once towered above the entrance to the temple of Huitzilopochtli in Mexico and is now housed in the Museo Nacional in that city. In this figure, as in a similar if less massive statue from Tehuacan, the characteristics of the Cipactli earth animal obtrude themselves in a wealth of scale, claw, and tusk, which, although frequently described as serpentine, is only partially so, and shows traces that more than one idea was in the mind of the artist who chiseled its symbolic intricacies. In the latter of these sculptures the appearance of ferocity is most marked and is accompanied by the same dragon-like claws on hands and feet. In the mythologies of many lands the Earth Mother is represented as ferocious, insatiable, as slaying those who take part in her amours, as a riotous and outrageous demon, unnatural and destructive in her lusts and appetites, and it would seem that her Mexican phase throws light upon the reasons for this savage wantonness. In the sculpture first alluded to, and in the carving on its base, we can perceive a close resemblance to the earth monster of the Maya peoples, especially as represented in the carvings at Copan and in the Temple of the Cross at Palenque. These afford almost irrefragable proof of the correctness of the supposition regarding the fusion of the concepts of the earth beast and the earth mother which has been outlined. 15 Colossal statue of Coatlicue. Front. Now in the Museo Nacional, Mexico. Colossal statue of Coatlicue. Back. The deification of the grain is so universal a phenomenon as to require but little explanation, especially in regard to a country where it formed the staple alimentary supply. It appears to have received divine honors in many districts in Mexico and to have been worshipped under a variety of names, but there was little difference between the characters 15 of these several cults, and the absence of this is well exemplified by the readiness with which they amalgamated and the fusion of their central figures. The deification of the rain, as apart from the idea of a mere rain god, is perhaps a circumstance of more novelty to the student of comparative religion. Tlaloc, the god of rain or moisture, is one of the most striking examples of this process in any mythology. A god of great antiquity, his pluvial character is obvious and undoubted. But he is also the life-giver, the nourisher, who from his home in the green uplands of Tlalocan sends the vivifying rains to fill the deep fissures in the hard, cracked soil of the valley of Anahuac. In the courtyard of his dwelling stood 4 jars of water, typifying the 4 different kinds of rainfall which corresponded to the 4 quarters of the heavens, and these were distributed by his progeny, the Tlaloci. There is the best evidence that the aspect of Tlaloc was evolved from the idea of the rain itself. His face is formed from the interlacings of 2 serpents, his face paint is black and blue, or dirty yellow like the threatening cloud which holds the thunder shower. The garments he wears are splashed with uli rubber gum, evidently intended to symbolize rain spots. Indeed, his robe is called the anach sechili or dripping garment, and is frequently depicted as set with green gems to represent the sparkling raindrops. Few rain gods, even the Vedic Indra himself, whom Tlaloc somewhat resembles, are so frankly symbolic of the moisture which falls from above. 16 But his serpentine or dragon-like form renders it probable that, although he was regarded in later times as a personification of the rain, in earlier times he was looked upon as the water provider, the great serpent or dragon which dwelt among the hills and which must be defeated by a hero or demigod ere it will disgorge the floods which ensure the growth of vegetation. Contents evidence of primitive influences. We may now examine the elements just described for traces 16 of the early constituents of religion. The conception that the earth itself was a monster gifted with life is evidently the outcome of a belief in animism or personalization, and merits little further notice because of its obvious character. Although the grain was also personalized, there are evidences of its fetishistic nature in early times. The great stone figure of Coatlicue already alluded to, besides affording evidence of the dragon-like character of the Earth Mother, exhibits many of the attributes of the primitive fetish manufactured from bundles of maize, large beans representing the eyes and pumpkin pips the teeth, while strips of paper form the mouth and labret. True, these early characteristics have been overlaid by the abounding symbolism of later and more complex ideas: the skin of the sacrificial victim, the serpent heads, representing perhaps the spouting of that victim's blood from the severed trunk, and the skirt of serpents with which myth credited the goddess. But in the clumsy amorphousness of this wondrously carven block we can readily perceive the outline of the maize sheaves from which its idea was drawn. Indeed, the ears and leaves of the maize plant descend from underneath the skirt of serpents and decorate the knot which secures it behind. 17 Statue of Coatlicue, front. Found in the Calle del Jalisco, Mexico. Statue of Coatlicue. Side view. Contents: fetish origin of gods. More than one of the great gods exhibit the signs of fetishistic origin. Huitzilopochtli, the great tribal patron deity of the Azteca of Mexico Tenochtitlan, was described in tradition as leading them from the mythical northern country of Aztlan in the form of a little bird. He is usually represented in the pictorial manuscripts, where his appearance is infrequent, as wearing a mantle made from hummingbird's 17 feathers. Later legends spoke of him as the vindicator of his mother, a goddess of vegetation, and as slaying her detractors, his own half-brothers, while in historical times the whole business of war was arranged through the instrumentality of his oracular image and was carried out chiefly in view of the necessity for human sacrifice which characterized his especial cult. But if we examine the roots of the beliefs which cluster around him, we shall find much to convince us that he was, after the entrance of his people into the valley of Anahuac, identified with the maguey plant, which forms so familiar an object in the Mexican landscape. Extended proof of this lowly origin will be found in the section which deals with the god. Quite as humble are the beginnings of the god Tezcatlipoca, perhaps the most universally dreaded among the Mexican deities. Regarding his precise significance, nothing very definite has been arrived at by modern authorities. As will be shown later, the early significance of Tezcatlipoca arises out of his connection with obsidian, which had an especial sanctity for the Mexicans. Contents animal gods. In our gropings for the roots of the Mexican faith, we must not fail to notice those elements which stand apart from agricultural religion and are eloquent of the concepts of a still earlier time. Agricultural theology is as old as agriculture, and no older. The food supply of the savage prior to that period depends upon the successful conduct of the chase. His gods are therefore often precisely of the species of animal by hunting which he gains a livelihood, and which he frequently regards as placed at his disposal by a great eponymous beast god of the same kind. 18 Again, for some reason which has never been satisfactorily explained and for which no solution can be found at present, in view of the rather dubious nature of what is known as totemism, primitive man adores, or in some manner exalts, certain 18 animals on the flesh of which he does not live. But although gods evolved from animal shapes are frequently to be met with in the Mexican pantheon, I can recall no instance of the taboo of the flesh of any animal as an article of diet in Anahuac, or Mexico proper, although this may be found in the cultus of several of the tribes of the more outlying regions. Huitzilopochtli has the characteristics of a hummingbird, and, indeed, all of the 13 gods which govern the hours of the day are figured in the tonalamital of the Aben collection with bird disguises, and one of the 13 heavens of the Mexicans is set apart for bird gods, while certain other deities appear in animal forms. For example, Tepealotl is figured as a jaguar, Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl have serpentine characteristics, Itzpapalotl is a butterfly dragon, Tezcatlipoca is spider, a jaguar, or a turkey, Mixcoatl takes deer shape, and so on. But some of these forms are probably symbolic rather than totemic. The cult of Nagualism 19, a degraded post-Columbian form of the old religion, was insistent upon the connection of its votaries with an animal spirit or familiar from an early period of their lives, that is, to each individual a personal totem was assigned, precisely as is the case among many North American tribes at the present time and as among the Lacandon of Yucatan. Contents growth of the rain cult. Enough has been said in view of the restricted nature of the evidence, to prove that Mexican religion passed through much the same primitive conditions as other faiths. Further evidence on this point will be adduced as the gods are severally described. We may now proceed to examine such proof as we possess of the onward and upward progress of the cult of rain and growth in Mexico. We may, perhaps, imagine the institution of tribal or village rain or grain fetishes, which in course of time would attain godhead by reason of popularity or supposed auspiciousness. The ministers of these would probably bear a strong resemblance 19 to the medicine men of North American Indian tribes. Warfare undoubtedly played a great part in the fortunes of these local cults. Thus, did the people of a certain tribal god triumph in feud or battle, his worship would almost certainly be enlarged in a territorial sense. But such a triumph would be a small incentive to further conquest when compared with the absolute necessity for war engendered by the holy law that captives must be obtained for purposes of sacrifice to the tribal deities. Contents the necessity for human sacrifice. The origins of the institution of human sacrifice in Mexico are obscure. Native mythology attributed its invention to a group of earth goddesses headed by Teteo-Inan or Tlazalteotl, who in the calendar year 8 Rabbit came to the city of Tolan or Tula from the Huaxtec country and, summoning the captives whom they had taken in that land, said to them, "We want to couple the earth with you, we want to hold a feast with you, for till now no battle offerings have been made with men." 20 This myth is, perhaps, etiological, but it would seem to have some historical basis. Deeply rooted in the Mexican mind was the idea that unless the gods were abundantly refreshed with human blood they would perish of hunger and old age and would be unable to undertake their hypothetical labors in connection with the growth of the crops. Whence came this idea? Undoubtedly from that process of barbaric reasoning through which Mexican man had convinced himself that the amount of rainfall would be in ratio to the amount of blood shed sacrificially. Sealer 21 has indicated his belief in such a process of reasoning by stating that the one was intended to draw down the other, the blood which was offered was intended to bring down the rain upon the fields. This, then, is the precise nature of the compact between Mexican man and his gods: do you give us rain, and we shall give you blood. Once this is understood, the basic 20 nature of Mexican religion becomes clear, and all the later additions of theology and priestly invention can be viewed as mere excrescences and ornaments upon the simple architecture of the temple of the rain cult. Contents: the later elements of Mexican religion. The evolution of a higher cultus is frequently identified with a more intimate acquaintance with the heavenly bodies, but it is not generally appreciated or understood by students of comparative religion that at least two different kinds of conception underlie the general idea. A luminary, sun, moon, or star, may be deified and achieve godhead by reason of striking natural characteristics, or, on the other hand, it may be identified with some god already known. Thus Mexican myth, as related to Sahagan by the natives, asserted that the gods met at Teotihuacan and told how two of their number, Nanahuatl and Techistecatl, sacrificed themselves by leaping into a great fire, becoming the sun and moon respectively. The remaining gods, sacrificing themselves also, conferred life upon the stars, that is, they became identified with the several stellar constellations, becoming known as the Sensen Mimixco and Sensenitzna'a, or 400 northerners and 400 southerners, as they occupied the sky on its northern or southern side. 22 Although this myth and a version of it current at Texcoco and given by Mendieta in his Historia Ecclesiastica 23 both represent Nanahuatl as the sun god, he was not so known in Mexican popular religion and priestly practice, and was indeed a form of the god Colitl, a deity of obscure characteristics. Techistecatl certainly was regarded as the moon god, but the solar luminary was known as Tonatia or Piltzintecutli. As has already been stated, there are sound reasons for the belief that the solar cult was a relatively 21 late institution in Mexico, although in some parts of the country it may have flourished for generations before it became popular in Tenochtitlan. Slightly elaborating our former reasons for this statement, we may indicate: 1. The name Tonatia appears in the myths of the origin of the sun as that of the luminary, but not of a god. 2. The circumstance that Tonatia was regarded by the Mexicans as a heaven, a Valhalla, to which the warriors slain in sacrifice betook themselves after death, and therefore represented a place of reward, a class of myth which is nearly always of comparatively late origin, and is the fruit of mature speculation. 3. The fact that Tonatia was closely identified with the warrior caste and therefore with human sacrifice, which was a late introduction and the paramount reason for the existence of that caste. 4. That the original calendar was a lunar one. But these and other considerations will be dealt with more fully when we undertake the elucidation of the sun god's characteristics. The amalgamation of the solar cult and of the Quetzalcoatl cult, representing the later and earlier civilized elements in Mexican religion, with the rain cult is not an isolated phenomenon in the world's religious history. The analogy of the fusion of the Osirian cult of Egypt with that of Ra will occur to everyone in this connection, and as the theology of the priests of the more aristocratic faith became in the event subsidiary in real importance to that of the far more popular Osirian worship, in the same manner the Quetzalcoatl cult, and in some measure the solar, were of much less real significance in Mexican life generally than the earlier popular belief. The solar worship seems to have successfully and naturally identified itself with the rain cult, as also did the Quetzalcoatl religion. The myth which described Quetzalcoatl as the founder or inventor of the Tonalamatal or Book of Fate 24 probably records an effort on the part of his priesthood to identify their cult with the popular agricultural religion or to systematize or reduce to symbolic form an idea which until that time had probably 22 existed in an uncertain and chaotic condition in the popular mind. For even if the Tonalamatal were introduced from the Zapotec or Mixtec country or the Maya region, as is generally supposed, it required skillful arrangement to make it subserve the purposes of Aztec religion. The priesthood and cultus of Quetzalcoatl were widespread throughout Central America and Mexico, and its ministers appear to have adapted themselves with skill and patience to the conditions of the various regions to which they penetrated, the result of their labors never being quite the same in any two regions. It is remarkable, too, that, probably by reason of the superior erudition and ability of its priesthood, the caste of Quetzalcoatl held chief sway in Mexican ecclesiastical government. 25 But a partial, though by no means complete, hostility to human sacrifice and ceremonial cannibalism, a grudging acquiescence in what it had, in all likelihood, denounced in earlier times, gave it in later days a somewhat aloof and separate character. Contents: cultural elements of Mexican religion. We must now glance briefly at such evidences as we possess of the distinct racial or cultural elements which assisted in the development of Mexican religion. Three such elements appear to be indicated. It would seem that from an early period a people of settled and agricultural habits occupied the Mexican plateau. These were probably relatively aboriginal to the Toltecs and may have been of Otomi or Tarascan blood, and to them I would refer the original foundation of a rain cult having Tlaloc as its principal deity. Tlaloc was unquestionably one of the most venerable gods of Mexico. Indeed, he is the only god who can be identified with certainty in the remains of pre-Nahuatl date at Teotihuacan. Tradition spoke of the finding of an ancient idol representing him by the early Xiximec immigrants. 26 At least 5 of the yearly festivals were celebrated in his honor, and ancient sculptured representations of him have 23 been found in Tarascan territory, in Michoacan, Teotihuacan, Teotitlan, in the Zapotec country and in Guatemala, thus affording irrefragable testimony to his antiquity. Rather later than the culture which probably founded the rain cult, a religion necessary and indeed inevitable in Mexico, was the Toltec civilization, which regarded Quetzalcoatl as its chiefest divinity, and which probably was brought from the Huaxtec country. But the Toltec are said to have been of Nahua blood, and may have been composed of a Nahua populace and a Huaxtec or Proto-Maya aristocracy. The later hordes of Nahua, Xiximecs, Azteca, etc., found these elements already settled upon the land, but brought with them a religion which, if it was destined to have a powerful effect upon the faith of the agricultural folk with whom they came into contact, was also to be quite as strongly influenced by it. Reverting to the conditions prevailing in Mexico prior to the entry of the Xiximec Nahua, we may regard the rain cult of the Tlaloc religion as in some measure resembling that of the Pueblo Indians of northern Mexico and Arizona at the present time. The serpentine character of its principal deity, the appeal for rain which composes the basis of most of the prayers to him, provide strong proofs of such a similarity, and, as has been said, the antiquity of the rain religion is proved by the discovery of early sculptured forms and the facts adduced above. The Tlaloc religion had also been able in some degree to retain its own sacrificial customs, the drowning of victims being practiced in addition to the Nahua method of slaughter on the stone of sacrifice. The date of the introduction of the religion of Quetzalcoatl is generally placed at the middle of the 8th century of our era, so that we are perhaps justified in assuming that the faith of the greater portion of Anahuac 27 before that time had as its basis the rain cult, as represented by Tlaloc. The religious customs of those peoples who were relatively aboriginal to the Nahua support the theory of the predominance of the rain cult in Mexico from a very early period. 24 and Torquemada states that during seasons of drought the Otomi sought to propitiate the rain gods by sacrificing a virgin on the top of a hill. 28 Espinosa says that the Tarascans sacrificed snakes rather than human beings, possibly for the same reason as the Eskimo beat their dogs during an eclipse, in order that the great dog which causes the undesirable phenomenon may desist, the Tarascans probably killing the reptiles in question in order that the great snake might relent and send rain. 29 The towns about Chapala paid divine honors to the spirit of the adjacent lake. Late though these survivals may have been at the era of the conquest, yet they seem to have enshrined the memory of an early rain cult among the peoples with whom they were found, and many others could be adduced. Contents: the Quetzalcoatl cult. The appearance of the Quetzalcoatl cult in Mexico, which would seem to have entered the country at some time about the middle of the 8th century, must have caused very considerable alterations in the simple and probably as yet uninfluenced rain religion which it found in occupancy. From whatever portion of the Isthmian tract it came, one thing regarding it is positively certain, that it introduced into Mexico the rudiments of the calendric computation evolved in Central America. In its phase as imported by the apostles of the Quetzalcoatl religion, it seems fairly certain that the tonalometal was of the nature of a lunar time count, and the probabilities are that its protagonists discovered on their arrival in Anahuac that a count similar in character was in use among the priesthood of the Tlaloc worshippers, who as an agricultural people could hardly have been without some such system of computation. The Quetzalcoatl faith, however, was manifestly of a considerably higher status than that which it encountered, as is obvious not only by the numerous and extraordinary traditions 25 regarding the Toltec civilization, but the actual remains it has left. It is clear that, whether it found a calendar or time count already existing, it placated aboriginal opinion by the amalgamation of the several festivals of the rain god with its own. The fact that the day signs of the Mexican calendar or tonalometal are almost identical with those of the Maya tonalometal is good proof that the former was developed from the latter, and if only a small proportion of Toltec deities find a place in its monthly festivals, that would seem to be due to the circumstance that later Nahua demands for the inclusion of their tribal deities were acceded to. We may, perhaps, imagine the early tonalometal of the Quetzalcoatl missionaries to have been similar in form to that of the Maya, that is, it must have been almost wholly concerned with the festivals of deities of a purely agricultural kind. But the religion of Quetzalcoatl, as observed in his Yucatec form of Kukulkan and his Guatemalan variant of Gucumatz, bore a close resemblance to that of Tlaloc. In Yucatan, Quetzalcoatl was regarded by priests and people as the great rain-making priest, the god of moisture, whereas in Mexico he is merely the sweeper of the ways to the Tlaloc deities of rain. This is surely eloquent of the fact that the Tlaloc religion was not only of greater antiquity in Mexico, but that its ministers were disinclined to permit the deity of the new religion to adopt a status similar to that of their own god. With true priestly diplomacy, then, it would seem that they temporized by affording Quetzalcoatl a status as the great rain-making priest, a character which he retained to the last. Myth certainly alludes to Tlaloc as the supplanter of Quetzalcoatl in the affections of the goddess Chalcahuitlacu and as robbing the peaceful culture hero of the maize plant which he had discovered. This does not necessarily signify the defeat of an older religion by a more novel faith, but may relate to a successful defense by the more ancient cultus and its absorption of the other. The theory of the amalgamation of the Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl cults appears to me to be in some measure assisted by 26 the circumstance that the devotees of both placed a high value upon minerals of a green color. The word Chalcahuitl, greenstone, of such common occurrence in the works of the Spanish authors who wrote on Mexican affairs, must be taken as applying with equal force to jadeite, nephrite, turquoise, emerald, chlormelanite, green quartz, precious serpentine, or, indeed, any mineral of a green shade. A tradition existed that Quetzalcoatl brought the use and manipulation of jadeite into Mexico, but green was a salient hue in the insignia of Tlaloc, and the name of his consort Chalcahuitlaquio, greenstone skirt, is eloquent of his connection with the several kinds of stones which the Mexicans grouped under the name Chalcahuitl. Whatever significance attached to the color of these stones, apart from their nature as precious stones, whether or not they were symbolic of water or verdure or metal or of all of these agencies, which are regarded as so potent by primitive peoples, it is apparent that both cults employed them symbolically or pseudo-scientifically, and it therefore seems probable that each of these religions was originally connected with the worship of water, and therefore the influence associated with and contained in water, and that this belief would render their amalgamation a process of little difficulty. If, however, such similarities eventually made for the union of the cults, traditions were not lacking regarding their early differences or hostilities. As has been said, myths survived into historical times, which stated that although Quetzalcoatl had succeeded in discovering maize, Tlaloc had stolen it from him and had also succeeded in alienating from him the affection of Chalcahuitlaquio, who had originally been regarded as the wife of Quetzalcoatl. 30 But these myths are undeniably of late origin. Quetzalcoatl's status as a celibate god or priest would scarcely allow his name to be connected with matrimony, and it is plain that Chalcahuitlaquio, the water goddess, is in a sense merely a personification of the Chalcahuitl stone, which was, perhaps, originally one of the symbols of the Quetzalcoatl cult and which later 27 became personified in female form, thus giving rise to the myth in question. Nor do these tales necessarily prove the priority of the Quetzalcoatl cult, which was indeed regarded as responsible for practically all Mexican civilization and which would naturally be credited with the introduction of the use of the sacred stones. Contents: the cult of obsidian. But if the later Nahua immigrants also came to regard these Chalcahuitl stones with reverence, at the period of their entrance to the Mexican plateau they paid devotion to a mineral of a very different kind. And this it is which helps us to regard their faith as differing entirely from those other faiths which already flourished in the land. The mineral with which their cult was so closely connected was obsidian, a vitreous natural glass found in the upper volcanic strata of Mexico and northern California, which flakes readily from the core by pressure and gains by mere fracture a razor-like edge of considerable penetrative power. The principal quarry of this volcanic glass was the mountain known as the Cerro de las Navajas, Hill of the Knives, near Timapan, and from this center the Itztli, by which name obsidian was known to the Mexicans, was widely distributed by barter over a very considerable area. There would seem to be proof that this mineral, so suitable for the purposes of the nomadic hunter, was anciently known far to the north of Mexico. The observations of Dr. G. M. Dawson 31 in British Columbia satisfied him that trading intercourse was engaged in by the coast tribes with those of the interior along the Fraser River Valley and far to the south. From the remotest times embraced in their native traditions, the Bilcola of Dean Inlet have possessed a trade route by way of the Bellicula River to the Tina country, along which trail broken implements and chips of obsidian have been found. Many of the routes in British Columbia have also 28 yielded chips and flakes of obsidian, which, the Tina Indians stated, was obtained from a mountain near the headwaters of the Salmon River, about long 125 degrees 40 minutes, lat 52 degrees 40 minutes, formerly resorted to for the purpose of procuring the mineral. The Indian name of this mountain is Bis, which, Dr. Dawson suggested, is the same with the Mexican name for knife, Itztli, an etymology which may be of Nahuatl origin. Mr. T. C. Weston, of the Geological Survey, also noted in 1883 the finding of a flake of obsidian in connection with a layer of buffalo bones occurring in alluvium, and evidently of considerable antiquity, near Fort Macleod, Alberta. The nearest source of such a material is the Yellowstone Park region. The coast tribes of British Columbia have been traders for untold generations, exchanging oolactin oil for such material as they could make implements from, and there seems to be no doubt that the mound builders of Ohio, Wisconsin, and Kentucky were also acquainted with obsidian, which they could only have obtained by the process of barter. It was thus either to be found in the regions from which the Nawa are thought to have come, or else obtainable through the channels of trade. If, then, it be granted that the Shi-Shimek Nawa were acquainted with obsidian and its properties before their entrance upon the plateau of Anahuac, a hypothesis which is strengthened by the material differences of workmanship between their tools and weapons made of this material and those of the aboriginal peoples of Mexico, sufficient time had elapsed for their development of a cult, which, at the era of the conquest, exhibited traces of a very considerable antiquity. It was, naturally, as a hunting people that they employed weapons of obsidian. The herds of deer on the flesh of which they chiefly lived roamed the steppes, and proof abounds that the customs of the chase strongly influenced the religious ideas of the early Nawa. Certain of their gods, indeed, seem to have been developed from servine forms, for among barbarous races the animal worshipped is that which provides the tribe with its staple food. 29 Or, more correctly, a great eponymous figure of that animal is adored, for example, the great deer, who sends the smaller deer to keep the savage in life. In like manner barbarous fisher folk are wont to worship the great fish, which sends them its progeny or its subjects to serve as food. These deer gods or hunting gods in some way connected with the deer Itzpapalotl, Izaquai, Mixcoatl, Camaxtli had also stellar or solar attributes. The deer was slain by the obsidian weapon, which, therefore, came to be regarded as the magical weapon, that by which food was procured. In the course of time it assumed a sacred significance, the hunting gods themselves came to wield it, and it was thought of as coming from the stars or the heavens where the gods dwelt, in precisely the same manner as flint arrowheads were regarded by the peasantry of Europe as elf arrows or thunderstones, that is, as something supernatural, falling from above. But the obsidian itself became deified as Tezcatlipoca. I have retained the full proof of this assertion for the section which treats of that god, and must here content myself with a summary of it. The whole cult of obsidian centered in the personality of Tezcatlipoca. His idol was made of that stone, and in Codex Borbonicus his sandals are painted with the zigzag line of the obsidian snake. In his variant of Itztli, obsidian, he was the god of the sacrificial knife of obsidian, and in certain codices he is represented as having such a knife in place of a foot. From this stone, too, divinatory mirrors were made, one of which was held by the idols of Tezcatlipoca and served as the mirror or scrying stone in which he witnessed the doings of mankind. Obsidian, the great life-giver, food-getter, blood-provider, became identified in the form of this god with the cause or breath of life, which, in turn, was identified with the wind, and therefore it came to be classed among those magical stones which in some mysterious manner are considered capable of raising a tempest. In this manner Tezcatlipoca came to be regarded as a god of wind, and has been identified with the hurricane of the Quichus of Guatemala, from whose name the expression 30 hurricane has been borrowed and who was probably introduced into Central America by the Nawa. When the nomadic Shi-Shimek adopted an agricultural condition, obsidian had doubtless been regarded as sacred for many generations. It was by virtue of this magical stone that the nourishment of the gods was maintained by the sacrifice of deer, but when the Shi-Shimek came to embrace a more settled existence within an agricultural community where deer must certainly have been more scarce, the nourishment of the gods had necessarily to be maintained by other means. The manner in which this was effected is quite clear. Slaves and war captives were sacrificed instead of beasts of the chase, and at the festival of Mixcoatl, the greatest of the Shi-Shimek gods, women were sacrificed in the place of deer, and after being slain were carried down the steps of the teocalli, their wrists and ankles tied together precisely in the manner in which a deer is trussed by the hunter. 32 The transition from deer sacrifice to a human holocaust and from the hunting to the agricultural condition is well illustrated by an ancient hymn relating to the goddess Itzpapalotl, obsidian butterfly, who was associated with Mixcoatl. Oh, she has become a goddess of the melon cactus, our mother Itzpapalotl, the obsidian butterfly. Her food is on the 9 plains, she was nurtured on the hearts of deer, our mother, the earth goddess. The inference in these lines seems to be that whereas Itzpapalotl was formerly a goddess of the She-Shemek nomads of the steppes, who sacrificed deer to her, she has now become the deity of the melon cactus patch and an agricultural community. Her first human victim is also mentioned by Camargo 33, who states that the She-Shemek, coming to the province of Tepehuayuk, sacrificed a victim to her by shooting him with arrows. Itzpapalotl has more than one servine attribute. 3431 Mexican tradition makes it very plain that obsidian, because of its blood-procuring properties, came to be regarded as the source of all life, as the very principle of existence. Tonacasayuatl, the creative goddess, as we shall see, gave birth to an obsidian knife from which sprang 1600 demigods who peopled the earth. 35 And the infant which the goddess Sayuacotl leaves in the cradle in the marketplace undergoes metamorphosis into an obsidian knife. 36 As the codices show, grain is often pictured in the form of the obsidian knife of sacrifice. Just as in many myths, both in the Old World and the New, flint was regarded as the great fertilizer because of its supposed connection with the lightning, so was obsidian. Thus all the elements which go to make for growth and life were regarded as having a connection with this mineral, even the sun itself, as we shall see, being identified with the mirror of Tezcatlipoca. The idea that the sun could not live without human blood was a purely Nahua conception, arising out of an earlier belief that it must be nourished upon the blood of beasts. Of the transitional process abundant proof exists. The hunter's obsidian weapon which supplied the necessary pabulum became in turn the weapon of the warrior who procured victims for the Holocaust, and the sacred knife of the priest who sacrificed them to the deity. Obsidian was thus chiefly the war weapon and the sacrificial weapon, but the traditions relating to it refer to practically all the offices of human art, industry, and activity generally. Lest this hypothesis seem overstrained, analogies may be indicated. That which is initially sacred in a primitive cult frequently comes to have interrelations with the whole environment of its deities. Thus the worship of the oak by the Druids appears to have given an oak-like virtue to the oracular birds which dwelt in its branches, to the soil from which it grew, to the sky above it, to the priests who ministered to it and to the sacred implements they employed. The same may be said of the oak cult of Zeus and the vine cult 32 of Dionysus. The numerous traditions which cluster round the ceremonial use of jade in China are eloquent of such a tendency. Thus trees, plants, animals, and natural objects are all in a manner identified and connected with the beautiful jade stone in its character as an imparter of vitality. Thus in the great worship of the gods whose cult was connected with obsidian, well nigh everything with which it had interrelations came to partake of the nature of obsidian grain, the earth, the atmosphere, the sun, the stars, the priesthood, blood, and rain. The process by which this Nahua cult became amalgamated with those of Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl seems fairly clear. Upon their settlement on the plateau of Anahuac, it is plain from the terms of certain myths that the Nahua did not regard the cult of Quetzalcoatl in any friendly manner. Tezcatlipoca is spoken of as driving him from the country, and it is probable that to begin with a certain amount of persecution may have been inflicted upon his adherents. But the Nahua would undoubtedly come to recognize the value of the calendar system connected with his cult, and it is clear that they did so from the fact that we find included in it certain of their principal gods. The final process of amalgamation probably took place during the 11th and 12th centuries, for, as seen at the conquest period, the union of the three great cults of Mexico must have occupied several centuries. Such a duration of time was necessary for the development of a homogeneous and involved symbolism, which was obviously based on a tacit recognition of the unity of the Mexican faith. Initial disparities seem to be indicated principally by ancient traditions, of which perhaps the most notable was that which spoke of the different heavens of the three original cults, the Tlalocan of the worshippers of Tlaloc, the Tlapalan or oversea paradise of the Quetzalcoatl cult, and the sun house or Valhalla of the Nahua. A striking proof of the adjustment of the chronology of the three cults may perhaps be found in the myths which speak of the existence of several suns or ages prior to the historical era, the rulers or patrons of 33 which were, according to the most trustworthy sources, Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl, Tlaloc, and Chalcahuitlaqueo, goddess of the Tlaloc cult. 37 The attribution of higher and abstract qualities to the gods was probably of comparatively late origin. Especially is this to be observed in the case of Tezcatlipoca, to whom, at the period of the conquest, we find attributed such a bewildering array of qualities, both concrete and abstract, lofty and the reverse, as would seem to indicate that, had European influences failed to penetrate to Anahuac, his worship might have reached the monotheistic stage, and in time have overshadowed that of the other gods of the Mexican pantheon. Undoubtedly, too, the priesthood, and probably the nobility, fostered a more esoteric and loftier type of religion than was understood of the people, and good proof, which is by no means confined to the rather doubtful circumstance that Nezahualcoyotl of Texcoco built a temple to the unknown god, is forthcoming that theological questions of greater or less complexity had begun to exercise the minds of the hierarchy. Contents unity of religious conception throughout Mexico at the epoch of the conquest. It is abundantly clear that the Azteca had succeeded in establishing their tribal cult, enriched with the beliefs of the peoples they had conquered, over a wide area. They had adopted into their pantheon such deities of the surrounding tribes as appealed to their imagination, or were too powerful to be ignored, and actually imprisoned many others of lesser puissance, whose idols were kept in confinement in a building within the precincts of the great temple at Mexico Tenochtitlan. 38 Within the historical period but little radical difference existed between the several Mexican cults, which all appear to have been affected by a common influence. We observe, therefore, the phenomenon of certain early religious forms 34 originating under common influences, separated for centuries and profoundly altered by immigrant forces, at length brought together again by the amalgamating powers of conquest under the influence of one central and paramount cult, only, when once more united, to find a common destruction at the hands of the ministers of an alien and invading faith. At the period of the conquest, then, we find the Mexican religion relatively homogeneous in character, with a widespread ascendancy, its provincial activities exhibiting differences of little more than local kind. Even in its most far-flung manifestations, indeed, it never showed such variations as permit us to say that the most dissimilar or distant variety of the cult entirely differed from the metropolitan exemplar. 39 This being so, we are as fully justified in speaking of a Mexican religion as we are in alluding to an Italic or a Hellenic religion, and perhaps more so than in extending the analogy to Egypt, where anything like homogeneity in either theology or popular worship appears never to have been attained. We find, then, that the religion of ancient Mexico, as known at the conquest period, was the outcome of later religious and ethical impulses brought to bear upon a simple rain cult, which, judging from the atmospheric conditions essential to it, must have been indigenous to the country. Although the cults of its several deities still retained some measure of distinctiveness, all had long before been amalgamated in what was really a national faith. There are signs, too, that a fully developed pantheon had been evolved, which mirrored an elaborate social system in caste, rank, and guild, but the mythical material from which this might have been reconstructed is only partly available. We find, too, that practically every god in the Mexican hierarchy, whatever his original status, was in some manner connected with the rain cult. Indeed, the rain cult is the central and coalescing factor in Mexican religion, its nucleus and foundation. As might be expected, most of the deities of agricultural 35 growth appear to be of either Toltec or alien origin. Thus, Chichimequotl was Toltec, while Tlazolteotl, Cochiquetzal, Zillanan, Cinteotl, and Xipe were all alien deities of the older settled peoples, but what their relationship to the three great cults of Mexico may have been is not apparent. Most of these deities appear in the Tonalamatal, so that their worship must have been adopted at a comparatively early date. Students of religious phenomena not infrequently show distaste for the deeper consideration of the Mexican faith, not only because of the difficulties which beset the fuller study of this interesting phase of human belief in the eternal verities, but also, perhaps, because of the diabolic reputation which it has achieved, and the grisly horrors to which it is thought those who examine it must perforce accustom themselves. It is certainly not the most obviously prepossessing of the world's religions. Yet if a due allowance be made for the earnestness of its priests and people in the strict observance of a system the hereditary burden of which no one man or generation could hope to remove, and the religion of the Azteca be viewed in a liberal and tolerant spirit, those who are sufficiently painstaking in their scrutiny of it will in time find themselves richly rewarded. Not only does it abound in valuable evidences for the enrichment of the study of religious science and tradition, but by degrees its astonishing beauty of color and wealth of symbolic variety will appeal to the student with all the enchantment of discovery. The echoes of the sacred drum of serpent skin reverberating from the lofty pyramid of Huitzilopochtli, and passing above the mysterious city of Tenochtitlan with all the majesty of Olympic thunder, will seem not less eloquent of the soul of a vanished faith than do the memories of the choral chants of Hellas. And if the recollection of the picturesque but terrible rites of this gifted, imaginative, and not undistinguished people harrows the feelings, does it not arouse in us that fatal consciousness of man's helplessness before the gods, which primitive religion invariably professes and which reason almost seems to uphold? 36 One Moticazoma described his faith to Cortés in almost precisely similar terms. See Bernal Diaz, True History of the Conquest of Mexico, Maudslay's translation. London, 1908. Upward Arrow 2 especially in the Civilization of Ancient Mexico, 1911. Upward Arrow 3 C. Sealer, Gesammelt Abhandlungen, Passim. Upward Arrow 4 C. Appendix, the Tonalamatal and the Solar Calendar. Upward Arrow 5 A Study of Maya Art, 1913, p. 225. Upward Arrow 6 See his commentaries on the several codices, Passim. Upward Arrow 7 See Torquemada, BK 6, c. 24. Upward Arrow 8 Sahagan, 3, c. 4, Analstaquautitlan. Upward Arrow 9 on Quetzalcoatl generally see Sahagan, Passim, Torquemada, Volume I, p. 254, Motolania, Tom. I, pages 10-11, and Mendieta, Passim. Upward Arrow 10 Consult Bibliography to Chapter 9 of H. B. Alexander's North American Mythology. Boston, 1916. Upward Arrow 11 Sahagan, BK 6, c. 8. Upward Arrow 12 See Appendix on Tonalamatal. Upward Arrow 13 See Chapter on Cosmogony. Upward Arrow 14 Sealer, Codex Vaticanus B, 1902-3, p. 174. Upward Arrow 15 In many cosmogonies Hindu, Babylonian, Chinese, Scandinavian, for example the earth is formed from the remains of a slain monster or living being. Upward arrow 16 C-section on Tlaloc. Upward arrow 17 Payne in his History of the New World called America, Volume I, 1892, pages 424 ff, was the first to indicate the fetishistic nature of the statue, which he identifies as that of Chicomicoatl. He pours the vials of scorn upon the Italian dilettanti Boccherini for his identification of the block as Oitzalapokliti Oiamaki. He further states that it has no limbs, but its large, scaly dragon legs are at least as obvious as his lack of success in giving the sculpture its proper name. Upward arrow 18 See my article Cherokees in Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics, Volume 3, p. 504. Upward arrow 19 See Brinton, Nagualism. Upward arrow 20 Annals de Cuautitlan, Brasser, History Nat Civ de Mexico, Volume I, pages 400 ff. Upward arrow 21 Codex Vaticanus, 1902-3, p. 75. Upward arrow 22 For much Mexican star lore of value see Celis Venus period in the picture writings of the Borgia Codex Group, translated into English in Bulletin 28 of the Bureau of American Ethnology, pages 355 ff. For the myth see section on cosmogony. Upward arrow 23 BK2, C4. Upward arrow 24 See appendix on tonalometal. Upward arrow 25 Sahagan, BK2, appendix. Upward arrow 26 Clavigero, Storia del Messico, Volume I, BK6, p. 257, English translation. Upward arrow 27 The native name for Mexico, signifying place upon the water. Upward arrow 28 Monarch. IND, Tom. 2, p. 525. Upward arrow 29 History Mexico, Tom. I, pages 291-2. Upward arrow 30 See the section on Tlaloc. Upward arrow 31 Notes on the Shuswap people of British Columbia, Proceedings and Transactions of the Royal Society of Canada, 1891, Volume 9, Section 2. Montreal, 1892. Upward arrow 32 Sahagan, History General, BK2, C14. Upward arrow 33 History de Tlaxcalan, CV. Upward arrow 34 See section on its papalotl. Upward arrow 35 See chapter on cosmogony. Upward arrow 36 See Sahagan, BKI, C6. Upward arrow 37 See chapter on cosmogony. Upward arrow 38 Torquemada, BK8, C13. Upward arrow 39 Although some of the old authors, Bernal Diaz for instance, say explicitly that the gods of one city were not recognized in another, in effect they were, only under other names. Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 2 Cosmogony Accounts of the creation of the world and of man, even as handed down to us by those writers on Mexican mythology who had the best opportunities for collecting them, are prone to vagueness, and differ so materially one from another that we will probably not be in error if we impute their inconsistencies to a variety of local origins. As regards the agencies by whom the creation or reconstruction of the earth was accomplished, we are not in doubt, for certain passages in the interpretative codices find almost exact corroboration in the creation story contained in the Popol Vuh, the mythic book of the Quiche of Guatemala, which was unknown to the interpreters of the Mexican codices, as well as in similar works of Maya origin. The interpreter of the Codex Telluriano-Romanensis states that the god Tonacatecutli, when it appeared good to him, breathed and divided the waters of the heavens and the earth, which at first were all confused together, and disposed them as they now are one further. He breathed and begot Quetzalcoatl, not by connection with a woman, but by his breath alone to the first of these deities, and his female counterpart Tonakasayuatl, are almost certainly spoken of in the Popolva as the serpents. Covered with green feathers, which, farther on in the quiche work, are alluded to as Spiyakok and Smukane, gods who are generally admitted to be the same as the Mexican Oxomoco and Sipactanal, who, again, are either identical with or closely connected with Tonakatecutli and his spouse. 3 Quetzalcoatl, 37-2, appears in the Popolva as Gukyamats, a known quiche equivalent or translation of his name, for as wind or breath he was also thought of as spirit or life, and probably his fecundating efficacy as a water-bearing god was also taken into consideration. In the Sahagan Ms in the Academia de la Historia, Madrid, is a passage which reads, when translated, they say that he made, created, and formed us whose creatures we are, Topildzin Quetzalcoatl, and he made the heaven, the sun, the earth. The Annals de Cuautitlan or Codex Quimalpopca 4-2, relates how Quetzalcoatl created the 4 classes of humanity, the men of the 4 suns or periods of the world, and how men were made by him on the day 7 wind, and, as we shall see, the work of creation in detail is alluded to in the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, as effected by him and by Tezcatlipoca. Lastly, we find in the creative council of the Quiche heaven, Huracan, who is none other than Tezcatlipoca, a deity closely connected with Quetzalcoatl in at least one Mexican creation myth. Contents: the ages of Mexican cosmogony. Having thus satisfied ourselves regarding the creative personnel of the Mexican pantheon, and preserving further proof of the constructive character of certain of these deities until we come to discuss them individually, we may proceed to examine such myths as tell of the formation of the world. In the belief of the Mexicans, the earth was not destined to receive its present inhabitants, although occupied by man-like beings, until it had undergone a series of cataclysms or partial destructions, regarding the precise incidents and even the number of which there is a marked difference of opinion on the part of the older authorities. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus states that in the First Age, or Sun, as these periods were called by the Nahua of Mexico, water reigned until at last it destroyed 38 the world. This age, according to their computation, lasted 4,008 years, and on the occurrence of that great deluge they say that men were changed into fish, named Tlasamicon, which signifies men-fish. 5 The Second Age, he tells us, lasted for 4,010 years, and the world was ended by the force of violent winds, the catastrophe concluding by the transformation of men into apes. The Third Age endured for 4,801 years and ended in a universal fire, and in the Fourth, which occupied 5,042 years, the human race, which had never ceased to transmit a few survivors from one of these epochs to the next, was almost destroyed by famine. In his Historia Shishimika 6 Islilxochitl calls the first of these epochs Atonatia, water sun, in which all men perished by a great inundation. The second epoch, Tlachitanatia, earth sun, ended with violent earthquakes. In this age lived gigantic beings called Quinames. The third epoch was Ecatonatia, or sun of wind, in which edifices, trees, and men were nearly all destroyed by hurricanes, those who remained being changed into creatures of an intelligence so low as to be almost indistinguishable from monkeys. 7 The Texcucan chronicler does not furnish us with the name of the present age in his Historia, nor in his Relations 8, where, however, we receive fuller information regarding the first 3 epochs, which he succeeds in carelessly transposing, giving the third the second place. The Great Calendar Stone of Mexico. Now in the Museo Nacional, Mexico. Camargo 9 would almost appear to have been indebted to Islilxochitl for his version of the creation myth, but he seems to have been under the impression that only 2 of the epochs were ended. That 3 past cataclysms had taken place and that 4 ages in all had occurred is, indeed, the most generally favored version of the story, but some 39 authorities seem to have been of the opinion that a myth was current among the Mexican people which stated that no less than 5 epochs had taken place in the history of the world. Gama, Gamarra, and Humboldt share this view, and Mendieta is of opinion that 5 suns existed before the present era, all of which were of such noxious character that the inhabitants of the earth languished and perished through their baneful influence. But we have more stable authority for the sequence of these suns or epochs. It is probable that this cataclysmic theory was in vogue among the Nahua for generations before it received a more or less definite form, and, indeed, Vidya 10 and Islilxochitl 11 state that the number of suns was agreed upon at a meeting of native astronomers within traditional memory. We are probably following the official version of the myth if we accept that to which the so-called calendar stone of Mexico gives sculptured form and which may be interpreted as follows: while the world was still wrapped in primeval gloom, the god Tezcatlipoca transformed himself into the sun. This epoch, which was known as Naur-i-Ocelotl or Four Jaguar, ended in the destruction of humanity and the race of giants who then inhabited the earth by fierce jaguars. Quetzalcoatl became the second sun, and the age of Naur-i-Ecatl or Four Wind ended in violent hurricanes, during which men were transformed into monkeys. Tlaloc then took upon himself the task of providing the world with light, and his epoch of Naur-i-Quetzalcoatl or Four Rain came to an end by means of a deluge of fire. The goddess Chalcahuitlacu represented the sun of the age Naur-i-Atl, Four Water, at the end of which there descended a deluge in which men were changed into fishes. Later there appeared the present sun, Naur-i-Olan, which, it was believed, would end in earthquakes. Contents: The Making of the Earth, the second chapter of the Historia de los Mexicanos por 40 sus Pinturas, a précis of the opening chapters of which is given farther on, states that the gods created a great fish which is called the Cipactli, which is like the Cayman alligator, and of this fish they made the earth. The description of the earth monster, as it appears in the codices, as an alligator or swordfish is, however, by no means convincing. Moreover, the sculptured representation of the earth monster in Maya art, especially in such examples as that from Copan, is essentially dragon-like in form, and there would seem to be little difficulty in classing the Cipactli as an earth dragon, similar in nature to the cosmic monster of Chinese art and mythology. The fact, too, that in the native paintings we frequently observe the sun god in the act of being swallowed by the Cipactli strengthens the analogy with the Chinese example. The jaguar sun. The wind sun. Stones showing the symbols of the suns or ages. Contents: The peopling of the earth. The precise manner in which the earth was peopled by the gods is also a subject concerning which great variety of opinion is shown by the older writers on Mexican beliefs, and, as in the case of the cosmogonic myth proper, this is probably to be accounted for by local variation. Mendieta 12 is our authority for a conception which appears to have gained wide currency in many parts of Mexico. There is good evidence that he in turn received it from Andrés de Olmos, a friar of great literary integrity and linguistic capability, whose writings we may regard with credence and confidence. The myth opens in the heavenly abode of the gods Citlalatonic and Citlalicu, who were also known as Ometacutli and Amasihuatl or Tonacatecutli and Tonacasayuatl, and whom the Mexicans regarded as the eventual sources of all human life. The goddess gave birth to a flint knife, probably such an implement as was employed for the purpose of human sacrifice. The circumstance appeared of bad omen to her sons, who, scandalized by it, cast the flint earthwards. It fell in the vicinity of Chicamaztoc, the place of 7 caves, 41, and immediately there sprang from it an army of 1,600 gods, who, discontented with their condition, dispatched Tlitli, the hawk, as an ambassador to the heavenly sphere to ask as a boon that the power of creating men might be conferred upon them, as it was not fitting that beings of divine origin should suffer the miseries of earthly toil. Their mother, who also seems to have been perplexed by the manner of their birth, replied in no very gracious terms. But in order to relieve their wretchedness, she directed them to seek the good offices of Mictlantecuhtli, lord of the realm of the dead, from whom, she suggested, they might obtain some of the relics of past generations, which, if subjected to the magical influence of sacrifice, might provide the beginnings of a new earth race. After consultation, the earth gods chose Colitl XIII as their messenger to the place of the dead, and after an interview with its terrible ruler, he succeeded in obtaining a bone of superhuman dimensions. Fearful of treachery at the hands of Mictlantecuhtli, Colitl turned to flee, but was pursued and, falling in his flight, broke in pieces the precious relic he carried. These he hastily gathered up and succeeded in quitting the subterranean world without mishap. Returning to his brothers, he placed the bone in a vessel, and each of the earth gods, drawing blood from his own body, dropped it into the receptacle. For 3 days nothing occurred to justify their hopes, but on the fourth the gory mass stirred, and from its depths there emerged a human boy. Satisfied with the experiment, the gods repeated it, and at the end of another 4 days a girl arose from the vessel. Colitl was appointed guardian to the children so miraculously created 14 and nourished them upon the milk-like juice of the maguey plant. They throve apace, and in course of time became 42 man and woman, the progenitors of the entire human race, who differ in bulk and stature as the pieces of the rescued bone varied in size and shape. Thus were born Iztak Mixcoatl the first man and Ilansutl or Ilamatikuhtli, his wife. The water sun. The rain sun. Stones showing the symbols of the suns or ages. Contents creation of the sun and moon. These deeds had, however, passed in a world of darkness, for as yet the sun had not risen. A council of the gods was assembled at Teotihuacan, a locality of great sanctity, and seated round a council fire, it considered the means by which the luminary might be created. It was resolved that he who first cast himself into the fire should be transformed into the sun. The offer was accepted by Nanawatsin, who was afflicted with a painful disease, had therefore found life intolerable and did not dread the transformation. Nothing happened for some time after his self-immolation, and the waiting gods began to make wagers with one another regarding the place in the heavens where the sun would be likely to show itself. None of them had considered it probable that it would rise in the east, and when at last it became visible in that quarter, it was as a stationary mass which directed such scorching rays upon them that they dispatched the hawk messenger to request it to depart. Whether or not Nanawatsin in his role of sun god was wroth with his brothers for personal reasons, he replied that it was his intention to destroy them utterly. A great fear seized upon some, whilst others grew angry and caught up their weapons. Among the latter was Sitlai, who fitted an arrow to his bow and fired at the transformed Nanawatsin. The sun god avoided the shaft. He could not, however, evade all those which followed, but seizing one, cast it back at Sitlai, whom it transfixed and slew. Fiercer became the heat, until at length the gods could tolerate it no longer, and felt that it behoved them to perish by each other's hands rather than by the ignoble death of suffocation. They agreed that Colitl should dispatch them one by one, cutting open their breasts, and this holocaust he undertook, finally slaying himself. Before perishing, the gods left their raiment to their personal 43 servants, of which each retainer made a bundle, wrapping his master's clothing round a stick, placing a small green stone inside to serve as a heart, and naming it after the god to whom it had belonged. Olmos himself encountered such a relic in Tlalmanalco, exhibiting evidences of very considerable age. 15 On the death of the gods the sun began to move in the heavens, and a god, Techistecatl, who had hidden himself in a cavern when Nanawatsin leaped into the fire, now emerged from his hiding place and took the form of the moon. The retainers carried the bundles from place to place, and one of them, the servant of Tezcatlipoca, coming to the seashore, had a vision of his deceased master, who commanded him to betake himself to the house of the sun and to bring him singers and players of instruments to assist in the celebration of a festival. To enable the messenger to travel to the sun house, the whale, the siren, and the tortoise were asked to form themselves into a bridge which might reach the abode of the luminary. The servant crossed it, singing sweetly as he went, and his song was heard by the sun, who straightly commanded his retainers not to respond to it on being approached by the singer. This some of them failed to do, and returning with the messenger, took with them the necessary instruments wherewith to celebrate the festival of Tezcatlipoca. The people of Texcoco, says Olmos, naturally placed the occurrence of these events within their own boundaries, but they added, according to a pictorial manuscript which they showed the friar, that the sun shot a dart into the ground and at this spot the first man arose. He was imperfect, being formed only from the armpits upward. He was followed by a woman. Mendieta suppresses the remainder of the myth because of its Rabelaisian details, but we may conclude that from these twain humanity was descended. Sahagun's account of the creation of the sun and moon 1644 differs somewhat from the foregoing and is as follows: the gods met at Teotihuacan, and asked one another, who will undertake the task of lighting the world, to which one god called Techistecatl, he who was to become the moon god, replied, that will I. They cast about for still another member of the pantheon to undertake the duty. At last they fixed upon one who was afflicted with a terrible disease, who at once agreed to the accomplishment of their desires. During 4 days the gods prepared for the occasion by acts of penitence, then they kindled a fire on a rock named Teotexcali, high place of the gods. Meanwhile Techistecatl made offerings of many precious things, rich feathers, and golden ornaments. The spines with which the gods ceremonially pricked themselves were like the spines of the maguey, but were made from precious stones, and the copal they used for incense was of no common sort. The victim, who was called Nanahuatl, offered 9 green reeds, joined 3 and 3, instead of the ordinary branches and balls of grass and spines of the maguey generally employed for such ceremonies, and these he saturated with his own blood. In place of copal he offered up the scabs of his sores. The gods built a tower for each of the 2 divinities who had undertaken the illumination of the world, and performed penance for 4 days and 4 nights. They then strewed the ground with the branches, flowers, and other objects of which they had made use during that time. On the night following, shortly before midnight, they brought Techistecatl his ornaments. These consisted of a plumage called Aztacamitl, made of heron's feathers, and a jacket of light stuff, whilst to Nanahuatl they gave a crown of paper called Amazontli, paper hair, and a stole and cincture, likewise of paper. Midnight having arrived, all the gods ranged themselves in the place called Teotexcali, where the fire had burned for 4 days. They arranged themselves into 2 files, one on either side of the fire, and Techistecatl was requested to cast himself into the burning mass. Terrified by the intense heat which he experienced as he advanced towards the flames, the god recoiled. Again and again he essayed 45 to leap into the fire, but his courage failed him. Then the gods called upon Nanahuatl, who, on being summoned, immediately cast himself into the blazing mass, where he at once began to crackle like meat that roasts. Techistecatl, ashamed of his former conduct, now followed him into the conflagration, and it was said that the eagle entered the flames at the same time, which is the reason assigned for its dark plumage. The tiger or ocelot followed, and was only partly burnt, as is witnessed by its spots. It is evident that this myth applied in some manner to the Aztec military brotherhoods of Cuautli and Ocelotl, who wore the eagle and ocelot insignia respectively. 17 The gods had already waited some time to witness the resurrection of Nanawadal, when they beheld the heavens commence to grow red. Terrified at the sight, they fell upon their knees and could not comprehend whence the light had arisen. The glow of sunrise illuminated every point of the compass, but many fixed their gaze upon the east, feeling that in that direction the luminary would first be sighted. Those who gazed thither were Quetzalcoatl, also called Ecatl, Totec, and Tezcatlipoca. Others called Mimixco were innumerable, and there were also present 4 goddesses, Tyacapan, Tyco, Tlacowa, and Cocoyotl. When the sun rose at length he appeared very red, and no one might look upon him without being blinded by his rays. The moon appeared at the same time, and gave forth light equal to that of the orb of day. But the gods thought it ill that the moon should be as bright as the sun, and therefore one of them took a rabbit and cast it at the face of the moon, so that it remained there to dim its splendor. Although the sun and moon were raised above the earth, they remained stationary. They spoke mockingly to their erstwhile companions. "How now," they said, "do you wish to remain in mortal shame? Die all of you and confer life upon the stars." The wind then offered to discharge the function of immolating 46 the gods and slew them one by one. Only Colitl refused to die, and begged for life, weeping so sorely that his eyes dropped out. When those who were to make the sacrifice laid hold of him, he fled and concealed himself in a field of maize, where he changed himself into a stalk of that plant having 2 feet, roots, such as the peasants call colitl. But having been recognized among the maize, he took flight a second time and hid himself among some maguey plants, where he changed himself into the double maguey plant which is called mexolitl, maguey of colitl. On being discovered a third time he took flight once more and threw himself into the water, where he took the form of a fish called axolotl. 18 But in this last disguise he was caught and killed. When the gods had been slain, the wind commenced to whistle and blow with violence, so that at length the burning globe of the sun began to drift over the heavens. But the moon still remained at rest, and in this manner they became separated, so that their habit is to rise at different hours. The Analstaquautitlan, after the manner of the book of Genesis, states that the world and all therein were created in 7 days. In the sign Tochtli the earth was created, the firmament was erected in Akatl, animals came into being in Tekpatl, and man was made out of dust or ashes on Ehekatl, the 7th day, but completed and perfected by Quetzalcoatl, who appears to have played the part of a demiurgos as regards the human race. There can be little doubt that this myth has been sophisticated, or is a later invention. The Analstaquautitlan, however, sustains the accounts of Olmos and Sahagan regarding the creation of the sun and moon. Camargo, speaking of the Tlaxcaltec cosmology 19, says that the Indians did not believe that the world had been created, but that it had been produced by chance. Space, according 47 to their philosophy, has always existed. Vidya 20 states that the Mexicans believed the world and man to have been created by Tlocnawagi, Tonacatecutli. Boccherini credits the creation to the same first cause, and passages in Sahagan lead us to believe that both Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl were regarded as sub-creative spirits, who were either partly or wholly responsible for the existence of the universe. Clavigero expressly states that the former was the soul of the world, the creator of heaven and earth and lord of all things. 21 Mendieta 22, a much older authority, gives it as his opinion that the making and molding of the world was the handiwork of several gods, but especially of Tezcatlipoca, Oitzilapoctli, and an obscure deity, Ocelapukatli, who equates with the ocelot alluded to in Sahagan's account. Sahagan, it will be observed, disappoints us in his account of the creation, which he confines to the details of the appearance of the sun and moon, and is silent concerning the creation of gods and men. This is strange when the facilities he had for the collection of myths are considered, but as a priest, it is evident that he is more interested in points of ritual than in religious narrative, which, he evidently agrees with Curtin's French-Canadian, is to be regarded as chose d'absurdité 23 even although we possess the sonorous warning of Prescott and the objections of others to bias us against Islilxochitl, there is little ground for regarding his version of the Mexican creation story as being other than he received it from sources which would have been unspeakably precious had he made better use of them as regards other subjects. Regarding Islilxochitl's version of the creation myth, that the creator Tloknawagi, the maker of the planets, brought into being a man and a woman from whom all human beings are descended, we have no parallel in Mexican myth, nor, indeed, in American myth, if we accept that of 48 the creation of man current in ancient Peru, and it is probable that, so far as his version of the creation of humanity is concerned, Islilxochitl had encountered a myth which was either of relatively late origin, or had arisen out of the ideas engendered by contact with Christianity. This is, however, by no means to say that Islilxochitl himself invented the account. 24 Contents The Historia de los Mexicanos The Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas is a manuscript of such importance to the study of Nahua cosmogony that a short précis of its earlier chapters may, perhaps, be found of value in this place. Tonacatecutli and his consort Tonacasayuatl, who had existed from the beginning, resolved to undertake the work of creation. They had 4 sons, the eldest of whom was Tlachtlochtescatlipoca, or Camaxtli. He was born of a red color. The second son, Yayanctescatlipoca, was greater and more powerful than the rest. He was born black. The third was Quetzalcoatl or Yakatecutli, and the fourth Omitaciled, and for another name Maguacotl, and the Mexicans called him Ocalobi, Oitzilapoctli, for he was left-handed and was chief god to those of Mexico, and their war god. Of these 4, Tezcatlipoca was the wisest, was in all places, and knew the hearts and thoughts of everyone. And for this he was called Moyocoya, he who is all-powerful, and who has all those things without which nothing can be. Oitzilapoctli was born without flesh, but with bones 25, and in this state he remained for 600 years, during which time the gods made nothing. After 600 years these 4 godlike brothers were born, and all came together to order what was to be and the law that they should hold. They made a half-sun in the midst, the other luminaries great and small, 49, and a man and woman named Oxamuco and Sipactanal, commanding him to till the earth and her to spin and weave. From these were born the maesquils or laborers. And to Sipactanal the gods gave certain grains of maize that she might keep them and use them for charms and riddles, and since that day women have used them for that purpose. The gods then gave this pair the days of the calendar and divided them into months, 20 days to each month, and 360 days in the year. Then they made Mitlantecutli and Mictecasayuatl, man and wife, to be the gods of the infernal regions. Later they made the heavens and space and the water, and then a great fish like the caiman, which is called Sipactli, from which they shaped the earth. In order to create the gods of water, all 4 gods joined together and made Tlaloc and his wife Chalcahuitlacua. These gods of water have their place in the 4 quarters, and in the middle of it was a great court, where there were 4 tubs of water. One water is very good, and this rains when they grow grain and wheat. And these gods of water have many dwarfish servants in the said house, and these have pitchers, with which they take the water from the tubs, and sticks in the other hand. When the gods of water wish them to go to the boundaries, they take the pitchers and sticks and sprinkle the water as they are told. And when it thunders, they crack the pitchers with the sticks, and when it lightens they break off a portion of the pitcher. All the aforesaid things had been made and created without taking any account of the years, and without respect of time. The first man and woman had a son called Piltsintakutli, who desired a wife with whom to live. So the gods made of the hairs of Quetzal a woman, and thus was the first marriage made. This having been done, all the four gods saw that the half-sun which had been created gave but little light. And they saw that they must make another half, because the existing light was not able to illuminate the world. Then Tezcatlipoca became the sun-bearer. And the gods created the giants, who were very 50 great men and of much strength. And they called the age in which Tezcatlipoca was the sun the age of boasting and of tigers, for the giants gorged and ate and wanted for nothing. And when 13 times 50 and 2 years were past, Quetzalcoatl was the sun. Then Tezcatlipoca took a great stick and struck upon the water, and turning himself into a tiger, went out to kill the giants. Afterwards he appeared in the sky, for they said that the Ursa Major sank in the water, because it is Tezcatlipoca. During the time Quetzalcoatl was the sun another count went on, which, having ended, Tezcatlipoca cast out Quetzalcoatl, who became the wind, which, when it blew on the Maesquils, turned them into monkeys and apes. And there was for sun Tlaloc, which lasted 364 years. During these years Quetzalcoatl rained fire on the sun, and then created as the sun his wife Chalcahuitlaqueo. She was the sun for 312 years. In the last year in which Chalcahuitlaqueo was the sun, it rained so heavily that all the Maesquils were turned into fishes. And when it had ceased to destroy, the heavens fell upon the earth and the great rain began, the which year was Toctli. And the gods ordered 4 roads to be made to the middle of the earth for them, and raised the heavens, and to help them in holding them up they created 4 men, called Kotmak, Iskoad, Ismali, and Tansukia, who were created by Tezcatlipoca and Quetzalcoatl. Then they made great trees, Tezcatlipoca one which was called Tajcaquifalt, which is to say tree of the mirror, and Quetzalcoatl one which was called Quetzalhuasuch, and with the help of the men they had made and the trees the gods held up the heavens and the stars and made a road in the sky. After the heavens had been raised, in the 2nd year after the flood, which was Acatl, Tezcatlipoca pronounced his name, and there appeared the dumb Mixcoatl, serpent of the clouds. And they paint him as a serpent. And they drew fire from fire sticks, which they called Heart of the Fire. In the 7th year after the flood was born Cintiatl, the first son of the first man, who was a god, and 51 his wife a goddess, and he was made of the hairs of the mother goddess, and it was said that he was not able to die. And in the 8th year after the flood the gods created the Maesquils, like those that were before. When the first 3 years of this group of years had passed, in the first of the next group all the 4 gods came together, and said that because the earth had no light, and was dark, and that because there was no fire, they would make a sun which would give light to the earth, and which would eat hearts and drink blood. In order to do this they made war, by which they were able to procure hearts and blood. In this time Tezcatlipoca made 400 men and 100 women, and on these the sun lived. In the 10th year, Suchakar, the first wife of Piltsintakutli, the son of the first man, was killed in the war, and was the first so to die. If we search for a common factor among these conflicting ideas, we will, indeed, find the task one of difficulty. The nature of the sources from which we obtain them does not permit us to arrange them chronologically, and all that we can found upon in this respect is their subject matter, which cannot enlighten us much. As has been said, we are probably on safe ground if we accept the version of the several ages hypothetically contained in the so-called calendar stone of Mexico. The circumstance, too, that the sun and moon myth, as related by Olmos, agrees for the most part with the version of Sahagan, permits us to regard it as a well-recognized belief. Nor can the variant myth regarding the creation of mankind, which is briefly described in an annotation, shake our confidence in the credibility of Olmos, as it obviously differs more in the names of the actors in the drama of creation than in the circumstances, which are almost identical. But if it is impossible to verify strictly the place of origin of the Olmos myth, although Texcoco was claimed as its home, it is permissible to indicate the universal character of that portion of it which deals with the creation of the heavenly bodies, from its similarity to the analogous passage in Sahagun's rendering, which proves that that part of it at least must have been more or less widely 52 disseminated throughout Mexico. We know that after the collection of data in any district it was his custom to submit them to experts in other and distant parts of the country for comparison and verification. We may thus be justified in classing the calendar stone version of the world's ages and the Sahagun portion of the creation myth of the luminaries of the last age as among the standard beliefs of Mexican theology. It follows from Sahagun's general agreement with the Olmos Mendieta account that the portion of that version which he does not treat of must naturally be within reasonable distance of exactitude. The circumstance that both of these accounts relate the self-immolation of the gods by the sacrificial method of having their breasts opened, seems to prove that the myth was no older than the institution of human sacrifice, which we are perhaps correct in regarding as of no very great antiquity, although arguments of sufficient cogency might be brought against this view. Contents: deluge myths. As Mexican myths of the creation differ, so do those concerning the great deluge which at one period was supposed to have overwhelmed the earth. As we have seen, myths which are concerned with the several ages of the earth dwell upon such an event, but separate myths exist which also tell of a great flood which is almost certainly to be identified with the water sun. The goddess Chalcahuitlaquio, the goddess of water, says one of the interpreters of the Codex Telluriano-Romensis, saved herself in the deluge. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A relates that, most of the old people of Mexico say that a single man and a single woman escaped from this deluge, from whom, in course of time, mankind multiplied. The tree in which they saved themselves was called Ahuehuete, the fir tree, and they say that this deluge happened in the 10th sign, according to their computation, which they represented by water, which on account of its clearness they place in their calendar. They say that during the first age men ate no bread, but only a certain kind of wild maize, 53, which they called it Sitsi Udli. They name this first age Conistal, which signifies the white head. Others say that not only did these two who were preserved in the tree escape, but that 7 others remained hidden in a certain cave, and that the deluge having passed away, they came forth and restored the population of the earth, dispersing themselves over it, and that their descendants in course of time worshipped them as gods, each in his own nation. A similar myth in the Annals de Cuautitlan or Codex Quimalpopoca, is also worthy of quotation. And this year was that of Ce Cali, and on the first day all was lost. The mountain itself was submerged in the water and the water remained tranquil for 52 springs. Now toward the close of the year, Titlacahuan, Tezcatlipoca, had forewarned the man named Nata and his wife Nina, saying, "Make no more pulque, but straightway hollow out a large cypress, and enter it when in the month of Tozajli the water shall approach the sky." They entered it, and when Titlacahuan had closed the door he said, "Thou shalt eat but a single ear of maize and thy wife but one also." As soon as they had finished eating, they went forth and the water was tranquil, for the log did not move any more, and opening it they saw many fish. Then they built a fire, rubbing together pieces of wood, and they roasted fish. The gods Citlalinacuc and Citlalatonac, looking below, exclaimed, "Divine Lord, what means that fire below? Why do they thus smoke the heavens?" Straightway descended Titlacahuan Tezcatlipoca and commenced to scold, saying, "What is this fire doing here?" And seizing the fishes he molded their hinder parts and changed their heads, and they were at once transformed into dogs. 26 Contents: the Coxcox fallacy. It is unnecessary in this place to deal at any length with the quite artificial myth given by Siguenza and Clavigero, 54, based on a mistaken interpretation of certain Mexican paintings. Briefly, they state that Coxcox, the Mexican Noah, and his spouse Xochiquetzal escaped from the deluge in a boat which grounded on the peak of Calhuacan, the Ararat of Mexico. Dumb children were born to them, who received innumerable languages from a polyglot dove. Garcia y Cubas published in his Atlas Geográfico a letter from Ramirez, April 1858, in which the then conservator of the National Museum of Mexico showed the fallacy of Siguenza's interpretation and proved that the pictures in question referred to the wanderings of the Aztecs in the Valley of Mexico. A flood myth which has for its hero one of the giants who were supposed to inhabit the earth in the First Age, or rather the First Age according to the version which is supported by the calendar stone, states that Zelhua, the giant in question, escaped the deluge by ascending the mountain of Tlaloc in the terrestrial paradise, and afterwards built the pyramid of Cholula. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A says of this story, in this First Age giants existed in that country. They relate of one of the 7 whom they mention as having escaped from the deluge, that, the earth becoming populous, he went to Cholulan and there began to build a tower which is that of which the brick base is still visible. The name of that chief was Zelhua. He built it in order that should a deluge come again he might escape to it. Its base is 1,800 feet in circumference. When it had already reached a great height, lightning from heaven fell and destroyed it. Those Indians who were under that chief who had escaped from the deluge, named Zelhua, made bricks out of a mountain in Tlalomanalco called Cocotl, and from Tlalomanalco to Colula Indians were placed to pass the bricks and cement from hand to hand, and thus they built this tower, that was named Tlan Colula, which was so high that it appeared to reach heaven. And being content, since it seemed to them that they had a place to escape from the deluge if it should again happen, and from whence they might ascend into heaven, 55 A calcatl, which is a precious stone, fell from thence and struck it to the ground. Others say that the calcatl was in the shape of a toad, and that whilst destroying the tower it reprimanded them, inquiring of them their reason for wishing to ascend into heaven, since it was sufficient for them to see what was on the earth. The base of the tower is at the present day still remaining and its circumference is 1,800 feet. This myth has equivalents in the Hindu story of the manner in which Hanuman, king of the monkeys, built a bridge from India to Ceylon, and in Scottish legend, where Corstorphine Church, near Edinburgh, is the scene of the building, the stones being passed on from hand to hand by the picks from Ravelston Quarry, some considerable distance away. But it bears a more striking resemblance to the story of the Tower of Babel, the work of another being of gigantic origin, Nimrod. Zelhua was the mythical ancestor of the people of Tehuacan, and Teotitlan del Camino. It may be that his myth has been sophisticated by the priestly writers who set it down, and in any case it seems to be etiological or explanatory of the Pyramid of Cholula. Contents: the fall of the gods. In the literature of ancient Mexican mythology we find persistent vestigial notices of a fall of the gods, or rather of certain deities from heaven. Thus in the interpretation of the Codex Telluriano-Romensis we find a divine locality called Timoanchan described as the mansion from which they fell, and where they gathered roses. The same paragraph 27 relates that Timoanchan is the place where these gods were created whom they feared. It signifies the terrestrial paradise, and accordingly they relate that those gods being in that place transgressed by plucking roses and branches from the trees, and that on this account Tonacatecutli and his wife, Tonacasigua, became highly incensed, and cast them out of that place, and that some of them came 56 to earth and others went to hell. One of these, the divinity most frequently associated by the codices with this event, Ixnextli, is spoken of in the same work 28 as Eve, always weeping and looking at her husband Adam. She is called Ixnextli, which signifies eyes blind with ashes, and this refers to the time subsequent to her sinning by plucking the roses. In Codex Telluriano-Romensis, Plate 7, Kingsborough, she is associated with the god Eucoiatl and is represented as kneeling on a chair with head averted. There is no doubt that the name given her here, and which is supplemented by the name Xochiquetzal, is that of a variant of the latter, who is the goddess of flowers. In his interpretation of this goddess in his work on the Ogungupil Tonalamadal, pages 118 to 119, Seeler gives it as his opinion that the insignia of the goddess Tonakasayuatl, consort of the creative deity Tonakatekutli, is identical with that of Xochiquetzal, and proceeds to say that this strongly suggests that the home of the cosmogonic speculations embodied in the names of Tonakatekutli and Tonakasayuatl was to be sought in the region where dwelt the goddess Xochiquetzal, and this was assuredly not Mexico proper, but appears to have been the group which in one place is comprised by Turkmeta under the name Chalmika, Almika, Zakalanksa, Tepanika, Cochimalksa, and Tlalhuica. Here by Chalmika are to be understood the dwellers about the volcano, and by Almika, Zakalanksa, the aborigines of the Tlaxcalan district. Originally the goddess Xochiquetzal is perhaps nothing more than the deity of one of those mountains from which the life-giving waters flow down from the fields. It is easy to believe that Xochiquetzal is a variant of Tonakasayuatl, but it is not necessary to infer therefrom that the Olmec Tlaxcaltec version of the myth relating to her with its cosmogonic speculations was prior in origin to that which found acceptance at Mexico, even although the Olmecs were regarded as an older race. Tonakatekutli and his consort were believed to be Toltec deities, and had thus a greater antiquity behind them than Olmec myth could invest them 57 with. Codex Vaticanus A tells much the same story regarding Ixnextli and was probably inspired from the same source. Contents Mexican conceptions of the universe. No definite account of the Mexican conception of the universe has come down to us, but we are probably founding correctly if we accept the Maya belief as closely approximating to that in general currency in Mexico. An examination of the central design in the Maya Book of Ilan Balam of Mani, given in Cogolito's History of Yucatan, 1640, shows the earth as a cubical block, by which term it is practically described in the Popolva, the quadrated castle, four-pointed, four-sided, four-bordered. This the Maya described as Tem, the altar, that is, the altar of the gods, the offering upon which was life. Above this cube on four legs is the celestial vase, containing the heavenly waters, rains, and showers, upon which all life depends. Above it hang the rain clouds which fill it, and from it springs the Vaxche, or tree of life, with outspread branches. A similar illustration from the Codex Cortesiano 29 Amiamis, which has been described as the tableau of the Bacabs or heavenly supporters, shows the tree of life, the celestial vase, and the cloud masses. Beneath the tree are seen the two creative deities, and the whole design is surrounded by the 20-day signs. Contents the 5 regions of the world. The Mexicans divided the universe into 5 regions. The locus clas sikus for the representatives of the gods who preside over these regions is the first sheet of the Codex Fijirveri Meyer. The fire god occupies the center of the picture, for just as fire occupies a space in the middle of the primitive hut, so does Xiuhchicutli maintain the central position in the universal disposition of things. From him 4 streams 58 of sacrificial blood radiate in the direction of the 4 cardinal points, east, north, west, south 30, which are situated at each corner of the picture, for he rules over all as well as over the center, which is known as Tlalxico. These bands of blood end in the 4-day signs Acatl, Tecpatl, Kali, and Toctli, from which alone the years of the calendar or tonalamadal could be named, and which respectively agree with the cardinal points noted above. The four sides of the square are also associated with the four quarters of the universe. Thus the top square in the picture represents Tlapkapa, region of the dawn, the east, the right-hand side its Naik, place of thorns, the south, the bottom Siut Lampa, region of women, the west, and the left-hand side Mite Lampa, place of the dead, the north. Within these squares are seen four species of trees, belonging to the 4 points of the compass. They resemble the trees seen in sheet 49 of Codex Borgia and sheet 17 of Codex Vaticanus B, from the first of which codices they can be more clearly described. North. South. The trees of the world quarters. Codex Fijrveri sheet 1. The tree of the east is represented as a highly conventionalized tree having two boughs, each with four branches which end in the chalkawitl, greenstone, symbol. Round branches are twisted two ropes, green and blue in color, set with golden bells. A quetzal bird perches upon the top and the trunk is decorated with the symbol for war, for the spirits of the sacrificed warriors were believed to dwell in the eastern heavens, where the sun rose. The tree springs from the body of the earth goddess, and the ornaments borne by it are symbolic of the rich and fruitful character of the Orient. The tree of the north. This tree is painted half green, half blue, but is set with thorns in every part. Bands of blood and darkness issue from the body of the earth goddess, in which it has its root, and these wind around its boughs. The eagle stands upon the top, each of its plumes bristling with a sacrificial stone knife. The tree of the west. This has a yellow star, and bears 59 the magic bloom at the end of each branch. It is surmounted by the hummingbird, and its trunk is dotted with the stellar eye, in this case the evening star. East. West. The trees of the world quarters. Codex Fijrveri sheet 1. The tree of the south. This, too, is thorny, but painted red, and the trunk is sprinkled with symbols recalling that of the spoken word which in the codices is frequently seen issuing from the mouths of gods and men. It may symbolize smoke or fire, thus alluding to the fiery nature of the region to which the tree belongs. A cloud of darkness and a stream of blood wind around the stem. It is surmounted by the arara bird. These four trees have parallels in Maya mythology, as, for example, on the altar pieces of the cross from Palenque, Temple 2, and elsewhere. The gods governing the 5 regions of the universe are 31, Center Xiuchicutli, East Mixcoatl and Tlaloc, North Itztli and Cochipilli, West Iztac Mixcoatl and Quetzalcoatl, South Maculxocatl and Xipe. We find from an examination of the codices that the Mexicans believed that the world or universe was divided into, Tlalxico, the center or navel of the earth; Tlapcapa, the region of the dawn, the east; Itznaik, place of thorns, the south; Siuat Lampa, region of women, the west; Mite Lampa, place of the dead, the north. These several regions demand a brief description. Tlalxico was the dark interior of the earth, which was supposed to be inhabited by an animal-headed god or demon, resembling a badger, to whom no name has as yet been applied, but who seems to possess affinities with sorcery and the darker arts. A good representation of him is to be found on sheet 9 of Codex Vaticanus B. Tlapcapa, the east, or region of the dawn, was regarded 60 as a region of prosperity, fertility, and abundant food supplies. It was the house of the sun, the region where sacrificed warriors dwelt in bliss, and will be further described when we come to deal with the subject of heaven and hell. The tree of the middle quarter. Itznaik or Itzlampa, region of thorns, the south, was, as its name implied, a place of rather evil omen, for it was sometimes thought of as inhabited by Mictlan, lord of the dead. The Mexicans, dwelling in a plateau country where climatic conditions were temperate, probably regarded the tropics to the south as a region fatal to health, and generally insalubrious in character. Sayuat Lampa, region of women, the west, was the place to which those women who died in their first childbed, Sivapapiltan or Sayuatidio, went after death, and as such falls to be described in the section on heaven and hell. But it was also the home of the maize plant, and of the deities producing it, and also of the gods of procreation. It was the region of the evening star, Tlaurascalpanti Kutli, the planet Venus. In Codex Borgia, sheets 43 to 46, we seem to see a subdivision of the western region into north, south, and west. This region may also be collated with Timoanchan, the paradisaical land of abundant maize, where the maize goddess Tlazalteotl gave birth to her son Sentiotl. Mitlampa, region of the dead, also falls to be noticed in the section on heaven and hell. Symbolically it is the region of drought. Contents: the supporters of the heavens. Just as we gain light upon the subject of the Mexican idea of the universe from Maya sources, so do we find a similar correspondence in the beliefs of the two races as regards the conception that the heavens were supported by certain deities. Thus the Maya believed that the heavens were upheld by four gods called Bacabs, and we find pictures in the Mexican codices which depict certain deities upholding both the heavens and the earth. On sheets 49 to 52 of Codex Borgia, upper half, are seen the gods of the four quarters and the four supporters of the sky, which last are Tlaurascalpanti Kutli, 61 the sun god, Quetzalcoatl, and Mitlantecutli. On sheets 19 to 23 of Codex Vaticanus B, the four upholders of the heavens are given as Tlaurascalpanti Kutli, Huitzilopochtli, Quetzalcoatl, and Mitlantecutli, and the four terrestrial gods as Zyptotec, Mitlantecutli, Xochipilli, and Sentiotl. The first four are shown upholding the starry firmament, so that we are left in no doubt as regards the existence of such a conception as the support of the heavens by certain gods. The close correspondence between the personnel of the skybearers in the two manuscripts proves a fairly universal acceptance of the belief, especially as Zyptotec and Tonatia the sun god have much in common. 32 Contents: the Aztec heavens. According to ancient Mexican belief, various destinations awaited the dead. Warriors slain in battle repaired to the region of the sun, where they dwelt in bliss with the deity who presided over that luminary. Sacrificed captives also fared thence. These followed the sun in his daily course, crying aloud and beating upon their shields, and fighting sham battles. It is also said, writes Sahagan in his History of the Affairs of New Spain, Appendix to BK 3, ch 3, that in this heaven are trees and forests of divers sorts. The offerings which the living of this world make to the dead duly arrive at their destination, and are received in this heaven. After 4 years of sojourn in that place, the souls of the dead are changed into divers species of birds having rich plumage of the most brilliant colors. These were known as Tsinson May 33, little bird which flies from place to place, and they flitted from blossom to blossom on earth as well as in heaven, sucking the rich fragrance from the tropical blooms of the deep valleys of Anahuac. This region is the Sayut Lampa, and perhaps the Timoanchan alluded to above. Tlalocan, an even more material paradise, was presided over by the water god or deity of moisture, Tlaloc. Sahagan 62 calls this a terrestrial paradise, where they feign that there is surfeit of pleasure and refreshment, void, for a space, of torment. In that delectable region there is plenteousness of green maize, of calabashes, pepper, tomatoes, haricots, and it is fulfilled with variegated blossoms. There dwell the god Tlaloc and his followers. The persons who gain admittance to this paradise are those who have been slain by lightning or thunderbolt, the leprous and the dropsical, those whose deaths have in any way been caused through the agency of water, for Tlaloc is god of that element. Existence there is perpetual. The paradise of Tlaloc was situated in the east in a climate of eternal summer. Homaeaca, the interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A, states that the abode of the creator of the universe, Tonakatekutli, was Homaeaca or Homaiokan, place of the Holy Trinity. The etymology is vague, but would appear to apply to duality rather than trinity, a suggestion which is buttressed by the androgynous character of the creative deities. In an accompanying picture he points out the various departments of this heaven as the red heaven, the yellow heaven, the white heaven. Young children, he says, went to a specific paradise, but it was thought that they would return to repeople the world after the third destruction. They were nourished by a milk-giving tree round which they were seated, getting suck from the branches. But we have glimpses here and there in Aztec literature of a much more elaborate series of heavens, 13 in number. The first contained certain planets, the second was the home of the Tzitzimime, who included many of the great gods, the third that of the Sensen Mimixco, or star warriors, who were many-colored yellow, black, white, red, blue, and provided the sun with food in the shape of blood. The fourth was inhabited by birds, the fifth by fire snakes, perhaps comets, the sixth was the home of the winds, the seventh harbored dust, and in the eighth dwelt the gods. The remainder were placed at the disposal of the high primal and creative gods Tonakatekutli and his spouse Tonakasayuatl, 63, whose abode proper was in the 13th and highest heaven. 34 Contents Mitlampa as Hades. The Hades of the Aztec race was Mitlampa, presided over by Mitlantekutli, lord of Mitlampa, and his spouse, Mictekasayuatl. The souls of the defunct who fared thither were those who died of disease, chiefs, great personages, or humbler folk. On the day of death the priest harangued the deceased, telling him that he was about to go to a region where there is neither light nor window, and where all was shadow, a veritable land of gloom, the passage to which swarmed with grisly forms inimical to the soul. It was a vast, trackless, and gloomy desert, having 9 divisions, of which the last, Chikanawimictlan, was the abode of the lord of the place. Rank and privilege would appear to have been maintained even in this dark realm, although all offerings to the dead must first be inspected by Mitlantekutli himself ere being passed on to their proper owners. Sahagan states that 4 years were occupied in journeying to Mitlampa, evidently an error for 4 days, as elsewhere he says that the former period was spent within the regions of the dead. The journey thence was replete with terrors. Says the interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A, in this region of hell they supposed that there existed 4 gods, or principal demons, one of whom was superior, whom they called Tzitzimtli, who is the same as Mikatlamtekotl, the great god of hell. Ispustik, the lame demon, was he who appeared in the streets with the feet of a cock. Nixtipahua was the scatterer of ashes, Kantimaki signifies he who descends head foremost, an allusion being made to the etymology which learned men assign to the name of the devil, which signifies Deersum Cadens, which mode of descent after souls they attribute to him from this name and zon. Ispustik is he whose abode is in the streets, the same as Satan, he who on a sudden appears sideways. It appears that they 64 have been acquainted with the Holy Scriptures, although clearer arguments in proof of this fact are adduced in the course of the following pages. They say that these 4 gods or demons have goddesses. These and other dread beings, according to the same Ms., rendered the hell war journey terrible in the extreme, and an attempt was made to mitigate the terrors of the passage between the 2 worlds by means of passports of much the same character as the spells in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which franked the soul past the numerous demons and dangers which awaited it. The first paper served to pass him by 2 mountains which threatened to clash together and crush him. The second saved him from the maw of a huge snake. Others helped him to face the lurking terrors of 8 deserts and 8 hills, and to avoid the grim crocodile Cochitonal. A wind of sharp flint knives then attacked him. Lastly he came to the river Chickanahuopan, 9 waters, which he crossed on the back of a red-colored dog which accompanied him and which was killed for that purpose by having an arrow thrust down its throat. It is not clear whether this dog acted as a guide to Mitlampa, or whether it preceded the soul, but it would seem that its master found it awaiting him when he came to the banks of the river, in the passage of which it assisted him. It kept its vigil on the opposite bank, however, and had to swim the river ere it could reach him. The deceased then came before Mitlantekutli, to whom he made suitable gifts, cotton, perfumes, and a mantle. He was told to which sphere he must go. It is obvious that Mitlampa was not so much a place of punishment as a place of the dead, a Hades, where the souls of the good and evil were alike consigned. Its locality is partially fixed, for it is the place where the sun slept, and, like the Egyptian Amenti, it was therefore Antipodean, or occupied the center of the earth. After a 4 years' sojourn in this dark monarchy, the soul was supposed to come to a place where, according to the interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus, it enjoyed a measure of rest. 65-1 Translation in Kingsborough, Volume 6, p. 198. Upward arrow 2 OPCIT, p. 207. Upward arrow 3 L. Spence, The Popolva, 1908, Description of BKI, Brasseur de Bourbourg, L'Eva Popole, Paris, 1861. Upward arrow 4 An important work republished with a Latin translation by Drive W. Lehman under the title of Traditions des Anciens Mexicains, Jour SOC America Paris, NS, Volume 3. Paris, 1906. Pages 239 to 298. Upward arrow 5 Kingsborough's translation, Volume 6, p. 171. Upward arrow 6 Chavreau's edition, Mexico, 1892, p. 21. Upward arrow 7 See the Popolva, BKI, for a quiche analogy to this tale of human degradation. Upward arrow 8 Chavreau's edition, Mexico, 1891, pages 2 ff. Upward arrow 9 History de Tlaxcala, in Ternozcampans Voyages, Tom. Lsxi, p. 5, also edition by A. Chavreau, Mexico, 1892. Upward arrow 10 History Antigua de Mexico, BKI, c. 4. Upward arrow 11 First Relation. Upward arrow 12 Historia Ecclesiastes. Upward arrow 13 A variant myth makes Quetzalcoatl the god who seeks bones in the underworld from which to make the human race. As he returns, the bones drop to earth and quails gnaw them. Sayuacotl pounds them into a paste from which men are formed. The Analstaquautitlan makes the gods create man from the cinders of the worlds destroyed in the 4 epochs. Upward arrow 14 Probably because of his status as god of twins and of duplicates of all kinds. Upward arrow 15 Obviously this sacred bundle is in the same category with the medicine bundle of the North American Indian tribes, and it would seem that from such a form certain of the Mexican gods were evolved. Upward arrow 16 BK7, C2. Upward arrow 17 For further information regarding this incident see Boccherini, Idea, Section 3, 14, Tlatocalotl. Upward arrow 18 These metamorphoses, or at least the first 2, are obviously founded upon Colotl's dual characteristic as a twin. The resemblance between his name and that of the little amphibious animal axolotl is due to the monstrous character of both. Upward arrow 19 History du Tlaxcalan in Ternozcampans Nouvelles Annales de Voyages, Tom Sa, p. 129. Upward arrow 20 History Antig. De Mexico, Tom. I, p. 7. Upward arrow 21 Storia Antica del Mexico, Tom. 2, p. 7. Upward arrow 22 History Ecclesiastes, p. 81. Upward arrow 23 Curtin, Creation Myths of Primitive America, Intro, p. 35. Upward arrow 24 Relations, Chavros edition, Mexico, 1891, p. 11. History Shishimika, Chavros edition, Mexico, 1892, p. 21. Upward arrow 25 Among the American races the soul was thought of as residing in the bones. C. Brinton, Myths of the New World, pages 295 ff, 299, 321. Upward arrow 26 Anal Stequautitlan. Upward arrow 27 Translation of Interpretation in Kingsborough, Volume 6, p. 127. Upward arrow 28 p. 120. Upward arrow 29 C. Rady y Delgado's reproduction of this codex, Madrid, 1892. Upward arrow 30 The colors associated with the points of the compass were, east, yellow, north, red, west, blue, south, white. Upward arrow 31 For the further relation of the gods to time and space see the appendix on the tonalometal. Upward arrow 32 See Myth of the creation of the four supporters, Supra. Upward arrow 33 Hummingbirds. The warriors seem to have been metamorphosed into the Naali or bird disguise of Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird god of war. Upward arrow 34 Historia de los Mexicanos por sus pinturas. I believe these different heavens to have resulted from the clashing and mingling of rival cults. Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 3 The Great Gods Contents Method of treatment In the section descriptive of the gods, each divinity is dealt with separately. The need for system and orderly arrangement in the study of Mexican mythology is clamant. In the hope that future students of the subject may be spared the Herculean task of separating the mythology of the Mexican people from their history, I have thought it best to arrange my material in as systematic a fashion as its complex character permits. The plan employed is a simple one. I have prefaced the description of each god with a table containing the following information concerning him: area of worship, name, minor names, relationship, calendar place, compass direction, symbol, festivals. In some cases where, for example, a god has no festival or no minor names, the item relating to such information is, of course, absent. The description proper of each deity begins with an account of his aspect and insignia, as observed in the several codices and paintings, manuscripts, vases, or statuary. 1a section is devoted to festivals celebrated in his honor, another deals with the priesthood specially attendant on him, and a further paragraph with the temples in which he was worshipped. There follows a précis of all known myths relating to him. In certain instances, too, hymns and prayers offered up to 66 hymn are quoted. The last section deals with his nature and status, so far as I have been able to elucidate these. Contents Huitzilopochtli equals hummingbird wizard area of worship, Mexico. Minor names, Tetzatliatl terrible god. Tetzawitl the raging. Ilhuicatl the blue heaven. Mexitli hair of the Magway. Compass directions, the south, upper region. Festivals, Tuxcatl, the 5th month, 1st of Tlaxcalchimaco, the 9th month. Panquetzalistli, the 15th month. Movable feast Ce Tecpatl. Relationships, son of Coatlicue. Brother of the Sensinutsnaa. Brother of Coyalzalrki. One of the Tzitsaimime. Huitzilopochtli. From Codex Borbonicus, sheet 34. Panel. Messenger of Huitzilopochtli. Sahagan Mis. Huitzilopochtli, after Duran. Huitzilopochtli. Aspect and insignia face paint blue and yellow horizontal stripes, the yellow known as piloechinoli, face painting of children, made of children's excrement, in allusion, perhaps, to his character of a young or newborn god. He occasionally wears the stellar mask too, like Mixcoatl and Camaxtli. Body paint blue. Dress usually the hummingbird mantle, pictographic of his name. His head is surmounted by a panache of feathers. On his breast is a white ring made from a mussel shell, like those of Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, and Painel, which is called Itiacuatlanao, or his golden ring, or El Tezcatl, his breast mirror. Perhaps the best representation of him is in Codex Borbonicus, sheet 34. 67 weapons shield, Twayuli, made of reeds, with eagle's down adhering to it in 5 places in the form of a quincunx. He carries spears tipped with tufts of down instead of stone points, Tlaicomali, the weapons of those doomed to a gladiatorial death, the fire snake Xiuhcoatl as an atlatl, or spear thrower, and the bow, which he was supposed to have invented or introduced into Mexico. The flag held by him on some occasions represents the Panquetzalistli festival in codices Tellurianoremensis and Vaticanus Aquaulzalurki, sister of Huitzilopochtli. CP 324. Variations. He is frequently to be observed wearing the insignia of the stellar gods of war and hunting, Mixcoatl, Camaxtli. According to Seeler, Commentary on the Codex Vaticanus B, p. 91, Huitzilopochtli figures in that Ms. as showing in a general way the devices and the dress badges of the fire god, differing, however, in color and painting. When found along with Tezcatlipoca as ruler of the southern heaven, in Codex Fijvermeyer, sheet 25, he is seated on a jaguarskin seat, enveloped in a long robe of a light blue color, with balls of downy feathers. He wears the astaxili or forked hair and feather ornament on his head and has the yellow face paint alluded to above. In the Sahagan Ms, Bib del Palacio, he is represented as wearing on his back the dragon's head alluded to in the text. In the Duran Ms, 2-0, Plate 2a, drawn by a European hand, the hummingbird headdress forms a helmet mask, and in the Codex Ramirez, Juan de Tobar, in which the figure is Europeanized almost out of recognition, the same is the case, but the shield marking is incorrect, consisting as it does of 7 tufts of down instead of 5. Clavigero, Tom 2, pages 17 to 19, says of Huitzilopochtli's insignia, upon his head he carried a beautiful crest, shaped like the beak of a bird, upon his neck a collar shaped like 10 figures of the human heart. His statue was of an enormous size, in the posture of a man seated on a blue-colored bench, from the 4 corners of which issued 4 snakes. His forehead was blue, but his face was covered with a golden mask, while another of the same kind covered 68 the back of his head. In his hand he carried a large blue, twisted club, in his left a shield in which appeared 5 balls of feathers disposed in the form of a cross, and from the upper part of the shield rose a golden flag with 4 arrows, which the Mexicans believed to have been sent to them from heaven. His body was girt with a large golden snake, and adorned with lesser figures of animals made of gold and precious stones, which ornaments and insignia had each their peculiar meaning. Acosta says of his appearance, the chiefest idol of Mexico was, as I have said, Huitzilopochtli. It was an image of wood like to a man, set upon a stool of the color of azure, in a brancard or litter, in every corner was a piece of wood infirmy of a serpent's head. The stool signified that he was set in heaven. This idol had all the forehead azure, and had a band of azure under the nose from one ear to another. Upon his head he had a rich plume of feathers like to the beak of a small bird, the which was covered on the top with gold burnished very brown. He had in his left hand a small target, with the figures of 5 pineapples made of white feathers set in a cross. And from above issued forth a crest of gold, and at his sides he had 4 darts, which, the Mexicanes say, had been sent from heaven which shall be spoken of. In his right hand he had an azured staff cut in the fashion of a waving snake. All those ornaments with the rest he had, carried his sense as the Mexicains do shoe. 3 Solis writes of his aspect as follows: opposite, sat Huitzilopochtli, on a throne supported by a blue globe. From this, supposed to represent the heavens, projected 4 staves with serpents' heads, by which the priests carried the god when he was brought before the public. The image bore upon its head a bird of wrought plumes, whose beak and crest were of burnished gold. The feathers expressed horrid cruelty, and were made still more ghastly by 2 strips of blue, one on the brow and the other on the nose. Its 69 right hand leaned, as on a staff, upon a crooked serpent. Upon the left arm was a buckler bearing 5 white plums, arranged in the form of a cross, and the hand grasped 4 arrows, venerated as heaven descended. For Herrera says that his idol was a gigantic image of stone, covered with a lawn called nacre, beset with pearls, precious stones, and pieces of gold. It had for a girdle great snakes of gold, and a counterfeit visor with eyes of glass. 5 Torquemada writes, in his right hand a dart or long blue pole, in the left a shield, his face barred with lines of blue. His forehead was decorated with a tuft of green feathers, his left leg was lean and feathered, and both thighs and arms were barred with blue. 6 The Sahagan misstates that he wears a panache of yellow parrot feathers stuck together, and having a bunch of quetzal feathers at the tip. His espatsali is over his forehead. The face or mask is striped in various colors, and the ear plug is made of the feathers of the blue cotinga. On his back is the fire snake dress, and on his arm he has a quetzal feather. At the back he is girded with a blue net cloth, and his leg is striped with blue. Bells and shells decorate his feet, and he is shod with sandals of the type usually worn by persons of high degree. His shield is the twayuli with a bundle of arrows without points stuck in it, and in one hand he holds a serpent staff. Sahagan, CXXII, BK4, describes the insignia employed at the god's festival of Ce Tecpatl. These were the Quetzalcoatl, or mantle of green quetzal feathers, the Tazquamitl, the mantle made of the yellow feathers of the Tajli, a bird of the parrot species, the Atzitzilkmitl, or mantle of hummingbird's feathers, and others less rich. Festivals. The first festival of Huitzilopochtli was the Tlaxcalquimico, of which Sahagan says, the 9th month was styled 70 Tlaxcalquimico. A festival was held on the first day of this month in honor of Huitzilopochtli, god of war, when he was offered the first flowers of the year. The night before this festival everybody killed chickens and dogs with which to make tamale and other things good to eat. Very soon after the first glimmerings of dawn on the day of the festival, the attendants of the idols adorned the statue of Huitzilopochtli with flowers. The images of the other gods were decked with garlands and wreaths of flowers, and the same was done to all the other idols of the Kalpuli 7 and Telpokali. 8 The Kalpiks 9 The principal people, and the Macehuuli 10 covered the statues in their houses with flowers. These preparations being completed, the viands prepared during the previous night were partaken of, and shortly after this repast a dance was engaged in which the nobles mingled with the women, taking them by the hand, and even going the length of embracing them by placing their arms round their necks. The usual movements of the Orito 11 were not performed, the dancers moving step by step, to the strains of the musicians and singers, who stood, some distance away, at the foot of a round altar called Mamajli. They sang thus until night, not only in the courts of the temples, but also in the houses of people of rank and of the Macehuuli, while the aged of both sexes indulged deeply in pulque, but young people were not permitted to touch it, and anyone allowing them to drink it was severely punished. Tuxcatl. For this festival see under Tezcatlipoca, to whom it was also and more especially sacred. Panket Salitsli. The following account of this festival is summarized from Sahagan's pages. For 24 days prior to the incidents of the festival the priests did penitence. They hung branches upon the oratories and shrines of the gods of the mountains, and green reeds and leaves of the maguey plant. At the end of the Kekali festival everyone 71 took to dancing and singing, especially to the song or hymn of Oitzalapaktli. 9 days before the sacrifice those doomed to die bathed in the fountain called Oitzalitl, hummingbird water, in the village of Oitzalapachko. The old men went to seek 9 bunches of the leaves of the tree called Oitzalitl, old one of the waters the Cupressus distica. The faces of the doomed ones were painted in the colors of the god, yellow and blue in transverse bands, and adorned with his insignia. After 5 days of penitential exercises mingled with dancing and singing, and on the day before the festival, the captives rose with dawn and betook themselves to the houses of those who had dedicated them to the slaughter, preceded by a man carrying a vessel full of black ink or red ochre or blue tincture. On arriving at the houses of those who had devoted them to death, they dipped their hands in the vessel and pressed them on the gates and the pillars of the dwelling, so that the imprint remained. 12 They then entered the kitchen of the house and walked several times round the furnace. Then they marched in procession to the temple, accompanied by porters bearing rich attire, which the captives donned. The hair was then taken from their heads to be kept as a relic. They were then given cylindrical cakes to eat, which must be held on the point of a maguey thorn and not between the fingers. With the dawn of day the god Panel, the herald of Oitzalapaktli, descended from the temple of Oitzalapaktli. 4 captives were then slain, 2 in honor of the god Opatsan. Panel, borne by 4 necromancers, then took the road to Tlatlalco, whence he passed to Nono Alco, the priest of the temple there receiving him with the representative of the god Cuautlacauc, his companion. See myths. The images were then carried to Tlaxitlan and Popotlan, where other captives were slain. Then the procession took its way to Chapultepec, passing the hill of that name and crossing 72 the little river Izquitlan, at the temple of which other captives called Izquiteca, who eat roasted maize, were sacrificed. They then crossed to the right under Coyoacan, passing by way of Tepetocan to Acacananco. During the time they made this progress the slaves who were about to die engaged in a skirmish. They divided themselves into 2 parties, the Itznaitl, they of the thorny wizard, the other unnamed. The former seemed to have been professional soldiers armed with mock weapons, the others slaves, armed with maquawittles, wooden swords set with obsidian flakes. On Panel's return those who watched them from the summit of the temple, seeing the banner of the god, Eponistly, cried out, "Mexicans, cease your strife, the Lord Panel has come." The warriors in the patrol of Panel then rushed to the summit of the temple, where they arrived in a breathless condition. They placed their idol beside the paste image of Oitzalapaktli. Their ears were pierced by the priest. They descended again, carrying an image of Oitzalapaktli made of paste, which they divided, each bearing his own portion to his own house, where he made festival with his parents and neighbors. A tour of the temple was then made, the captives walking in front. A priest then descended from the summit of the temple bearing a sheaf of white papers in his hand, which he held up to the 4 cardinal points in turn, afterwards throwing them into a mortar called Clausical Co 13, cup of the eagles. He was followed by another holding a very long pine torch called Ziocoatl, fire snake, shaped like fire. This was the fire snake weapon with which one of Oitzalapaktli's followers had killed his rebellious sister Coyalzalurki. This was cast burning into the vessel containing the papers, which were consumed. Panel reappeared, and the slaves were sacrificed according to rank to the sound of conch shells. All then returned home, where Ockley of special strength was drunk, festivities engaged in, and presents of 73 wearing apparel distributed to friends and dependants, BK2, C34. This festival took place at the period of the winter solstice, when the sun has removed farthest to the south. The burning of the papers by the Xiuhcoatl, and the fact that the fire festival of the new period of 52 years, the making of the new fire, was usually postponed to coincide with it, show it to be a fire feast, for in his avatar of the sun Huitzilopochtli was a fire god. Torquemada states that the priest of Quetzalcoatl hurled a dart into the breast of the paste image of Huitzilopochtli, which fell. He then pulled the heart out of it, giving it to the king. The body was then divided among the men, no woman being allowed to eat of it. The ceremony was called Teoqualo, i.e. God is eaten. 14 myths regarding Huitzilopochtli. Clavitro says, Huitzilopochtli, or Mexitli, was the god of war, the deity the most honored by the Mexicans, and their chief protector. Of this god some said he was a pure spirit, others that he was born of a woman, but without the assistance of a man, and described his birth in the following manner: there lived, said they, in Coatepec, a place near to the ancient city of Tula, a woman called Coatlicue, mother of the Sensenhuiznawas, who was extremely devoted to the worship of the gods. One day, as she was employed, according to her usual custom, in walking in the temple, she beheld descending in the air a ball made of various feathers. She seized it and kept it in her bosom, intending afterwards to employ the feathers in decoration of the altar, but when she wanted it after her walk was at an end she could not find it, at which she was extremely surprised, and her wonder was very greatly increased when she began to perceive from that moment that she was pregnant. Her pregnancy advanced till it was discovered by her children, who, although they could not themselves suspect their mother's virtue, yet fearing 74 the disgrace she would suffer upon her delivery, determined to prevent it by putting her to death. They could not take their resolution so secretly as to conceal it from their mother, who, while she was in deep affliction at the thought of dying by the hands of her own children, heard an unexpected voice issue from her womb, saying, "Be not afraid, mother, I shall save you with the greatest honor to yourself and glory to me." Her hard-hearted sons, guided and encouraged by their sister Cojalzalurki, who had been the most keenly bent upon the deed, were now just upon the point of executing their purpose, when Huitzilopochtli was born, with a shield in his left hand, a spear in his right, and a crest of green feathers on his head, his left leg adorned with feathers, and his face, arms, and thighs streaked with blue lines. As soon as he came into the world he displayed a twisted pine, and commanded one of his soldiers, called Tokchankalki, to fell with it Cojalzalurki, as the one who had been the most guilty, and he himself attacked the rest with so much fury that, in spite of their efforts, their arms, or their entreaties, he killed them all, plundered their houses, and presented the spoils to his mother. Mankind were so terrified by this event, that from that time they called him Tetzahuitl, terror, and Tetzalcoatl, terrible god. This was the god who, as they said, becoming the protector of the Mexicans, conducted them for so many years in their pilgrimage, and at length settled them where they afterwards founded the great city of Mexico. They raised to him that superb temple, so much celebrated, even by the Spaniards, in which were annually holden 3 solemn festivals in the 5th, 9th, and 15th months, besides those kept every 4 years, every 13 years, and at the beginning of every century. His statue was of gigantic size, in the posture of a man seated on a blue-colored bench, from the 4 corners of which issued 4 huge snakes. His forehead was blue, but his face was covered with a golden mask, while another of the same kind covered the back of his head. Upon his head he carried a beautiful 75 crest, shaped like the beak of a bird, upon his neck a collar consisting of 10 figures of the human heart, in his right hand a large blue, twisted club, in his left a shield, on which appeared 5 balls of feathers disposed in the form of a cross, and from the upper part of the shield rose a golden flag with 4 arrows, which the Mexicans pretended to have been sent to them from heaven to perform those glorious actions which we have seen in their history. His body was girt with a large golden snake and adorned with lesser figures of animals made of gold and precious stones, which ornaments and insignia had each their peculiar meaning. They never deliberated upon making war without imploring the protection of this god, with prayers and sacrifices, and offered up a greater number of human victims to him than to any other of the gods. 15 Boccherini says of this god, while the Mexicans were pushing their conquests and their advance toward the country now occupied by them, they had a very renowned captain, or leader, called Huitziton. He it was that in these long and perilous journeys through unknown lands, sparing himself no fatigue, took care of the Mexicans. The fable says of him that, being full of years and wisdom, he was one night caught up in sight of his army and of all his people, and presented to the god Tejauritl, that is to say the frightful god, who, being in the shape of a horrible dragon, commanded him to be seated at his right hand, saying, "Welcome, O valiant captain, very grateful am I for thy fidelity in my service and in governing my people. It is time that thou shouldest rest, since thou art already old, and since thy great deeds raise thee up to the fellowship of the immortal gods. Return then to thy sons and tell them not to be afflicted if in future they cannot see thee as a mortal man, for from the 9 heavens thou shalt look down propitious upon them. And not only that, but also, when I strip the vestments of humanity from thee, I will leave to thine afflicted and orphan people thy bones and thy skull so that they may be comforted in their sorrow, and may 76 consult thy relics as to the road they have to follow, and in due time the land shall be shown them that I have destined for them, a land in which they shall hold wide empire, being respected of the other nations." Huitziton did according to these instructions, and after a sorrowful interview with his people, disappeared, carried away by the gods. The weeping Mexicans remained with the skull and bones of their beloved captain, which they carried with them till they arrived in New Spain, and at the place where they built the great city of Tenochtitlan, or Mexico. All this time the devil spoke to them through the skull of Huitziton, often asking for the immolation of men and women, from which thing originated those bloody sacrifices, practiced afterwards by this nation with so much cruelty on prisoners of war. This deity was called, in early as well as in later times, Huitzilopochtli, for the principal men believed that he was seated at the left hand of Tezcatlipoca, a name derived from the original name Huitziton, and from the word Mapoch, left hand. 16 Sahagan says of Huitzilopochtli that, being originally a man, he was a sort of Hercules, of great strength and warlike, a great destroyer of towns and slayer of men. In war he had been a living fire, very terrible to his adversaries, and the device he bore was a dragon's head, frightful in the extreme, and casting fire out of its mouth. A great wizard he had been, and sorcerer, transforming himself into the shape of divers birds and beasts. While he lived, the Mexicans esteemed this man very highly for his strength and dexterity in war, and when he died they honored him as a god, offering slaves and sacrificing them in his presence. And they looked to it that those slaves were well fed and well decorated with such ornaments as were in use, with earrings and visors, all for the greater honor of the god. In Tlaxcala also they had a deity called Camaxtli, who was similar to this Huitzilopochtli. 17 The myth of Huitzilopochtli, as given by Sahagan, may be condensed as follows: 77 Under the shadow of the mountain of Coatepec, near the Toltec city of Tolan, there dwelt a pious widow called Coatlicue, the mother of a tribe of Indians called Sensinutsnawa, who had a daughter called Coyalzalurki, and who daily repaired to a small hill with the intention of offering up prayers to the gods in a penitent spirit of piety. Whilst occupied in her devotions one day she was surprised by a small ball of brilliantly colored feathers falling upon her from on high. She was pleased by the bright variety of its hues and placed it in her bosom, intending to offer it up to the sun god. Some time afterwards she learnt that she was to become the mother of another child. Her sons, hearing of this, rained abuse upon her, being incited to humiliate her in every possible way by their sister Koyalzarki. Kodlakya went about in fear and anxiety, but the spirit of her unborn infant came and spoke to her and gave her words of encouragement, soothing her troubled heart. Her sons, however, were resolved to wipe out what they considered an insult to their race by the death of their mother, and took counsel with one another to slay her. They attired themselves in their war gear, and arranged their hair after the manner of warriors going to battle. But one of their number, Kwautlakak, relented and confessed the perfidy of his brothers to the still unborn Oitzilapaktlai, who replied to him, "O Uncle 18, hearken attentively to what I have to say to you. I am fully informed of what is going to happen." With the intention of slaying their mother, the Indians went in search of her. At their head marched their sister, Koyalzarki. They were armed to the teeth, and carried bundles of darts, with which they intended to kill the luckless Kotlakua. Kwautlakak climbed the mountain to acquaint Oitzilapaktlai with the news that his brothers were approaching to kill their mother. "Mark well where they are at," replied the infant god. "To what place have they advanced?" 78 to Tsampantitlan, responded Kwautlakak. Later on Oitzilapaktlai asked, "Where may they be now?" "At Koxalco," was the reply. Once more Oitzilapaktlai asked to what point his enemies had advanced. "They are now at Petlak," Kwautlakak replied. Kwautlakak later informed them that his brothers and sister had arrived at the middle of the mountain. At the moment they arrived Oitzilapaktlai was born, attired in full war panoply. He ordered one named Tokonkalki, inhabitant of our house, to attack his sister with the fire snake Zyukoatl, and with a blow he shattered Koyalzarki in pieces. Her head rested upon the mountain of Kotpek. The infant god then pursued his brethren 4 times round the mountain. Several fell into the lake and were drowned. Others he slew, only a few escaped, and these were banished to Itzlampa in the south. 19 Torquemada says of Oitzilapaktlai, Huitzilapaktlai, the ancient god and guide of the Mexicans, is a name variously derived. Some say it is composed of 2 words, Huitzilin, a hummingbird, and Tlawipukli, a sorcerer that spits fire. Others say that the second part of the name comes not from Tlawipukli, but from Apukli, that is, the left hand, so that the whole name, Huitzilapaktlai, would mean the shining feathered left hand. For this idol was decorated with rich and resplendent feathers on the left arm. And this god it was that led out the Mexicans from their own land and brought them into Anahuac. Some held him to be a purely spiritual being, others affirmed that he had been born of a woman, and related his history after the following fashion: near the city of Tula there is a mountain called Kotpek, that is to say the mountain of the snake, where a woman lived, named Kotlakya or Snake Petticoat. She was the mother of many sons called Sensenhutsnewa, and of a daughter whose name was Koyalzarki. Kotlakya was very devout and careful in 79 the service of the gods, and she occupied herself ordinarily in sweeping and cleaning the sacred places of that mountain. It happened that one day, occupied with these duties, she saw a little ball of feathers floating down to her through the air, which she taking, as we have already related, found herself in a short time pregnant. Upon this all her children conspired against her to slay her, and came armed against her, the daughter Koyalzarki being the ringleader and most violent of all. Then, immediately, Huitzilapaktlai was born, fully armed, having a shield called Tualai in his left hand, in his right a dart, or long blue pole, and all his face barred over with lines of the same color. His forehead was decorated with a great tuft of green feathers, his left leg was lean and feathered, and both thighs and the arms barred with blue. He then caused to appear a serpent made of torches, called Xiucoatl, and he ordered a soldier called Tokakalki to light the serpent, and taking it with him to embrace Coyalzalurki. From this embrace the matricidal daughter immediately died, and Huitzilopochtli himself slew all her brethren and took their spoil, enriching his mother therewith. After this he was surnamed Tetzawitl, that is to say fright, or amazement, and held as a god, born of a mother without a father as the great god of battles, for in these his worshippers found him very favorable to them. 20 Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas 21 Collecting and summarizing the scattered notices regarding Huitzilopochtli in the above-named work, we find it stated that he was the fourth and youngest son of Tonacatecutli and Tonacasiuatl, his elder brothers being the red Tezcatlipoca, the black Tezcatlipoca, and Quetzalcoatl. Huitzilopochtli is here also called Omitacatl, and for another name Magueycotl, snake of the Maguey. He was called Ocalobos, the Spanish rendering of Huitzilopochtli, because he was left-handed and was chief god to those of Mexico and their god of war. He was born without flesh but with bones, and thus he remained 600 years, in which nothing was made, neither the gods nor their father. Taking counsel with Quetzalcoatl, they fashioned the sun, then they made a man, Oxomoco, and a woman, Sipactanal, commanding him to till the earth and her to spin and weave, and created other things. Hymns in the Sahagan Miz. The following hymns or songs relate to Huitzilopochtli. The Song of Huitzilopochtli. I Huitzilopochtli the warrior, no one is my equal, not in vain have I put on the vestment of yellow feathers, for through me the sun has risen, i.e. the time of sacrifice appears. 2 The man out of the cold land knew, through him, a baneful omen. He had taken a foot from the man out of the cold land. 3 In the place of Tlaxcatlan, the feathers were distributed with which the war chieftains stuck themselves. My God is named Tepenkiski, he who overcomes the people. 4 He makes himself feared, the god of Tlaxcatlan, dust whirls upon the god of Tlaxcatlan, dust whirls upon him. Our enemies, the people from Amantlan, assemble, meet me there. So will in their own house the enemy be. Meet me there. 6 Our enemies the people of Pipitlan assemble, meet me there. So will in their own house the enemy be. This song is probably a chant sung before sacrifice to the god. The line he had taken a foot from the man out of the cold land seems to allude to the maiming of one of the gods by Huitzilopochtli, or is symbolic of the punishment of a human enemy by rendering him unfit for war through the 81 amputation of one of his feet. Tezcatlipoca, one of whose names was Yatzin, the enemy, is frequently represented as having but one foot, and the phrase the man from the cold land, i.e. the north, applies almost certainly to him. The rest of the song relates to the peoples with whom the Mexicans were frequently at war. Song of the Shield. In his shield of the young wife the great warrior chieftain was born. In his shield of the young wife, or maid, the great warrior chieftain was born. 2 He who gained his heroic title on the Serpent Mountain in his, warrior, face painting, and with the shield, Twayuli. No one in truth rises. The earth quakes as he put on his, warrior, face painting, and his shield, Twayuli. The first couplet is obscure to me, and seems to refer to a lost myth, which perhaps stated that the god was born of a virgin. The second strophe, of course, relates to the slaughter by Huitzilopochtli of his brothers the Sensinutsnaga. Priesthood. The high priest of Huitzilopochtli was called Totek Tlamakazk, who also bore the name of Quetzalcoatl, an honorary title, originating out of the belief that the god of that name was regarded as the prototype of all religious orders, and who, along with the Tlaloc Tlamacazc, occupied the chief religious office in Mexico. He was selected for his piety and general fitness. 22 Temple Acosta describes Huitzilopochtli's great temple at Mexico as follows: there was in Mexico the the famous temple of Huitzilopochtli. It had a very great circuit, and within a fair court. It was built of great stones, in fashion 82 of snakes tied one to another, and the circuit was called Cotepantli, which is, a circuit of snakes. Upon the top of every chamber and oratory where the idols were, was a fine pillar wrought with small stones, black as I eat, set in goodly order, the ground raised with white and red, which below gave a great light. Upon the top of the pillar were battlements very artificially made, wrought like snails, caracoles, supported by two Indians of stone, sitting, holding candlesticks in their hands, the which were like croyants garnished and enriched at the ends with yellow and green feathers and long fringes of the same. Within the circuit of this court there were many chambers of religious men, and others that were appointed for the service of the priests and popes, for so they call the sovereign priests which serve the idol. There were 4 gates or entries, at the east, west, north, and south. At every one of these gates began a fair caussee of 2 or 3 leagues long. There was in the midst of the lake where the city of Mexico is built, 4 large causees in cross, which did much to beautify it. Upon every portal or entry was a god or idol having the visage turned to the caussee, right against the temple gate of Huitzilopochtli. There were 30 steps of 30 fathom long, and they divided from the circuit of the court by a street that went betwixt them. Upon the top of these steps there was a walk 30 foot broad, all plastered with chulca, in the midst of which walk was a palisado artificially made of very high trees, planted in order a fathom one from another. These trees were very biggy, and all pierced with small holes from the foot to the top, and there were rods did run from one tree to another, to the which were chained or tied many dead men's heads. Upon every rod were 20 scullies, and these ranks of scullies continue from the foot to the top of the tree. This palisado was full of dead men's skulls from one end to the other, the which was a wonderful mournful sight and full of horror. These were the heads of such as had been sacrificed, for after they were dead and had eaten the flesh, the head was 83 delivered to the ministers of the temple, which tied them in the sort vein till they fell off by morsels, and then had they a care to set others in their places. Upon the top of the temple were 2 stones or chapels, and in them were the 2 idols which I have spoken of, Huitzilopochtli, and his companion Tlaloc. These chapels were carved and graven very artificially, and so high, that to ascend to it, there was a stair of stone of 60 steps. Before these chambers or chapels, there was a court of 40 foot square, in the midst thereof, was a high stone of 5 hand breadth, pointed in fashion of a pyramid. It was placed there for the sacrificing of men, for being laid on their bacchus, it made their bodies to bend, and so they did open them and pull out their hearts, as I shall shew hereafter. 23 Nature and status. Prolonged deliberation upon the nature of Huitzilopochtli has led me to the conclusion that he was originally a personification of the maguey plant, Agave americana. The grounds upon which I base this hypothesis are as follows: a certain variety of the maguey plant, or metal, was known to the Azteca of Mexico Tenochtitlan as Itzitzilturtli, or beak of the hummingbird, probably because of the resemblance the long spiky thorns, itztli, with which it is covered bear to the sharp beak of that bird, the itzitzilin, which suspends its tiny, web-like nest from the leaves of the plant in question. The connection of Huitzilopochtli with the maguey plant is also proved by at least 2 of his subsidiary titles. Thus in the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas 24 he is alluded to as Magueycotl, serpent of the maguey, and he was also known as Mexitli, or hair of the maguey, a title from which one of the quarters of Tenochtitlan, and later the entire city, took its name of Mexico. At the Panquetzalistli festival held in his honor, the warriors who skirmished on his side in mimicry of his combat with the 84 Sensanutsna were said to take the part of its Naidal 25 or thorn that speaks oracularly. In certain of the place names which are hieroglyphically figured in the codices, too, the element of his name is depicted as a maguey plant. Sahagan further states that the proprietors of the maguey plantations and the publicans who sold octli or pulque cut their plants so that they might yield their juice during the sign Ce Tecpatl, the movable feast of Huitzilopochtli, in the belief that, were they tapped at this time, they would yield abundantly. 26 Etymologically, there is good evidence that Huitzilopochtli originally represented the maguey. The word Itztli means thorn, and appears in such compounds as Itzlampa, place of thorns, the south, and Itznaidal, the thorn that speaks, which, as we have seen, was another, and probably an older, title of the god. Itzoctli, too, as Sealer has indicated 27 means pricking pulque, newly fermented octli. It would seem, then, that the name Huitzilopochtli, until now generally translated as hummingbird to the left, and rendered by Sealer hummingbird of the south, must possess another significance for us. Opochtli certainly means both south and left, but it also means wizard, as in the compound Tlawipochtli, wizard who spits fire, instanced by Torquemada 28, who states that some persons derived the god's name from that word, combined with its alinin, a hummingbird. 29 It is easy to see how the god came to be associated with the hummingbird, which suspends its nest from the foliage of the maguey. It 85 would appear to the Mexicans to emerge from the leaves of that plant, and would come to be regarded as the form which the maguey spirit took. Indeed, the hummingbird dress or disguise is that in which Huitzilopochtli is almost invariably represented in the codices. It was in the shape of a hummingbird that the god was said to have led the Azteca from their ancient home to the valley of Anahuac, and his flights would probably be considered ominous and suggestive to augurs, like those of the Latin Picus. But it is possible that a certain degree of confusion arose between the elements Itzalinin, hummingbird, and Itztli, thorn, that this assisted the belief that he took the shape of a hummingbird, and that the explanatory myth of the hero god Itziton refers to this bird in an anthropomorphic shape. These facts lead me to infer that the name implies hummingbird wizard, for Huitzilopochtli was, as Sahagan says 30, a necromancer and friend of disguises, and wizards are universally conceived of as sinister, which English word means both on the left hand and inauspicious, and malign, as does the Latin word from which it is derived. The same holds good of the Mexican word. The subtitles of the god, Itznaidal and Magueycotl, show the first, that the ideas of sorcery and oracular speech were connected with him, and the second, that he was of a serpentine or venomous disposition, like the liquor distilled from the plant over which he presided, the intoxicating qualities of which were regarded as inducing prophetic inspiration. That the maguey plant entered into Huitzilopochtli's insignia seems probable from the circumstance that at his festival in the month Tezcatl his dough image was surmounted by a flint knife half covered with blood. 31 In the codices the sacrificial stone knife is frequently depicted as growing in plant-like bundles out of the ground, this artistic and conventional form bearing a close resemblance to the maguey plant, with the spines of which the Mexican priests pierce their tongues and ears to procure a blood offering. His primary character notwithstanding, Huitzilopochtli in 86 later times came to possess a very different significance for the Mexicans of Tenochtitlan, such a significance, in short, as the development of their religious conceptions demanded. Thus we find him at the period of the Spanish conquest possessing solar characteristics and a place in the Mexican pantheon which, if not the most important, had essentially the greatest local significance in the city of Tenochtitlan, of which he was the tutelary god. His status in the days of the Second Moticazoma is, perhaps, most clearly illustrated by the circumstances of his myth as given by Sahagun, which is obviously etiological and exhibits the influences both of priestly contrivance and popular imagination. His mother, Kotlakua, has been elsewhere in this work identified with the earth, but in the myth is euhemerized as a pious widow. That she was originally one of those mountain goddesses, like Xochiquetzal, from whose sacred heights the rain descended to the parched fields of Mexico, seems plain from the name of her abode, Cotpatl, Serpent Mountain, the serpents of which her skirt is composed, being symbolical, perhaps, of the numerous streams flowing from the tarns or pools situated on its lower acclivities. That such a mountain actually existed in the vicinity of Tolan is proved by the statement of Sahagun. Huitzilopochtli is the sun which rises out of the mountain 32 or is born from it, fully armed with the Xiuhcoatl, or fire snake, the red dawn, with which he slays his sister Coyolxauhqui, the moon, whose lunar attributes are clearly defined in her face painting, which comprises half-moons and a shell motif, a lunar symbol. Her nose plate is also the half-moon symbol. The Sensinutsnawa, or 400 Southerners, are the stars of the southern hemisphere. These the newborn god puts to flight with ease. 33 If further verification of what is obviously 87 a most artificial and operose myth is required, it is only necessary to indicate that one of the subsidiary names of Huitzilopochtli, as recorded by Sahagun, was Ilhuicatl, the blue heaven, the expanse of the sky, showing that, like many another sun god, he typified the blue vault of heaven. 34 Acosta, 2, states that the azure color of his throne signified that he sat in the heavens. 35 But the myth possesses an allegorical as well as an etiological character. Thus Kotlakua, the earth, is fructified by the ball of hummingbird's feathers, that is, by the hummingbird itself, which, in Mexico, is the means of fructifying the plants, its movements causing the transfer of the pollen from the stamens to the germ cells. How, then, may we reconcile the primitive fetish of the maguey plant with the later solar deity? In my view, the course of development of the concept of Huitzilopochtli is much the same as that of the Hellenic god Apollo, who, originally a spirit of the apple tree. 36 Came in like manner 88 to be regarded as the god of the sun. But, to adhere to the Mexican concept, the sun was regarded by the peoples of Anahuac as the great eater of hearts and drinker of blood. These must be obtained for him by war, or he would perish, and all creation along with him. Huitzilopochtli, as the spirit of the maguey plant, was the tribal fetish of the Azteca, and therefore their natural leader in battle. The connection is obvious and does not require to be labored. Because of his tribal leadership in war, a governance of which Mexican myth and history bear eloquent testimony, he became confounded with the luminary which demanded blood and lived by human strife. The solar connection of the Octli liquor yielded by his plant is also most clear. Says Duran 37, the Octli was a favorite offering to the gods, and especially to the god of fire. Sometimes it was placed before a fire in vases, sometimes it was scattered upon the flames with a brush, aspergillum, at other times it was poured out around the fireplace. Fire is, of course, a surrogate of the sun, and Seeler has already identified Huitzilopochtli as a fire god in virtue of his status as a sun deity. 38 Showing that the drilling of the solar fire before the beginning of the new cycle of 52 years was deferred until the Panquetzalitztli, the great feast of Huitzilopochtli. Jacinto de la Serna, 2, says that the Octli ritual invoked the shining rose, light-giving rose, to receive and rejoice my heart before the god. The rose, of course, referring to the fire or sun. It would seem, however, that before he became confounded or identified with the sun, Huitzilopochtli may have possessed a lunar significance, and this may have obtained in the period while yet the calendar was reckoned upon a lunar basis and its solar connection still remained undefined. The name Mexitli, which has already been remarked upon, and which means hair of the Magway, appears to place Huitzilopochtli upon a level with the other gods of Ochtli, if not to class him as one of these. It bears a suspicious 89 resemblance, too, to the name of the moon god, Metzli. The hare or rabbit in Mexico was invariably associated both with the moon and the Ochtli gods, whose chief characteristic, perhaps, is the lunar noseplate. But among many of the native tribes of North America the hare or rabbit is the representative of the sun or the dawn, under the names of Michabo, Manabozho, Wabos, and so forth, being described in myth as a warrior, hero god, and culture bringer. Perhaps the Nawa, while still in a more northern region where the Agavi was unknown to them, worshipped the rabbit of the sun or moon, and on establishing themselves in a region where the Magway was one of the salient features in the landscape, fused his myth with that of a newly acquired fetish, discarding later the more ancient belief, or retaining but a confused memory of it. But this train of reasoning lacks evidence to support it. Nor need the consideration of Huitzilopochtli's serpent form detain us long. I think I see in the myth which recounts how the Azteca, on settling in Tenochtitlan, beheld an eagle perched on a cactus with a serpent in its talons, some relation to Huitzilopochtli, but what it precisely portends is still obscure to me. In any case the symbol of the eagle enters into his insignia, as does that of the serpent. We will recall that he was known as Magwaycotl 39, Serpent of the Magway. Again, the solar character of the serpent in America, as elsewhere, readily accounts for his later connection with it, and for the prevalence of serpentine forms in his insignia and temple. But I confess that these 2 points of contact with the serpent do not altogether satisfy me as regards the god's connection with it, nor does the fact of the serpentine character of his mother commend itself to me as altogether explanatory of this, and I think we must look to Huitzilopochtli's nature as a wizard or sorcerer to enlighten us upon this point. Jacinto de la Serna 40 states that in his time some of the Mexican conjurers used a wand around which was fastened a living 90 serpent, in much the same way as the priests of the Pueblo Indians do at the present day, and as the great invisible medicine man of the tribe, Huitzilopochtli may have been thought of as doing the same. Who is a Manito? Asks the Mita chant of the Algonquins. He, is the reply, who walketh with a serpent, he is a Manito. For the connection of the Indian magicians with the serpent the reader is referred to the pages of Brinton. 41. In many lands the serpent is the symbol of reproductive power and has a phallic significance. In Mexico he casts his winter skin near the time of Huitzilopochtli's first festival, about the beginning of the rainy season. Moreover, this reptile is connected with soothsaying, and in this respect resembles the god. His myths, as well as his status in Mexico Tenochtitlan, of which he was the tutelary deity, make it plain that Huitzilopochtli was a tribal god of the Azteca, their national god par excellence. The brave Cuauhtémoc, the last native defender of the city, imagined himself invincible when armed with the bow and arrows of Huitzilopochtli, and we know that the advice of the oracle of that deity was sought by the Mexicans when hard pressed by the conquistadores. Nor is there any dubiety regarding his character as a god of war. This may have arisen from the circumstance that he presided over the liquor which was given to the troops when about to engage in battle, or, as has been said, may have followed his promotion to the rank of sun god, the deity of human sacrifice, the god who demanded human hearts and blood. A larger number of captives were devoted to him than to any other divinity, and as the waging of war was the only means by which so many victims might be procured, the sun would naturally become the great patron of strife. As the sun is the great central cause of all agricultural success, so Huitzilopochtli came to be looked upon as one of the promoters of plant growth, as is witnessed by his festivals, which synchronize with the first rainfall of the year, the 91 growth of plant life, and the end of the fruitful season, when, in the form of a paste image, the god was slain. He is thus the son of the season of plenty, as his brother Tezcatlipoca represents that of searness and drought. He is the young warrior of the south, who drives away the evil spirits of the dry season and causes the land to rejoice. Contents: Tezcatlipoca equals fiery mirror, area of worship, Nahua territory generally, with extension into Central America, as hurricane. Minor names: Titlacawan, he whose slaves we are. Yaatl, enemy. Yayamotl, dreaded enemy. Chico Yaatl, enemy on one side. Nikak Yaatl, enemy on both sides. Moyakoyatsin, capricious lord. It's Nawak Yaatl, warrior in the southern house or temple. Tlakashkalko Yaatl, warrior in the northern spear house. Telpoktli, the youth. Nikoalpili, fasting lord. Itztli, obsidian. Festivals: Tuxcatl, Teotihuacan, and the movable feasts Ce Mikastli, Ce Malin Ali, and Omkotl. Compass directions: north and south in different aspects. Guardian of the fifth quarter, the below and above. Calendar place: ruler of the 18th day, Tecpatl, ruler of the second tonalamital quarter, the region of the north, as Itztli, second of the 9 lords of the night, ruler of the 13th day, Count Akatl. Symbol: the smoking or fiery mirror, the obsidian knife. Aspect and insignia: Codex Borgia, by far the best representation of Tezcatlipoca in any of the manuscripts is that to be found on page 17 of Codex Borgia, where he is seen in connection with the insignia of the 20 calendric days. The picture on the lower right portion of page 21 is without these symbols, but is almost identical with the former figure. The god wears the black body paint of a priest, and his face painting is similar to that of Huitzilopochtli, that is, it consists of 92 black horizontal stripes upon a yellow ground, the latter having the same origin as in the case of Huitzilopochtli. From his back rises a very large and elaborate bunch of feather plumes, which arches itself over his head. His hair, dressed in a manner which resembles the night hair of Mictlantecutli, is ornamented with feather balls as indicating his sacrificial character, and in the picture on page 21 several of these depend from his side locks. He wears the white ring, Anaitl, on his breast, and a short tunic, seemingly covered with stellar devices. His right foot ends in the smoking mirror, symbolic of his name and in which he was supposed to observe the actions of humanity, and on page 21 he carries the jaguar skin purse in which the priests placed copal for incense. In his left hand he holds a shield, the field of which is a tawny yellow in color, traversed by 2 white stripes, and a paper banner. On page 3 the god is shown in a springing attitude. He wears the face and body paint characteristic of him, and the warrior's head dress, with hair tousled on one side, and the blue nasal rod, with square plaque, falling over the mouth. At the side of the head is the fiery mirror which gives him his name. On page 14 he is seen wearing on his breast, and fastened to 2 strong red leather straps, the white ring Teotihuacan, an ornament resembling a large, round eye. On his back is a feather device known as the Quetzal feather pot. The right foot, as in other pictures of him, is replaced by a small fiery mirror and his left by an obsidian knife. The red and black Tezcatlipocas. Codex Borgia, sheet 21. Codex Borbonicus. In this manuscript Tezcatlipoca is depicted with the yellow and black face painting, but in his form as a black god. At his forehead is the smoking mirror, on his back the large Quetzal feather ornament with a banner, on his breast the Anaitl, and round his loins the hip cloth, with a bordering of red eyes. On his feet he wears sandals showing the motif of the obsidian snake, and his head dress is painted with the stellar symbol, the round white spots on a black ground, which typifies the night sky. Here also we see two bamboo staves attached to his neck, undoubtedly the collar worn by captives or slaves, which 93 rendered flight impossible, and which Tezcatlipoca wears to symbolize his enslavement of the Mexican people and in allusion to his name Titlacayan, which means he whose slaves we are. The spear and the net pouch in this place recall the insignia of Mixcoatl, and seem to indicate that Tezcatlipoca was a god of the Xiximec or hunting folk of the North Steppes, or perhaps it may merely symbolize the proneness of all stellar, lunar, and solar deities in Mexico to the chase. Tonalamadal of the Aben collection. In this manuscript, Tezcatlipoca appears as the representative of the moon god and sits opposite the sun god. He is shown with his usual attributes and face painting, the smoking mirror in the region of the ear, the white ring on his breast, and on his back the Quetzalcoatl, the large quetzal feather ornament in which a banner is stuck. In his right hand he holds several of the agave spikes which the priests employed for piercing the tongue. In this manuscript the death god is also depicted as Tezcatlipoca, and wears his body and face painting and his general insignia, as well as the rosette at the nape of the neck. In this place, however, the snail-shaped shield rises above the forehead, which is also decorated with a row of feather balls and a single arara plume. From Codex Vaticanus A, sheet 44 verso. From Codex Magliabechiano, sheet 3, folio 89. Tezcatlipoca in various forms. Codex Magliabechiano. A good illustration of Tezcatlipoca will be found on page 89 of this codex. The figure of the god is surrounded by footprints, symbolic, probably, of the circumstance that as the youngest and swiftest of the gods he arrived first at the Teotihuacan festival, coming of the gods, and impressed his footprint on the heap of maize arranged by the priests for its reception in order that they might know of his coming. He wears a large panache of green feathers, consisting of two parts, that immediately above the face being inserted in a tumbler-shaped ornament painted blue, with a red rim, and having 6 white discs upon its field. To the lower part of this is joined a rainbow-like device in various colors, from which springs the main part of the feather panache. The upper forepart of the face is painted yellow, the rear portion purple or gray, and 94 the region about the mouth is bright red. He is bearded. The tunic is white, with a white shoulder knot, and a bunch of maize springs from the right shoulder. On the breast is the god's mirror, and at the waist an ornament or symbol resembling the Mayakin, sun, sign, painted blue. The rest of the body color is purple-gray. In the left hand he carries an atlatl, or spear thrower, with a serpent's head having a brown mane, and bearing a resemblance to some horse-like ornamental motifs found in Guatemala. In the right hand he bears a shield, the field of which is divided into 2 parts, the right painted blue and bearing what would seem to be the nose ornament of the Pulque gods, whilst the left resembles the design found on the skirt of the earth goddess. The shield is crossed behind by 4 darts and is surmounted by a befeathered banner. In this place Tezcatlipoca is undoubtedly represented in his variant of the young warrior, as his equipment shows. Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. The god's feather crown is set with obsidian knives. His face is barred with horizontal lines of black, and on his back he carries a basket filled with quetzal feathers. His arm ring is set with obsidian knives, and 1/2 of his leg is painted black. On his legs and feet he wears shells and sandals, the latter the so-called obsidian sandals, painted with a picture of the obsidian snake. His arms are covered with paper fans. His shield is inlaid with feather balls, and in one of his hands he holds the seeing or scrying implement Tlachialani. Acosta, describing Tezcatlipoca, says 42, they called this idol Tezcalapuca, he was made of black, shining stone like to jail, being attired with some Gentile devices after their manner. It had earrings of gold and silver, and through the nether lip a small cannon of crystal, in length half a foot, in the which they sometimes put a green feather, and sometimes an azure, which made it resemble sometimes an emerald and sometimes a turquoise. It had the hair broided and bound up with a hair lace of gold burnished, 95 at the end whereof did hang an ear of gold, with 2 firebrands of smoke painted therein, which did signify the prayers of the afflicted and sinners that he heard, when they recommended themselves to him. Betwixt the 2 ears hanged a number of small herons. He had a jewel hanging at his neck so great that it covered all his stomach. Upon his arms bracelets of gold, upon his navel a rich, green stone, and in his left hand a fan of precious feathers, of green, azure, and yellow, which came forth of a looking glass of gold, shining and well burnished, and that signified, that within this looking glass he saw whatever was done in the world. They called this glass or chaston of gold Irlachiaya 43, which signifies his glass for to look in. In his right hand he held 4 darts, which signified the chastisement he gave to the wicked for their sins. They held this idol Tezcatlipoca for the god of drought, of famine, barrenness, and pestilence. And therefore they painted him in another form, being set in great majesty upon a stool, compassed in with a red curtain, painted and wrought with the heads and bones of dead men. In the left hand it had a target with 5 pines, like unto pineapples of cotton, and in the right a little dart with a threatening countenance, and the arm stretched out as if he would cast it, and from the target came 4 darts. It had the countenance of an angry man and in choler, the body all painted blacka and the head full of quail's feathers. Bernal Diaz says of him, BK 6C91, then we saw on the other side on the left hand there stood the other great image the same height as Huichilobos, and it had a face like a bear 44 and eyes that shone, made of their mirrors which they call Tezcat, and the body plastered with precious stones like that of Huichilobos, for they say that the 2 are brothers, and this Tezcatlipoca was the god of hell and had charge of the souls of the Mexicans, and his body was girt with figures like little devils with snakes' tails. Face mask. When Cortez landed at Veracruz, the 96 messengers of Moctezuma tendered him, along with other presents, the ornaments or finery with which Tezcatlipoca was decorated. The mask belonging to this costume is still in existence, and is to be seen in the room devoted to American antiquities in the British Museum. It consists of a human skull encrusted with mosaic in alternate bands of black and green, the nasal cavity being set with a red stone and the eyes with parietes ringed with white. Statuette. A statuette of Tezcatlipoca from the Valley of Mexico, and now in the UD collection, shows the god as nude, with the exception of a loincloth and a flat head dress, rising in the middle. Tezcatlipoca in his black and red forms. Tezcatlipoca was regarded by the Mexican people as possessing 2 definite forms, the black and the red. In this paragraph we will deal only with the insignia of these and not with their mythological significance, which we will attempt to explain in its proper place. Perhaps the best and most classical examples of these forms we possess are to be observed on sheet 21 of Codex Borgia, on both halves of which we see the 2 forms represented as parallel figures, closely resembling one another in nearly every detail. It should at once be stated that the red Tezcatlipoca is merely a variant of Zype, and indeed in one place in Codex Vaticanus B we observe that his loincloth forks in the swallowtail fashion noticeable in the loincloth of that god, and, generally speaking, the red colors he wears are those of the roseate spoonbill, the feathers of which are typical of Zype's dress. These pictures in the Codex Borgia are supplemented by 2 on sheets 85 and 86 of Vaticanus B, where the swallowtail ends of the loincloth and the nasal rod show distinctly that the red Tezcatlipoca is only a form of Zype. The black Tezcatlipoca opposite him is, however, represented with the striped body paint of Tlahuascalpanticutli, the arms being entirely black. In the Borgia paintings the black Tezcatlipoca wears the black body paint of the priest, His face paint is alternately black and yellow, he has the warrior's tousled hair, the nasal rod with the square plaque falling 97 over the mouth, the forked hair and feather adornment in his hair, and on his temple the smoking mirror. The foot, too, is torn off and replaced by a smoking mirror, all symbolical of the standard character of the god's sable form. The red Tezcatlipoca represented in the upper portion of Borja, sheet 21, has a yellow face painting striped with horizontal bands of red, and his body paint is red. On the red bands crossing the face is seen the stellar eye. A brown fillet encircles a red head dress, and the torn off foot is also replaced by the smoking mirror. On his back is seen the bundle of the merchant, surmounted by the arara bird, two symbols which indicate his southern character. The representation of the red Tezcatlipoca in the lower portion of sheet 21 is practically similar to this, save that he wears feather balls and hair and plumes in his head dress, is without the merchant's pack, and holds in one hand the jaguarskin copal bag of the priests and the smoking rubber ball used as incense. These forms of the god have been laid down in myth as distinctly separate deities, especially in the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas. 45 Festivals. Tezcatl, this, one of the most important of all the Mexican festivals, is described by Sahagan substantially as follows: the fifth month, called Tezcatl and sometimes Tepapacahuilistli, was begun by the most solemn and famous feast of the year, in honor of the principal Mexican god, a god known by a multitude of names and epithets, among which were Tezcatlipoca, Titlacaoan, Yautl, Telpuctli, and Tlamatzincatl. A year before this feast, one of the most distinguished of the captives reserved for sacrifice was chosen for his superior grace and personal appearance from among all his fellows, and given in charge to the priestly functionaries called Calpics. These instructed him with great diligence in all the arts pertaining to good breeding, 98 such as playing on the flute, deportment, conversation, saluting those he happened to meet, the use of straight cane tobacco pipes and of flowers. He was attended upon by 8 pages, who were clad in the livery of the palace, and had perfect liberty to go where he pleased night and day, while his food was so rich that, to guard against his growing too fat, it was at times necessary to vary the diet by a purge of salt and water. Everywhere honored and adored as the living image and accredited representative of Tezcatlipoca, he went about playing on a small shrill clay flute or fife, and adorned with rich and curious raiment furnished by the king, while all he met did him reverence, kissing the earth. All his body and face was painted black, his long hair flowed to the waist, his head was covered with white hen's feathers stuck on with resin, and covered with a garland of the flowers called Izquihacatl. 46, while 2 strings of the same flowers crossed his body in the fashion of cross belts. Earrings of gold, a necklace of precious stones, with a great dependent gem hanging to the breast, a lip ornament, barbote, of seashell, bracelets of gold above the elbow on each arm, and strings of gems called maquextlu winding from wrist almost to elbow, were part of his ornaments. He was covered with a rich, beautifully fringed mantle of netting, and bore on his shoulders something like a purse made of white cloth of a span square, ornamented with tassels and a fringe. A white maxtl of a span broad went about his loins, the 2 ends, curiously wrought, falling in front almost to the knee. Little bells of gold hung upon his feet, which were shod with painted sandals called osalunacus. From Codex Borgia. From the Sahagan Mis. Pottery figure from the Ud collection. Tezcatlipoca. All this was the attire he wore from the beginning of his year of preparation, but 20 days before the coming of the festival they changed his vestments, washed away the paint or dye from his skin, and cut down his long hair to the length, and arranged it after the fashion of the hair of the captains, tying it up on the crown of the head with feathers and fringe and 2 gold button tassels. At the same time they married to him 4 damsels, who had 99 been pampered and educated for this purpose, and who were surnamed respectively after the four goddesses, Xochiquetzal, Zilanan, Atlantanan, and Uxtasi-Uatl. 5 days before the great day of the feast, the day of the feast being counted one, all the people, high and low, the king it would appear being alone excepted, went out to celebrate with the man-god a solemn banquet and dance, in the ward called Tekenman. The 4th day before the feast the same was done in the ward in which was guarded the statue of Tezcatlipoca. The little hill or island called Tepatzinco, rising out of the waters of the Lake of Mexico, was the scene of the next day's solemnities, which were renewed for the last time on the next day, or that immediately preceding the great day, on another like island called Tepelpulco, or Tepepulco. There, with the 4 women who had been given to him for his consolation, the honored victim was put into a covered canoe usually reserved for the sole use of the king, and he was carried across the lake to a place called Tlapatzaoayan, near the road that goes from Iztapalapan to Chalco, at a place where was a little hill called Acacilpan, or Cabaltepec. Here left him the 4 beautiful girls whose society for 20 days he had enjoyed, they returning to the capital with all the people. There accompanied him only those 8 attendants who had been with him all the year. Almost alone, done with the joys of beauty, banquet, and dance, bearing a bundle of his flutes, he walked to a little cu, some distance from the road mentioned above, and about a league removed from the city. He marched up the temple steps, and as he ascended he dashed down and broke on every step one of the flutes that he had been accustomed to play on in the days of his prosperity. He reached the top, where he was sacrificed. From the sacrificial stone his body was not hurled down the steps, but was carried by 4 men down to the Tzompantli, to the place of the spitting of heads. Tezcatlipoca. Stone altar of skulls to Tezcatlipoca carved in stone. Museo Nacional, Mexico. In this feast of Tezcatl, in the cu called its Nahuac, where the image of Huitzilopochtli was always kept, the priests made a bust of this god out of tzoli dough, with pieces of 100 Mezcatl 47 wood inserted by way of bones. They decorated it with his ornaments, putting on a jacket wrought over with human bones, a mantle of very thin nican, and another mantle called the tlacuacualo, covered with rich feathers, fitting the head below and widening out above. In the middle of this stood up a little rod, also decorated with feathers, and sticking into the top of the rod was a flint knife half covered with blood. The image was set on a platform made of pieces of wood resembling snakes, and so arranged that heads and tails alternated all the way round, the whole borne by many captains and men of war. Before this image and platform a number of strong youths carried an enormous sheet of paper resembling pasteboard, 20 fathoms long, 1 fathom broad, and a little less than an inch thick. It was supported by spear shafts arranged in pairs of 1 shaft above and 1 below the paper, while persons on either side of the paper held one of these pairs in one hand. When the procession, with dancing and singing, reached the cu to be ascended, the platform was carefully and cautiously hoisted up by cords attached to its 4 corners, the image was set on a seat, and those who carried the paper rolled it up and set down the roll before the bust of the god. It was sunset when the image was so set up, and the following morning everyone offered food in his own house before the image of Huitzilopochtli, incensing also such images of the other gods as he had, and then went to offer quail's blood before the image set up on the cu. The king began, wringing off the heads of 4 quails, the priests offered next, then all the people, the whole multitude carrying clay firepans and burning copal incense of every kind, after which everyone threw his live coals on a great hearth in the temple yard. The virgins painted their faces, put on their heads garlands of parched maize, with strings of the same across their breasts, decorated their arms and legs with red feathers, and carried black paper flags stuck into split canes. The flags of the daughters of the nobles were not of paper, but of a thin cloth called kinoik, painted 101 with vertical black stripes. These girls, joining hands, danced round the great hearth, upon or over which, on an elevated place of some kind, there danced, giving the time and step, two men, having each a kind of pine cage covered with paper flags on his shoulders, the strap supporting which passed, not across the forehead the usual way for men to carry a burden but across the chest, as was the fashion with women. They bore shields of paper, crumpled up like great flowers, their heads were adorned with white feathers, their lips and part of the face were smeared with sugar cane juice, which produced a peculiar effect over the black with which their faces were always painted. They carried in their hands pieces of paper called a mazmaxtli 48 and scepters of palm wood tipped with a black flower and having in the lower part a ball of black feathers. In dancing they used the scepter like a staff, and the part by which they grasped it was wrapped round with a paper painted with black lines. The music for the dancers was supplied by a party of unseen musicians, who occupied one of the temple buildings, where they sat, he that played the drum in the center, and the performers on the other instruments about him. The men and women danced until night, but the strictest order and decency were preserved, and any lewd word or look brought down swift punishment from the appointed overseers. This feast was closed by the death of a youth who had been during the past year dedicated to and taken care of for Oitzalapaktli, resembling in this the victim of Tezcatlapaka, whose companion he had indeed been, but without receiving such high honors. This Oitzalapaktli youth was entitled Ixtiakali 49 or Tlasapan, or Tikalurtsan 50 and was held to be the image and representative of the god. When the day of his death came the priests decorated him with papers painted over with black circles, and put a mitre of eagle's feathers on his head, in the midst of whose plumes was stuck a flint knife, stained halfway up with blood and adorned with red feathers. Tied to his shoulders by strings 102 passing across the breast was a piece of very thin cloth, about a span square, and over it hung a little bag. Over one of his arms was thrown a wild beast skin, arranged somewhat like a maniple, bells of gold jingled at his legs as he walked or danced. There were two peculiar things connected with the death of this youth. First, he had absolute liberty of choice regarding the hour in which he was to die, and, second, he was not extended upon any block or altar, but when he wished he threw himself into the arms of the priests, and had his heart so cut out. His head was then hacked off and spitted alongside that of the Tezcatlapaka youth, of whom we have spoken already. In this same day the priests made little marks on children, cutting them, with thin stone knives, in the breast, stomach, wrists, and fleshy parts of the arms, marks, as the Spanish priests considered, by which the devil should know his own sheep. Teotihuacan, the movable feast sacred to Tezcatlapaka and alluded to in the list of his festivals, are only briefly mentioned by Sahagan, and do not appear to have been of any particular importance. As regards the Teotihuacan, Sahagan says, the 12th month was called Teotihuacan, which signifies the arrival of the gods. A festival was celebrated in honor of all the gods who were said to have gone to some country, I know not where. On the last day of the month a greater one was held, because the gods had returned. On the 15th day of this month the young boys and the servitors decked all the altars or oratories of the gods with boughs, as well those which were in the houses as the images which were set up by the wayside and at the crossroads. This work was paid for in maize. Some received a basketful, and others only a few airs. On the 18th day the ever-youthful god Tlamatsan-Catl, or Titlacapan, arrived. It was said that he marched better and arrived the first because he was young and strong. Food was offered him in his temple on that night. Everyone drank, ate, and made merry. The old people especially celebrated the arrival of the god by drinking wine, and it was alleged that his feet were washed by these rejoicings. 103 The last day of the month was marked by a great festival, on account of the belief that the whole of the gods arrived at that time. On the preceding night a quantity of flour was kneaded on a carpet into the shape of a cheese, it being supposed that the gods would leave a footprint thereon as a sign of their return. The chief attendant watched all night, going to and fro to see if the impression appeared. When he at last saw it he called out, "The master has arrived," and at once the priests of the temple began to sound the horns, trumpets, and other musical instruments used by them. Upon hearing this noise everyone ran forthwith to offer food in all the temples or oratories, and gave themselves up to renewed rejoicings, to wash the feet of the gods, as we have already described. The next day the aged gods were said to come last, because they walked more slowly on account of their age. On that day several captives were doomed to be burnt alive. A great brazier was prepared, young men disguised as monsters danced round about it, and while dancing, hurled the unhappy victims into the fire, in the manner already explained. Other ceremonies took place which will be described in the account of this festival. Mithsahagan says of Tezcatlipoca that he was invisible and was able to penetrate into all places, heaven, earth, and hell. The Mexicans, he says, believed that he wandered over the earth stirring up strife and war, and setting men against one another. He also remarks that he was the true giver of prosperity, and extremely capricious. 51 Acosta calls him the god of drought, famine, barrenness, and pestilence. 52 Clavijo alludes to him as the chief of the gods worshipped in Mexico, the god of providence, the soul of the world, the creator of heaven and earth and master of all things. They represented him as young, to denote that no length of years ever diminished his power. They believed 104 that he rewarded with various benefits the just, and punished the wicked with diseases and other afflictions. 53 The interpreter of Codex Tellurianorumensis states that Tezcatlipoca is he who appeared to the nation on the mountain of the mirror, as they say, and is he who tempted Quetzalcoatl the penitent. Elsewhere he says, they do not here paint Tezcatlipoca with a foot formed of a serpent, since they say that this festival panquetzalistly relates to a time previous to his sinning while still in heaven, and that hence happened the war in heaven, from whence wars sprung below. The interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A says of him, Tezcatlipoca, here represented, was one of their most potent gods. They say that he appeared in that country on the top of a mountain called Tezcatlipoca, which signifies the mountain of mirrors. Later on he remarks that the god was sometimes painted with the feet of a man and of a cock, as they say his name bears allusion to this circumstance. He is clothed with a fowl, which seems to cry in laughing accents, and when it crows, "Oe, oe, oe," they say that it deceived the first woman, who committed sin, and accordingly they place him near the goddess of pollution. A report on the Huaxtec territory, dated 1579, states that, they relate another fable, that they had two other effigies as gods, one called Ometeotli, who is the god of wine, the other Tezcatlipoca, which is the name of the most exalted idol worshipped by them, and with these they had painted the figure of a woman named Hitonantzin, that is our great mother, because they said that she was the mother of all these gods or demons. And those four above-mentioned male demons, they related, had killed this great mother, founding with her the institution of human sacrifice, and taking her heart out of her breast, and presenting it to the sun. Similarly, they related that the idol Tezcatlipoca had killed the god of wine with his consent and concurrence, giving out that in this way he gave eternal life, and that if he did not die, all persons drinking wine must die, but that the 105 death of this Ometeotli was only the sleep of one drunk, that he afterwards recovered, and again became fresh and well. Tezcatlipoca, it will be remembered, is alluded to in the cosmogonic myths of Mendieta and Sahagan, already related in the chapter on cosmogony. The Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas refers to him as the creator, says that he made the sun to shine, and states that he was the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear, which sank in the water. He also made the Tezcatlipoca, or Tree of the Mirror, fashioned 400 men and 100 women as food for the sun, and, along with Quetzalcoatl, constructed the road in the heavens, the Milky Way. Sahagan states 54 that after Tezcatlipoca had succeeded in driving Quetzalcoatl from the country, he proceeded further guilefully to kill many Toltecs and to ally himself by marriage with Vemac or Yumac, who was the temporal lord of the Toltecs, even as Quetzalcoatl was the spiritual ruler of that people. To accomplish these things Tezcatlipoca took the appearance of a poor foreigner and presented himself naked, as was the custom of such people, in the marketplace of Tula, selling green chili pepper. Now the palace of Vemac, the great king, overlooked the marketplace, and he had an only daughter, and the girl, looking by chance among the buyers and sellers, saw the disguised god. She was smitten through with love of him, and she began to sicken. Vemac heard of her sickness, and he inquired of the women who guarded her as to what ailed his daughter. They told him as best they could, how for the love of a peddler of pepper, named Taveo, the princess had lain down to die. The king immediately sent a crier upon the mountains at Sitepec to make this proclamation, O Toltecs, seek me out Taveo that goes about selling green pepper, let him be brought before me. So the people sought everywhere for the pepper vendor, but he was nowhere to be found. Then after they could not find him, he appeared 106 of his own accord one day, at his old place and trade in the market. He was brought before the king, who said to him, Where dost thou belong to? And Taveo answered, I am a foreigner, come here to sell my green pepper. Why dost thou delay to cover thyself with breeches and a blanket? Said Vemac. Taveo answered that in his country such things were not in the fashion. Vemac continued, My daughter longs after thee, not willing to be comforted by any Toltec. She is sick of love and thou must heal her. But Taveo replied, This thing can in no wise be, kill me first, I desire to die, not being worthy to hear these words, who get my living by selling green pepper. I tell thee, said the king, that thou must heal my daughter of this her sickness, fear not. Then they took the cunning god and washed him, and cut his hair, and dyed all his body and put breeches on him and a blanket, and the king Vemac said, Get thee in and see my daughter, there, where they guard her. Then the young man went in and he remained with the princess and she became sound and well, thus Taveo became the son-in-law of the king of Tula. Then, behold, all the Toltecs, being filled with jealousy and offended, spake injurious and insulting words against King Vemac, saying among themselves, Of all the Toltecs can there not be found a man, that this Vemac marries his daughter to a peddler. Now when the king heard all the injurious and insulting words that the people spake against him he was moved, and he spoke to the people saying, Come hither, behold I have heard all these things that ye say against me in the matter of my son-in-law Taveo, dissimulate then, take him deceitfully with you to the war of Cacatepec and Cotepec, and let the enemy kill him there. Having heard these words, the Toltecs armed themselves, and collected a multitude and went to the war, bringing Taveo along. Arrived where the fighting was to take place, they hid him with the lame and the dwarfs, charging them, as the custom was in such cases, to watch for the enemy, while the soldiers went on to the attack. The battle began. The Toltecs at once gave way, treacherously 107 and guilefully deserting Taveo and the cripples. Leaving them to be slaughtered at their post, they returned to Tula and told the king how they had left Taveo and his companions alone in the hands of the enemy. When the king heard the treason he was glad, thinking Taveo dead, for he was ashamed of having him for a son-in-law. Affairs had gone otherwise, however, with Taveo from what the plotters supposed. On the approach of the hostile army he consoled his deformed companions, saying, "Fear nothing, the enemy come against us, but I know that I shall kill them all." Then he rose up and went forward against them, against the men of Kotpek and Kakatepek. He put them to flight and slew of them without number. When this came to the ears of Vemak, it weighed upon and terrified him exceedingly. He said to his Toltecs, "Let us now go and receive my son-in-law." So they all went out with King Vemak to receive Taveo, bearing the arms and devices called Quetzalapanikayotl, and the shields called Zyukamalai. 55 They gave these things to Taveo, and he and his comrades received them with dancing and the music of flutes, with triumph and rejoicing. Furthermore, on reaching the palace of the king, plumes were put upon the heads of the conquerors, and all the body of each of them was stained yellow, and all the face red. This was the customary reward of those that came back victorious from war. And King Vemak said to his son-in-law, "I am now satisfied with what thou hast done, and the Toltecs are satisfied. Thou hast dealt very well with our enemies, rest and take thine ease." But Taveo held his peace. And after this, Taveo adorned all his body with the rich feathers called Tosivital, and commanded the Toltecs to gather together for a festival, and sent a crier up to the top of the mountains at Saitepec, to call in the strangers and the people afar off to dance and to feast. A numberless multitude gathered to Tula. When they were all gathered, Taveo led them out, young men and girls, to a place called Texcalapa, where he himself began and led the dancing, playing 108 on a drum. He sang too, singing each verse to the dancers, who sang it after him, though they knew not the song beforehand. Then was to be seen a marvelous and terrible thing. A panic seized the Toltecs. There was a gorge or ravine there, with a river rushing through it called the Texcaltlaurco. A stone bridge led over the river. Taveo broke down this bridge as the people fled. He saw them tread and crush each other down, underfoot, and over into the abyss. They that fell were turned into rocks and stones. As for those that escaped, they did not see nor think that it was Taveo and his sorceries had wrought this great destruction. They were blinded by the witchcraft of the god, and out of their senses like drunken men. Tezcatlipoca then proceeded to hatch further evil against the Toltecs. He took the appearance of a certain valiant man called Teguio, and commanded a crier to summon all the inhabitants of Tula and its neighborhood to come and help at a certain piece of work in a certain flower garden, said to have been a garden belonging to Quetzalcoatl. All the people gathered to the work, whereupon the disguised god fell upon them, knocking them on the head with a hoe. Those that escaped the hoe were trodden down and killed by their fellows in attempting to escape. A countless number was slain. Every man that had come to the work was left lying dead among the trodden flowers. And after this Tezcatlipoca wrought another witchcraft against the Toltecs. He called himself Tlacepan, or Asexkich, and came and sat down in the midst of the marketplace of Tula having a little mannequin, said to have been Oitzalapochtli, dancing upon his hand. There was an instant uproar of all the buyers and sellers and a rush to see the miracle. The people crushed and trod each other down, so that many were killed there, and all this happened many times. At last the god-sorcerer cried out on one such occasion, "What is this? Do you not see that you are befooled by us? Stone and kill us." So the people took up stones and killed the said sorcerer and his little dancing mannequin. But when the body of the sorcerer had lain in 109 the marketplace for some time, it began to stink and to taint the air, and the wind of it poisoned many. Then the dead sorcerer spake again, saying, "Cast this body outside the town, for many Toltecs die because of it." So they prepared to cast out the body, and fastened ropes thereto and pulled. But the ill-smelling corpse was so heavy that they could not move it. Then a crier made a proclamation, saying, "Come, all ye Toltecs, and bring ropes with you, that we may drag out and get rid of this pestilential carcass." All came accordingly, bringing ropes, and the ropes were fastened to the body and all pulled. It was utterly in vain. Rope after rope broke with a sudden snap, and those that dragged on a rope fell and were killed when it broke. Then the dead wizard looked up and said, "O Toltecs, a verse of song is needed." And he himself gave them a verse. They repeated the verse after him, and, singing it, pulled all together, so that with shouts they hauled the body out of the city, though still not without many ropes breaking and many persons being killed as before. All this being over, those Toltecs that remained unhurt returned every man to his place, not remembering anything of what had happened, for they were all as drunken. Other signs and wonders were wrought by Tezcatlipoca in his role of sorcerer. A white bird called Iztacquistli was clearly seen flying over Tula, transfixed with a dart. At night also, the sierra called Zacatepec burned, and the flames were seen from afar. All the people were stirred up and affrighted, saying one to another, "O Toltecs, it is all over with us now, the time of the end of Tula is come, alas for us, whither shall we go?" Then Tezcatlipoca wrought another evil upon the Toltecs, he rained down stones upon them. There fell also, at the same time, a great stone from heaven called Tecatl, and when it fell the god-sorcerer took the appearance of an old woman, and went about selling little banners in a place called Chapultepec-Cuitlapilco, otherwise named Yutzenco. Many then became mad and bought of these banners and went to the place where was the stone Tecatl, and there 110 got themselves killed, and no one was found to say so much as, "What is this that happens to us?" They were all mad. Another woe Tezcatlipoca brought upon the Toltecs. All their victuals suddenly became sour, and no one was able to eat of them. The old woman, above mentioned, took up then her abode in a place called Cochitla, and began to roast maize, and the odor of the roasted maize reached all the cities round about. The starving people set out immediately, and with one accord, to go where the old woman was. They reached her instantly, for here it may be again said, that the Toltecs were exceedingly light of foot, and arrived always immediately whithersoever they wished to go. As for the Toltecs that gathered to the mock sorceress, not one of them escaped. She killed them every one. These feats of Tezcatlipoca against the Toltecs seem to have reference to the various species of charm wielded by the enchanter, the love charm, the charm by music, by disease, by destruction of victuals. The rain of stones signified barrenness, drought, which was implied by the nature of the god, the deity of obsidian and of tempests. For other myths regarding Tezcatlipoca see the chapter on cosmogony. Nature and status. In my opinion, the early significance of Tezcatlipoca arises out of his connection with obsidian. This stone had an especial sanctity for the Mexicans, as it provided the sacrificial knives employed by the priests, and we possess good evidence that stone in its fetish form was worshipped even so late as the 18th century by the Nahuatl-speaking Chotas, who comprised it in a trinity with the Dawn and the Serpent. 56 From a passage in Acosta 57 we are justified in assuming that Tezcatlipoca's idol was of obsidian, and, like the quiche god Tohil, mentioned in the Popol Vuh, he wore sandals of obsidian, as is witnessed by one of his representations in Codex Borbonicus, where his footgear is painted with the zigzag line of the obsidian snake. 111 Tezcatlipoca was unquestionably the god of the Itztli, obsidian, stone, and Sealer 58 has identified him with Iztli, the stone knife god, the second of the lords of the night. In certain codices, too, he is represented as having such a knife in place of a foot, and we know that it was a fairly common practice of the Mexican artists to indicate the name or race of an individual by drawing one of his feet in a hieroglyphical manner. Point 59 I believe, too, that the net-like garment worn at times by the god above his other attire is an adaptation of the mesh bag in which Mexican hunters carried flints for use as spear and arrowheads. This, as well as the fact that he was the god of the sharp-cutting obsidian from which such weapons were made, caused him to be regarded as patron deity of the wild hunting Chichimecs of the northern steppes, a connection which is eloquent of his erstwhile primitive character. It is clear, too, that Chalchiatotlan, the jeweled fowl, which is ruler of the 18th day sign, Tecpatl, obsidian knife, is merely a variant of Tezcatlipoca. 6112 But another important link connects Tezcatlipoca with obsidian. Bernal Diaz states that they called this Tezcat. From it mirrors were manufactured as divinatory media by the wizard. Sahagan says 61 that it was known as Aitztli, water obsidian, probably because of the high polish of which it was capable. Another such stone he mentions was called Tepectli, which I would translate wizard stone, and from which I think, by a process of etymological confusion, Tezcatlipoca received one of his minor names, Telpoctli, the youth. The name of the god means smoking mirror, and Acosta 62 says that the Mexicans called Tezcatlipoca's mirror Irlachiaya, an obvious error for Tlachialani, his glass to look in, otherwise the mirror or scrying stone in which he was able to witness the doings of mankind. It is possible that the smoke which was said to rise from this mirror symbolized the haziness which is supposed to cloud the surface of a divinatory glass prior to the phenomenon of vision therein. Thus from the shape beheld in the seer's mirror, Tezcatlipoca came to be regarded as the seer. That into which the wizard gazed became so closely identified with sorcery as to be thought of as wizard-like itself, for Tezcatlipoca is, of all Mexican deities, the one most nearly connected with the wizard's art. He is par excellence the nocturnal god who haunts the crossways and appears in a myriad phantom guises to the night-bound wayfarer. These, says Sahagan, were masks that Tezcatlipoca assumed to frighten the people. He wears the symbol of night upon his forehead, he is the moon, ruler of the night, the wizard who veils himself behind the clouds, he bears the severed arm of a woman who has died in childbed, as a magical instrument, as did the Nahuatl of old Mexico. From him all ominous and uncanny sounds proceed, the howl of the jaguar, in which we perceive Tezcatlipoca as the wizard metamorphosed 113 into the wer animal, and the foreboding cry of the Uwuktli bird, the Vok, the bird of hurricane in the Popol Vuh. Tezcatlipoca was undoubtedly connected with the wind, and this leads me to suspect that in the course of his evolution he came to be thought of as among that class of magical stones which in some mysterious manner is considered capable of raising a tempest under the spell of the sorcerer. 63 Of such a belief worldwide examples exist. In the Irish island of Flatiron such a stone was anointed when the fisher desired a wine. 64 And was kept in wool wrappings. A piece of pumice stone drifted to Puka Puka, says Lang 65, and was regarded as a god of winds and waves, to which offerings were made during hurricanes. Tezcatlipoca is none other than the original hurricane, for he has been identified with the hurricane of the Quiches of Guatemala alluded to in the Popol Vuh, from whose name the meteorological expression has been borrowed. Whether or not he came to be looked upon as the wind of night which ravined through the empty streets and deserted countryside by virtue of the train of thought suggested above, many aspects of Tezcatlipoca are eloquent of his boreal attributes. Thus, he is invisible and capricious, the object of mistrust among the people, who discerned in tempestuous weather a manifestation of his freakish bad temper. The myth in which he was described as pursuing Quetzalcoatl in tiger form will, in the section which deals with that god, be indicated as an allegory of the clashing of the hurricane with the rain-bringing trade wind. Lastly, as patron of war, of the Warriors Club and Dance House, he is, as the boisterous storm, emblematic of strife and discord. Seats of stone overarched with green branches were provided for him throughout the city so that he might rest from his wanderings if he thought good. 114 In the Aztec mind, stone was symbolic of sin. Thus Tezcatlipoca in his variant, Itztlacalayuki, is the just avenger, who punishes evil swiftly and terribly, for obsidian as the sacrificial knife was the instrument of justice. 66 The coldness of stone, its hardness and dryness, seem also to have given rise to the conception of him as god of the Tezcatl festival in the 5th month of the year, the dry season, when the sun stood at the zenith above Tenochtitlan. Thus, as the prayers to him eloquently affirm, he was the god of drought, of sereness and barrenness. In common with the majority of the greater Mexican deities, Tezcatlipoca had a stellar connection. He was one of the Tzitzimime who had fallen from heaven, and the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas remarks of him, the constellation of the Great Bear descends to the water because it is Tezcatlipoca, who has his seat there, thus also indicating that he ruled the northern quarter, out of which, it was considered, no good thing might come. His Tzitzimime shape appears to have been the spider. In American Indian myth the stars are frequently regarded as having spider form, and especially so in Mexican myth. In several of the codices, notably in Codex Borbonicus, the Tzitzimime or star demons are represented in insect shape. Thus, Tezcatlipoca, when he descended from heaven to Harris Quetzalcoatl, did so by means of a spider's web, so that we are justified in regarding the spider as his stellar form. The origin of his conception as the son of the north and as the setting sun seems reasonably clear and is secondary in character. As the sun sinks in the west, its brilliant gold turns to a glassy red, reminiscent of the dull reflex of light in a surface of polished obsidian. The mirror held by Tezcatlipoca, with its fringe of feathers, obviously represents the sun of evening. But he is also to be thought of as the torrid and blazing orb of the dry season, scorching and merciless. I regard his several colored forms as symbolic of various 115 kinds of weather. Thus, in his black form he appears to represent the rainy season, in his red, the torrid and dry period of the year, in his white, cold and frost, and in his striped painting, the embodiment of fair weather. Thus Tezcatlipoca is the atmospheric god par excellence, ruler of all meteorological conditions. In the prayers offered up to him it is frequently stated that he may, if he so chooses, send rain and plenty, and this aspect of him seems to account for his variously colored disguises. That these were, indeed, regarded as practically separate divine forms is clear from the first chapter of the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, which alludes to the black and red Tezcatlipoca as two entirely different gods. Tezcatlipoca, at the period of the conquest, had developed attributes of a more lofty kind than any of those already described. Like Quetzalcoatl, and because he was a god of the wind or atmosphere, he came to be regarded as the personification of the breath of life. In the mind of savage man the wind is usually the giver of breath, the great storehouse of respiration, the source of immediate life. In many mythologies the name of the principal deity is synonymous with that for wind, and in others the words soul and breath have a common origin. It has been suggested that the Hebrew Yahweh, the archaic form of Jehovah, is connected with the Arabic Hawa, to blow or breathe, and that Yahweh was originally a wind or tempest god. Our word spiritual is derived from the Latin spirare, to blow, the Latin animus, spirit, is the same word as the Greek anemos, wind, and psyche has a similar origin. All are directly evolved from verbal roots expressing the motion of the wind or the breath. The Hebrew word ruah is equivalent to both wind and spirit, as is the Egyptian neph. If we turn to the American mythologies, Nija in the language of the Dakota means breath, or life, in Netalapayuts is life, breath, and soul. The Yakuna language of Oregon has Ukrisha, wind, Ukrishemite, life. The Creeks applied to their supreme deity the 116 name Isagata Emisi, master of breath 67, and the original name for God in Choctaw was Hustala, the storm wind. In the identity of wind with breath, of breath with life, of life with soul, of soul with God, lies the far deeper and truer reason, says Brinton, of the prominence given to wind gods in many mythologies. 68 But although Tezcatlipoca was the giver of life, he was also regarded as a deity with power to take it away. In fact, at times he appeared as an inexorable death dealer, and in this guise he was named Nezawalpili, the hungry chief, and Yayatzin, the enemy. But he was also known as Telpochtli, the youthful warrior, from the fact that his reserve of strength, his vital force, never grew less and was boisterously apparent, as in the tempest. As the wind at night rushes through the roads with more seeming violence than it does by day, so was Tezcatlipoca pictured in the Aztec consciousness as rioting along the highways in search of slaughter. Indeed, seats or benches of stone, shaped like those used by the chiefs of the Mexican towns, were placed at intervals on the roads for his use, and here he was supposed to lurk, concealed by the green boughs which surrounded them, in wait for his victims. Should anyone grapple with and overcome him, he might crave whatsoever boon he desired, with the surety of its being granted. The worship of Tezcatlipoca previous to the conquest had so advanced, and so powerful had his cult become, that it would appear as if the movement would ultimately have led to a monotheism or worship of one god equivalent to that of the cult of Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament among the ancient Hebrews. To his priestly caste is credited the invention of many of the usages of civilized life, and it succeeded in making his worship universal. The Nahua people regarded the other gods as objects of special devotion, but the worship of Tezcatlipoca was general. 117 Contents Quetzalcoatl equals feathered serpent. Area of worship, the plateau of Anahuac. Minor names, Chicuna'i Cattle 9 Wind. Ce Acatl 1 Reed. Relationship, son of Iztacmixcoatl and Chimalman or Cochiquetzal, one of the Tzitzai Mime. Calendar place, ruler of the second day count, Ecatl. Ruler of the second week, CEO Salotl. 9th of the 13 day lords. Festivals, Ce Acatl, movable feast. Atlacewalco. Compass direction, east. Aspect and insignia general. The insignia of Quetzalcoatl is fairly constant in its appearance. He usually wears the Huaxtec cone-shaped hat painted in the design of the jaguar skin, which is occasionally divided vertically into a black or blue and a red field, having an eye in the middle. The hair is bound by a leather strap set with jewels, which has a conventional bird's head on the front, and in Codex Borgia consistently shows a black, stepped pattern on a white ground. Elsewhere a bow with rounded ends takes the place of this strap, but in Borgia, sheet 62, the hair is bound up with two intertwined snakes. At the back of the neck a fan-shaped nape ornament is usually seen, consisting of black feathers, from which rise the red plumes of the quetzal bird, and it seems, from the account of the costume sent to Cortes by Moticazoma, that this nape appendage was made from grouse feathers, although the Spanish account states that they belonged to the crow. The god usually wears white ear pendants of hook-like shape, which, Sahagan states, were made of gold. The necklace is of spirally veluted snail shells, and on the breast is worn a large ornament, also sliced from a shell. The ends of the loincloth are rounded off and are generally painted in two colors: brown, the color 118 of the jaguar skin, and white or red. The god's atlatl, or spear thrower, is painted with the stellar design of white circles on a black ground, and in his head-dress is stuck the agave leaf spike and the bone dagger, the implements of penance and mortification. The body paint is frequently black, like that of the priests. Most of these insignia are of Huaxtec origin and show that Quetzalcoatl was usually associated with this coastal people. The snail shell ornament on the breast, the hook-shaped ear pendant, the fan-shaped nape ornament, and the cone-shaped cap, were undoubtedly of Huaxtec origin, and such objects have been taken from Huaxtec graves and are found represented on vases and jugs from the state of Hidalgo. In many representations of him the god is seen wearing a long-snouted mask, usually painted a bright red, through which he was supposed to expel the wind in his guise of Ecatl, the wind god. This mask is frequently fringed with a beard. Forms of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, right, and Tlahuariscalpantecutli. Codex Borgia, sheet 19. Codex Vaticanus B sheet 75, Quetzalcoatl's body paint is a dark color, and in his hair he wears unspun cotton, as does Tlazaltecutl. Sheet 76, here his face is painted black and he wears the fillet with the step pattern and the two-colored cap, and in his hair are stuck the instruments of mortification. He holds in his hand a snake, which is to be regarded as the agricultural implement with which he tills the ground. Codex Borgia sheet 73, in this place he is set back to back with the death god and is surrounded by the 20-day signs. The body paint is light blue, and the anterior part of the face has the stellar painting of white circles on a black ground. His conical cap has the parti-colored painting and the cross, the symbol of the four winds, in the middle. On his breast he wears the snail shell and in his hand a blue staff. His wind mask is entirely covered with stellar and lunar emblems. His rattle staff is light blue, in contradistinction to that of the death god, which is sprinkled with blood. Sheet 56, here he is equipped with the hoe and wears the body paint of a priest, a necklace of jaguar skin and teeth, the conical bicolored cap, the 119-step fillet with conventional bird's head in front, and the bearded face mask. Stellar symbols and feather balls dot his dress and headdress. He stands back to back with the death god, and it is clear that here he is intended to represent the heavenly Quetzalcoatl, the giver of breath and life. On sheet 72 we see him as a priest surrounded by day signs and implements of mortification. Sheet 19, as represented in this sheet he stands opposite the death god. He wears a dark-colored garment, and what can be seen of his face is painted black, with a spiral pattern. His mantle bears the cross hatchings indicative of rain or water and is ornamented with feather balls. The red wind mask protrudes beneath a parti-colored cap with stellar eyes, and a fillet with step pattern and conventional bird's head, and he wears the snail shell breast ornament and carries the implements of mortification. Sheet 16, on the lower right-hand corner of this sheet he is depicted in a precisely similar manner. Forms of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, right, and the death god. Codex Vaticanus, 3773, sheet 76. Quetzalcoatl's dress sent to Cortés when Cortés landed at Veracruz, Moctezuma, believing him to be the god Quetzalcoatl returned, sent him the dress that was appropriate to him. 69 This consisted of 4 costumes, that of Quetzalcoatl proper, and those of Tezcatlipoca, Tlaloc, and Xiuchicutli, the fire god, who were regarded as the 4 deities dominant in the 4 quarters of the heavens, and had in the higher theology become fused in the conception of Quetzalcoatl, or were regarded as variants of him. The Quetzalcoatl dress proper is said by Sahagan to have consisted of the turquoise snake mask, now to be seen in the British Museum, and which can be easily identified by the folds of the snake's body forming the eyebrows, the quetzal feather adornment, and the turquoise throwing stick, shaped in the form of a snake. It seems probable, however, that this dress, although it is described as that of Quetzalcoatl, was that associated with the fire god. Codex Malayabeciano sheet 89, Quetzalcoatl is here represented in a dancing attitude. He wears the Huaxtec 120 hat made of jaguar skin, the shield with the snail shell ornament, which is also reproduced on his breast, and the yellow and red face painting. The bone reed for piercing the tongue is stuck in his headgear, and from it depend balls of cotton. He carries an atlatl, or spear thrower, symbolic of rain or wind, and similar in motif to the nose ornament of the Maya god B. His mantle is cross-hatched to symbolize rain or water and is decorated with red bows. He wears anklets of jaguar skin, and a panache of green and yellow feathers. Quetzalcoatl. From the Sahagan Ms. Pottery figure of Quetzalcoatl from Texcoco. Forms of Quetzalcoatl. Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. In the illustration which accompanies his description in this Ms. he wears a pointed cap of jaguar skin, surmounted by quetzal plumes. The face and body are painted black with soot, and a curved band falls from beneath the hat to the neck. He wears the golden water snake collar, and on his back the wing of the red guacamaya. Over the hips is slung a cloth with a red border. He wears white sandals, and pieces of jaguar skin are fastened over the foot. On his shield he has the shell which is typical of him, and in his hand a staff with a motif like that of the nose of the Maya god B. Sahagan says of him, his image was always in a recumbent position and covered with blankets. The face of it was very ugly, the head large and furnished with a long beard. 70 Torquemada states that Quetzalcoatl was a white man, large-bodied, broad-browed, great-eyed, with long black hair and a beard heavy and rounded. 71 Acosta says of Quetzalcoatl's image at Cholula, they called it Quetzalcoatl. This idol was in a great place in a temple very high. It had about it gold, silver, jewels, very rich feathers, and habits of divers colors. It had the form of a man, but the visage of a little bird with a red bill, and above a comb full of warts, having ranks of teeth and the tongue hanging out. It carried upon the head a pointed mitre of painted paper, a scythe in the hand, and many toys of gold on the legs, with 1,000 other foolish inventions, whereof all had their significations. 72 121 Elsewhere Acosta says, the greatest idol of all their gods was called Quetzalcoatl. He never wear but one garment of cotton, which was white, narrow and long, and upon that a mantle beset with certain red crosses. They have certain green stones which were his, and those they keep for relics. One of them is like an ape's head. Analstaquautitlan. In this work Quetzalcoatl is described as wearing the turquoise snake mask and the quetzal feather ornament, that is, the decorations of the fire god. Lastly, in the year 1 read they say, when he had arrived on the shore of the sea, then he began to weep and put off the garb with which he was arrayed, his quetzal feather ornament, his turquoise mask. Quetzalcoatl. From a wall painting at Mitla. Tonacatecutli Tonacasayuatl. From Codex Borgia. Statuary. A statuette of the god from the Valley of Mexico exhibits him in a high cap, ornamented round the lower portion with a serpentine motif, and wearing the sliced snail shell dress ornament. A caryatid found in the Calle de las Escaleras, Mexico City, on the 16th of October 1900, represents him with a long, pointed beard, which might, however, be interpreted as the mouth mask of the wind god lowered down to show the upper part of the face more clearly, and it would seem from this statue that the beard with which Quetzalcoatl is represented in some places in Mexican art is nothing more or less than the mouth mask pushed down over the chin and neck, although it must be admitted that his mask is frequently depicted with what is undoubtedly a beard. A relief excavated at the Castillo de Tio shows Quetzalcoatl wearing the feathered serpent helmet mask, which in this representation is most elaborate, and the sliced snail shell dress ornament. Two figures of Quetzalcoatl found near Texcoco exhibit considerable differentiation from other forms. In both he is seated on the top of a teocalli or temple, and behind him is seen the solar emblem, represented as a large, flaming disc. He wears a high cap which reminds one of the crown of Upper Egypt, as seen in Egyptian representations, except that it is flanked on either side by two large 122 studs or knobs and is surrounded at the base by the serpent motif, as in the specimen from the Valley of Mexico. He also wears his usual breast ornament. In a round sculpture found at Puebla we perhaps see Quetzalcoatl as a butterfly, and can only identify this figure as the god because of the wind mask it wears. Wall paintings. In several of the wall paintings at Mitla, and especially in those on the north side of Palace I, Quetzalcoatl is depicted as wearing the insignia usually connected with him in Mexico. In one of these he wears the Huaxtec cap with jaguar skin markings, having the sacrificial implements stuck in it, and the wind mouth mask, with beard. The snail shell ornament adorns his shield. In another the facial insignia is less easily seen, but the large nape fan with which he is frequently adorned is well depicted. Immediately behind this is a figure, which, though partially destroyed, is still interesting because of its high degree of conventionality. We have here the cap and panache of Quetzalcoatl, together with the strip running from brow to eye and from eye to jaw, which is part of the face painting of the moon god. Moreover, in the corner we have the symbol of the moon, a pot-shaped bone, so that here, I think, we have a symbol of Quetzalcoatl as the moon god. In the preceding figure, too, we have also the lunar emblem, in this place in shape like the nose plug of the Octli gods, but containing the stellar eye, and flanked by balls of featherdown. It would thus seem that the symbol has some reference to Quetzalcoatl in his variant of the planet Venus. Moreover, the eye appears as gouged out. This eye gouging is seen in the Maya books of Ilan Balam, in the case of the god Itzamna. These two latter paintings, Sealer thinks, are symbolic of the Oiyatayo, or the high priests of Mitla, who were regarded as incarnations of Quetzalcoatl. 73 123 myths. The myths concerning Quetzalcoatl are numerous and conflicting. In the first place I shall provide a careful précis of the more important, their prolixity rendering full quotation impossible. Sahagun's account of Quetzalcoatl may be summarized as follows: the arts had their inception with Quetzalcoatl. His houses were made of chalchites, silver, white, and red shells, and rich feathers. His folk were nimble and swift in passage from one place to another, and were called Tlanquachi Milheim. 74 He gave his commands to the people for 100 leagues round by means of a crier stationed on the mountain Tsatsai Tepital. 75 He had wealth in abundance, provision in plenty, and in his time maize was so large in the head that a man might not carry more than one stalk in his clasped arms. Pumpkins were in circumference as great as a man is high, and the stalks of the wild amaranth grew like trees. Cotton grew in all colors: red, scarlet, yellow, violet, white, green, blue, black, gray, orange, and tawny. In the city of Tolan, where Quetzalcoatl dwelt, were many birds of rich plumage and sweet song. The servants of Quetzalcoatl were wealthy and had abundance of all things, and food was plentiful with them. Their master did penance by pricking his legs and drawing blood with the spines of the maguey and by washing at midnight in a fountain. But sorcerers came against Quetzalcoatl and his people, the Toltecs, and these, we are told, were the gods Tezcatlipoca, Oitzilapoctli, and Tlaixwipan. Tezcatlipoca visited the house of Quetzalcoatl in the guise of an old man, but was told that he was sick, and was at first refused entrance. Later, however, he was admitted, Quetzalcoatl observing that he had waited for him for many days. Tezcatlipoca then produced a draught of medicine which, he assured the sick king, would intoxicate him, ease his heart, and carry his thoughts away from the trials and fatigues of death and departure. 76 This 124 latter phrase roused Quetzalcoatl to ask where he must go, for that he had a premonition of departure seems clear. To Tolantlapalan, replied Tezcatlipoca, where another old man awaits thee. He and you shall speak together, and on thy return thou shalt be as a youth, yea as a boy. With little goodwill Quetzalcoatl quaffed the medicine, and having once tasted of it he drank more deeply, so that at last he became intoxicated and maudlin. That which he had drunk was the wine made from the maguey plant, called tioncetl, drink of the gods. And so great a longing to depart came upon him that at length he arose and went from Tolan. 77 Ere departing, Quetzalcoatl burned his houses of shells and silver and buried many precious things in the mountains and ravines. He turned the cocoa trees into mesquites and dispatched all the birds of brilliant plumage in Anahuac, 300 miles away. On his journey to the coast he came to the hill Cuautitlan, where he found a great tree, under which he rested. Gazing into a mirror, as he reclined under its shade, he said, I am very old, named the place Cuautitlan after his saying 78 and stoned the tree. The stones he cast at it sank into its trunk, and were to be seen remaining there for long afterwards. Preceded by flute players, he recommenced his journey, but once more became weary, and rested on a stone by the wayside. Looking towards Tolan, he wept, and his tears pitted the stone on which he sat, and the imprints of his hands and thighs also remained thereon. That place he called Tamacpalco. Reaching a great river, he halted until a stone bridge was built over it, and having crossed, he called the place Tepanaya. Certain sorcerers now met him, and asked him whither he was bound, why he had left his city of Tolan, and who would now do penance there. Quetzalcoatl replied that he must go, that he was called to Tlapalan by the sun. The sorcerers requested him to leave behind his knowledge of the mechanical arts, the smelting of silver, the working 125 of precious stones, and masonry, painting, and featherwork. These he left with them perforce. But his treasure of jewels he cast into the fountain of Kajkapan hard by. Another magician whom he met insisted upon his drinking a draught which he could give to none of the living. Intoxicated, he slept, and when he awoke, tore his hair. That place was called Cachdoca. Pursuing his journey, he passed between a mountain of snow and a volcano, where his humpbacked and dwarfish servants perished from the excessive cold. Bitterly he bewailed their death in song. Passing on, leaving signs of his progress on every hand, and sliding down the mountains, he tarried here and there, building a Tlactli court at one place, the markings of which were visible in deep gashes on the hills. Once he transfixed a tree with a dart or with another tree, so that it resembled a cross. In other localities he constructed subterranean houses, Mitlancalco, and elsewhere balanced a great rolling stone, and on all these spots he conferred names. At length he came to the seashore, where he commanded that a raft of snakes, Cotopaxtli, should be constructed for him. In this he seated himself as in a canoe, put out to sea, and set out for Tlapalan. 79 Torquemada's account of the Quetzalcoatl myth somewhat resembles that of Sahagan, due, no doubt, to the circumstance that he had access to the unpublished myths of that author, from which he borrowed in a wholesale manner. The points of difference are these: Quetzalcoatl was high priest of Tolan, whence he migrated to Cholula. The ruler of Tolan was one Humac, but Quetzalcoatl was its chief in spiritual and ecclesiastical matters. In drinking the magic potion of Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl desired to render himself immortal. He left the impress of his body on a stone situated on a mountain near the city of Tlalnepantla, or Tamacpalco, 2 leagues from Mexico, as the natives declared to Torquemada himself. Met by the sorcerers Tezcatlipoca and the others who tried to hinder his going, he refused to stay his progress, and said that he must pass on to the Sun land. 126 Father Sahagun, remarks Torquemada, when at Xochimilco, was asked by the natives, who were keenly desirous of knowledge on the point, where Tlapalan was, and replied that he did not know, as he had then not been long among them. The fountain in which Quetzalcoatl cast his jewels was now called Coipan, in the snake water. He then passed on to Cholula, where he was adored as a god. When he had resided there for 20 years, he was expelled by Tezcatlipoca. Setting out once more for Tlapalan, accompanied by 4 virtuous youths, he embarked at Coatzacoalco. Bidding farewell to his disciples, he assured them that at a future time there would come by way of the sea, where the sun rises, certain white men with white beards, like him, and that these would be his brothers and would rule the land. These disciples became the rulers of the 4 provinces of Cholula. Quetzalcoatl was god of the air, and during his life on earth was devoted to the careful observance of the older forms of worship, but instituted many new rites, ceremonies, and festivals and made the calendar. Barren women prayed to him. He swept the road, so that the Tlalaki might rain. For a month or so before the rainy season stormy winds blew throughout New Spain. The Colulans preserved as relics green stones that had belonged to him, on one of which was carved a monkey's head. A great temple to him was founded at Cholula. 80 Elsewhere Torquemada descants on the Quetzalcoatl myth as follows: a body of men came from the north by way of Panuco, dressed in long robes of black linen, cut low at the neck, with short sleeves. They came to Tolan, but finding the country there too thickly peopled, passed on to Cholula, where they were well received. Their chief was Quetzalcoatl, a man with ruddy complexion and long beard. These people multiplied and sent colonists to the Mixtec and Zapotec countries, raising the great buildings at Mitla. They were cunning handicraftsmen, not so good at masonry as at jewelers' work, sculpture, and agriculture. Tezcatlipoca and Humac conceived an enmity to Quetzalcoatl, and as 127 he did not wish to go to war with them, he and his folk removed to Onahualco, Yucatan, Tabasco, and Campeche. 81 Motolania says of Quetzalcoatl that when Iztacmixcoatl, the Mexican Adam, married his second wife Quimalmit, she bore him Quetzalcoatl, who grew up chaste and temperate. He instituted fasting and mortification, and never married. He founded the custom of drawing blood from the ears and tongue in penitence. A certain Xiximacatl fastened a leather strap to his arm, near the shoulder, and from that time this Xiximacatl was known as a Colhuatl, and became the ancestor of the Calhua. Quetzalcoatl was god of the air and many temples were raised to him. 82 Mendieta has much to say of Quetzalcoatl, but in a synopsis of his account we retain only such circumstances as have not been already alluded to. Many different traditions regarding Quetzalcoatl existed, some saying that he was the son of Camacotli, Camaxtli, god of hunting and fishing, and of his wife Quimialuna, others that Quimialuna, when sweeping one day, found a Chalcahuitl stone, by virtue of which she became miraculously pregnant and gave birth to Quetzalcoatl, who came either from Tolan or Yucatan. The people came to love him, not only because he taught them handicrafts, and desired no offerings but those of bread, flowers, and perfumes. He forbade all war and disturbance. Pilgrims came to his shrine at Cholula from all parts of Mexico, even the enemies of Cholula, and the lords of distant lands built them chapels and idols there. Among all the gods only Quetzalcoatl was called Lord, and men swore by him. The gods thought it well that the people should have some means of writing by which they might direct themselves, and 2 of their number, Oxomoco and Sipactanal, who dwelt in a cave in Cuernavaca, especially considered the matter. Zipactinal thought that her descendant Quetzalcoatl should be consulted, and she called him into council. He, too, thought the idea of a calendar good, and the two addressed themselves to the task of making the tonalomedal. To Zipactinal was given the privilege of choosing 128 and writing the first sign. She painted the Zipactli animal, and called the sign Ce Zipactli, 1 Zipactli. Oxmoco then wrote Acatl, 2 Cain, and Quetzalcoatl 3 House, and so on, until the 13 signs were completed. 83 Another form of the Quetzalcoatl myth given by Mendieta is in substance as follows: Tezcatlipoca let himself down from the upper regions by means of a spider's web, and coming to Tolan engaged in a game of Tlactli, the native ball game, with Quetzalcoatl, in the midst of which he transformed himself into a tiger. Those who watched the game were panic-stricken, and cast themselves pell-mell into a ravine, and were drowned in a river which flowed therein. Tezcatlipoca then harassed Quetzalcoatl from city to city, until he drove him to Cholula, and latterly to Tlapalan, where he died, and where his followers burnt his body, thus inaugurating the custom of burning the dead. 84 The interpreter of the Codex Telluriano-Romanensis says regarding Quetzalcoatl, Quetzalcoatl they say was he who created the world, and they bestowed upon him the appellation of Lord of the Wind, because they said that Tonacatecatli when it appeared good to him breathed and begot Quetzalcoatl. They erected round temples to him without any corners. They said that it was he, who was also Lord of these 13 signs which are here represented, who formed the first man. They celebrated a festival on the sign of 4 earthquakes, to the destroyer with reference to the fate which again waited the world, for they said that it had undergone 4 destructions and would again be destroyed. He alone had a human body like that of men, the other gods were of an incorporeal nature. After the deluge the custom of sacrificing commenced. Topilson Quetzalcoatl was born on the day of 7 Cains, and they celebrated on this same day of 7 Cains a great festival in Cholula, to which they came from all parts of the country and the cities and brought great presents to the lords and papas of the temple, and they did the same on 129 the day on which he disappeared or died, which was the day of 1 Cain. These festivals happened at the expiration of every period of 52 years. They here fasted the last 4 days to Quetzalcoatl of Tula, who is he who was named after the first Calcoatl, and now they name him 1 Cain, which is the star Venus, of which they tell the fable accredited amongst them. Tlaviscalpantecutli is the star Venus, the first created light, Civiteltana, before the deluge. They say that it was a fire or a star, it was created before the sun. This star, Venus, is Quetzalcoatl. They say this is the star which we call Lucifer from its light, and they accordingly paint it with the sign of 1 Cain, which was the day dedicated to it. He took this name on the occasion of his departure or disappearance. Tlaviscalpantecutli is the god of morning when it begins to dawn, he is also the lord of twilight on the approach of night. He presided over these 13 days during the 4 last of which they fasted. It properly was the first light which appeared in the world, it here signifies the light which diffuses itself over things, or the surface of the earth. The interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A says, they invented dreams, the result of their own blindness, relating that a god of the name of Cytolitonic, which is the sign seen in heaven called St. James's or the Milky Way, sent an ambassador from heaven on an embassy to a virgin of Toulon called Chim Alman, a shield, who had 2 sisters, the one named Xochitlic and the other Coatlic, and that the 3 being alone in the house, 2 of them, observing the ambassador of heaven, died of fright. Chim Alman alone remaining alive, to whom the ambassador announced that it was the will of this god that she should conceive a son, and having delivered to her the message, he rose and left the house, and as soon as he had left it she conceived a son without connection with man, who they called Quetzalcoatl, who they say is the god of air, and his temples are round in the manner of churches, although till that time such was not the fashion of their temples. He was the inventor of 130 temples of this form, as we shall show. He it was, as they say, who caused hurricanes, and in my opinion was the god who was called Sataladuli, and it was he who destroyed the world by winds. This painting is here wanting, together with another which represented that as soon as the son of this virgin was born he possessed the use of reason. The son of the virgin, Topilson Quetzalcoatl, knowing that the vices of men were necessarily the cause of the troubles of the world, determined on asking the goddess Chalchiutlakua, this was the heavenly designation of the virgin Chim Alman, who is she who remained after the deluge with the man in the tree, and is the mother of the god Tlalaki, whom they have made goddess of water, that they might obtain rain when they stood in need of, and accordingly Quetzalcoatl commenced offering sacrifices to obtain rain, as a period of 4 years had elapsed since it had rained. Quetzalcoatl Topilzin does penance and makes offerings of prayers, sacrifice, gold gems, incense, etc., to appease divine wrath against the people, draws his own blood with thorns. After the expiration of a long period during which he continued his penance, a lizard appeared scratching the ground, giving him to understand that the scourge of heaven was past and that the earth would with joy produce its fruits, which quickly came to pass, and accordingly they relate that on a sudden such abundance followed that the earth, which had remained so many years barren, bore many kinds of fruit, and from that even they took 4 signs. Quetzalcoatl's example teaches men to do penance, make offerings. He founded 4 temples, the first for the nobles, second, for the people, third, house of fear or serpent, fourth, temple of shame. Of Quetzalcoatl they relate that, proceeding on his journey, he arrived at the Red Sea, which is here painted, and which they named Tlapalan, and that entering into it, they saw no more of him, nor knew what became of him, except that they say that he desired them at the time of his departure to restrain their grief and to expect his return, which would take place at the appointed time, and accordingly 131 they expect him even to the present time, and when the Spaniards came to this country, they believed that it was he, and when at a later period of 1550 when the Capotecas revolted, they alleged, as the cause of their insurrection, the report that their God who had to redeem them had already come. Quetzalcoatl was born on the sign 1 Cain, and the year of the Spaniards' arrival commenced on the sign 1 Cain, according to their ancient computation, whence the occasion arose of their believing that the Spaniards were their gods, because they say that he had foretold that a bearded nation would arrive in those countries who would subject them. They adored him as a god, as will be seen, for they believed it certain that he had ascended into heaven and was that star which was visible at the north of the sun before the break of day, which is the planet Venus, and they represented him accordingly as has already been shown. Quetzalcoatl was the first inventor of sacrifices of human blood, amongst the various other things which they offered to the gods, and this was the manner in which they pierced their tongues, that the blood might flow, and their ears and penis, till at last, as we shall presently mention, the custom of human sacrifices was introduced, when they tore out the hearts of the victims to present them to the face of the idol which they considered the image of their wretched god. They declare that their supreme deity Tonacatecatl, whom we have just mentioned, who by another name was called Sitanatonali, when it appeared good to him, breathed and begot Quetzalcoatl, not by connection with woman, but by his breath alone, as we have observed above, when he sent his ambassador, as they say, to the Virgin of Tula. They believed him to be the god of the air, and he was the first to whom they built temples and churches, which they formed perfectly round without any angles. They say that it was he who effected the reformation of the world by penance, since as, according to his account, his father had created the world and men had given themselves up to vice, on which account it had been frequently destroyed. Satan only sent 132 his son into the world to reform it. They assigned to him the dominion over the other 13 signs, which are here represented, in the same manner in which they assigned the preceding 13 to his father. They celebrated a great festival on this sign, as we shall see on the sign of 4 earthquakes, which is the 4th in order here, because they feared that the world would be destroyed in that sign, as he had foretold to them when he disappeared in the Red Sea, which event occurred on the same sign. As they considered him their advocate, they celebrated a solemn festival and fasted during 4 signs. The Annals-Cuautitlan or Codex Camalpapaka states that Quetzalcoatl was born in no natural manner, but was a 9 years child. He created the 4 classes of men. The men of the 4 sons or periods of the world were made by him on the day Chikamihecatl, or 7 wind. The record proceeds to relate the circumstances of his rule at Tolan, the manner in which he discovered the value of precious stones, gold and silver, red and white shells, quetzal feathers, the cotinga and red sparrowbill feathers, the various species of cocoa and cotton. When he had drunk the octli offered him by Tezcatlipoca, he forgot his chastity in the intoxication and indulged in intercourse with Quetzalcoatl, for which sin he was forced to quit Mexico. When he was driven from Tolan in the year 1 Reed, he arrived on the seashore, wept, and divested himself of his garb and turquoise snake mask. Then he immolated himself by burning, his ashes became dust and changed into birds and his heart was converted into the morning star. Lastly, it is said of him that when he died he was not visible for 4 days, during which period he tarried in the underworld. For a subsequent 4 days he was bones. After 8 days appeared the great star which they called Quetzalcoatl. They said that he thus mounted the throne as a god. In its second or historical portion the Codex states that Quetzalcoatl discovered maize which was concealed in the mountain Tonacatepetl. Many of the gods searched for it, but Quetzalcoatl, taking the form of a black ant, was guided 133 to the spot by a red ant. As he was unable to lift the mountain, it was split open by the magical prowess of Colitl in his manifestation of Nanahuatl, and the maize became the spoil of Quetzalcoatl. But it was stolen from him by Tlaloc, the rain god proper, perhaps an allegorical manner of alluding to the more direct influence of that deity upon growth. Other myths relating to Quetzalcoatl, chiefly as a creative agency, will be found in the précis of the opening chapters of the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, in the chapter on cosmogony. In Codex Borgia we find a passage, sheets 35 to 46, which appears to refer to the progress of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca through the infernal regions, and which might be described as the Mexican harrying of hell. On this passage Sealer has briefly commented, see his commentary on Codex Vaticanus B, p. 119. Central American myths relating to Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is, perhaps, singular among the deities of Mexico in that a number of well-authenticated Central American myths cluster around his name in its forms of Kukulkan, Cucumatz, and Votan. Certain of these must be considered here, for purposes of comparison and analogy. Núñez de la Vega, a book in the Quiche tongue, said to have been written by Votan, a local name for Quetzalcoatl, was at one time in the possession of Núñez de la Vega, Bishop of Chiapas, who included portions of it in his Constituciones Diocesanos de Chiapas, but nevertheless destroyed it in his Holocaust of manuscripts at Huejutlan in 1691. Ordóñez de Aguilar had, however, made a copy of it before its destruction, and incorporated it in his Historia de Cielo ms. In this work Votan declared himself a snake, a descendant of Imas, of the line of Chan 85 of the race of Chivim. Taking Aguilar's account along with that of Núñez de la Vega, as both rely upon the same authority, we find that Wotan proceeded to America by divine command, his mission being to lay the 134 foundation of civilization. With this object in view he departed from Valum Chivim 86 passing the dwelling of the 13 snakes, and arrived in Valum Wotan, whence, with some members of his family, he set out to form a settlement, ascending the Usumacinta River and ultimately founding Palenque. By reason of their peculiar dress the Tzendal Indians called them Tzequitls, or men with shirts, but consented to amalgamate with them. Ordonez states that when Wotan had established himself at Palenque he made several visits to his original home. On one of these he came to a tower which had been intended to reach the heavens, a project which had been brought to naught by the linguistic confusion of those who conceived it. Finally he was permitted to reach the Rock of Heaven by a subterranean passage. Returning to Palenque, he found that others of his race had arrived there, and with them he made a friendly pact. He built a temple by the Huehuetan River, known, from its subterranean chambers, as the House of Darkness, and here he deposited the national records under the charge of certain old men called Tlapians, or guardians, and an order of priestesses. Here also were kept a number of tapers. A quotation of the passage dealing with this temple may be made from Núñez de la Vega. Wotan is the third heathen in the calendar, that is the deity who is ascribed to the third division of the calendar, and in the little history written in the Indian language all the provinces and cities in which he tarried were mentioned, and to this day there is always a clan in the city of Tiapasa that they call the Wotans. It is also said that he is the lord of the hollow wooden instrument which they call Tepanaguast, that is, the Mexican Tepanaztli, that he saw the Great Wall, namely, the Tower of Babel, which was built from earth to heaven at the bidding of his grandfather, Noah, and that he was the first man whom God sent to divide and apportion this country of India, and that there, where he saw the Great Wall, he gave to every nation its special language. It is related that he tarried in Hueta, which is a city in Soconusco, 135, and that there he placed a taper and a great treasure in a slippery, damp, dark, subterranean, house, which he built by the breath of his nostrils, and he appointed a woman as chieftain, with tapianes, that is, Mexican tlapiani, keepers, to guard her. This treasure consisted of jars, which were closed with covers of the same clay, and of a room in which the picture of the ancient heathens who are in the calendar were engraved in stone, together with chalchites, which are small, heavy, green stones, and other superstitious images, and the chieftainess herself and the tapianes, her guardians, surrendered all these things, which were publicly burned in the marketplace of Hueta when we inspected the aforesaid province in 1691. All the Indians greatly revere this Wotan, and in a certain province they call him Heart of the Cities, Corazón de los Pueblos. In his 9th pastoral letter Núñez says of Quetzalcoatl, in most of the calendars, the 7th sign is the figure of a man and a snake, which they call Cuchulchan. The masters have explained it as a snake with feathers which moves in the water. This sign corresponds with Mexicot, Mixcoatl, which means cloudy serpent, or, of the clouds. The people also consult them in order to work injury on their enemies, taking the lives of many through such devilish artifices, and committing unspeakable atrocities. The Popolva, the myths relating to Quetzalcoatl under his name of Gucumats in the Popolva, the sacred book of the Quiche of Guatemala, are difficult to summarize. In the first chapter he is alluded to as the serpent covered with feathers, the heart of the lakes, the heart of the sea, master of the sky, master of the blue expanse, and is connected with the creative gods. Along with Huracan, Tezcatlipoca, he creates the world by uttering the word earth. The creation of man having been considered, the wherewithal for his sustenance is debated. Gucumats, who is sometimes alluded to in the plural, like the Hebrew Elohim, succeeds in discovering maize in Paxil by the aid of the fox, jackal, parrot, and crow, and obtains the seeds of other alimentary plants, pt3, ci. Gukyumat's then created man by a 136 miracle, c2. In CV, pt3, Quetzalcoatl is alluded to as Tohil, a parallel for which we have justification in ver. 19 of CX, where in the song called Kamyuku, we see, the first men sing, truly Tohil is the name of the god of the Zaqui nation, which was called Yalquetzalcoatl when we separated in the place Tolan in Ziwiva. But the myths relating to this deity are obviously tribal and local, and I am of opinion that they refer to some tribal deity who possessed some of the characteristics of Quetzalcoatl and who was identified with him by the Quiches in rather an arbitrary fashion. 87 Festivals Atlazahualco. The festival of Atlazahualco or Cuatlalo was, says Sahagan, sacred to Quetzalcoatl, as well as to the Tlaloc. For an account of it see the section which deals with Tlaloc. Ce Acatl, says Sahagan, on the first day of the sign Ce Acatl the great folk made a feast to Quetzalcoatl, the god of winds. This was celebrated in the Calmacac, and here they offered rich gifts to his idol, perfumes and things to eat. They said it was the sign of Quetzalcoatl. Priesthood. The order of priests devoted to the service of Quetzalcoatl 88 was called Tlamacazcayatl, and its members Tlamacazc. Of these Clavijro, who was well informed regarding the Mexican priesthood, says, amongst the different orders or congregation, both of men and women, who dedicated themselves to the worship of some particular gods, that of Quetzalcoatl is worthy to be mentioned. The life led in the colleges or monasteries of either sex, which were devoted to this imaginary god, was uncommonly rigid and austere. 137 The dress of the order was extremely decent, they bathed regularly at midnight, and watched until about 2 hours before day, singing hymns to their god, and observing many rules of an austere life. They were at liberty to go to the mountains at any hour of the day or night, to spill their blood. This was permitted them from a respect to the virtue which they were all thought to possess. The superiors of the monasteries bore also the name of Quetzalcoatl, and were persons of such high authority, that they visited but the king when it was necessary. The members of this religious order were destined to it from their infancy. The parents of the child invited the superior to an entertainment, who usually deputed one of his subjects. The deputy brought the child to him, upon which he took the boy in his arms and offered him with a prayer to Quetzalcoatl, and put a collar about his neck, which was to be worn until he was 7 years old. When the boy completed his 2nd year, the superior made a small incision in his breast, which, like the collar, was another mark of his destination. As soon as the boy attained his 7th year he entered into the monastery, having first heard a long discourse from his parents, in which they advertised him of the vow which they had made to Quetzalcoatl, and exhorted him to fulfill it, to behave well, to submit himself to his prelate, and to pray to the gods for his parents and the whole nation. The high priest of Quetzalcoatl was stationed at Cholula and was, perhaps, the most venerated ecclesiastic in Mexico. Temples. The principal temple of the cult of Quetzalcoatl in Mexico was the well-known Teocalli at Cholula. He had also a shrine in the great temple court at Mexico, built in circular form, and thus typical of the wind god. Nature and status. The latest of the myths concerning Quetzalcoatl are obviously those which regard him as a culture hero who enters the country as an alien, and, his beneficent work performed, 138 withdraws to the place whence he came, under pressure of malignant opposition. Had the basic outline of his myth been more carefully examined, fewer unsatisfactory hypotheses concerning Quetzalcoatl's nature might have been ventured upon. The Mexicans themselves recognized Quetzalcoatl as a wind god, but Dr. Seeler has not seen fit to accept their assurance upon this point in toto, and at various times has advanced the hypotheses that Quetzalcoatl represents the wind, the planet Venus, or the moon, latterly confining his personality almost entirely to the lamp of night. 89 In my view, the physical phenomena which occur in connection with the courses of the winds typical of the Mexican plateau provide by far the most simple and natural explanation of the nature of the god Quetzalcoatl. From April or May to the beginning of October, the trade wind blows from the east coast over the plateau of Anahuac, bringing with it abundance of rain, and accelerating vegetable growth, thus actually sweeping the ways for the rain gods. Its advance is comparatively slow, the rains beginning 3 or 4 weeks earlier in Veracruz than in Puebla and Mexico. At the beginning of October, however, it is invariably modified by the local monsoon, which interrupts it over wide areas, or in certain districts invades it in violent cyclonic storms, dissipating its energies and altering its course. Quetzalcoatl represents the gentle trade wind, which ushers in the growth-making rains. His reign of peace, plenty, and fertility over, he comes into opposition with Tezcatlipoca, who represents the monsoon and who chases his rival from city to city, ravening at him like a tiger, says Mendieta, and at last hustling him out of the country. That Tezcatlipoca is also a god of wind is certain, as is proved by one of his names, Yoaliehecatl, wind of night, and that he is the monsoon or hurricane is proved beyond all doubt by the circumstance that he is said to have rushed along the highways at night at extraordinary speed, and that hurricane, his quiche name, is still employed for the very wind he represented, and has 139 become a generic name for a tempestuous wind in practically all European languages, which have without question adopted it from the American word. 90 If this simple elucidation of the original myth be accepted, it will be seen how naturally its later modifications arise out of it or adapt themselves to it. But before we examine the manner in which they crystallized around it, it becomes necessary to disentangle from the whole mass that portion of it which alludes to the advent of a civilizing agency upon the Mexican plateau. This speaks of the advance of a body of men from the neighborhood of Veracruz to the Mexican plateau, and precisely in the direction whence the trade wind comes, that is, from the east, the direction of the land of the Huaxtecs, a people of Proto-Maya stock. Quetzalcoatl is dressed in Huaxtec garb, and wears the truncated sugar loaf hat and shell ornaments of this people. This may signify nothing more than that he was so attired because he represented a wind which blew from the direction of the land of the Huaxtecs. Yet, it is certain that several of the deities adopted by the Mexicans had undoubtedly a Huaxtec origin, and this is markedly the case with Tlazoltecatl. There seems to be some ground, then, for the hypothesis that Quetzalcoatl was a god of Huaxtec origin. But the acceptance of such a theory will entail the acknowledgement of certain hypotheses which are among the most controverted questions in Mexican archaeology. In the first place, it makes Quetzalcoatl the deity of a people of Maya stock, and secondly it would seem to imply a Huaxtec or Maya origin for the much debated Toltec culture. A discussion of these points must begin with the question, has the myth of Quetzalcoatl's civilizing mission to the Mexican plateau any historical justification? Regarding the reality of the civilization known as Toltec, there is now no question, although I fully admit that it took me a long time to realize this, thanks principally to my acceptance of Brinton's well-known theory on the subject, to which I 140 attached far too much weight. But admitting Toltec reality, what proof do we possess that such a civilizing agency as that of Quetzalcoatl gave an impetus to the prehistoric culture of Tolan? But little, that is, if we are to regard Quetzalcoatl as a man. But in his guise as the gentle trade wind that ushers in the rains, we have every reason to see in him the founder of the Toltec civilization. Such a culture as the Toltec must undoubtedly have had its origin in agricultural efficiency. Only through agricultural efficiency can the corvée system arise and extensive building become possible. The god whose bountiful patronage of growth assisted the arts in this manner seems in time to have been humanized. 91 legends of his civilizing prowess clustered around his supposititious memory. He was thought to have been a culture hero who actually moved and had his being among the people. Kings or rulers were called by his name, a lucky name of happy associations, and the illusion that he actually existed was thereby heightened. These rulers seem to have flourished in Mexico ere yet the offices of king and priest had become separate, so that it is not surprising that Quetzalcoatl was regarded as having been the priest of his own cult, or that the Mexican pontiffs of historical times bore his name. From this point of view, then, Quetzalcoatl was certainly the founder of the Toltec civilization. If this theory be accepted, I do not see how the myth of Quetzalcoatl can be regarded as having any basis in actual fact, unless one can find in the rather vague statements of certain early writers on Mexico a further basis for discussion as to his reality. To me the meaning of the myth seems very plain. It may be that Huaxtec influence was brought to bear upon Toltec civilization, but my hypothesis does not seem to me to require assistance from such an admission. Criticism of the later elements of Quetzalcoatl's myth. In short, the myth of Quetzalcoatl as recorded by Sahagun is obviously developed from a much older one which referred 141 to a season of plenteous rain, the period of the rule of the gentle and beneficent god representing the trade wind. As it was connected with prosperous conditions in agriculture, it was naturally brought into connection with the Toltec time, the good old times of long ago, when conditions were greatly better, and no mouth knew want. Such a concept was obviously of later origin. The revised myth took on a cultural complexion. In terms of allegory, it tells how the powers of the rain-making priest god fail him, he becomes sick, and is beguiled and defeated by Tezcatlipoca, the rival wind god, who tells him that another old man awaits him in Tlapalan. And here we seem to find interpolated a reference to the guardian genius of the fountain of perpetual youth, the reservoir of rain and all refreshment, which Quetzalcoatl must visit if he would be cured of the ills of old age, and he is counseled to speak with its keeper if he would return to Mexico as a boy. The destruction of his treasure by the banished god seems to point to a reminiscence of the downfall of the Toltec state, and the concealment of his gold and gems by burial to analogous Toltec practice on the defeat or decline of that civilized folk. With his departure the reign of plenty ceases, the trees wither, the birds migrate, the season of the trade wind rains has come to an end. History and myth are perhaps combined in the story of the latter days of the Toltec regime and those of the revivifying rains. The priest god withdraws eastwards to the flute playing of the retreating trade winds. Nahua sorcerers detain him in order to learn the Toltec arts, perhaps a mythical manner of showing how the Nahua barbarians forced captive Toltecs to teach them the mysteries of stone and metal craft. He is given the draught of the dead, that none of the living can drink, a mythical episode common in all parts of the world. His dwarfish followers, the rain gods, the Tlalaki, with whom Sahagun associates him elsewhere, are frozen to death in the cold of the mountains, otherwise the rain is congealed into snow. Torquemada's version of Quetzalcoatl's myth is eloquent of the preeminence of his cult at Cholula. The priest god's 142 prophecy of his return bears an extraordinary resemblance to that given in the books of Ilan Balam, a Guatemalan native production, regarding the coming of white men to Central America. 92 Motolania's story of the fixing of the strap on Quetzalcoatl's arm is merely a grotesque explanation of the name Acolhua, which in reality signifies the folk of the great shoulder, the pushers, the hustling invaders. Mendieta, in dwelling upon Quetzalcoatl's dislike of war, merely retains for us a characteristic of the effeminate people of Cholula. The appearance of Tezcatlipoca as a spider is typical of the god of the dry season, or of the dry rot prevalent in that period of the year. As a tiger he symbolizes the fierceness of the hurricane, and the Tlachtli game which he and Quetzalcoatl engage in is undoubtedly symbolic of the seasonal strife between the wind gods. Development of the conception of Quetzalcoatl. Summarizing the myths relating to Quetzalcoatl, we find, 1. That all of them have their origin in or refer back to an original nature myth, in which Quetzalcoatl, the trade wind, is, at the end of the rainy season, regarded as driven from the Mexican plateau by Tezcatlipoca, hurricane, in his guise of the monsoon, or hurricane. 2. That this myth in the first place became confounded with traditions of the Toltec civilization, naturally enough, as that civilization was the direct outcome of the agricultural wealth stimulated by the god representing the trade wind. 3. That it seems to have been associated with a myth relating to the fountain of youth, that is, the fountain in which the refreshing and revivifying rains were stored, to which Quetzalcoatl must return for rejuvenation and a fresh rain supply. 4. That the conception of the god Quetzalcoatl became humanized in the light of the agricultural and other manifestations of Toltec culture, thus bringing about the 143 idea of his existence as a priest-king, and culminating in the establishment of a line of priestly rulers bearing his name, which endured as long as Mexican civilization. 5. Out of these conceptions there naturally arose other related ideas, as those of a. Quetzalcoatl as inventor of the tonalometal, the instrument by which the festal days of the rain cult were originally noted, but which on the adoption of the solar calendar as time count degenerated into what may be regarded as an astrological table. b. The lunar basis upon which the tonalometal was founded connected Quetzalcoatl with the moon. 93. c. Regarded as inventor of the tonalometal, he gained a reputation as the possessor of profound hieratic wisdom, and came to be looked upon as the magician or sage par excellence, the patron of education, the rainmaker who knew precisely when the blood shed in penance should be spent in order that it might return to the soil of Anahuac in an abundant rainfall. d. Quetzalcoatl as the god of wind was also regarded as the breath of life, a phenomenon encountered in many mythologies, and therefore came to be conceived as the agency by which souls were originally placed in human bodies. From this, too, we may argue his appearance as a creator, or cosmic deity, although it may have been in his character as fertilizer that he came to be regarded in this light. Quetzalcoatl is the great penitent, the supreme protagonist of the penitential system, because without the blood spent in penitential exercise no rain might fall. The secondary character of this conception is probable. F. Quetzalcoatl seems at a later date to have been regarded as the god of the four quarters of the compass, a conception of him indubitably evolved from his status as a wind god. I think I also perceive signs that from this latter 144 idea was further evolved a conception of him as god of the four elements: fire, air, earth, and water. He is the fire and the flint, because of the lightning which in Mexico accompanies the fall of the trade wind rain. He is the air in his role of wind god, and as such is symbolized by the bird, the natural inhabitant of the air, the beak of which he uses as a funnel from which to expel the wind. He is earth, and, his myth says, a builder of subterranean houses, and sometimes bears the earth staff of agriculture. 94. He is water, or rain, in which guise he is typified by the feathered snake. This conception of him, evidently strongly sophisticated by priestly theological science, is illustrated in the Codex Malayabeckiano, where he is represented on one sheet along with Tezcatlipoca, Tlaloc, and Huitzilopochtli. This group, in my opinion, represents the four elements: fire, Huitzilopochtli, as possessor of the Tlachinali symbol, a hieroglyph for water and fire, and as sun god, air, Quetzalcoatl, earth, Tezcatlipoca, who as Tepeolotl was an earth deity, and water, Tlaloc. The picture may also be descriptive of the 4 points of the compass over which he rules. But above and beyond this, as Sealer has shown, it implies that these deities were later embodied in the idea of Quetzalcoatl. When Cortés, coming from the east, landed at Veracruz, the Mexicans naturally believed that Quetzalcoatl had returned, and Moctezuma sent him as an offering the dress appropriate to him, 4 kinds of attire, the ceremonial costumes of Huitzilopochtli, Tezcatlipoca, Tlaloc, and Quetzalcoatl. Etymology there but remains the etymology of Quetzalcoatl's name. It is compounded of the element Quetzali and Coatl. The first denotes the bright green tail feathers of the Quetzal bird, and Coatl equals snake, so that the whole implies feathered snake. The generally accepted belief is that 145 this name applies to the rain-bearing clouds which accompany the trade wind, although others have seen in it a description of the rain itself, and still others the ripples made by wind on water. But Quetzal in a secondary sense means precious, and Coatl is capable of being translated twin. The Mexicans themselves, however, frequently drew and sculptured the god as a feathered serpent, although this may easily have possessed a merely pictographic significance. In any case, after prolonged consideration on the etymology of the name, I do not, so far, see any reason to quarrel with the currently accepted rendering of it. 146 1 As it has been found impossible to include every illustration from the codices which is mentioned in the text, those pictures not supplied may be consulted in the reproductions of the codices themselves. A full bibliography of the codices will be found at the end. When the letter K appears with reference to a codex, its reproduction in Kingsborough's Mexican Antiquities is implied. Upward arrow 2 The stellar mask is so called from being worn by the stellar deities. It is usually connected with the red and white striped painting of the body. The Sahagan Aztec Miz calls it face cage marking and face star marking, which is called darkness, the former referring to stripes over the face, the latter to the mask design, which seems to me to symbolize night surrounded by the eyes of the stars. Upward arrow 3 History NATIND, pages 352 ff, English translation in Purchase His Pilgrims, BKV, C9. Maclehose's edition. Upward arrow 4 History Conc. Mexico, Tom. I, pages 396 to 398. Upward arrow 5 Gauges trans. Of Herrera, in New Survey, pages 116 to 117, for Spanish text, see History General, Tom. I, December 2, BK 7, C 17. Upward arrow 6 Monarch. IND, Tom. I, P 293. Upward arrow 7 Quarter, District. Upward arrow 8 House of the Youths, where the acolytes or junior priests resided. Upward arrow 9 Governors. Upward arrow 10 Vassals, Burghers. Upward arrow 11 Dance. Upward arrow 12 This custom was in vogue among certain prehistoric races, and is still practiced on the death of a relative by African Bushmen, who first remove a finger joint. Upward arrow 13 More correctly Quausically, a stone vase for the reception of the hearts of victims, from Quau, Tli, eagle, and Zicli, cup. Upward arrow 14 Monarch. IND, Tom. 2, P 73. Upward arrow 15 History Mexico, English translation by C. Cullen, London, 1787, Volume I, BK 6. Upward arrow 16 Idea de una History, pages 60 to 61. Upward arrow 17 BKI, CI. Upward arrow 18 So Huitzilopochtli addresses his half-brother. Uncle among the ancient Mexicans was an honorific title. Upward arrow 19 BK3, C. I. PARI upward arrow 20 monarch. IND, Tom. I, P294. Upward arrow 21 see chapter on cosmogony. Upward arrow 22 Sahagan, appendix to BK3, C9. Upward arrow 23 History Natind in Purchase His Pilgrims, BKV, C13. See also Manuel Gamio, PROC 19th CONG America, Washington, 1915, for account of discoveries when the foundations of this temple were partly laid bare in 1913. Upward arrow 24 CI upward arrow 25 Sahagan, BK2, C. Thursiv, Huitzilopochtli himself, as we shall see, was oracular. In this case I take it that the octli distilled from the plant conferred the boon of oracular speech. Upward arrow 26 The first pulque or octli, which was called itztli, was offered at this festival as first fruits to Huitzilopochtli. The spirit distilled from the pulque is still known as mezcal or mezcal, and is probably identical with the fiery fluid given to the braves in the service of the god before going into battle. Upward arrow 27 Bull. Of U.S. Bureau of Ethnology, number 28, P210. Upward arrow 28 Monarch. IND, Tom. 2, P41. Upward arrow 29 The Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas calls Huitzilopochtli Omita sealed. I think this should be read Om Tecidal, twice wizard, but it may read Om Tecutli, twice lord. But the latter is certainly a title of Tonaka Tecutli, the creative deity. Upward arrow 30 BKI, CI upward arrow 31 Sahagan, BK2, CXXIV. Upward arrow 32 As does an Egyptian sun god. Upward arrow 33 The Sensanutsna appear to be the same as the Tzitzai Mime, whom Tizazamuk calls the gods of the air who bring the rains, floods, thunderclaps, and thunders and lightnings and had to be placed round Huitzilopochtli in order to complete the construction of the great Teocalli of Mexico. These gods of the signs and planets, in other words the stars, were regarded as demons of darkness, think Sealer, only because during a solar eclipse the 87 stars became visible in the day sky. I think it much more probable that they were looked upon as demons of darkness because they peopled the darkness every night. These, says the interpreter of the Codex Telluriano-Romensis, are the sons of Citlalicu. Now, Citlalicu means starry skirt, and I think that here we are not very far from Coatlicue, serpent skirt. We know, too, that Citlalicu, like Coatlicue, was connected with the Cipactli, the earth beast, and with Chicomecoatl, 7 serpents. The later fusion of Citlalicu with her husband Citlaltanak or Tonaka Tecutli, lord of the heavenly vault, as has been shown in the remarks on these gods, would give her stellar attributes, hence the seeming discrepancy between her and Coatlicue. Upward arrow 34 Appendix to BK2. Upward arrow 35 History de los Indios de la Nueva España, Tom. 2, P240. Upward arrow 36 C. Rendell Harris, The Ascent of Olympus, Passim. In his Ascent of Olympus Dr. Rendell Harris has shown that the sacred oak of Zeus was regarded as the animistic repository of the thunder, and in that sense the dwelling place of Zeus, that the woodpecker who nested in it, was none other than Zeus himself, and it may turn out that Athena, who sprang from the head of the thunder oak, was the owl that lived in one of its hollows, p. 57. In the same way, it may be that the maguey plant may have been regarded by the Mexicans as a repository of thunder and the heavenly fire. Octli, its sap, was connected with fire, see Octli gods, nature and status, and Huitzilopochtli was the hummingbird who dwelt among its leaves. He springs from his mother's body fully armed, as does Athena from the head of Zeus. A similar train of thought appears to be present in both ideas. Upward arrow 37 Manuel de Ministros, p. 35. Upward arrow 38 Commentary on Codex Vaticanus B, p. 91. Upward arrow 39 Maguey is an Antillean word imported into Mexico by the Spaniards, but the use of a post-Columbian word does not exclude the possibility of a synonymous pre-Columbian form. Upward arrow 40 Manuel de Ministros, p. 37. Upward arrow 41 Myths of the New World, pages 129 ff. Upward arrow 42 History Natind, c9, BKV, English translation from Purchas His Pilgrims. Upward arrow 43 Obviously an error for Tlachiolani. Upward arrow 44 More probably like a jaguar, one of the forms of the god. Upward arrow 45 See Preci in chapter on cosmogony. Upward arrow 46 The Merlozia huenita of the family Styracines. Upward arrow 47 Ingus urcinalis. Upward arrow 48 Paper hand. Upward arrow 49 Face of the temple. Upward arrow 50 Young brother. Upward arrow 51 History general, BKIC 3. Upward arrow 52 History Naty moral, C9. Upward arrow 53 History Mexico, English translation, Volume I, BK6, p. 243. Upward arrow 54 History general, BK3, C6, 9. Upward arrow 55 These both mean the same thing, shield of precious stones. Upward arrow 56 Diccionario Universal, Appendix, SV. Upward arrow 57 See anti, aspect, and insignia. Upward arrow 58 Commentary See Fiegervery Meyer, p. 34. Upward arrow 59 See the Stone of Tizic for examples of this practice. Upward arrow 60 This figure conventionally represents the turkey and strikingly exhibits the large red wattles and lobe of that bird. In most of the manuscripts it wears Tezcatlipoca's smoking mirror at the temple, the warrior's headdress of hair and feathers, and in Codex Borbonicus it appears as a nauli or disguise of the god, having his crown painted with stars and his anoidal or ring of mussel shell. On sheet 6 of Codex Fiegervery Meyer the bird appears as an image of Tezcatlipoca and is represented along with the signs of mortification and bloodletting, as it is on sheet 17 of the Aubentonalamadal, where it wears the bone piercer in its ears and a red robe edged with blue and brown. Indeed, it represents the blood offering connected with the worship of Tezcatlipoca. The turkey cock's foot, too, is sometimes symbolic of the god, and the interpretative codices tell us that of the demons we often see nothing more than a cock's or eagle's foot. The turkey cock is to be conceived as representative of rain, which was believed by the Nahua to be nothing else than the magically altered blood he shed in penitence or sacrifice. It may be that the red wattles and lobe of the turkey suggested the idea of blood, and that the shades in his plumage were equally suggestive of water. Thus it would come to be regarded as the blood shed by the stone knife of sacrifice. It is also obvious that Tezcatlipoca's patronage of slaves, who were strictly regarded as his property, arose out of the idea that those unfortunates, whenever used for the purposes of sacrificial ritual, constituted the food of the obsidian knife. Upward arrow 61 BK11, C8, 5. Upward arrow 62 Bernal Diaz also states that the eyes of Tezcatlipoca's idol were mirrors. See anti, aspect, and insignia. Upward arrow 63 In the myth which recounts his discomfiture of the Toltecs it will be recalled that he rained stones upon them. See also Introduction for identification of obsidian with wind and breath. Upward arrow 64 Gum, Ethnology in folklore. Upward arrow 65 Myth, Ritual, and Religion, Volume I, p. 266. Upward arrow 66 See Itzlacalioki, pages 341 ff upward arrow 67. See my article on Cherokee religion in Volume 3, Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics. Upward arrow 68 Brinton, Myths of the New World. Upward arrow 69 Sahagan, BK12, C4. Upward arrow 70 BK3, C2. Upward arrow 71 BK11, C Slayi. Upward arrow 72 BKV, C9. Upward arrow 73 Sealer, The Wall Paintings of Mitla, Bull. 28, Bureau of American Ethnology. Upward arrow 74 The Swift Ones Who Serrate the Teeth. Upward arrow 75 Mount of the Crier. Upward arrow 76 Sahagan's statement that the draft would make Quetzalcoatl remember those evils is obviously a slip which even his copyist Torquemada is capable of avoiding. Upward arrow 77 BK3, C3 and 4. Upward arrow 78 The names throughout the myth merely describe the incident which took place at the locality alluded to. Upward arrow 79 Sahagan, BK3, C12, 13, 14. Upward arrow 80 Monarch. IND, Tom. 2, pages 48 to 52. Upward arrow 81 Monarch. IND, Tom. I, pages 254 to 256. Upward arrow 82 History de los Indios. Upward arrow 83 Historicals, pages 82, 86, 92 to 93, 97 to 98. Upward arrow 84 Historicals, p. 82. Upward arrow 85 A Lacandon Indian tribe near Palenque. Upward arrow 86 Land of Chivim. Upward arrow 87 The myths relating to him under the name of Tohil appear to me to identify Tohil more with Tezcatlipoca. See Brasur, El Eva Popol, Passim. Upward arrow 88 The circumstance that the two high priests of Mexico, the pontiffs of the cults of Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc, had the name Quetzalcoatl prefixed to their official descriptions merely indicates that it had passed into a sacerdotal title. They were in no special sense attached to the worship of the god. Upward arrow 89 He was, of course, all of these, but as regards the two latter, in a subsidiary sense only. Upward arrow 90 Spanish, hurricane, French, ouragan, English, hurricane. Upward arrow 91 Sahagan reverses the process by calling Quetzalcoatl a man who became a god, BKI. CV Upward arrow 92 See my article on these books in Volume 3 of Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics. Upward arrow 93 This, too, accounts for his identification with the planet Venus, which also had a calendric connection, and therefore as the herald of the dawn, and the child of the virgin goddess Jim Alman or Chalkawitlaku in her guise as moon goddess. Upward arrow 94 Wotan was likewise a builder of subterranean houses and was worshipped in caves. The god of the rain cult is, indeed, regarded as master of the streams which flow under the earth. See Brinton, Nagualism, p. 41. Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 4 The Creative Deities Contents Tonakatekutli Tonakasayuatl, Tonakatekutli equals Lord of our subsistence, area of worship, Mexico, originally Atlantic coastlands, the Olmeca lands and Tlaxcalan. Anciently Toltec. Minor names, Ometekutli equals twofold Lord. Tlachanal equals Lord of creation. Tlatk equals Lord of the earthly world. Teotlil equals Lord of the steppe. Matla equals Lord of the net. Tapwa equals Lord of the mountains. Tloknawakwe equals Lord of the close vicinity. Relationship, Father of Quetzalcoatl. Calendar places, ruler of the first day, ce Sipactli, of the first week and of the fourth day hour. Compass direction, west. Symbol, the human pair beneath the coverlet. Aspect and insignia. Codex Vaticanus A. In the Codex Vaticanus A, Tonacatecutli's body paint is red and pink. His headdress is bound by a fillet richly encrusted with turquoises, having in front the conventional bird's head which is so frequently encountered in representations of the Mexican gods in the codices. He wears the nasal ornament of serpentine shape peculiar to the octli or drink gods, as to some of the deities of fertility, and his fruitful or life-giving nature is symbolized by a footstool composed of maize ears. Codex Borgia. In the Codex Borgia, sheet 61, lower half, the lower portion of his face is painted red, but its upper 147 part, as well as the rest of his body which is visible, is colored yellow. On the cheek is seen a rectangular surface divided into compartments, each of which is tinted a different color, the distinctive painting of the maize gods, which, it is believed, symbolizes the maize field with its many hues. A gobber tooth hangs from his mouth as a sign of great age, for as creator he was regarded as one of the most venerable among the gods. Around his forehead is a headband enriched with precious stones, which recalls that frequently worn by the sun god. His necklet consists of a casket of jewels, with lid and feet, on which is represented the symbol of the Chalcahuitl jewel. 1 On sheet 60 Tonacasayuatl, the female form of this deity, is depicted in the act of handing Tonacatecutli a flower, symbolic of life or blood. Above this figure is the picture of a red snake, also symbolizing blood. The god wears a jaguar skin and the goddess an eagle's, thus illustrating their patronage of the military orders who wore those dresses. For similar readings, see Codex Laude, 34-5k. In sheet 57, lower right-hand corner, he is represented as wearing a beard of black eagle feathers. Codex Vaticanus B. In Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 87, Tonacatecutli is represented with Quetzalcoatl's head and neck ornaments, combined with the jeweled fillet and bird's head on forehead. He wears a long beard reaching to the feet. Contents. Tonacasayuatl equals Lady of our subsistence. Minor names, Amasayuatl equals twofold lady. Sitlalanaku equals starry skirt. Calendar place, same as that of Tonacatecutli. Compass direction, same as that of Tonacatecutli. Symbol, same as that of Tonacatecutli. Aspect and insignia. General. In Codex Fijrvarimeyer, sheet 10, the drawn-in angle of the mouth and the female figure point to the inference that here is depicted Tonacasayuatl, who is identified 148 by the interpreters with Xochiquetzal. In Codex Tellurianoremensis and Codex Vaticanus A we find her standing in front of the male creative god Tonacatecutli. In the latter Ms. the first interpreter calls her Tonagasagua, and the third Xochiquetzal, Oxomoco, and Chichimecoatl. The picture shown under the 19th week of Codex Tellurianoremensis pictures her with precisely the same dress and emblems as Xochiquetzal, QV. Myths. These deities were identified by the Mexicans with the creator, the Tlocnahuaque, of whom almost every one of the post-conquest Spanish writers speaks. Indeed, the Codex Tellurianoremensis expressly identifies them with the creative force. The passage runs, all those epithets, God, Lord, Creator, they bestowed on their god Tonacatecutli, who, according to their account, was the God who created the world, and they painted him alone with a crown as Lord of all. They never offered sacrifices to this god, for they said that he did not regard them. Of the female deity the Codex Vaticanus says, Tonacasigua was the wife of Tonacatecutl, for, as we have observed, although their gods were not, as they affirm, united together for matrimonial purposes, still they assigned to each a goddess as a companion. They called her by another name, Xochiquetzal, and Chichimequal, which means 7 serpents, for they say that she was the cause of sterility, famine, and all the miseries of life. 2. In further descriptive passages concerning Tonakatekutli, the same codex says, "This is the representation of Tonakatekutl, which name signifies the Lord of our bodies." Others say that it means the first man, or perhaps it means that the first man was so called. These are the figures which have been mentioned, and the first is that of their greatest god Tonakatekutl. It represented the first god under whom they affirm was the dominion of the world, who, when it appeared good to him, breathed and divided the waters of 149 the heavens and the earth, which at first were all confused together, and disposed of them as they now are, and accordingly they called him Lord of our bodies, and also of abundance, who bestowed everything upon them, and on this account they paint him alone with a crown. They called him besides 7 flowers, for they say that he disposes of the principalities of the earth. He had no temple, nor did they offer sacrifices to him, for they say that he did not require them, as if on account of his superior majesty. They say that Tonakatekutl presided over the 13 signs which are here marked, the day signs of the Tonalamadal, QV. Those above denote the 13 causes or influences of the sky which are under subjection to him, and the others below are the 13 signs of their superstition and sorcery. This man and woman represent the first pair who existed in the world. Their names are Hiwe, very old ones. Between them is placed a knife or razor and an arrow above each of their heads, typifying death, as in them death originated. They called this god Tonakatekutli and by another name Sidalatonali 3, and they said that he was the constellation which appears by night in the sky, St. James's or the Milky Way. They paint these figures and all the others which follow, each of them in its own manner, because as they considered them their deities, each had its peculiar festival. It was necessary to wear in these festivals the habit of the god. The Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas regards these deities as appearing at the commencement of creation, but says nothing of their relations to the precise creative act. The Annals de Cuautitlan says of them, and they say that in the inner heaven he Quetzalcoatl dedicated a cult and called on them, her with the star-studded robe, together with the astral sun god. The mistress of our flesh, the lord of our flesh, who is clothed in charcoal, clothed in blood, who giveth food to the earth, 150. And he cried aloft as they, the old people, were informed to the Omaican, to the heaven lying above the 9 that are bound together. And as they learnt those having their abode there, those he called upon, those he worshipped. See also chapter on cosmogony for further mythical material relating to these deities. Nature and status. In examining the characteristics of these deities we find, 1. That they were among the oldest of the Mexican divinities. Tonakatekutli is called, among other names, Lord of the Steppe, for which does not necessarily indicate that he was a deity of the Xiximec or hunting tribes, who from generation to generation raided the Mexican valley, but may apply to his stellar or heavenly significance. Reference is also made in the Annals de Cuautitlan to the circumstance that he and his female counterpart were gods of the ancient Toltecs, and that their cult was founded by Quetzalcoatl, the typical Toltec priest-king. 2. That these gods were regarded by the Mexican priesthood in more modern times at least, as abstractions, ideal beings who arose out of philosophic speculation. That they had become rather neglected in the popular Mexican faith is clear from the circumstance that they had no temples and that no offerings were made them. Tonakatekutli represented, indeed, that great invisible and intangible figure which at all times and in all religions has loomed behind most pantheons, the great god behind the gods, the principle of causality, that first cause beyond which the speculations of theology cannot proceed. 3. They presided over the food supply. Although other deities occupied the positions of maize and vegetable gods, the creative deities were in the ultimate the great givers of all food. Thus they were designated lords of food supplies and lords of superabundance. 151. therefore, they must be regarded as the direct creators of the spirit of man. To the Mexican man flesh was merely maize in another form. But apart from this conception the pair typified the first human couple, and as such they are represented in all the manuscripts lying side by side and cross-legged under a blanket, in the attitude of procreation. They are, indeed, the great initiators of life, and must be comprehended as sending the human soul to occupy the body made by human procreation, giving warmth and breath to the infant before birth. 5. They commence the series of 20-day signs, and this alone symbolizes their creative and original nature. 6. They represent the signs Cipactli, the animal from which the earth was made. 7. They are gods of the Omaican, the highest or 13th heaven, which fact further illustrates their supreme character. Conclusions from these facts: we may be justified in concluding, 1. That in the most early times Tonacatecutli and his consort typified the Father Sky and Mother Earth respectively, but that this aspect of them had been forgotten and they came to have a purely abstract creative significance for both priests and people. That Tonacasayuatl originally represented the earth there is no doubt, and her identification with Xochiquetzal and Chichimequotl alone would show this to be so. Again, the association with the sign Cipactli proves the connection of one of the divine pair with the earth, and from what has been said regarding this sign in the introduction, and by the constant association of goddesses in the Mexican mind with the terrestrial sphere, it is plain that Tonacatecutli, her male counterpart, is not likely to have represented it in early times. The suggestion that he symbolizes the sky is perhaps assisted by the nature of his abode, the uppermost heaven, and from his close identification with Citlalotonac, 152, the god of the night heaven, who was supposed to represent the Milky Way. 2. That in later times the early concepts of these divinities became fused almost into one, and that in some measure they had come to be regarded as androgynous. This view may be traversed by the circumstance that they are frequently represented separately, but on the other hand their names appear as one in the form Tonacatecutli Tonacasayuatl in many passages. The same may be posited of their counterparts in the Quiche Popolva, Spiyakok, and Smukane. 6 Tonacatecutli and his spouse are to be regarded as the parents of Quetzalcoatl, but this is probably a theogonic myth of late origin, brought about by the constant association of Quetzalcoatl with the creative gods as deities of the ancient Toltecs, and the frequent references to him as the founder of their cult. Islilxochitl states in his fourth relation that Tonacatecutli and his wife were the chief gods of the Toltecs, who represented them as the sun and the moon, and he goes on to say that at certain seasons of the year criminals were sacrificed to them by a method called telemenomikian, which is to say grinding between the stones. 2 great stones, he says, were balanced opposite each other, and the victim was crushed between them as they fell, the slain man thus representing the corn spirit, or, indeed, the corn itself in the process of being ground. 153 1 A generic name for green precious or semi-precious stones: turquoise, jadeite, nephrite, emerald, etc. Upward arrow 2 in Kingsborough, Antiquities of Mexico, Volume 6. Upward arrow 3 on this identification. See also Torquemada, BK 6, C19. Upward arrow 4 Codex Telluriano-Romensis. Upward arrow 5 Sealer, Codex Vaticanus B, p. 132. Upward arrow 6 Spence, Popolva. London, 1908. Upward arrow. Contents: Chapter V, Deities of the Earth and Growth. Proper contents: Introductory. So numerous were the manifestations and variants of the Earth Goddess conceived by the Nahua or adopted into their pantheon, that this has been the cause of considerable misconception on the part of students of Mexican religion, who have confounded them in a manner which in the circumstances is scarcely surprising. An attempt will be made here to provide the reader with a list of the most important of these deities, briefly and barely outlining their various origins and attributes, in order that he may be the better able to comprehend what follows when we come to discuss them more fully. Chiquimicotl, 7 serpents, the Mexican name of the earth goddess and that of the 7th day of the 7th week of the Tonalamatal. She was probably of Toltec origin. The third interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A identifies her with Cochiquetzal, and, perhaps more correctly, with Sumico and Tonacasigua or Tonacasayuatl. She had 2 temples dedicated to her, the Chiquimiteopan and the Cintiopan, and seems to have become a variant of Tonacasayuatl on the adoption of an agricultural basis of existence. Tlazalteotl, Tlalquini, Tetioinan, or Tosi, an earth goddess whose worship had its origin among the tribes of the Atlantic seaboard, where maize grew abundantly. She possessed warlike propensities, as became a goddess to whom human sacrifice was much in vogue, and the myth of her impregnation by Huitzilopochtli was enacted at the Ocpanistli festival in August, typifying, perhaps, the impregnation of 154 the Earth Mother by the Sky Father. As Ixcuine she represented a plurality of goddesses. Sealer 1 believes that Chiquimicotl represents the young maize ear, and Tlazalteotl, the ripe ear of the plant. Sihuacotl, serpent woman, an earth goddess of Xochimilco and Calhuacan. Coatlicue or Coatlantanan, serpent skirt, a Mexican earth goddess, mother of Huitzilopochtli. Cochiquetzal, originally a mountain goddess of the Tlalhuica. An earth and maize goddess as well as a deity of flowers and vegetation. Zilanan, originally a maize goddess of the Huical tribes. She represented the young maize plant. Cintioatl, maize god, son of Tlazalteotl, originally a god of the peoples of the Atlantic seaboard. He is occasionally alluded to as a female deity, but is always male in the manuscripts of the Borja group, executed by a people of Nawa speech dwelling in the south. He is the equivalent of Cochipilli and had a separate temple, the Cintiopan. Xipan, earth god of the Teotitlan district, a god of spring vegetation. His temples were called Yopico. His great festival was the Tlasaxapulistli, or flaying of men. Only 3 of these deities, Tlazalteotl, Xipe, and Cochiquetzal, appear as rulers of one or other of the 20-day signs of the Tonalamatal. But Cintioatl figures in the Ocpanistli feast and appears as one of the lords of the night. These criteria are perhaps sufficient to identify these figures as separate divinities. We find in Sahagan that Chiquimicotl, Cintioatl, and Xipe had separate temples of their own. In several of the rituals of the great festivals, however, the cults of Tlazalteotl, Chiquimicotl, and Cintioatl appear to have been very closely interwoven, and this leads me to suspect that the worship of the old Toltec goddess Chiquimicotl was in process of fusion with that of the immigrant Tlazalteotl at the period of the conquest. Zilanan, too, according to Sahagan, had a separate festival in her honor, 155 the Uitecul. From all this and from considerations still to be advanced we may, perhaps, be justified in assuming, 1. That at the period of the conquest the cults of Tlazalteotl, Chiquimicotl, and Cintioatl were very naturally in process of becoming amalgamated, the worship of the 2 goddesses, Mexican and alien, presenting many features in common. 2. That Cochiquetzal, originally the goddess of the Tlalhuica, was regarded more properly as the goddess of flowers and of the spring florescence, a hypothesis which is upheld by her myths. Her equation with Tonacasayuatl appears to have been a later concept, due to the connection of both with the earth. 3. That the Huical goddess Zilanan came to symbolize for the Nawa the maize plant in its early stages of growth, and in that respect resembles Cintioatl. 4. That the cult of the southern god Xipe, the grain deity of a related people, had made great headway among the Nawa of Mexico Tenochtitlan. 5. It follows from these conclusions that only one of these deities of growth Kotlakul was of Nawa origin, all the others being gods of the aboriginal or settled peoples. The Shi-Shimek Nawa, a hunting people, possessing no official grain goddess of their own, would naturally come to worship these on their adoption of an agricultural mode of life. As most of these forms hailed from districts of considerable cultural antiquity, I believe their worship to have been of long duration in the land, not much less ancient, indeed, than the cult of Tlaloc. It is not claimed for these conclusions that they are more than approximate. The data relative to these deities is much too complex to permit of any more precise or dogmatic treatment. In fact, at one time or another there was identification between them all, but with the above attempt at simplification in view, we shall now endeavor to present the reader with a detailed account of each of these and other less important divinities who were regarded as in any way connected. 156 With the personification of the earth or the growth of the crops, their festivals and ritual. The earth deities seem to have been prophetic and divinatory and to have been connected with medicine, like similar European and Asiatic goddesses. Some of them, like Itzpapalotl, share the butterfly symbol with the gods of fire, with whom they are frequently connected. They are also closely associated with the deer, a fertility animal, and the eagle, the sun bird, and their victims were, like those of the sun and war deities, decked with eagle down. Contents: Tlazalteotl equals goddess of dir territory, Huaxtec, Mixtec, Olmec. Minor names: Tlalquani equals filth eater. Chikunai Akatl equals 9 reed. Tetio Inan equals mother of the gods. Chiquasan Akatl equals 6 reed. Tosi equals our grandmother. Nawar Itek Patl equals 4 flint knife. Kokowar Kochitla equals yellow bloom. Tlali Yalo equals heart of the earth. Istak Kochitla equals white bloom. Ixquine equals 4 faces. Tonanatia Mekha equals our mother, the goddess of the thigh skin face painting. Calendar places: ruler of the 14th day, Ocelotl, of the 13th week, Ceolin. 7th of the 9 lords of the night. Compass direction, west. Festivals: Okpanistli, Feast of Brooms, in the 11th month. Symbols: a man eating excrement, dirt eater, a broom. Relationships: mother of Sentiatl, one of the Tzitzai mime. Broom of Tlazalteotl, the symbol of her festival. Headdress of Tlazalteotl. From Codex Tellurianoremensis, 17 verso. Forms of Tlazalteotl. Aspect and insignia: Codex Borgia sheet 74, here Tlazalteotl is depicted as naked, and accompanied by a snake. A patch of rubber appears near the mouth, and her head is bound by a fillet of unspun cotton. Behind the neck a feather ornament is seen, made of the blue plumage of the quail, and she also wears the golden nasal Huaxtec ornament usually seen in 157 connection with the Octli gods. In the Codex Vaticanus B her naked body is painted white, with yellow longitudinal stripes, and she has the bifurcated nose ornament of Zype. Significantly, perhaps, the shape of her eye recalls that of the god of flaying, whose eye is usually a mere slit in the flayed human skin which he wears, and through the mask of which he is supposed to be looking. She wears the cotton fillet and earplug typical of her. Sahaganmiz: in this place she has a disc of liquid rubber on the face, with which substance her mouth is also painted, an elaborate cotton head dress, crowned with feathers, a tunic of sack shape with a fringe divided into compartments, a skirt with bands joined by diagonal lines, and she holds in her right hand the broom symbolic of her feast, and in her left a shield decorated with 4 concentric circles. General in the Tonalamitl of the Aubangupil collection, wherever she is depicted as 7th of the 9 lords of the night, her face is white, its upper portion being surrounded by a yellow band. In the Codex Borbonicus she is occasionally painted all yellow or all white, and this yellow color symbolizes that of the ripe maize ear. In the song about her given by Sahagun, we observe that she is alluded to as the yellow blossom and the white blossom, otherwise the yellow or white maize, the maize at different stages of its growth. From Codex Borgia, sheet 55. As Tetio Inan. From Sahagun Ms. Forms of Tlazalteotl. Another of her distinguishing characteristics, as has been remarked, is the black coloring in the region of the mouth, which frequently extends to and includes the tip of the nose and chin and, as Sahagun states, this was effected with liquid rubber, as in the case of the fire god. The small patch or circle on her cheek is also commented upon by Sahagun, who says, a hole has she placed on her cheek, the hole being probably a disc of rubber with a perforated center. As an alternative to this we find in Codex Borgia 2 broad horizontal lines and in Codex Borbonicus several short, vertical black lines below the eye, and it would seem that the concentric circle on the shield of the goddess in the Sahagun Ms has the same meaning, that is, it is probably 158 a symbol of sex. 2 In some representations her skirt is covered with crescent-shaped objects perhaps typical of her symbol excrement. When Tlazalteotl appears as ruler of the 13th week she often lacks the ripe maize color with which she is represented elsewhere. Thus in Tellurianoremensis she is painted about the mouth with liquid rubber, and in Borbonicus her face paint is in two colors. A black stroke is seen descending from brow to nose, but she has the yellow skin color. In both cases she is, like Zype, clothed in the skin of a victim. In Tellurianoremensis and the Aubentonalametal her arms and legs are powdered with white chalk and small feathers are affixed to them, probably with uli gum. In Tellurianoremensis these cover part of her costume as well. In this codex, too, her huaxtec nose ornament is replaced by one having a stepped motif, or a butterfly formed of the spotted feathers of the quail. The cotton fillet of the goddess is worthy of further remark. It is made from the unspun produce of the plant, covers the top of the head and reaches the shoulders on either side of the face. Spindles are stuck into the mass, which is marked upon its surface with acute angled figures or groups of parallel lines on a white ground, which may be regarded as hieroglyphic of raw cotton. In certain of the manuscripts, for example in the Aubentonalametal and in Tellurianoremensis, Tlazalteotl wears a feather coronal, which in other codices takes the shape of a fan or nape ring like that frequently worn by Quetzalcoatl. Occasionally, too, it rises from a rubber ball which rests upon the head. In Codex Borgia, sheet 68, the feathers are dark in color, but are brightened by the red plumes which spring from them in turn. Elsewhere we find white, brown, or yellow feathers, the latter prepared artificially from palm leaves, which, like the fan-shaped ornament itself, are huaxtec in character. In the picture in Borbonicus of Tlazalteotl as ruler of the week Ceolan, 1 read, we see the conical huaxtec 159 hat, as worn by Quetzalcoatl, peeping above her cotton head dress, and the palm leaf plume rising from a feather fan, which springs from a ball of rubber. In Tellurianoremensis Tlazalteotl is seen wearing a string of snail shells depending from the waist. This is known as sidelicu, or star-skirt, another huaxtec article of dress. In none of the representations alluded to was Tlazalteotl pictured with the broom characteristic of her and of her feast day, Okpanitztli, when they sweep the ways. This was made from hard, stiff, pointed grass, which was cut with sickles in the mountain forests of Popocatépetl. 3 It was bound with a colored leather strap, and the paper which held it together was flecked with the V-shaped cotton symbol. Myths Tlazalteotl is described in the Codex Tellurianoremensis as the woman who sinned before the deluge, who was the cause of all evil, of all deceit, but this would appear to be an error for Ixnextli or Cochiquetzal, QV. The Annals de Cuautitlán says of her, In the same year, 8 Rabbit, came the so-called Exquinemy female demons to Tolan and, as they say from the reports of the old people, they came from Huaxteca. And in the place Quextecatlicocayan, where the Huaxtecs weep, they summoned these captives whom they had taken in Huaxteca and explained to them what was about to be done, saying, we go now to Tolan. We wish to couple the earth with you, we desire to hold a feast with you, for till now no battle offerings have been made with men. We wish to make a beginning of it and shoot you to death with arrows. Sacrifice by shooting with arrows. This indicates that the goddess, one of the Exquinemy, was regarded as the inventress of that especial mode of sacrifice by which the victim was tied to a framework and shot to death with arrows. We have no classical statement that 160 such a proceeding took place at her festival, however, but it is known that it formed part of the ritual at the festival of Zype, QV. The expression, we wish to couple the earth with you, when taken along with the straddling attitude of the victim on his frame, has given rise to the assumption that such a sacrifice was intended to symbolize a sexual connection between the victim and the earth or earth mother. It appears to me as more probable that its intention was to draw down rain by sympathetic magic, the dropping blood from the arrow wounds symbolizing the rain, and the tear which the victim sheds in the representation of the sacrifice in the Codex Nuttall and Codex Telluriano-Romensis, combined with the fact that such sacrifices are supposed to have been made in years of drought, strengthens my belief in the soundness of this theory. Ixcuan means four-faced, and may apply to the circumstance that ancient idols of Tlazolteotl were, like those of Janus, provided with more than one face, so that they might look upon every direction whence the rain might come. Later, however, the Exquinemy were regarded as a fourfold manifestation of Tlazolteotl and as personifying four sisters of different age, Tlacopan, Tlaco, Tlaco, and Cocoyotzin, who represented the carnal passions. 5 Hymn. A song in the Sahagan Miz relating to Tlazolteotl is as follows: the yellow blossom has flowered. She, our mother, with the thigh skin of the goddess painted upon her face, came out of Timoanchan. The white blossom has burst open, she our mother, etc. 6 This of course symbolizes the yellow and white maize. The thigh skin of the goddess is the mask cut from the 161 thigh of the sacrificed girl and worn by the priest. See Festivals, Infra. The statement that Tlazolteotl came out of Timoanchan is important, for another song in the same series tells us that in that paradise was born her son Sintiotl, the maize god, QV. Festivals Okpanistly. This, the great festival of Tlazolteotl, was held in the opening of the 11th Aztec month, commencing, says Sahagan 7, about September 14. 15 days before the festival began, those who were to celebrate it danced the sacred dances, which they continued for 8 days. In complete silence they ranged themselves in 4 lines, and danced with their hands full of flowers, keeping time most precisely. At the end of 8 days those women who practiced medicine, the midwives, leech women, and steam bath keepers probably, divided themselves into 2 companies and presented themselves before a female victim who represented the goddess and who was destined for sacrifice. Their object was, says Sahagan, to amuse her and to keep her from pondering upon her fate. The victim herself, accompanied by 3 old women called her mothers, headed one of these parties, who pelted each other with the red leaves of the cactus flower. In the whole performance we can see some such concept as survives in a manner in the modern Battle of Flowers, which in certain towns in southern France ushers in the season of Lent. The victim was then led back to the place of detention, and the ceremony was repeated for several days in succession. Then the mothers who guarded her led her through the public marketplace for the last time, on which occasion she sowed maize on every side, and on that day she was taken to a place near the Teocalliate where she was to be sacrificed. As it was of importance that she should not mourn, she was informed that she was to become the bride of the king, and for this imaginary honor she was adorned with the full insignia of the goddess Tlazalteotl. 162 When midnight had arrived, in a dead and unbroken silence, she was led to the summit of the lofty teocalli, where she was placed on the shoulders of a man, as was the custom with brides about to be borne to the houses of their lords, and ere she could be well aware what was about to happen, she was decapitated and immediately flayed. First of all, pieces of skin were removed from the broad portion of the thigh and carried to the temple of Sintiotl, the son of Tlazalteotl. The skin of the upper part of the body formed a jacket, which a priest of Tlazalteotl, chosen for his strength and vigor, drew over his own body. Accompanied by 2 men vowed to his assistance, as well as by other priests, dressed to represent the goddess's Huaxtec servants, all of whom carried blood-sprinkled brooms which they brandished in a combative manner, he pursued a number of nobles and warriors, who struck their shields and made a threatening display. The priest who personified the goddess rushed upon these with simulated fury, but they fled before him, refusing him battle. This part of the proceedings symbolized the warlike nature of the goddess, and the military significance of her cult. As has been explained, the people of Mexico believed that only by the continued offering up of human sacrifice and blood could an adequate rainfall, and therefore abundant harvests, be procured, and this naturally presumed the upkeep of a considerable standing army and many military guilds or brotherhoods dedicated to the task of securing a large supply of sacrificial victims. The warlike character of the earth goddess was assumed as a matter of course. This chase continued until the priest who personated Tlazalteotl came to the teocalli of Huitzilopochtli, the war god. Here he lay down and stretched himself out in the female posture for sexual intercourse. Says the Aztec text of Sahagan, then she broadens herself, that is the priest personating the goddess, expands, stretches arms and legs out at the feet of Huitzilopochtli, her face turned towards him. This ceremony undoubtedly had reference to a supposed impregnation of the goddess by the god Huitzilopochtli, and 163 that the myth relating to it was enacted is shown by the symbolic presence of her son, Sintiotl, or a priest dressed to represent that god, who had placed over his face a mask made from the skin of the thighs of the flayed woman which had been sent to his temple, and who was now regarded as the son conceived. 9 In addition to the skin mask, the Sintiotl priest wore a hat or cap, also made of the skin of the sacrificed victim, which had a Van-Dyked edging of the crown, or a crest like the comb of a cock, symbolic of the stone knife of sacrifice. Together, the priests of Tlazalteotl and Sintiotl now proceeded to the temple of the former, where they awaited the morning. At dawn the chief men of the community, who had been waiting near the teocalli, ran up the steps of the temple bearing offerings. The priest of the goddess was then decorated with her insignia in addition to the dreadful trophy he wore. His head and feet were covered with the white down from the eagle's breast, the particular ornament of the warrior who had captured a victim in battle. His face was painted red, the color of the ripe maize. He was clothed in a short tunic which had woven upon it the semblance of an eagle, and he was equipped with other garments for the lower part of the body. Still richer and more elaborate vestments were then placed on him by the priests, after which he went to select the captives who must die. He chose 4 of these, and placing them upon the stone of sacrifice, dispatched them by taking out their hearts, handing over the others to the priests to deal with similarly. This done, he accompanied the Sintiotl priest to his temple, the Huaxtec servants marching before them, wearing what would seem to be huge artificial phalluses and tassels of untwisted cotton, to symbolize the virile strength and richness of the earth. 10 They were also accompanied by the medical women. 164 Coming to the temple of Sintiotl, the priest of Tlazalteotl placed 1 foot upon the drum there, and awaited the priest of Sintiotl, who later set out alone in a hasty manner, and accompanied by a large body of warriors, to a point on the frontiers of Mexico where a small hut stood, and at this place he left the mask and cap which he had worn, made from the thighs of the sacrificed woman. Not infrequently the party were attacked or ambushed and fighting ensued. I can form no opinion regarding the significance of this procedure. Was the skin left on the frontier as a gauge of war, as would appear to be its most obvious interpretation, or did it possess a deeper and more symbolical meaning? If it did, I am at a loss to supply the elucidation. I feel that this is one of those acts so often encountered in primitive religion, when the temptation is to look for a profound meaning where, perhaps, none exists. The priest of Tlazalteotl, on the departure of his colleague, proceeded to the temple called a tempen, or place of death, a favorite muster place for children and leprous persons about to be sacrificed, which was situated in the precincts of the great temple of Mexico. Here the king took his seat on a throne, his footstool being a nest made of eagle's skin and feathers, whilst an ocelot skin was cast over the back of the seat, these articles symbolizing the knighthoods of the eagle and ocelot respectively. A military review followed, and the monarch distributed raiment, arms, and insignia to the deserving, who, thus distinguished, were expected to so comport themselves in war that they might eventually die the warrior's death, the only fitting end for a Mexican brave. The recipients then repaired to the temple of Tlazalteotl, where dancing was engaged in. The scene was picturesque and even magnificent, for all the dancers held flowers in each hand and wore the dazzling insignia of their various ranks and orders. This spectacle continued for 2 days, and on the evening of the second day the priests of the goddess Chiquimicotl, QV, clothed in the skins of captives slain at the festival of that goddess, ascended a little teocalli known as the Table 165 of Huitzilopochtli, and threw broadcast maize and calabash seeds upon the heads of the multitude below, who scrambled for the grain. The young women in the service of Chiquimicotl now advanced, each bearing upon her shoulder 7 ears of maize, rolled in a rich mantle, and wrapped in white paper, after being sprinkled with holy gum. The high priest of the goddess led the chant, after which he descended from the teocalli and placed in a little cavity between the temple stairs and the temple itself a large basket filled with powdered chalk and feather down. The warriors at once rushed upon it and scrambled for the contents, which were, of course, symbolical of the goddess's makeup. They were chased by the priests, whom they pelted with the chalk and feathers, even the king taking part in the sport. The priest then betook himself to the temple of the goddess, called Toctitlan, the place of our grandmother, where he saw the skin of the sacrificed woman properly disposed. Thus ended the ceremonies of the Okpanistli, one of the most picturesque and involved, yet gruesome, of the festivals of ancient Mexico. Ritual Tlazalteotl, as we shall find when we attempt our elucidation of her characteristics, was regarded as the goddess of sexual indulgence, a not inappropriate role for the wild, wanton, and riotous goddess of earth, so prodigal in her bringing forth and, naturally in the eyes of a primitive people, so bountiful in her favors, for to the barbarian mind productiveness is the outcome of lustfulness. By an easy transition, then, she became the goddess of sexual immorality, the patron of prostitutes, and the archetype of female wantonness. But, rather strangely, although she presided over salacious vice, she alone could pardon it, and once in a lifetime the Mexican adulterer or libertine might approach her to obtain by a full confession remission of his sins. This he generally did late in life, for absolution could not be obtained on a subsequent occasion. The ritual associated with his cleansing was a prolonged and involved one, and is 166 described by Sahagan in the 12th chapter of his first book. There is no reason to believe that the account of the ritual as furnished by Sahagan is otherwise than genuine, and he remarks upon the facility with which the native Mexicans embraced the Catholic confession as a proof that the rite was not unknown to them. temple we know from the descriptions of the Ocpanistli festivals in the Sahagan Aztec myths, and the illustrations accompanying them, that the temple of Tlazolteotl, the Toctitlan, was a scaffolding of poles on which was set a representation of the goddess. Priesthood. That Tlazolteotl possessed a priesthood of her own is obvious from the repeated mention of the adolescent youths known as Cuquastica, her Huaxtecs, who figured in the festival of Ocpanistli. But that these were only priests ad hoc, or employed temporarily for that celebration, is likely, as Sahagan states, Appendix to BK2, that the Atempantia Huatzin, or the chief of rites connected with the Atempan, had the task of assembling them, as well as charge of the insignia used at the festival. Tlazolteotl's priests, according to Sahagan, BKI, C12, were the augurs who possessed the books with the prognostications and the destinies of the newborn and the spells and the omens and the traditions of the ancients, as they were handed down and came unto them. Nature and status. Tlazolteotl has been completely identified with the Teteo Inan or Tosi of Sahagan and other writers, but though she ranked as the Earth Mother of Mexico par excellence, there is no room for doubt that her worship was originally alien, and assuredly of Huaxtec origin. The Huaxtecs were a people of Maya origin or affinities, isolated from the main 167 body of that race, dwelling on the east coast of Mexico, and retaining many of their peculiar customs, and it is noteworthy that a Huaxtecan goddess should be alluded to in Mexican tradition as coming to Tolan, the city of the Toltecs, the people whom so many writers have tried to identify with the Maya. As has been observed, she was accompanied at the Ocpanistli festival by a band of youths dressed to represent Huaxtecs, who in the Codex Borbonicus picture of the festival are shown as wearing the cone-shaped Huaxtec cap. She herself wears the Huaxtec nose ornament in common with the Octli gods. She is repeatedly stated to have had her home in Quextlan, the Huaxtec country, and there are good grounds for supposing that its inhabitants, of whose religion we know little, had brought the cult of the Earth Mother to such a pitch of complex perfection as rendered its absorption of the allied Mexican cults merely a matter of time and occasion. That she was originally a personification of the maize is also clear. In her songs she is alluded to as the yellow bloom and the white bloom, and the references to her dwelling in Timoanchan, the western paradise where the maize was supposed to have had its mythical origin, and where she gave birth to Cinteotl, the young maize god, proves her association with this food plant. But she was also the earth, the insatiable, lustful mother, who gives birth to Cinteotl the young maize god, who is also the obsidian knife of sacrifice, for the earth is the mother of stone. As sin, she was also the mother of death, for Cinteotl in this guise was undoubtedly a god of fatality or doom. Like many other deities of the earth she may have had an almost Plutonic significance, for she is called Tlali-Iyalo, heart of the earth. But I think that Seeler, Fijurverimeyer, p. 145, has mistaken the true significance of this expression in applying to it the meaning interior of the earth. The word heart in the Nahua tongue does not necessarily mean interior. True, Tepeolotl, the earthquake god, possessed a similar designation, but on the other hand the Quiche Popolva alludes to the god Hurricane as 168 the heart of heaven, and I take the expression to mean in general soul, spirit, rather than interior. But, again, deities of grain have very frequently a subterranean association, and, according to Durant's description of the feast of the goddess, we find that she was supposed to make her coming known by an earthquake shock, and she is ruler of the 13th week, CE Olin, which some authorities translate as earthquake or earth motion. All this notwithstanding, in later times it was as the goddess of sensuality and lustfulness that Tlazolteotl made her strongest appeal to the Mexican imagination. We have already seen how this transition took place and how this attribute had its inception. In many climes the figure of the fruitful and abundant earth goddess has its bestial, revolting, and highly salacious side, and the Mexican earth deity was no exception to the almost general rule. In several pictures her symbol is shown as a man devouring excrement, sin. She was the patroness of prostitutes, and by a transition, the ethical character of which seems to me obscure, she finally became the great pardoner of sexual misdeeds. Probably because they forfeited their lives in the act of bringing forth, she came to be regarded as the chieftainess of those women who, dying in childbed, went to inhabit the Ciudlampa, the house of the women in the West. These female spirits were regarded by the Mexicans as the equal of warriors who had died heroically in battle, and issued daily from their paradise to accompany the sun in his afternoon course. It is typical of these Ciudadeo, or deified women, that in their jealousy of living people and their offspring, they exerted a noxious influence upon mortals, especially upon children, at certain seasons, and as the interpreter of Codex Tellurianorumensis states, they are identified with European witches, flying through the air and meeting at crossroads. Now the broom is the symbol of the European witch, as it is of Tlazalteotl, and in Codex Fejerveri sheet 17, we have a picture of Tlazalteotl as representative of the Ciudadeo, naked and riding upon a broomstick. In Codex Borgia, sheet 12, and Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 30, 169 beside her is figured a house with an owl standing at the door, while in front hangs a string of dried medicinal herbs, the whole representing the dwelling of a sorceress or medicine witch, for Tlazalteotl was also patroness of the medical women, who danced at her festival, and Sahagan, BKI, C8, expressly states that she was venerated by the physicians, that is, the medicine men and wizards. Probably by reason of her fecundity Tlazalteotl was also regarded as a divinity who presided over human birth. She is frequently portrayed as the great parturient and represents the womb 11, Vaticanus B, sheet 51. But she does not breathe the spirit into the newly born child or transport it from the upper regions as does Quetzalcoatl, her office being the lower one of presiding over the childbed, a task which she shares with other Mexican deities of vegetation and production. Like other goddesses who preside over birth, she may also have a lunar connection. It is probable that the Huaxtec nose ornament which she wears in common with the Octli gods is a lunar symbol. 12 in Codex Borgia, sheet 55, she is represented as standing opposite the moon, but this may only indicate her connection with night and witchcraft. I am of opinion, however, that Celar's assumption that she is a moon goddess is not altogether capable of proof. On the other hand, goddesses of vegetation and childbirth are frequently associated with the moon, and his theory may be perfectly sound. We must remember, however, that in his more recent works, just as the solar school of mythologists was accused of seeing sun gods everywhere, Celar has undoubtedly applied a lunar significance to several deities whose characteristics he formerly elucidated in totally different fashion. The warlike nature of Tlazalteotl has already been dwelt upon and its reason demonstrated in the section dealing with the Ocpanistli festival. 170 Contents Chicomicoatl equals 7 Snake Area of Worship, Mexico. Minor name, Chicamolotl equals 7 Maize Ears. Relationship, sister of Tlaloc. Symbol, the double maize ear, Cometl. Festivals, Uitozajli, the 4th month, Ocpanistli, the 11th month. Calendar place, 7th day of the 7th week, the day Chicomicoatl. Sahagan states that all days containing a 7 in their name were regarded as auspicious on her account. Chicomicoatl. From the Sahagan Ms. Figure of Chicomicoatl. Ud Collection, Berlin. Chicomicoatl. From the Sahagan Ms. Lorenziana. Forms of Chicomicoatl. Aspect and insignia Abangupiltonalamadal sheet 7, the goddess is depicted as having a red body and facial painting, and wears variegated raiment in which red is the preponderating color. On her head is a large square head dress, also red in color and decorated with rosettes at the four corners. Such a head dress, indeed, as Tlazolteotl wears at the Okpanistli festival. She holds in her hand the double maize ear, which may be regarded as her peculiar and distinctive emblem. Codex Borbonicus. In this codex she is seen wearing red paint and the red garment, holding the double maize ear, and carrying other maize ears in a receptacle on her back. Seeler thinks that her red color is that of the granular bunch of the young maize ear which she represents, and that Tlazolteotl or Tetiones, who is painted yellow and white, represents the ripe maize ear. Sahagan Ms. The Sahagan Ms. states that Chichimecoatl's face is colored red and that she wears a paper crown on her head and a collar of green precious stones round her neck. She has an overdress and skirt of spring flowers and wears bells and shells on her feet. Her shield has the emblem of the summer flower painted upon its surface, and she carries the double maize ear in her hand. Myths. The hymn to Chichimecoatl as given in the Sahagan Ms. is as follows: 171 Goddess of the Seven Ears, arise, awake. 4. Our Mother, thou leavest us. Thou returnest to Tlalocan. Arise, awake. Mother, thou leavest us now, thou goest to thy home in Tlalocan. Which may, perhaps, be interpreted thus: the expression 7 ears is an allusion to the 7 ears of maize, sprinkled with rubber oil and wrapped in paper and cloth, which each maiden in a procession of virgins carried to the temple of the goddess, the Sintiapan, at the festival of Uitozajli, April 27. The maize is now full grown and the goddess's labors are over for the time being, so that she is enabled to return to Tlalocan, the paradise of her brother Tlaloc. Sintiotl, son of Chichimecoatl. Codex Bologna, sheet 13. Festivals. The Uitozajli. The first festival attributed to Chichimecoatl in the calendar was the Uitozajli, or the Great Watch, so called because of the watch or wake kept in the houses of the people, accompanied by a general fest. The best accounts of it are those of Sahagan 13 and Torquemada.14. In this rite the goddess was associated with Sintiotl. After a 4 days fast, certain rushes were stained with sacrificial blood and placed upon the images of the gods in both house and temple. Branches of laurel and beds or mattresses of hay were placed before the altars, and maize porridge was distributed to the young men. The people walked in the fields cutting stalks of the young maize, which they bedecked with flowers, placing them before the altars of the gods in the Kalpuli, or common house of the village, along with food offerings of every kind, baskets of tortillas, or pancakes of cayenne flour and toasted maize mixed with beans, each surmounted by a cooked frog. On the back of the frog offered up with the tortillas they placed a joint cut from a maize stalk filled with small pieces of every kind of the food offered up. Thus laden, the frog symbolized the earth, bearing her fruits on her back. All this victual was carried in the afternoon 172 to the temple of Chichimecoatl, and eaten in a general scramble. The ears of maize preserved for seed were carried in procession by virgins to the temple of the goddess, each maiden bearing 7 ears of maize, sprinkled with oligum and wrapped in paper and cloth. The legs and arms of these girls were ornamented with red feathers and their faces were smeared with pitch and sprinkled with marcasite. To these the crowd were forbidden to speak, but much persiflage was, nevertheless, engaged in. The people then returned to their houses, and the sanctified maize was placed in every granary and corn crib, was known as the heart thereof, and remained there until taken out to be used as seed. It does not appear that human sacrifice accompanied this festival, which seems to have represented ancient rustic rites, the ritual of the family and the village, handed down from very early times. Okpanistli, sweeping of temples, In this festival, held about the beginning of September, the goddess played an important although by no means the principal part, and as it is fully described in the pages dealing with Tlazolteotl, it will suffice here to mention that the rites accorded to Chichimequotl on this occasion appear to have been almost the same as those rendered at her first festival. The nature of her connection with the other deities of maize is indicated in the introduction to the section dealing with the earth and grain gods, and her participation in the rites of the Akpanistli perhaps exhibits the zealous activity of an ancient cult in rivalry with a later and more popular one. It would certainly seem as if Chichimequotl had been recognized in the Akpanistli rites as an afterthought and for the purpose of placating her priesthood, as much as for the honor of the goddess herself, or that it was a protest on the part of the ministers of her cult, who did not desire to see their divinity ignored at a season at which she had probably been worshipped from time immemorial. Priesthood. That Chichimequotl had a priesthood specially consecrated to her is manifest from the accounts of her festivals, and this 173 must have been in most respects similar in organization and character to those of Sintiotl, the Sintiatzin, Tlazolteotl, and Zype. That she had also a corps of priestesses or holy women attached to her worship is equally clear from the same source. But we learn nothing of their precise status or polity from any of the old authorities. Temples. Chichimequotl appears to have had two temples, both situated within the precincts of the Great Temple at Mexico. The first was the Chichimequotl Iteopan, Temple of Chichimequotl, and the other the Sintiapan, Maize Temple, which, however, must not be confounded with that sacred to Sintiotl. Nature and status. Chichimequotl is obviously the ancient and indigenous maize goddess of the Mexican Valley, whose worship had existed from early times. The statement by the interpreter in Codex Tellurianorumensis that she caused famines is most certainly an error and much more applicable to Sayuacotl. The identification of her in the same place with Tonacasayuatl, the female companion of the creative deity, is probably correct, as she seems to have been an agricultural variant of the old Earth Mother. Chichimequotl was the patroness of the food supply, who, says Sahagan, was the goddess of subsistence, and the original maker of bread and victuals and cookery in general, and whose sign radiated good fortune and happy influences. In this goddess, as viewed through the medium of the observances practiced at her festival, we see, perhaps, the old and indigenous earth goddess as the helper and foster parent of the younger earth mother, Tlazolteotl, for the grain of the year before was hers and was placed in the granaries to help or form a nucleus to the new grain. Again, it was perhaps natural that the elder earth goddess should preside over the old grain used for seed, and the younger goddess over the grain which had not yet come to fruition. In many countries two grain spirits, 174 mother and daughter, appear in the agricultural pantheon. In Breton custom the mother sheaf, a figure made out of the last sheaf, bears within it a lesser bundle, which is regarded as the unborn daughter, and in Prussia, Malaysia, Scotland, and Greece, this double personification of the corn was or is in vogue. Contents. Sintiotl equals maize god territory, Totonac, Aztec, Xochimilco. Minor names, Cehochitl equals 1 flower, date. Chichimoltozine equals 7 ears. Relationship, son of Tlazolteotl, husband of Cochiquetzal. Symbol, the god's head with maize head dress, as in Bologna Tonalamitl. Festivals, Uitozajli, Akpanistli. Compass directions, north, west. Calendar place, 4th of the 9 lords of the night. 7th of the 13 lords of the day. Codex Borbonicus, sheet 20. Aspect and insignia. Codex Borgia, sheet 52. In this place Sintiotl is figured as a male deity of yellow color and with a peculiar black, angular, longitudinal band on the face and bearing a load of maize ears on his back. In one hand he carries the rain staff and in the other the throwing stick. Sheet 14, in this illustration he is clearly recognized as the maize god by the maize ears and the maize blooms which he wears in his fillet or on his head. In other respects his insignia resembles that of the sun god in its flame-colored hair, the jeweled head strap with the conventional bird's head on the frontal side, the large gold disc on his breast, and on the nape of the neck the rosette painted in the colors of the green jewel Chalcoatl. Codex Vaticanus B. Sheet 20, he wears on his head a notched crown like that of the earth, mountain, and rain gods, except that it is painted green and yellow, the colors of the 175 maize. It is fastened with a tie at the occiput, which adornment is painted in like colors and resembles the knot worn by these deities. As with the rain god, it shows the long, dark hair hanging down below it. On his breast he wears, attached to a chain of jeweled beads, an ornament which is painted in the colors of the Chalcoatl and from which hang jeweled thongs. The loincloth is in the colors of the maize, showing alternate yellow and green crossbands. Aubentonalamadal Sheet 8, here he is represented opposite Mayol. On his back he wears a plumed staff with a heart. In his hand he holds the Quetzal feather flag. Mythcinteotl was regarded by the Mexicans as having been born of the goddess Tlazalteotl in the sacred western region of Tamoanchan, the house of birth, which they looked upon as the original home of the maize plant. A song sung at the Atamalquilistli festival is as follows: Born is the maize god in the house of descent, in the place where the flowers are, the god one flower. The maize god is born in the place of water and of mist, where the children of men are made. In the jewel Michoacan. He is also associated with the flower gods in certain strophes of the song to these divinities. On the ball ground the Quetzalcoaxcoxtli sings, the maize god answers him. Beautifully sings our friend the Quetzal, in the twilight of the red maize god. My song shall be heard by the Lord of the twilight, the god with the thigh-skin face painting. I came to the place where the roads meet, I, the maize god. Where shall I now go? Which way shall I take? 176 The song I would interpret as follows: the game of Tlachtli, a description of hockey, is in some measure associated with the maize gods. The Quetzalcoaxcoxtli bird is Xochipilli, the flower god, with whom Cinteotl is closely associated, and who is connected with games of all kinds, stone effigies of him being set up in the Tlachtli courts. Cinteotl is a god who emanates from the west, and is associated with the twilight. At his festival a piece of skin was stripped from the thigh of the female victim and made into a mask for his priest. The place where the roads meet is evidently the haunting place of the Sayuapipiltin or Sayuatideo, women who died in childbed, of whom Tlazalteotl, Cinteotl's mother, was the patroness. The god complains that he has a difficulty in finding his way at the crossroads. This was the precise reason for which they were made, that the Sayuapipiltin or haunting mothers should be puzzled by them, or wandered, as the Scottish expression is. Witches all the world over are baffled by crossroads, and formerly the bodies of suicides were buried beneath them, so that, did their spirits arise, they would be puzzled by the multiplicity of directions and be baffled in their intent to haunt the living. Festivals. The first festival with which Cinteotl was associated was the Ueitozajli, held in April. After a 4 days fast, the houses were decked with irises and sprinkled with blood drawn from the ears and the front of the legs, and the nobles and wealthier folk decorated their houses with the boughs of a plant called Axcoyotl. 15 Search was made in the fields for the young stalks of maize, which were decked with flowers and placed before the gods, along with food. The goddess Chikamikotl was also revered at this festival. At the Okpanistli festival, too, in honor of his mother Tlazalteotl, Cinteotl was peculiarly venerated, and a full account of the proceedings will be found in the pages referring to Tlazalteotl. It is necessary, however, to refer in passing to one custom, that in connection with which the thigh skin of the female 177 victim was stripped off and carried to the temple of Sintiadal, where it was made into a mask which the priest of the god placed over his face. 16 He also wore a jacket and hood of feathers, resembling the naali or bird disguise of the god the Coxcoxtli, which seems to have represented both Sintiadal and Cochipilli, and to have formed a kind of bond between them. The crest of the hood resembled the comb of a cock, and whilst possibly having the significance of a bird's comb, was also held to symbolize the sharp-cutting flint knife of sacrifice, see Tlazalteotl. Lastly, the horrible relics of the festival were conveyed by the Sintiadal priest and a picked bodyguard to a hut on the frontier, where they were left. For what purpose I am able to form no definite opinion. 17 Several temples appear to have been dedicated to the worship of Sintiadal at Mexico, but as the names of these sometimes imply a collective dedication to the maize gods, it is somewhat difficult to ascertain precisely which of the edifices was peculiar to Sintiadal. However, the Iztac Sintiadal Iteopan, or Temple of the Deity of White Maize, at Mexico, more probably refers to Sintiadal's place of worship, as Sahagan states, than to that of any other deity. Here, says the friar, were sacrificed leprous captives, who were slain during the days of fasting in honor of the sun, when that luminary was at its greatest height. 18 In the Sintiopan was to be seen a statue of Sintiadal, before which captives were sacrificed on the occasion of his festival. The temple of Tlaitkawarki Sintiadal, red maize, appears to have been the preserve of the maize gods collectively. Priesthood. That Sintiadal had a separate and distinct priesthood is manifest from allusions to it in accounts of his festivals. 178 Among the Totonacs 2 high priests were especially dedicated to him. These were widowers over 60 years of age, who wore jackets made from the skins of jackals, were not permitted to eat fish, and whose duty consisted in the preparation of manuscripts and the deliverance of oracular messages. The Totonacs thought human sacrifices unnecessary to him, and offered up birds and small animals at his shrine, regarding him as their protector from the more sanguinary deities, says Clavigero. 19 Nature and status. It would appear from the data at our disposal that Sintiadal was originally a maize god of the Totonacs, a people allied in race to the Maya-speaking Huaxtecs of the East Coast. It will be recalled that his mother, Tlazalteotl, was of Huaxtec origin. Sintiadal may originally have been regarded by the Maya-speaking coast people as her son, or again the relationship between them may have been symbolic and relatively late in its development. But the myth appears as ancient and well-founded, and the corn mother who has a son or daughter is noticeable in many mythologies. Although Sintiadal is alluded to as a goddess by Clavigero and other writers, it is abundantly clear that his godhead is of the male order, as the pictures which represent him prove. Sealer lays stress upon his absolute identification with Cochipilli and Makulxocatl, but although resemblances certainly exist, it seems to me that there are as many points of difference between these gods and that the likeness was the outcome of later development. Thus it can be shown by Sealer's own conclusions that, whereas Cochipilli was the patron of gaming and sport and light-hearted amusement, Sintiadal, on the other hand, was symbolic of that death which is the offspring of sin. 2179 Sintiadal's mother, Tlazalteotl, the goddess of lust, undoubtedly typifies sin, and her son symbolizes the death which follows it and is its wages, the sharp knife of sacrifice. The indented cap he wears is typical of this implement, and was known as its Lakalioki, frost, an expression which is also translated as death and which is occasionally employed of Tezcatlipoca in his phase of god of justice. But Sintiadal had another connection with the Plutonic, such as is possessed by many grain gods, and must, like Hades and Ishtar, be regarded as a deity of the underworld, the place of the dead, the realm in which the seed germinates ere it sprouts above ground. He was the tutelary deity of the goldsmiths of Xochimilco. Oddly enough, it seems to us, until we recall the resemblance between the ripe maize cob and the work of the native jewelers. 21 It is, however, as the young maize god, the maize in its tender and half-ripened condition, that he must be chiefly regarded, and that he was looked upon by the ancient Mexicans. He strongly resembles the Maya god e contents Sayuacotl equals serpent woman area of worship, Calhuacan and Xochimilco. Minor names, Quilastli equals obsidian plant. Quausiuatl equals woman eagle. Yachiuatl equals woman warrior. Tonantzin equals our mother. Relationship, mother of Mixcoatl, sister of the Sensen Mimixco. Symbol, obsidian knife. Aspect and insignia general in Codex Borgia, sheet 60, she appears as one of the two heads, or faces, of Quaxolotl, a female face framed by long, streaming hair, with the fleshless underjaw and the exposed teeth of a dead person's skull. The Sahagan Ms describes her as having a face painted half red, half black, with a thick smear of India rubber round the lips. She wears a crown of eagle feathers and a 180 golden earplug. Her overdress is the color of spring flowers, red, and she also has an undergarment with a fringe, and a white enagua, or skirt. Her costume is adorned with shells and she wears sandals. Her shield is inset with eagle's feathers. An ancient song to her states that she carries a rattlestick. She has a shield device similar to that of Chantico, with whom she seems to be a parallel. Sayuacotl. From Codex Malia-Becchiano, sheet 33. Myths in the Song of the Earth Goddesses, Sayuacotl is alluded to as follows: the eagle Quilastli is painted with serpent's blood, her crown is made of eagle feathers. The high cypresses of the Chalmica land shelter her. The maize has come, on the fields of the gods she leans on the rattle staff. In my hand rests the agave thorn, on the fields of the gods she leans on her rattle staff. The broom is in my hand, on the fields of the gods she leans on the rattle staff. 13 Eagles is our mother, goddess of the Chalmica, the spear of the prickly plant lays me low, it is my son Mixcoatl. Our mother the warrior. The deer from Calhuacan, she is stuck with feathers. Morning has dawned, the order to the warriors has gone forth. Drag the captives hence, the whole land shall be destroyed. The deer from Calhuacan, she is stuck with feathers. Those who fight bravely in war are painted with eagle feathers. 22 181 This wild song may be interpreted as follows: the aspect of the goddess is described. She rests, as do Huitzilopochtli and other gods, under the shade of the cypress trees. The maize is about to be planted, and she bears in her hand the rattle staff or rain rattle, carried by all the earth and rain gods and their priests, with which she brings down the rain by dint of sympathetic magic, and which implement was also symbolic of fruitfulness or sexual union. 23 The worshipper takes the agave thorn in his hand wherewith to pierce his tongue and other members, so that the blood thus obtained may produce rain for the growth of the maize. The broom alluded to is a symbol of the earth goddesses, and was made of hard, stiff, pointed grass, cut with sickles in the mountainous forests of Popocatépetl and Ajusco, see Tlazolteotl. 13 Eagles is a date in the Tonalamadal, the last day of the division CE Cali. It was connected with the Sayuatitio, the vengeful women who died in childbed, of whom Tlazolteotl is the prototype. The spear of the prickly plant, cactus, is the weapon of Mixcoatl, son of the goddess, and is here probably alluded to as the lightning which accompanies the rainfall in Mexico, for Mixcoatl is the cloud serpent, the lightning god. Or the worshipper may complain of weakness from loss of bloodshed as an offering by his use of the agave thorn. The warlike nature of Sayuacotl is next alluded to. She was evidently identified at Cuitlahuac and Xochimilco, with the two-headed deer, an animal frequently connected with the worship of the nomadic Xiximex, as was Mixcoatl, her son. She is stuck with eagle feathers or down, like the successful warrior who had captured an enemy. The warriors must now depart to seek for further victims. The whole song is eloquent of the connection of the earth cult with war and human sacrifice. From the Sahagan Ms. Pottery figure. Ud collection. Forms of Sayuacotl. Sayuacotl is spoken of by Duran and Sahagan as a warrior goddess who gave the Mexicans victory over their enemies, 182, and by Torquemada 24 as the elder sister of the Mimixco, the stellar gods of the steppe. She it was, too, who, according to another myth, pounded the human bones brought by Quetzalcoatl from the underworld into a paste, from which men were formed, in allusion to the belief current in Mexico that man was made, or at least built up, from maize. 25 Sahagan says of her 26 that she dispensed adverse fortune, poverty, abjectness, and misery. She was wont to appear to men in the guise of a richly dressed lady, such as frequented the court. Through the night she wandered, howling and bellowing. Occasionally she was seen carrying a cradle, and when she vanished, examination showed that the resting place of what was believed to be an infant contained nothing but an obsidian knife, such as was used in human sacrifice. 27 There are also indications that she presided over childbirth. Temple Sayuacotl had a temple called the Tlilan or Black College, where dwelt those priests devoted to her service. 28 Nature and status. The circumstance that Sayuacotl appears with the skull of a dead person leads to the conclusion that, besides being an earth deity, she had phantom or underworld characteristics, a common connection for a grain goddess. From her hymn we gather that she has a magical influence over the plantation and growth of the maize. She is, perhaps, a prototype of the Sayuatideo, the disappointed and vengeful women who had died in their first childbed, and the myth of her cradle containing the sacrificial knife is eloquent of the connection of the earth goddess with human sacrifice. Her martial character, also, is apparent and is a concomitant 183 of her agricultural and sacrificial significance. From her association with Mixcoatl, the Mimixco, the Xiximec gods, as from her name, Quilastli, and her symbol, it is evident that she is connected with the Xiximec or native Indian cult. Her connection with childbed is clear from one of the addresses given by Sahagan, who states that the midwife exhorted the woman in childbed to be strong and valiant, as was Sayuacotl, who first bore children, in allusion to a myth mentioned by Gama, Pti, p. 39, who says that she gave birth to 2 children, male and female, whence sprung the human race, a story I have failed to trace elsewhere, except in Clavijo. Contents: Coatlicue equals serpent skirt, area of worship, Mexico Tenochtitlan. Minor name, Coatlantanan equals our serpent mother. Relationship, mother of Huitzilopochtli by Mixcoatl, mother of Coyolxauhqui and the Sensinutsnaga, wife of Tezcatzoncatl or Izquitecatl. Festival, Feast of the Flower Sellers in the 2nd month, Tlaixaxapulistli. Symbol, the eagle's foot. Aspect and insignia: Sahagan Ms. The face of the goddess is painted with white infusorial earth of the kind known as tissetal. She wears a crown of eagle feathers and a white overdress. Her skirt is formed of serpents, as her name implies. On her feet she wears white sandals and shells. Her shield is inset with eagle feathers, and she bears a serpent staff in her hand. Statues: much argument has circled around the colossal statue of Coatlicue, see Introduction, which formerly adorned one of the entrances to the Great Temple of Mexico, and which was evidently supported by upright stones, so that it formed the keystone of a gateway where it could be seen by all who passed in and out of the temple. It has been assigned to more than one goddess, and when it was disinterred amongst 184 other relics in the course of making new drains in the Plaza Mayor of Mexico in August 1790, it was placed in the court of the university and there worshipped by the Indians, who decked it with flowers. The Mexican antiquaries, relying on a statement by Boccherini 29 in which he states that Huitzilopochtli was accompanied by the goddess Teoyamaki, regarded the two-faced idol as being bisexual and as a composite figure of both gods, and this notion was perpetuated by Gama in his Dos Piedras. Payne, in his History of the New World, appends a long and very sane note to his description of it, sneers at the conclusions of the Mexican antiquaries, and states, somewhat dogmatically, that it must be regarded as a representation of Chichimequotl. But it is undoubtedly Coatlicue. In the first place, that goddess had a right to a position in the temple of Huitzilopochtli as his mother. Secondly, the idol wears the skirt of serpents which is implied in her name. But this notwithstanding, the stone figure has obviously a symbolical meaning as illustrating the whole circumstances of human sacrifice. The head is formed by the junction of the heads of two serpents, which symbolize the two streams of blood welling out from a decapitated body. The flayed skin of the victim is hung in front and is shown knotted behind as in the statue of Xipe found at the Castillo de Tio. The cups from which Octli was drunk are stuck in front of the flayed human skin, and a skull adorns the serpent's skirt before and behind. Through all these attributes, however, the personality of the serpent woman goddess can be sensed as much as observed. 30 Other statues and paintings of Coatlicue uphold the theory that she is represented by this idol. One found in the Calle de las Escaleras, and others recovered from the Calle de Coliseo in Mexico City, show her as having the face of a skull. In the latter she wears a peculiar flat headdress with maze-like motifs depending from the back, and her hair recalls the ruffled night hair of Mictlantecutli. Around her body are strange step motifs which constitute the ends of parallel lines, and from her ears depend large cotton plugs. 185 She wears a girdle of skulls with serpentine noses. Another relief of her found in the Calle de las Escaleras is, however, much more enlightening than the foregoing. In this spirited work she wears what is evidently a panache of stone knives or malin alley grass. The face is that of a skull, she has the claws of a jaguar, and the skirt of entwined serpents is noticeable. Be all this as it may, however, the insignia of the goddess is by no means a fixed quantity, and considerable research is necessary before anything like certainty can be arrived at. Mythsahagan, BK 3, CI, related of this goddess that near the ancient city of Tula or Tulan rose the mountain of Coatpec, Serpent Mountain, where lived a woman named Coatlicue, mother of certain Indians called Senzanutsnawa. She had a daughter called Coyalzalurki. Coatlicue, who was a widow and very devout, climbed each day to the mountain of Coatpec to do penance, and on one occasion, as she reached its summit, a little ball of feathers resembling a roll of thread or twine fell upon her. Picking it up, she placed it in her bosom, and later was unable to find it. Shortly afterwards she became enceinte. Her children, observing her condition, were indignant, and Coyalzalurki advised her brothers to slay their mother for the shame she had put upon them. Her unborn infant whispered to her to be of good cheer. But one day her sons armed themselves and prepared to slay her. One of them, however, called Cuauhtlicue, whispered to the supernatural child that treason was toward, and at the moment when, headed by Coyalzalurki, Coatlicue's children came to dispatch her, Huitzilopochtli was born, fully armed. Falling upon his brothers and sister with his terrible weapon, the Xiuhcoatl, or fiery serpent, he speedily dispatched them all. 31 Festival Tlasaxapulistli Sahagan, BK2, C22, relates that on the second day of this month the people of the temple quarter 186 of Coatlan offered flowers in the temple and made music during the entire day in honor of Coatlicue. These flowers were the first fruits of the year, were offered up by the master florists, who had a great devotion to the goddess, and none of the blossoms in their gardens might be smelt until these bouquets had been offered up in the temple of Kotlakua. They made for this feast tamales called zatsapaltamali, sharp-tasting herb cakes. Nature and status Kotlakua is, in one of her aspects, undoubtedly the flower-covered earth of spring, from whom, as it were, the sun, Oitzalapaktli, is reborn. Her serpent skirt is probably symbolic of the circumstance that, at the season which she represents, the earth is clothed with the rain as with a garment. The myth which makes her a pious widow is obviously of late, and probably of hierophantic, origin. In my view Oitzalapaktli is chiefly her son in his naali or disguise of a hummingbird. The hummingbird sucks from the breasts of earth as a child from its mother's. But the myth is highly conglomerate, and, as we possess it, is obviously the result of the fusion of several varying conceptions of the two principal figures. Kotlakua's appearance as a serpent in her great statue which has been described above, and her name of Kotlantanen, our serpent mother, in my view tend to identify her with the earth in its form of dragon, serpent, or sipaktli, regarding which hypothesis the reader is referred to my remarks in the introduction. It is not improbable that, like Xochiquetzal, Kotlakua is one of those mountain goddesses from whose sacred heights the rain descended upon the parched fields. This seems likely from the name of her abode, Kotpatal, Serpent Mountain, the serpents of which her skirt is composed being symbolical, perhaps, of the stream flowing from the tarns or pools situated on its lower acclivities. That such a mountain actually existed in the vicinity of Tolan is proved by the statement of Sahagan. Oitzalapaktli, QV, is thus the sun which rises out of the mountain, or is born from it, armed with the 187 Zyukoatl, or fire snake, the red dawn, with which he slays his sister Koyalzalurki, whose insignia show her to represent the moon, and puts the stars to flight. Contents Xochiquetzal equals flower feather area of worship, plateau of Anahuac, Tlaxcalan, Tlalhuica. Minor names, CEATL equals 1 water. CE Mazatl, calendar date, equals 1 deer. Mazatiatl equals deer goddess. Calendar place, ruler of the 20th day, Hachitl, and of the 19th week, CE Quautli. Compass direction, west. Festivals, Tipalhuatl, Tlalhuica. Kekali, Tlaxcalan. Chicumhachitl, Mexico. Relationship, the first woman, and thus companion of Piltsintakutli, the sun god, otherwise, wife of Tlaloc, abducted by Tezcatlipoca. Aspect and insignia Codex Borgia sheet 9, here the goddess is represented as wearing an upper garment of diversified pattern, finished with a variegated edging. Her shawl is painted in the Chalcahuitl colors, and from it depend 2 strings or ribbons of a dark shade, completed with a flower. Her noseplate is blue and is formed rather after the fashion of the butterfly design, while her helmet mask represents a quetzal bird. In sheet 58 she is vis-a-vis with the death god and is garbed like an earth deity with a many-colored robe. Her hair is dressed like that of the Zapotec women, that is, 2 tresses are twisted up like horns and secured with parti-colored bands. On the same sheet, next picture, she confronts one of her servitors or priests, Tlamakazk, and her garments in this place are very similar to those already described. In the next illustration the only addition to her costume is a wreath of flowers, but under her arm she holds a quetzal bird and sits opposite a red Tezcatlipoca. On sheet 59 she is represented in the first place opposite the Tlamakazk, 188, and in the following picture confronts a naked prostitute. Between these figures is her servitor, surprised in the act of pressing the courtesan's breasts. This female is characterized by her wearing of Xochiquetzal's shawl, hair dressing, and the hieroglyph of the warrior caste, shield and spears. shown above her head. In the lowest row of the same sheet the goddess is seen opposite the vulture god, Tlaisakajkaquautli. In the following sheets of the codex her aspect and garb are practically similar to those described above, with the exception of sheet 60, where she appears in the act of parturition, with the double head and certain of the insignia of Quetzalcoatl, being delivered by Quetzalcoatl in the character of Colitl. In the region of her mouth is an angular line of red. Xochiquetzal and her symbols. Codex Borbonicus, sheet 19. Codex Vaticanus B sheet 42, here Xochiquetzal is adorned by a wreath of flowers and faces her servant. On sheet 41 we observe that her cheek is painted with a round red spot, like that of the sun god, whilst her head is adorned with quetzal feathers, and the quetzal bird is held under her arm. She is ensconced on a jaguar skin, and on her head is the wreath of flowers with two feather tufts, which is especially characteristic of her. On her face is depicted a red, angular line. Opposite is the figure of her priest, and between them is a headless woman, whose head is replaced by a flowering tree. On sheet 39 she is shown as wearing a quetzal bird mask and a blue, step-shaped nose plate, while her face paint is elaborately executed. In this picture is seen issuing from her body a quetzal feather ornament, symbolic of a newly born child. In one hand she holds a jeweled ornament, and in the other an ear of maize, and she wears the opossum wristlets applied to women in travail. Her newborn twins are seated beside her. In another part of this codex she is represented as facing various male deities in characteristic positions, which are evidently more typical of her personality than any insignia. Codex Lod sheet 38, she is here represented facing the Tlamakazk in a kneeling attitude, with her hair dressed in a peculiar manner. Sheet 35 shows her similarly represented 189 to her picture in Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 39. Her twins are seated one on the instep curve of each foot. Pottery figures. Various pottery figures of the goddess found in the Valley of Mexico are to be seen in the UD collection, Berlin. In one of these she is represented holding an infant, and her general attire agrees with the manuscript representations of her. Her hair is dressed in the Zapotec style, rising up in two horns and secured with plaited bands. The shawl or tippet with a V shape in front is a constant factor, and in one example is scalloped, in another plain, while in the third it ends in the chalcahuitl ornament and a bead or ball fringing. In the Sealer collection is a curious little statuette from Cholula, in which the goddess is again represented as carrying a child. She wears a flat cap, almost like that of a cook or chef, the precise significance of which escapes me, unless it be a local headdress, as some other examples in the same collection would seem to prove. In a relief found at Zanja de la Piedra Labrada, near Castillo de Tio, she is represented opposite Tlaloc, as if to show her connection with rain. Her headdress in this place would seem to be a compromise between the Zapotec hairdressing and a motif representative of fluorescence. She wears the same V-shaped tippet, which is here adorned with 3 tassels, and she has the stepped nose ornament. In her right hand she carries a scepter of water rushes, the same as that held by Tlaloc, and in her left the staff commonly seen in the representation of gods in the Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio, and which seems to me to be a development of the Shakanajli, or rain rattle. Xochiquetzal and Tonadia. From a wall painting at Mitla. Stone figure of Xochiquetzal. UD collection. Forms of Xochiquetzal. Myths. Perhaps the most important of these is that found in the Sahagan collection of songs or hymns, the 9th item out of the land of the rain and the mist. Xochiquetzal, come out of Tamoanchan. The pious Piltzinticutli weeps, he seeks Xochiquetzal. To the land of corruption I must go. 190. The goddess here declares that, like other fertility goddesses, She comes from the fruitful supernatural country of Tamonkan, the home of the maize. Piltsintakutli, the sun god, seeks her, but, like Ishtar in Babylonian myth, she must betake herself to the underworld, until it is once more time to resume her growth-assisting labors. We have here good grounds for positing the existence of a popular myth which would seem to have recounted how the divine lovers dwelt happily in Tamoanchan until Cochiquetzal was forced to quit the blessed abode or was carried off, and was sought for by the sun god, a myth like that of Proserpine or Orpheus. It may refer to the sun seeking the flower, or may have a bearing upon the myth of Ixnextli, a variant of Cochiquetzal, who was expelled from paradise, and of whom the interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A says, Ixnextli, who is the same as Eve, is always weeping, her eyes dim with ashes, a rose in her hand, emblematical of her grief, being in consequence of her having gathered it. And accordingly they celebrate a fast every 8 years on account of this calamitous event. The fast was on bread and water. They fasted on the 8 signs preceding the entrance of the rose, and when that sign arrived, they prepared themselves for the celebration of the festival. They affirm that every series of 5 days comprised in this calendar was dedicated to this fall, because on such a day Eve sinned. They were accordingly enjoined to bathe themselves on this night in order to escape disease. Regarding this myth, the interpreter of the Codex Tellurianoremensis says, they represented her as Eve always weeping and looking at her husband, Adam. She is called Isnextli, which signifies eyes blind with ashes, and this refers to the time subsequent to her sinning by plucking the roses. They accordingly declare that they are still unable to look up to heaven, and in recollection of the happy state which she lost, they fasted every 8 years on account of this fall. It is significant that the goddess pictured beside this statement is called Suchixal. From Codex Fejervary From Codex Borgia. Forms of Cochiquetzal. Cochiquetzal, from the Codex Fejervary Diego Muñoz Camargo, in his Historia de Tlaxcala, equates Cochiquetzal with Venus and states that, she dwells 191 above the 9 heavens in a very pleasant and delectable place, accompanied and guarded by many people and waited on by other women of the rank of goddesses, where are many delights of fountains, brooks, flower gardens, and without her wanting for anything, and that where she sojourned she was guarded and sheltered from the gaze of the people, and that in her retinue she had a great many dwarfs and hunchbacks, jesters, and buffoons, who entertained her with music and dancing, and whom she sent as her confidants and messengers to the other gods, and that their chief occupation was the spinning and weaving of sumptuous artistic fabrics, and that they were painted so beautifully and elegantly that nothing finer could be found amongst mortals. But the place where she dwelt was called Tamohuinakan Hachidalikakan, Chikanawernapaniakan, Itzahikaya, that is, the house of the descent or of birth, the place where are the flowers, the ninefold and chained, the place of the fresh, cool winds. And every year she was honored with a great feast, to which many people from all parts were gathered in her temple. He continues, they say that she had formerly been the spouse of the rain god, Tlaloc, but that Tezcatlipoca had abducted her, and brought her to the 9 heavens, and made her the goddess of love. And then there was another goddess, Matlalquai, the goddess to whom were attributed witchcraft and soothsaying. Her Tlaloc had made his consort after Tezcatlipoca had carried off his wife Cochiquetzal. 32 Another myth, given by Boccherini, recounts her temptation of the holy ascetic Yapan, who dwelt in a desert place in order to lead a continent and solitary life, so that he might win the favor of the gods. He took up his abode on a rock called Tehuehuetl, but the gods conceived a doubt of his piety, and sent an enemy of his, Yeatl, enemy, to watch his movements. Even this bitter foe found nothing to cavil at in his conduct, and women sent by the gods to lead him from the paths of rectitude were sternly repulsed. the divine beings were about to consider his apotheosis, when 192 Xochiquetzal, feeling that her reputation as a tempter of men was at stake, angrily assured them that she was able to effect his seduction. Descending to earth, she sought out the hermit, whom she assured of her admiration and esteem, and asked by what path she might ascend to his rocky seat. All unsuspicious of her intent, Yapan descended from his place on the rock and assisted her to climb the rugged eminence. Yapan forgot his vow of chastity, and when the goddess had departed, found himself deserted by the angry gods to the mercies of his enemy, Yael, who slew him out of hand. The gods transformed the slain man into a scorpion, and Yael, having also slain Yapan's wife, Tlahuitzin, whom he had abandoned for the life ascetic, she was transformed into an animal of the same species, and crawling under a stone, found her husband there. But the gods, wrathful at Yael's excessive cruelty, changed him into a locust. 33 Festivals Chikamexicatl, 7 flower. In the sign Ceosalotl, on the day Chikamexicatl, the artists united to hold festival to the goddess, and the laundresses, says Sahagan 34, fasted 40 days. They joined together, 20 or more, to obtain a better quality of pictures and weaves, and to this end offered up quails and incense. This was one of the movable feasts. In an illuminating passage in his disquisition upon the Aubentonalamitl, p. 123, Seeler says, as I have remarked at the opening of the section, the goddess Xochiquetzal is properly the expression of the day sign Xochitl. But owing to the transference of the series of rulers of the day signs to the weeks in the peculiar way affected by the calendar makers, that is, by a general shifting of one member, 193 Xochiquetzal has been brought into association with the sign Ce, one eagle. But in Tellurianoremensis at this week the hand mark 36, which indicates the feast day proper of the ruler of the week, stands at the first day itself, the sign Ce, that induced the calendar makers to effect the above described dislocation in the second half of the list of rulers. For more than one reason the day Ce must really have seemed to the priestly savants specially appropriate to the goddess Xochiquetzal, and above all, because this day was one of the 5 which fell at the beginning or western quarter of the tonalamitl, disposed in columns of 5 members. Hence these 5 days were collectively regarded as dedicated to the earth goddesses, and as the days in which the ghostly women dwelling in the west, the Sayuatideo, swooped down upon earth, striking the children with epilepsy and beguiling the men to lust and sin. These Sayuatideo were Strigai, witches, succubi, and their characteristics, which are touched upon in the section dealing with Tlazalteotl, will be more fully outlined elsewhere. Kekali, the people of Tlaxcalan held a festival to Xochiquetzal in the month Kekali, when the Mexicans celebrated the feast of Mixcoatl. At the Tlaxcaltec feast numbers of young women were sacrificed to the goddess, to the honor of love, and the prostitutes were also in the habit of offering themselves for immolation. We are informed by Torquemada 37, first hailing the honest women through the mire and subjecting them to the foulest abuse. The Tlalhuica, who lived in the hot lands south of Mexico, themselves, like the Tlaxcaltecs, a people of Nahua race, held a festival in honor of Xochiquetzal in the month Tepalhuatl, which the Mexicans dedicated to the Tlalaki, gods of rain, as is related by the interpreter of the Codex Malayabeciano. Torquemada, 238 states that the Tlaxcaltecs sacrificed many children to Xochiquetzal and to the mountain gods, Tlalaki, evidently at this season. Xochiquetzal was also connected with the festival of the Atamalquilistli, 194, celebrated every 8 years. In the picture of that feast in the Sahagan Miz we observe her seated at a loom. From these considerations it is manifest that the verdurous and watery attributes of the goddess connected her with the Tlalaki, but that she was not actually of their company. Temples in Tlalhuica, Not far from Cuernavaca or Cuauhnac, stands the Pyramid of Xochicalco, one of the most perfect specimens extant of Nahua architectural skill. There is reason to believe that Xochiquetzal was originally the local deity of one of these mountains, the waters from which irrigate the fields below 39, and it seems probable that the Teocalli of Xochicalco typified this eminence. We know that the Teotlalpan, or place of divine earth, in the sacred precinct at Mexico, was sacred to Mixcoatl, a deity who was perhaps of Otomi origin, and that it was probably symbolic of a mountain in the Otomi country of which he was the presiding deity, so that the probability is borne out by analogy. In the country of the Tlaxcaltecs stood the heights of Cocotecatl, goddess of the flowery land, a mountain, according to Torquemada, about 6 miles in circumference, which was the nucleus of a settlement, and was surrounded by graves hewn out of the solid rock. This, perhaps, provides a fuller illustration of the theory advanced above. Nature and status. The original home of Xochiquetzal seems to have been among the Tlalhuica and Tlaxcaltecs. But as the latter were closely connected with the Mexicans racially, there is good reason to believe that she was also an original member of their pantheon. In any case, she had a place in the metropolitan calendar, and the contention of the compilers of both interpretative codices, as well as of the native author of the picture writings in the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, that she is to be equated with Tonacasayuatl, the 195 female member of the creative pair, seems to have been a later development. But Xochiquetzal is more especially the goddess of flowers, the female counterpart of Xochipilli-Maculxocotl. As has been mentioned, she was probably at first the goddess who presided over some lofty mountain whose streams watered the sun-dried plains beneath and clothed them in abundant florescence, perhaps that very mountain of Cocotecatl to which allusion has been made, and which stood in Tlaxcaltec territory. As the feminine of Xochipilli, however, she certainly partook of his festive and frivolous character, and thus presided over the song, the dance, and all sportive amusements. By a further slight effort of imagination she came to be regarded as the goddess of illicit love, or of the sensuous side of intercourse between the sexes, not so much a goddess of degraded animal passion, like Tlazalteotl, as a figure bearing a close resemblance to the Apsa Razas of Hindu myth, lovely and voluptuous, and, like them, addicted to the game of throwing the dice, Patoli. A further step established her as the patron goddess of the prostitutes who existed for the pleasure of the unmarried warriors and who resided with them in the great common house of the bachelors. From this circumstance arose the obscene character of the feast of Kekali among the Tlaxcaltecs and the Tepalhutl festival among the Tlalhuica. Xochiquetzal was also in some measure the patroness of pregnant women, according to the interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A, and these worshipped and sacrificed to her in order that they should not give birth to girls. She is herself figured in Codex Borgia as the Great Parturiente, and in Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 39, as has been indicated above. She had also, like Xochipilli, an artistic significance, as the patroness of weavers and artists. She was revered by the women who practiced the former art. The invention of spinning and weaving was attributed to her, and many kinds of craftsmen paid her honors. She had, moreover, a magical side to her character. In the Aubentonalamadal she is seated opposite the dancing wizard, and she is furthermore one of 196 the Tzitzimime, or deities of the darksome night, among whom she is symbolized by the spider. Contents: Maculxocotl equals 5 flower, or Xochipilli equals flower prince. Area of worship: Tehuacan, Cajcatlan, Teotitlan del Camino, Oaxaca, Mexico. Minor names: Auiatl equals god of pleasure. Mazatl equals deer. Ouriatl equals the jovial. Symbol: the sign 5 flower. Calendar place: ruler of the 11th day sign, Ozamatli. Seventh of the 13 day lords. Ruler of the 20th day count, Hochitl. Festival, the Kochilhuatl, Feast of Flowers, one of the movable feasts. Compass directions, south, west. Relationship, brother of Ixliltan, son of Piltsintakutli. Stone figure of Makulksokitl. In the UD collection, Berlin. Aspect and insignia, as Makulksokitl, Codex Borgia sheet 15, in this place the god wears as breast ornament a human lower jaw, which, combined with the green band to which it is tied up, may possibly express the day count Malin Ali. He has a large feather nape ornament. The upper part of his face is white, with a dark band over the nose and cheek, and white painting over the mouth, in the semblance of an outspread hand. He wears a cap with vertically projecting bands painted in the colors of the green jewel Chalkawitl. Sahagan Miz here he is represented with a white hand painted on his mouth and a feather crown surmounted by a crest. General like the other gods of dance and sport, Makulksokitl wears the 4 balls of the Twili emblem on his shield and sometimes carries the staff with the heart. Like Isliltan, he had probably once a bird's head mask, which in the course of his evolution degenerated into a feather crest and a wing 197 on his back. The deterioration of this feature can be observed in the stone effigies of his counterpart Kochipilai. Stone figure of Makulksokitl. In the UD collection, Berlin. Statues. A stone figure of Makulksokitl found in Cuernavaca represents the god seated in a squatting attitude, and it is evidently intended to show him as an onlooker at the ball game. He wears a pointed headdress or mitre, on the top of what would seem to be a cotton head covering. A head of the god in stone is included in the collection of the Natural History Museum at Vienna. In this the nose plug is prominent and he wears round earrings. The wing ornament stands well out behind the head and the face seems to look out of a bird helmet mask, on both sides of which are large, circular holes, through which feathers or cotton ear plugs fall. The difficulty of working in stone has evidently restrained the sculptor from representing the upper and lower portions of the bird's beak, and the helmet mask bears a strong resemblance to that of Kochipilai in the Codex Magliabechiano, if the beak in that representation were removed. A statue of the god found in the Calle de las Escaleras in Mexico City on December 13, 1900, is almost identical with the first of those 2 statues, and agrees with the second in that here we have the circular holes at the side of the headdress with the dependent feathers or cotton plug. The best known of the representations of this god, however, is the clay model found by Sealer at Teotitlan del Camino. It represents Makulksokitl in a sitting position and is brilliantly colored. The face of the god looks out of a bird helmet mask, highly conventionalized, and which has practically lost all its bird-like characteristics. The 2 circular holes below the ear are, however, still represented. The upper part of the face is painted yellow, but under each eye is an oblong patch painted in variegated colors, such as appears on the faces of the gods of grain. Around the mouth is a large white patch, in which we may see the white hand motif conventionalized. The body paint is red and the garment white, except that portion at the neck, which is blue. Small golden 198 bells adorn the necklace and wristlets. In this statuette we have evidently a very late and highly developed figure of the deity, showing a considerable departure from the earlier drawings and statues of him. In the Anthropological Museum at Berlin is a stone statue of Makulksokitl, also in a squatting attitude, in which the circular motif above the ear, with its accompanying plug, is strongly in evidence. A number of stone statuettes of the god were found at Tepeaca in the state of Puebla and are now housed in the Natural History Museum at Vienna. These do not differ from the examples already described, save that in one of them the Greek fret pattern takes the place of the circular ear plug motif. A stone figure of the god was found amid the ruins of the Castillo de Tio, a teocalli, or pyramid, in Veracruz. In this, which is also a squatting figure, the god is covered by a mantle which is surmounted by the bird's comb, as seen in Maliabecchiano and elsewhere. Around the head are three of the circular holes above mentioned, one above each ear and one at the back of the head, from which depend a double strip of cotton or other textile. From Codex Borgia, sheet 15. From Codex Borgia, sheet 16. Forms of Maculxoquitl. Aspect and insignia, as Cochipilli, Codex Vaticanus B sheet 26, in this Ms the god is painted a light yellow color. His light hair is bound with a jeweled strap ornamented on the frontal side with a conventional bird's head. Round his head he also wears the fillet of the sun god, ornamented with a feather tuft. As a breast ornament he has a large gold disc suspended from a broad gold chain, hung with bells. His right hand clasps a bundle of grass, and in his left he bears a staff embellished with turquoise mosaic and flowers, probably intended for a rattlestick. Above the twilight symbol of the west in the water are instruments of mortification. On sheet 32 he is represented as of a blue color with a jeweled chain in front of his mouth. Codex Fijrverimeyer. The description of the god in this Ms is similar to that just given. In his hand he supports 199 a dish with ornaments, a bangle for the upper arm, a feather tuft and a neck chain. Codex Borgia sheet 13, in this codex he is seen seated on a royal throne. His body and the lower part of his face are colored red, the upper facial region is painted yellow, but contains a small, rectangular field, half red and half white, while round the mouth is executed a butterfly design, after the manner of Tonacatecutli and the maize gods. His blue ear plug has a jeweled thong dependent from it, and his nose plug is reproduced in the colors of the Chalcahuitl jewel. On his head he wears the strap decorated by two large jeweled discs. On the frontal side is the stereotyped bird ornament, while from the whole, four ends branch off. Surmounting this representation is the symbol of the night sky, the dusk-enveloped eye. His nape ornament consists of red and white feathers blended together. On his breast is a large disc of gold, secured by strings of green stone beads. His loincloth is adorned with jeweled discs, and to the back bow is fastened a coxcoxtli bird's head, which serves as a mirror tail, or back mirror. A portion of the ends of his loincloth is colored like the Chalcahuitl jewel. In front of his mouth is a flower from which two jeweled thongs project. Codex Maliabecchiano. The mantles worn by Cochipilli are alluded to in the Ms which accompanies the paintings in this codex as Mantas de un solo señor o de cinco rosas y manta de cinco rosas, see sheets 5 and 6. There is also a picture of him on sheet 47. The figure on the red quimitl which he wears is similar to that worn on sheet 20 of Codex Borbonicus by the god Cintiatl, and is, perhaps, a butterfly motif. From the Sahagan Ms. From Codex Maliabecchiano, folio 35. Forms of Cochipilli. Statues. Stone effigies of Cochipilli were set up in the Tlachtli courts. In the Museo Nacional at Mexico there is a stone statue of the god which represents him as sitting cross-legged, as if watching the ball game. He wears the mask of a player or dancer. By the aid of such statues of Cochipilli, which are 200 found in considerable numbers all over the eastern Mexican slope, the transition from the bird helmet to the rudimentary crest may be studied. 40 Pottery figure of Cochipilli. Found at Teotlan del Camino. Myth. The only mythical matter of importance concerning Maculxoquitl or Cochipilli is the 19th song in the Sahagan collection, which is as follows. 41, Song of the God of Music and Games. Out of the place of flowers I come, priest of the sunset, lord of the twilight. I come even now, my grandam, thou of the thigh-skin face painting, lady of the sunset, I, priest of the sunset, Lord of the Twilight. The god of evil omens, the Lord Tezcatlapaka, shall answer to me, the maize god. In the temple of the Octli god the rabbit has come to life again. It runs about. By my god was it created. I will bring down the fire drill, fire will I twirl on the mountain of Mixcoatl in Culhuacan. Raising my voice, I strike the little mirror has grown weak in the temple of the Octli god. The white hair grows moist, ripe has the Octli become. I will endeavor to elucidate the above strophes, the obscurity of which is apparent. The god declares that he comes from Tamoanchan, the mythical paradise of flowers and vegetation in the west, and that he is the priest of the sunset and lord of the twilight, both of which are characteristic of that region. He invokes his mother, or grandmother, Tlazalteotl, by names with which her worshippers were familiar. 201 He warns Tezcatlapaka that he has the power to avert his evil omens, probably by means of merriment and carousing. The rabbit was the Mexican symbol of intoxication by Octli. This strophe regarding it comes, as it were, from the worshipper, who states that his god Makulxocatl or Cochipilli has created or recreated the rabbit, or spirit of the Octli beverage. Sahagan calls Cochipilli a god of fire, and we know that he was associated with the sacrificial fire drill, which was also the symbol of sexual union and license. Sealer thinks that this song shows the relation which exists between the pulque, Octli, gatherings, the deity of feasts and the fire drill. 42 statues of Cochipilli in Museo Nacional, Mexico. From Codex Laude. Forms of Cochipilli. Festivals. Cochilhuatl of the Feast of Flowers over which this god presided. Sahagan says, the great folk made a feast, dancing and singing in honor of this sign, decorating themselves with their feathers and all their grandeur for the Arito. At this feast the king bestowed honors upon warriors, musicians, and courtiers. He states, Lib 2, Appendix C, 19 they made each year in his honor a feast called Cochilhuatl. During the 4 days which preceded this feast all those who were to take part in it, men as well as women, observed a rigorous fast, and if during that period a man had commerce with a woman or a woman with a man, they held that the fast was soiled, that the god held it for a high offense, and that he would visit the offenders with maladies in their privy parts. Before the feast everyone deprived himself of the use of chili pepper. They fed upon a kind of broth called tlalkilolatoli, which is to say, broth decorated with a flower in the middle. Those who fasted without the use of chili or other savory things, ate only once a day at midday. Those who did not fast ate fermented bread. The people ornamented themselves with the symbols of the gods as if they aspired to represent their images, and danced and sang to the sound of the drum. 202 At midday they beheaded a great number of quails and made offerings of their blood before the image of the god. They also pierced their ears in his presence. Others pierced the tongue with the spines of the maguey, and passed through it a great number of osier reeds. Another ceremony consisted of making 5 tamale, cakes, of maize, which they called fasting bread. These were placed beneath an arrow called cochimitl, flower dart, and were offered to the idol as from the whole community. Those who wished to make a separate offering gave the god 5 tamale upon a wooden platter, and chilmali soup in a vase. Maize in all shapes and forms was also offered up. On the same day all the great folk in Mexico who lived near the frontiers of an enemy brought the slaves whom they had captured to the capital for sacrifice. Nature and status. This god appears to have had a highly developed cult among the peoples of Tehuacan, Cajcatlan, and Teotitlan del Camino. He is primarily a god of flowers and food, that is of abundance, and as such he equates with the god Cintiatl, with whom some of the sacred hymns even seem to confound him. But there are strong reasons why he should not be wholly identified with Cintiatl, as Sealer attempts to do, and as the Mexicans certainly did not do, unless in later times. See Cintiatl. It may be, however, that he was originally a god of vegetation, who later became more especially a god of flowers, the cult of which was one particularly favored by the people of Mexico. However this may be, there is no doubt that the joyous and sportive side of the god developed at the expense of all others, and we find Sahagun speaking of him under his two names as the god of those who served for the amusement or pastime of the great 43. He is, indeed, the god of merriment, of dance and sport, of the ball game, the jester or buffoon, and moreover presides over the gambling game of Potoli, which he is seen patronizing in the Magliabechiano MS. According to Jacinto de la Serna, he is the 203 god of the great gamblers who frittered away their substance. As the god of sport he is frequently represented by the ape, the beast of mimicry and diversion. But he had also a more worthy side, for to artists of all kinds, painters, weavers, and musicians in especial, he stood as the patron of all artistic effort, and those engaged in it celebrated their worship of him at the Xochitl festival. Several of the mantle designs in the Codex Magliabechiano indicate that as a flower god he was not forgotten by the weaver's caste. He has associations with several other gods besides Cintiatl, especially with Islilton, QV, who is spoken of as his brother, and with the Sayuatideo, or deceased warrior women, probably because as a food god he was supposed to come from the west, the place of plenty, where they resided, or, more likely, because of the hunger for earthly excitement displayed by these pleasure-starved dead women, debarred from the sensuous delights of earth. His connection with the Octli gods as the god of merriment and abundance of victuals and festive good things is plain, and he is very naturally the male counterpart of the goddess Xochiquetzal, QV. As hailing from a locality where planetary mythology was in an advanced condition, and where the worship of the morning star was practiced, he may have had an astronomic significance, but what this was precisely is by no means clear. We probably assess his nature correctly if we allude to him as a god of pleasure, feast, and frivolity. Contents Xipe Totec equals our Lord the flayed area of worship, plateau of Anahuac, Zapotecs, Yopis. Minor names, Tlaltecutli equals Lord of the Earth. Anaitl equals Lord of the Seaboard. Tlatepawarki Tezcatlipoca equals the Red Tezcatlipoca. Itztapaltotec equals our Lord of the Flat Stone. Uwalayan equals Night Drinker. Symbol, in Codex Borgia a quail with its head torn off seems symbolical of this god. 204 Calendar place, Lord of the 15th day, Quautli, and of the 14th week, CE Izacuintli, with the fire god, Lord of the 20th Tonalamadal division, CE Toctli. Festival, Tlasaxapulistli. Compass direction, west. From Codex Borgia, sheet 49. From the Sahagun Ms., Bib Lorenziana. Forms of Xipe. Aspect and Insignia Codex Vaticanus B sheet 92, Xipe is depicted in this codex as clothed in the flayed skin of the sacrificed human victim, which, after the dreadful rite, was drawn over the priest's body and worn for a number of days. The slit eyes of the mask he wears shows that this also is composed of human skin. He wears a nasal rod and plate having the general appearance of the peculiar peaked cap with which he is sometimes represented. The ends of his loincloth are slit and colored white and red. Sheet 62. As ruler of the 14th Tonalamadal division and god of the 15th day count, Xipe is represented on this sheet as a red Tezcatlipoca. The limbless body is red, the costume of the same color, but with a face mask of yellow, tinted to represent dead human flesh, with the chap-fallen jaw of the dead, narrow slit eyes, as on sheet 92, and a red streak running over the eye, the full length of the face, indicative, perhaps, of the place where the operation of flaying was commenced. Here the nose cap is also reminiscent of Zip's peculiar peaked cap, its ends especially resembling those of that headdress. Two red and white bands, the colors of the roseate spoonbill, depend from the ear. The hair is bound by a fillet on which are twin ornaments of dull gold, and above this rise two rows of quetzal feathers. Codex Vaticanus A Plate 14, Duke de Laubat's reproduction. As a back device he wears the three banners which are also shown of him in the picture in Durant's collection. As god of the 14th tonalomedal division, he holds a shield, banner, and a bundle of spears, while half of his shield is painted in dark and light red rings. Codex Borgia sheet 49, in the Codex Borgia, Zipe is shown in his character of the patron god of the warrior's death by combat, or the stone of sacrifice. He wears a 205 wig made from the downy feathers of the eagle, which, however, does not altogether conceal his flame-colored hair, two forelocks of which recall the hair-dressing of Tlahuriscalpantecutli, the god of the planet Venus. Underneath is shown his small petticoat or apron of green zapote leaves. From his mouth protrudes a double jeweled string, which, perhaps, signifies the fertilizing rain, for as god of human sacrifice he has a connection with the gods of fertility. He is similarly represented on sheet 25, where he is also shown as ruler of the 14th tonalomedal division, and the picture indeed bears a close resemblance to that in Codex Vaticanus B, except that his breast ornament, carved from a snail shell, is attached to his variegated feather necklace. In this place he also wears a feather wig with a red crest made of the plumes of the roseate spoonbill, alternating with chalcawittles on leather and the heads of rattlesticks. Front. Back. Stone image of Xipe. Image of Zipe found at Castillo de Tio, showing him dressed in the skin of the sacrificed victim. Codex Borgia group. Generally in this group Zipe stands as the representative of the sign of the day Quautli. His insignia are the same as those of the red Tezcatlipoca, with striped face painting, but executed in red and yellow without the human skin, or other special characteristics, and decorated only with the warrior's headdress and Tezcatlipoca's ring-shaped breast ornament. The head and neck are covered with cloth, on which are stuck downy feather balls. He holds in some places a severed arm, which he appears to be smelling or about to devour. Codex Bourbonicus. In this codex Zipe is represented as Tezcatlipoca, and has the face painting of the red phase of that god, with the smoking mirror at his temple, the characteristic white ring, and the peculiar form of feather back ornament, which is to be seen in some other Tezcatlipoca pictures of this codex. But he wears on his head fillet, instead of jeweled discs, an ornament of beaten gold, the crown of roseate spoonbill feathers, the ends of the bands shaped in swallow-tailed fashion, and other insignia pertaining to his own regular dress. The Quetzalcoatl on his back carries a banner painted in light and dark red, his especial colors, and he also bears a shield painted in light and dark red concentric 206 circles. In this codex he holds a fire pan, painted with large patches of rubber gum, in which is inserted the rattlestick with Zipe's bands and loops colored red and white, or light red and dark red with bifurcated ends. Vienna Codex Zipe is represented here in the flayed human skin and designated by the date 7 reign. Codex Nuttall, Zeusch, sheet 83, in this codex there is a good representation of the god, especially as regards his headdress. He is depicted as the warrior secured to the stone of combat, whose eye sheds tears at the thought of approaching death, and he bears in his hands the batons with which the military victims defended themselves against their adversaries. See Festival. Sahagan Mizthus describes him as having a brown face covered with the feathers of the quail, and with open lips, chap-fallen jaw. His crown has parted ends, and he wears a wig of curled feathers. He has golden ear plugs. Round the hips he has a woman's short skirt of zapote leaves, and shells decorate his feet. His shield is red, with concentric circles, and he carries a rattle staff. Masks, vases, etc. The well-known mask of Zype in the British Museum represents the mask of the sacrificed victim. On the back or inside, the carving of the god shows him wearing his full insignia, with the peculiar headdress and rattle staff. Another mask of Zype in the Bauer collection is of a most individual character. It was found near Tezcuco, and bears both wind and serpent symbols. On a stone at Cuernavaca is incised a good representation of the shield, darts, and flag of Zype, with date CE Ocelotl, 1 Ocelot. On a cup in the Aldana collection Zype is seen wearing the flayed skin, with a necklace, evidently of intestines. His hair is dressed in a manner resembling that affected by the warrior caste, and he carries the rattle staff. Statues representations of Zype in statuary are considerably numerous. Several found in the Valley of Mexico are housed 207 in the UD collection, Berlin. 2 of these represent the god as wearing the victim's flayed skin, and one of them is pitted with marks, evidently indicative of blood spots. The crown with feathers of the roseate spoonbill is well exemplified in one of these, but in the other a mitre-like headdress superimposed upon a circular crown, from which depend large ribbons or paper ornaments, is noticeable. In another of these figures the headdress is a sort of barrett cap with knobs or studs. Still another figure of the same class shows the god with a very large stepped nose ornament. All carry a rattle staff and 3 bear a shield. A most striking statue of Zype was discovered at the Castillo de Tio site, at Veracruz. The head, which is round and bullet-shaped, bears an extraordinary resemblance to that of the well-known Egyptian figure of the Sheikh el Belade in the Bolak Museum. In this statue the god wears the skin of the victim, and the manner in which it was tied onto the priest is well illustrated by the knotting at the back. The faces, of course, are masks of the sacrificed victim. Elements of Xipe's insignia. Although Zype is so frequently portrayed as possessing the outward characteristics of a red Tezcatlipoca, few of the Mexican deities possess insignia so individual, or so rich in manifold elements. The Zype dress was a favorite one with Mexican kings and military chieftains, and, in the Codex Vaticanus A, King Moctezuma II is represented as wearing the costume on the occasion of his victory over Toluca. Tezazamac also states that Axayacatl wore this dress 44 and on the eve of a fierce engagement Tlacopan, brother of Moctezuma, donned it at the latter's special request. The elements of Zype's costume are as follows: 45, 1. The painted crown of feathers of the roseate spoonbill, with bifurcated ends. 2. The gilded timbrel. 208, 3. The jacket of spoonbill feathers. 4. The petticoat or apron of zapote leaves, overlapping each other like tiles. 5. The jaguar or ocelot skin scabbard. 6. The round shield covered with red spoonbill feathers, showing concentric circles of darker tints, sometimes noticeably bisected, one half of which is again subdivided obliquely into a smaller upper portion containing a chalcawitl on a blue field, and a larger lower portion, covered with jaguar or ocelot skin. Zype's dress has 3 forms: 1. That of the red god, of the color of the roseate spoonbill. 2. That of the blue god, of the color of the blue coating god. 3. As a jaguar or ocelot. From the Sahagan Ms. Pottery figure found near Tezcuco. Pottery figure. Valley of Mexico. Forms of Xipe. Myths. The interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A says of Zype, amongst those who began to follow the example of Quetzalcoatl and his austerities by their own acts of penance, Totec is very famous, who, on account of his having been a great sinner, first stood in the house of sorrow called Tlaxapuchicalco, where, having completed his penance, he ascended the mountain Katzitpolts, the mountain which speaks, which mountain was covered with thorns. There continuing his penance, he cried from thence very strongly, reproving his people of Toulon, calling to them to come and do penance with him for the enormous guilt which they had incurred in forgetting the services and sacrifices of their gods and having abandoned themselves so much to pleasure. They say that Totec was accustomed to go about clothed in a human skin, and so it has been the custom till those times. In the festivals, likewise, which they celebrated to Totec, men clothed themselves in the skins of those whom they had slain in war, and in this manner danced and celebrated the festival of the sign dedicated to him, for from him, they say, wars originated, and accordingly they paint him with these insignia, viz. A 209 lance, banner, and shield. They hold him in the utmost veneration, for they say that he was the first who opened to them the way to heaven, for they were under this error amongst others. They supposed that only those who died in war went to heaven, as we have already said. Whilst Totec still continued doing penance, preaching and crying from the top of the mountain which has been named, they pretend that he dreamed this night that he beheld a horrible figure with its bowels protruding, which was the cause of the great abomination of his people. On this, praying to his God to reveal to him what the figure signified, he answered that it was the sin of his people, and that he should issue an order to the people, and cause them all to be assembled, charging them to bring thick ropes, and to bind that miserable spectre, as it was the cause of all their sins, and that, dragging it away, they should remove it from the people, who, giving faith to the words of Totec, were by him conducted to a certain wild place, where they found the figure of death, which, having bound, they dragged it to a distance, and drawing it backwards, they fell all into a cavity between the two mountains, which closed together, and there they have remained buried ever since, none of them having effected their escape, with the exception of the innocent children who remained in Toulon. A few lines farther on the interpreter says, the two masters of penance were Quetzalcoatl and Totec, who was called by another name, Chip, who, having taken the children and the innocent people who remained in Toulon, proceeded with them, peopling the world, and collecting along with them other people whom they chanced to find. They further add that, journeying in this manner with these people, they arrived at a certain mountain, which not being able to pass, they feign that they bored a subterranean way through it and so passed. Others say that they remained shut up and that they were transformed into stones, and other such fables. The first part of this myth is, of course, merely etiological of the practice of making vows to Zype to capture and immolate 210 an enemy in his honor, as, we shall see in the paragraph dealing with his festivals, was done on that occasion. But I would point out that it possesses some importance as providing further evidence regarding the existence of the ascetic life in Mexico, most of the myths dealing with which, like that under discussion, are connected with the Toltecs, the people of Quetzalcoatl. Zype, who plays the part of the Toltec Jeremiah, is here the subject of a tale which is also recounted of Tezcatlipoca, with whom he is frequently confounded or identified, perhaps because both were great gods of the sacrificial stone, or for the reason that practically all Mexican cults tended to gravitate towards Tezcatlipoca in late times. That portion of the story which details the burial en masse of the Toltecs is, of course, the widespread tale of the disappearance of the old hero race underground, the fate which overtook Charlemagne and his peers, King Arthur and the Auld Picts at Arthur's Seat, near Edinburgh, Barbarossa and his men, and many another group of paladins. The whole may allude, in the ultimate, to Mount Burial. It is strange to or quite natural, as we believe in, or doubt, the penetration of America by alien influences to find in Mexico an incomplete variant of the legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I should not be surprised to find that Zype piped the Toltec children into the underworld, for Tezcatlipoca, with whom he was identified, or at least the captive who represented that god at the Tezcatl festival, and who had a year of merriment in which to prepare himself for his fate, went through the city at intervals, playing upon a flute. This almost universal myth may allude to the ancient belief that the souls of the dead traveled with the wind, and were the cause of its sighing and whistling. 46 We know, too, that the whistling of the night wind through the mountains was regarded by the Mexicans as of evil omen, and that Yoali'icatl, the wind of night, was one of the names of Tezcatlipoca. 47 211 The following song from the Sahagan Miz is in celebration of Zype. Wherefore dost thou disguise thyself, O night drinker? Put on thy golden garment. O my God, thy rich sacrificial water descended, the lofty cypress tree has become a quetzal, that which was a serpent has become a quetzal. The fire serpent, the famine, has left me. It may be that I shall go thence to perish, I, the young maize plant. My heart is like a chalcahuitl, but I shall yet see gold in that place. I shall be satisfied when I can say the warrior chief is born. Let the maize be ready in abundance, O my God. I look towards thy mountain, I, who worship thee. I will be satisfied when the maize ripens, when the warrior chief is born. I believe the god to have been called night drinker from the circumstance that, in the belief of certain barbarous peoples, vegetation is more greatly assisted in its growth by night than by day, that it drinks, or is saturated by, the mists and vapors of the night season, which are believed to emanate from the moon. 48 Indeed, dew is believed to be caused by the moon. 49 Which is regarded as the great source of all moisture, as the sun is the great source of all heat. 50 Zype is here entreated by the young maize plant to don his golden garment, the rain, as, indeed, one translation of this song states it to be, taking a reasonable liberty with the original. When the rain comes the cypress glitters like a quetzal feather, a Mexican euphuism for a glittering gem, or anything very precious. The Xiuhcoatl, or fire serpent, is the terrible weapon of Huitzilopochtli, with which he slew his rebellious brothers and sister, the enemies of his mother Coatlicue, 212 as Indra slew those of his mother, both of these events occurring immediately after the birth of the gods thus compared. In the case of Indra the weapon was a thunderbolt. The fire serpent in this place evidently symbolizes the scorching, torrid heat which brings about famine. If the rain continues not, the maize plant, the young heart of which is green as jadeite, and from which the golden maize will emerge later, may perish. Finally the worshipper states that he will remain unsatisfied until the plumed and full-grown plant, symbolic of the warrior and all that he fights for, has come to fruition. My reading of this song differs considerably from those of other authorities, but I may, perhaps, be pardoned if I say that I prefer my own elucidation as at least more circumstantial and more in line with the facts of Mexican belief. Festival Tlaxcapulistli. The best description of this festival is that of Sahagan, BK2, CXXI, who tells us that on the last day of the month of that name the Mexicans celebrated a solemn festival to Zype and Huitzilopochtli. On the afternoon of the day prior to that on which the feast was to take place they held a solemn arito or dance, and they watched all the night in the temple called Calpulco 51 with those who were to be sacrificed on the morrow. They shaved the hair from the tops of their heads, at the same time drawing blood from their own ears to offer to the gods. When daybreak had come, they conducted the captives to the temple of Huitzilopochtli, where they were sacrificed and flayed, from which circumstance the feast took its name. Many of the victims were called Zapim or Tototecton, plurals of the god's name. The masters of the captives, or those who had captured them in war, formally handed them over to the priests at the foot of the teocalli, and these took them by the hair of the head to make them mount the steps more quickly. If they refused to walk to the stone of sacrifice they were dragged thence. When their hearts had been withdrawn they were offered 213 up to the gods, and the body cast down the steps of the teocalli, where other priests received it for flaying. The hearts of the unfortunates thus slaughtered were thrown into a tub of wood and took the name of quanakli, or nopal wood, of which the tubs were made. The flaying process was undertaken by a caste of elderly and probably inferior priests. The Quaquacultan .52 before the bodies of the sacrificed were so treated they were carried to the temple, where the master of the captive had made his vow to capture and consecrate a victim to the god. The body was broken up at this place, and a leg was dispatched to court for the table of the king, the remainder being divided among the great, or the master's parents. The dreadful repast was usually partaken of in the house of him who had taken the captive prisoner in war. They cooked the flesh with maize and gave a little to each in a small porringer. The dish was called tlaysat lali, or man and maize. After having eaten, the feasters became intoxicated on octli. On the following day, having watched all the night, they went to amuse themselves by examining the other captives, and in watching them being baited on the stone of combat. These latter were known as Yoantin, the pierced, with reference to the wounds they received. 53 Before the sacrificial rites took place the captors of the victims gathered together, and when the victims had been dispatched the captors, or certain priests, it is not clear which, drew on the skins of the flayed victims, and took up positions on hillocks of hay or heaps of chalk or rubbish. Others approached them, and defied them to combat by words and pinches. A skirmish ensued, and those who were captured did not escape scot-free, being rather roughly handled. This mock combat over, the real business of the day began in terrible earnest. The wretched captive 214 was secured by one ankle to the temalakadal, or stone of combat, and wooden batons on which eagle down had been stuck, in imitation of a maquawitl, or obsidian-edged sword, were placed in his hands. 4 warriors now came against the victim, 2 of the Ocelotl corps of knights and 2 of the Quautli or eagle corps, and having raised their shields and weapons to the sun, one of them attacked the captive tied to the stone. If he defended himself with address, 2 or even 3 of his opponents attacked him, and if he still made good his resistance, all 4 fell upon him, intermingling their blows with dances and numerous poses. Prior to the combat a solemn procession was formed to the temalakadal. A body of priests, dressed in the insignia of one or other of the gods in whose honor the festival was held, issued from the Yopiko, in Yopi land, the temple of Xipe, followed by the Tecutlis, or knights, already alluded to, who flourished their weapons and made a martial show. Arrived at the temalakadal, they marched round it, and seated themselves on carven stools called kekalik pali, perch of the strong bird. The priest who took charge of the proceedings was called Ualayan, night drinker, one of the names of the god, and when all were seated, an orchestra of trumpets, flutes, and conch shells struck up, mingled with whistling and singing. The performers wore on their shoulders streamers of white feathers mounted on long staves, which, as we have seen, was part of the Xipe dress, and sat between the priests and the stone of combat. When the frightful overture had concluded, a captive was placed on the stone by the person who devoted him to sacrifice, and a beaker of octli was given him to hearten him to fight well. This he presented to the 4 points of the compass, and then sucked its contents through a reed. A priest then took up his stand in front of the doomed man, and holding a living quail before him as before a god, tore off its head. Another priest clad in a bearskin secured the captive to the stone and handed him his weapons, and then his captor danced before him, as before a divinity. The combat then took place, and in the unusual event of a victim 215 overcoming the 4 well-appointed warriors who opposed him, a 5th, who must be a left-handed man, rushed in, raised the exhausted victor in his arms and threw him to the ground, where he was dispatched by the Ualayan. The victim's heart was then thrown into the wooden tub before alluded to, after it had been held up to the sun. Another priest now took a hollow reed and introduced it into the opening from which the heart had been removed. Having drawn off a sufficient quantity of blood, he went to offer it up to the sun. The master of the captive who had been slain then filled a bowl with the blood of his victim, which vessel was gaily decorated with feathers and which contained a tube, similarly ornamented. With this he went the round of the temples, smearing the blood upon the lips of the idols with the feathered tube. He next divested himself of the gay feather cloak he wore for the occasion and carried the flayed corpse of his captive, or what remained of it, to his house, after royal and other requirements had been met. As has been said, he feasted his family and friends on the body, but did not himself partake of it, as he was regarded as the ritual father of the deceased. The skin of a victim also belonged to his captor, and this he gave to those who dressed themselves in skins, in consequence of a vow, and so attired, paraded the streets of the town. Others wore the heads of wolves. 54 When the captive had been slain, all who were present, priests, warriors and others, began to dance the arido round the Temalakadal, the captors of the victims carrying the heads of the slain. This arido, or dance, was called Mozantakomatatia, dance with decapitated heads. The Quitlashwiu, Old Jackal 55, godfather of the captives, took in his hands the cords which had held them to the Temalakadal and raised them to the 4 cardinal points in sign of adoration. After that he groaned, he wept for the dead. The foreigners with whom Motikazoma was at war 216 came to assist secretly at the spectacle. These were the men of Yuksatsenko, Tlaxcalan, and Nanwalco, Chempalan, and many other places. The Mexicans pretended not to see them, and they were thus able to behold the fate reserved for captives in Mexico. When all was over, everyone ate a tortilla called ualakpali, or pigeon seed, a kind of little pate made with uncooked maize. Next day everyone assisted at an arido of great solemnity, which was commenced in the royal palace. All were dressed in their best and carried tamales and tortillas of roasted maize, called mamaklai, which they wore instead of collars and garlands. They carried also red feathers and stalks of maize. The arido ceased at midday, and the nobles ranged themselves 3 and 3 in the royal palaces. The king appeared, having upon his right the king of Tezcuco and on his left the lord of Tacuba. A solemn dance then took place, which lasted until the sun went down, after which they commenced another dance, in which everyone took hands and danced in a serpentine figure. The old soldiers and recruits came to this dance, bringing with them female partners and even public women. This lasted also on the place where the captives had been slain till nearly midnight, and they continued to celebrate these feasts for nearly 20 days, until they had arrived at the calends of the month which they called Tozaztantli. 20 days after the festival those who wore the skins of the slain removed them, but it would seem, from what Sahagan says, that certain devotees wore these from the festival of Tlaysaxapulistli at the end of that month to the beginning of the following Tlaysaxapulistli. Persons afflicted with skin diseases or weak sight frequently made a vow to be present at this ceremony. The devotees then performed ceremonial ablutions in a bath in the temple, in which water was mixed with maize flour, or, more strictly speaking, they were bathed by others. They then shampooed their heads and did penance for the death of the captive. After this the captor erected a tripod in the court of his house, on the top of which was a petlatl, or mat rolled into a ball, on which he placed 217 all the paper ornaments which the captive had worn at his sacrifice. He then chose a courageous young man who wore those papers, and who took a shield in one hand and a cudgel in the other, and went through the streets as if looking for an evildoer. Everyone was afraid, and cried, "Behold the Telt Sampak, noble one, comes." If he caught anyone he took his mantle, and all the spoil he took he brought back to the captor. The captor then placed in the middle of the court of his house a joist in the form of a column, which indicated that he had made captives in war, and which was the blazon of his honor. Then he took the thigh bone of the captive, ornamented it with the papers, and attached it to the top of the column in his courtyard. He then invited his parents, friends, and the men of his quarter, in presence of whom he hung the bone up, and then he gave them to eat and drink. Family songs were sung. All these things were done in the 20 days before they arrived at the Uitozajli. The goldsmiths, of whose caste Zype was the patron, probably because the yellow human skin in which he was represented as being clad typified an overlay of gold foil, held a festival during Tlasaxapulistli in the Yopiko temple sacred to the god, sacrificing and burning victims to him, and covering a human representative of him with ornaments and precious stones, a crown of feathers, golden necklaces and earrings, and scarlet sandals. They then placed him upon a throne and offered him the first fruits and flowers of the season, together with bunches of maize seed. The mode of sacrifice by shooting to death with darts or arrows was employed in connection with Zype as well as in the case of Tlazalteotl, QV. A captive was secured to a scaffold and shot with darts, so that his blood might fall upon the ground. This usage may be regarded as of the nature of sympathetic magic to secure rainfall. Temples. At least 3 buildings were erected to the honor of Zype at Mexico. 56 The first of these, known as Yopiko, in Yopi 218 land, has already been alluded to, and was probably the principal place connected with his worship. It was at this temple that the ceremonies of the Tlasaxapulistli festival took place. The second, called Yopiko Calmacac, appears to have been situated in the quarter of Tlatelolco, and, as its name implies, was evidently a monastery or place of instruction. At another edifice, the Aposite Tzompantli, the heads of the victims slain at the festival of the god were exhibited. In front of the first of these stood the Temalacatl, the stone to which the captives were secured when they fought with the Mexican warriors before they were finally sacrificed. Priesthood. The Zype Yopiko Tiahua, or priesthood dedicated to the service of Zype, is enumerated among the various classes of priests charged with the service of the gods 57 and held in their keeping Zype's insignia and the accessories for his festival. They resided in the Yopiko Calmacac or monastery. Nature and status. Zype is preeminently a god of seed time and planting. 58 He is the Tlalti Kutli, or Lord of the Earth, and in a secondary sense, the god of the warrior's death on the stone of combat, because of the association between the food supply and military service for the purpose of gaining captives. There can be no question that Zype was of Zapotec origin. Indeed, that is manifest from the name of his temple, Yopiko, which means the land of the Yopi or Tlapanica, a people of Zapotec affinities, and his cap was known as Yopitzintli, the Yopi head. One of his names was Anoitalite, or Lord of the Coastland, and we know from Herrera 59 that he was especially worshipped in the district of Teotitlan, 219, which commands the road to Tabasco. Both Sahagan and the interpreter of Codex Vaticanus uphold his alien origin. Just as the Egyptian priests of Ammon at Thebes once a year killed a ram, flayed it, and clothed the image of their god in the skin, just as the Celtic priest wore the skin of a bull at certain festivals, so the Mexicans slew and flayed a man, in whose skin they clothed their priests and those who desired to be closely associated with the god. The idea underlying this practice would appear to be the renewal of the life of the deity. It seems to have some bearing on the phenomena of the system known as totemism, regarding the real significance of which we know so little, despite the seeming erudition which has of late years been lavished upon its consideration, for, as we have seen, the captor of the slain victim was not permitted to eat of his flesh, although that may only have been taboo to him because he stood to the doomed man in the relation of a sponsor. Zype represents the earth flayed, that is bare, and ready for sowing. The flaying of the captive and the dressing of the gods representative in the skin may have been of the nature of sympathetic magic, as a suggestion to the earth to rehabilitate itself in its covering of yellow maize. It is precisely the agricultural god whom in Mexico we must expect to find clothed in all the attributes of the warrior, and truly Zype does not disappoint us in this respect. He is armed cap a pie, and his dress was the favorite harness of Mexican royalty when it went forth to battle, as witness the Spartan suggestion of Moticazoma to his brother on the eve of a great combat. 60 The Codex Vaticanus A calls him il Garreggiatore Tristato. Thus at his feast the sacrifice takes the form of a combat. Indeed, he represents the warrior caste, by the efforts of whom the altars of Mexico were supplied with human victims, and the maize crop was consequently secured. Zype is in some measure associated with that sacred bird 220 the quail, which has been connected with sacrifice in many lands. This bird frequently takes refuge in the last sheaves of grain in a harvest field, and thus, perhaps, came to symbolize the corn spirit driven from its last stronghold. In Normandy in the harvest field the reapers pretend to catch a quail and dispatch it. 61 The quail was sacrificed to the Tyrian Baal 62 and is associated by Robertson Smith with the god Eshmonilaus. 63 The bird-like character of Zype's dress may assist us in the belief that he was partially evolved from some bird of the quail species commonly found in the maize field. He bears a strong resemblance to the Maya god Zype was probably a maize god of the Yopi who came to partake of the character of an Aztec grain and sacrifice deity, his own type of immolation, the shooting by arrows, being partially superseded by the warrior's death upon the Temalacatl. It would seem that, as the god of a people of Nahua race, but older in their occupation of the land than the Azteca and Chichimex, he probably took much the same line of development after his worshippers settled in the Yopi country as Tezcatlipoca and Oitzilapoctli took in a more northern environment, that the resemblance was recognized by the Azteca, as is shown by his affinity with Tezcatlipoca, with whom, indeed, he is identified as Tlatlauhurqui Tezcatlipoca, or the Red Tezcatlipoca, and that under their guidance his festival took a similar form to that of the gods in question. His festival is certainly a mythodramatic performance explanatory of the preparation of the earth for the sowing of grain, the soil being rehabilitated by the death of the captive warrior. 221 Contents Zilanan equals Young Maize Mother Area of Worship, originally Huical tribes, later, Valley of Anahuac. Festival, Uei Teculhuatl, in the 8th month. Aspect and insignia Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. The face is painted half red, half yellow, and the goddess wears a crown of paper decorated with quetzal feathers. Her collar is of green precious stones and her overdress is the color of spring flowers, red. Her skirt is of the same hue. She wears sandals, and carries a shield with horizontal lines. In her hand she holds a red rattle board. Festival the Uei Teculhuatl. The festival to Zilanan was the Uei Teculhuatl, or Great Festival of the Chiefs, which lasted 8 days and was celebrated when the maize plant had almost reached maturity. Our chief authorities for its events are Sahagan 64 and Turkmeta. 65 The former states that at this period of the year, June, July, the women wore their hair unbound, in order that the maize might be prompted to grow in equal luxuriance. During the days of the festival such persons as visited the temple were permitted to drink abundantly of cayenne pinoli, a beverage manufactured from the seed of the cayenne tree, mingled with maize flour and aloe honey, and as much maize porridge as could be grasped in the hand, to symbolize the plenty which would follow the ripening of the grain. The food thus supplied was the gift of the chiefs, from which circumstance the festival took its name. Dancing commenced each night at sunset, and was accompanied by singing, the scene being illuminated by the glare from burning pine torches. The dancer around whom interest chiefly centered was the Zalaquia, she who is clothed with the soil, a slave girl who represented the goddess, wearing her red face paint, 222 large square headdress and variegated raiment. She was constantly guarded by 3 old women called her mothers, and was sedulously instructed in the dancing school for the part she had to play. In all likelihood she was kept in complete ignorance of her impending fate. Day after day she danced, surrounded by the women of the community, who shook their long hair, and it was believed that the maize crop would be vigorous or the reverse as her terpsichorean exertions were spirited or listless. On the last day of the rites, the priestesses of the maize goddess, attired in her insignia, gathered together in the tiopan, or temple precinct, and accompanied the victim in a performance which lasted throughout the night. When day broke, the chief nobles and warriors of Mexico joined the women and danced a solemn arito, the men dancing in front and the women behind them. In this manner they danced to the foot of the teocalli of the goddess, which they ascended, the victim being carried on the back of one of the priests, after the manner of a bride being borne to her husband's house. Arrived at the summit, she was decapitated and her heart offered to the goddess. Until she was sacrificed no one might eat of the new maize, lest it should fail to ripen. Its papillotl. From Codex Borbonicus, sheet 15. Its papillotl. From Codex Telluriano-Romensis, sheet 18, verso. Priesthood. The Sintiatzin, lord of maize, says Sahagan, had charge of affairs at the festival of Zillanan, see Sintiatl. Nature and status. Zillanan appears to be nothing more than a deification of the young, tender ear of the maize plant. Her name, the season at which her rites took place and the youth of the Zalaquia who represented her would seem to bear this out. She was originally a goddess of the Huical tribes, and, by some circumstance of evolution or imagery, came to symbolize for the Nahua the maize in the earlier stages of its ripeness, thus to some extent resembling Sintiatl. Pain and also Sealer in some places seem to confound her festival 223 with that of Chichimequotl, and offer no reasons for thus traversing the statements of the older authorities, which are definite enough and which in this instance I prefer to follow. Contents. Its papillotl equals obsidian knife butterfly. Area of worship, originally Xiximec tribes, Mexican plateau. Relationship, associated with Mixcoatl and the Sensen Mimixco, one of the Tzitzai mime. Symbols, the butterfly, Mixcoatl stone knife. Compass direction, earth. Calendar place, ruler of the 16th day, Kajkakwatli, of the 15th week, CE Cali. Its papillotl. Stone of Aristides Martel. Zillanan. Sahagan Miss. CP 228. Zapotlantinan. Sahagan Miss. CP 228. Aspect and Insignia. Codex Vaticanus B sheet 92, in this representation and on the sheet devoted to the 15th tonalometal division and its ruler, its papillotl is depicted as furnished with human teeth, but is predominantly animal in form, retaining, however, certain peculiarities which indicate the intention that she should be regarded as an insect. She displays a kind of butterfly wing, edged round with stone knives. Above her is figured the flowering tree broken in the middle from which blood flows. This symbol denotes the Tamoanchan, or house of descent, the region of the mythical West, home of the maize plant and seat of the primeval gods, where the wandering tribes were said to have made a long sojourn. In sheet 63 she is represented as standing upon a platform, which seems to be covered with a symbolic leaf, perhaps that on which butterflies are most usually found. She has a dark body edged with white, and the claws and face are flecked with woolly rubber gum. The head is an adaptation of that of Tlaloc, and a short, wheel-shaped wing occupies the back from nape to tail root. Codex Borgia sheet 11, In this place the goddess is depicted as a woman with jaguar claws on hands and feet. The facial painting is like that of Tlawariskal Kutli, but the 224 features are those of the death goddess skull with a stone knife nose. She wears a collar with the form and coloring of a butterfly's wing, and her dress is set with stone knives at prominent points. She is accompanied by an animal of rapacious aspect, perhaps a jaguar or ocelot. Codex Tellurianoremensis, a butterfly with antennae and wings, acts as a nauli, or disguise, a kind of helmet mask, to a female figure which has death's head teeth, animal claws on the hands and feet, and a blue-colored disc on the cheek. As in Codex Borgia, this face has a stone knife on the nose, a collar studded with stone knives, and on the head the warrior's forked hair and feather ornament. The crown is of dark feathers, the somberness of which is lightened by quetzal plumes and a loincloth like that of the Sayuatideo or Sayuapapildan, the dead women who had perished in childbed, and who were regarded as partaking of the nature of warriors. The end of the loincloth and skirt is trimmed with a hem of teeth. As a back mirror she wears a death's head, below which hangs a star skirt, to the plaited thongs of which rattling snail shells are attached. Aubangupiltonalamadal, 15th Division. Here the goddess looks out of a butterfly helmet mask. Her face is painted a red color and she is decorated with dark plumage on arms and legs. She has a snail shell before her face, and wears a gold disc on the breast. Opposite her are a broken tree and a beheaded captive, whose body spouts two streams of blood in the shape of snakes' heads. She is seated on a throne ornamented with small discs. Codex Borbonicus, here the goddess is pictured as a demon of darkness, Tzitzimetal, who descends from heaven in the form of an eagle. Bas-relief, a bas-relief, known as the stone of Aristides Martel, represents the goddess as in the act of flight, and agrees with the representations of her in the Codex Tellurianoremensis and the Codex Borbonicus. The face is intended to represent that of an insect with round eyes and almost reptilian mouth, and the headdress is flat and covered with feather balls. The hands and feet are furnished with long 225 claws. In this place the feather marking of the goddess presents a distinctly serpentine appearance, and she is surrounded by serpent motifs, between the folds of which is seen the cross-hatching symbolical of these reptiles. Myths. The interpreter of Codex Tellurianoremensis regards its papillotl as a male deity, probably because, like the Sayuatideo or women who died in childbed, who were regarded as the equals of the warriors, she wore a male loincloth. He says, he was called Kaunko and after he sinned is papillotl. The sign of this name is a knife of butterflies, and accordingly he is surrounded with knives and wings of butterflies, for they say that he sometimes appears to them, and that they only see feet resembling those of an eagle. Is papillotl was one of those who fell from heaven with the rest, whose names are the following: Quetzalcoatl, Acolialachisi, Tezcatlipoca, Calatiatl, and Hatzcanpanticotl. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A also labors under a misapprehension regarding its papillotl's sex. He states, Ix papillotl signifies a knife of butterflies. He was one of those gods who, as they affirm, was expelled from heaven, and on this account they paint him surrounded with knives and wings of butterflies. They represent him with the feet of an eagle, because they say that he occasionally appears to them, and they only see the feet of an eagle. They further add that, being in a garden of great delight, he pulled some roses, but that suddenly the tree broke and blood streamed from it, and that in consequence of this they were deprived of that place of enjoyment and were cast into this world because Tonakatekutli and his wife became incensed, and accordingly they came some of them to the earth, and others went to hell. He presided over these 13 signs, the first of which, the house, Kali, they considered unfortunate, because they said that demons came through the air on that sign in the figure of women such as we call witches, who usually went to the highways, where they met in the form of a cross. 226 In the song to Tlazalteotl, the fourth of the Sahagan series, we find the following strophes relating to its Papalotl, the stone knife butterfly who hovers over the cactus. Her food is on the 9 plains, she was nurtured on the hearts of deer, our mother, the earth goddess. The reference to the 9 plains alludes to the circumstance that its Papalotl is a goddess of the She-Shemek, or hunting people. The 2 first lines of this song are translated by Seeler as follows: "Oh, she has become a goddess of the melon cactus, our mother its Papalotl, the obsidian butterfly." The inference in these lines seems to be that whereas its Papalotl was formerly the goddess of a hunting tribe who sacrificed deer to her, she has now become the deity of the cultivated field and a settled agricultural community. This hypothesis would appear to gain strength from the text of the Annals de Cuautitlan, where its Papalotl is spoken of as the foundress of the oldest She-Shemek kingdom in Nequamayacan, place of the wild Agave. Camargo states 66 that the tribes issuing from Chicamaztoc, the 7 caves, first came to Mazatepec, the Deer Mountain, then to the province of Tepehuac, where a victim was sacrificed to its Papalotl by shooting him with arrows, a circumstance which in itself proves the goddess to have been associated with the earth. Nature and status like Mixcoatl, with whom she is closely associated, its Papalotl appears to have been originally one of the ancient stellar and lightning deities of the She-Shemek or nomadic tribes of the northern plains. Later, on the abandonment of the hunting mode of subsistence and the acceptance of a more settled and agricultural mode of life by the tribes who worshipped her, its Papalotl would appear, as the allusion to 227 her in the song to Tlazalteotl seems to show, to have become a goddess of the food supply, the melon patch, and the maize crop. She was one of the Tzitzimime, or demons of darkness, and as such symbolically took insect shape, cf. Cochiquetzal as a spider, but beneath her butterfly form there lurks the symbol of the old, fierce earth mother with claws and merciless, protruding teeth, which were originally evolved from those of the Cipactli, or earth monster. It seems to me also that she bears about her the marks of the deer, and at this I am not surprised, as I am convinced that in many lands the deer is regarded as a surrogate of the dragon, and is thus frequently associated with fire and water. Indeed, in places, its Papalotl is tacitly identified with the mythical deer Izaqui 67, the captive and wife of Mixcoatl. That its Papalotl is associated with fire is probable, and we know from the song that she was nurtured on the hearts of deer. From her association with the obsidian cult and the fact that she is closely connected with Mixcoatl, whose obsidian knife is her symbol, I should not be surprised to find further evidence that she is in some manner identified with the lightning, the heavenly fire, or the stars. Again, we know that the butterfly was in some measure associated with the Sayuatideo, the women who died in childbed. We know, too, from Sahagan's account that at the festival of the Sayuatideo the people offered cakes stamped with a butterfly and S-shaped cakes to these spirits, to represent the lightning. In Codex Telluriano-Romensis, its Papalotl wears the male loincloth, like the Sayuatideo, and in Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 92, there is represented near her a flowering tree broken in the middle and spouting blood, the glyph or symbol of Timoanchan, the paradise of the West, where dwelt the Sayuatideo. In the Mexican mind the gaudy hues of the butterfly may have become associated with the brilliance of the western sky at sunset, and this may account for the connection which undoubtedly exists between its Papalotl and the western home of the Sayuatideo. Again, the insect may 228 typify the frivolous nature of these dead women. 68 However, the precise significance of this goddess is by no means easy to arrive at, and in any case is composed of elements of considerable obscurity and diversity. 69 Tezcatlipoca, it may be recalled, is the obsidian snake. His obsidian sandals in some manuscripts bear the zigzag lines of the snake and, as has already been said, the footgear is frequently eloquent of the name or character of a person or divinity in Mexican painting. In its papalotl we seem to see another deity of the obsidian cult. Certain of her pictures as a butterfly are, as has been indicated, of dragon-like aspect, and we know that the butterfly is in some countries a surrogate of the dragon. Is obsidian to be regarded as the bones of the Cipactli, the earth beast, or dragon? Contents: Zapotlantinan equals Mother of Zapotlan, area of worship, Mexico, Zapotlan. Symbol, the eagle feather. Aspect and insignia: Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. Behind the region of the chin and on the front part of the neck the goddess has a black, almost beard-like painting. She wears a crown of paper flecked with uli gum, and decorated at the top with quetzal feathers. Her collar is of chalcahuitl stones and she wears a plain overdress and skirt edged with horizontal bands, connected by slanting strips. Her feet are sandaled, and her shield has the insignia of the eagle feather. In her hand she carries the rattle staff of the rain god. Priesthood: Sahagan states, Appendix to BK2, that Zapotlantinan had a special high priest, the Zapotlan Tiahuatzin, who was charged with making all the necessary arrangements for the 229 festival of that goddess, such as procuring a supply of paper, copal, uli, and odoriferous plants for incense. Clavitro says that she was annually honored with the sacrifice of human victims and with particular hymns composed in her praise. 70 Nature and Status: Sahagan states 71 that she was said to have been the inventor or discoverer of turpentine, which was used in Mexico for medicinal purposes, and it seems probable that she may have been revered as a goddess of medicine. Clearly she is also an earth goddess of the people of the populous valley of Zapotlan, on the other side of the Otomi country, adopted into the Mexican pantheon, but having no place in the calendar. Contents: Ilamatacutli equals the Old Princess, area of worship, Tehuacan, Cajcatlan, Xiximek. Minor names: Citlalanacu equals she of the starry skirt. Cajcamiaor equals necklace of maize. Calendar place: 13th of the Lords of the Day hours. Compass direction: the middle. Festival: Tititl, stretching of limbs, in the 17th month. Relationship: spouse of Iztac Mixcoatl, variant of Tonacasayuatl or Sayuacotl. Aspect and insignia: Codex Borgia sheets 9, 11. In this representation the goddess is shown with hair composed of hair and feathers and wearing a white garment. In the pictures of this codex the contracted corners of her mouth, due to old age, are indicated by a ring-shaped ornament worn below the upper lip. Codex Borbonicus: she has a skeleton's head, which differs from that of the death god in that it is colored yellow, with red lines instead of black, but shows a similarity to it in the ruffled night hair with which it is covered. In most of the pictures of her in this codex her blue dress is dotted with 230 circular white spots which are perhaps intended for stars. This garment is completed with thongs, from which depend snail shells, a decoration also seen in the rattling girdle ornaments, Citlalacu, characteristic of the earth and underworld goddesses. Myths: according to the myth related by Motolania 72, Ilamatacutli, or Ilanquai, as he designates her, was the wife of Iztac Mixcoatl, QV, with whom she dwelt in Chicamaztac, the land of the Seven Canes, the mythical Offi China Gentium of the Mexican tribes, whence the aboriginal ancestors of the several races of Mexico were supposed to have had their being. By a second wife, Chinamatl, or Camalmat, Iztac Mixcoatl became the father of Quetzalcoatl. Festival: Tititl, stretching of limbs. This festival was held in the calends of the 17th month, probably about December 19.73. A female slave was bought by the authorities and dressed as follows: She wore an upper garment or peplum of white stuff and a skirt of the same color, beneath which showed the sitlalaku, or star skirt, of the goddess, a dress sprinkled with stars, cut at the ankles in the shape of many thongs, from each of which hung a small shell, so that when she walked, these came together and made a rattling sound. Her sandals were white and she bore a shield whitened with chalk, having a design of eagle's feathers in the center, fringes of heron's feathers terminating in eagle's plumes hung from the lower edge of the shield. In the other hand she carried the tsitozapajli, a wooden knife, used for pressing cloth. Her face was painted black and yellow. Her hair was dressed in the form known as tsampilanali, or hair tied at the temples, and eagle's plumes fell from it behind. Before the victim was dispatched they made her dance to the sound of instruments played by old men, which mingled 231 with the chanting of the priests. The wretched woman wept and sobbed as she danced, and as evening approached she was taken to the temple of Huitzilopochtli, accompanied by all the priests wearing their insignia and the masks of their gods, one of which was that of Ilamatakutli. On arriving at the summit of the Teocalli, or pyramid temple, she was immediately slain, her heart was torn out and she was decapitated. The head was given to the priest attired in the insignia of the goddess, who held it in his right hand by the hair, and engaged in a dance, raising and lowering the horrid trophy, and in this solemn measure he was accompanied by the priests who represented the other divinities. They then descended the steps of the Teocalli in procession, and sought their quarters. The priest of Ilamatakutli carried a great cane, the stalk of which had 3 roots. The mask of the goddess which he bore had 2 faces with great mouths, bulging eyes, and surmounted by a crown of paper cut into sharp points. The priests, disguised as gods, having entered the Kalpuli, or priest's quarters, a priest descended from the Teocalli dressed as a young exquisite, wearing a splendid cloak, his head decorated with white plumes and wearing in place of sandals the hoofs of a deer. He carried in his hand a leaf of the maguey, surmounted by a little paper banner. He proceeded to the Quausiculco, a place of sacrifice principally associated with human offerings to Tezcatlipoca, where there was a small cage made of pine wood and covered with paper, and known as the granary of Ilamatakutli. The priest laid the maguey leaf in this receptacle and then set the whole on fire. Seeing this, the other priests rushed to the summit of the Teocalli. This ceremony was known as the Cochapena, or flower running. Placing on high a flower called Teoxocatl, or blossom of the god, the first who gained the eminence seized upon it and cast it upon the Quausiculco where the cage burned. Upon the following day the men and boys made little sacks, which they filled with flowers or paper, and with these they skirmished with one another and beat the young girls who chanced to pass by. 232 The purpose underlying this celebration is obscure. The costume worn by the victim is, of course, that of the goddess herself, and we may, perhaps, infer that the wooden knife she carried, the purpose of which was to press cloth, was symbolical of one of the domestic duties of the older women, whom she appears in a measure to have represented. The exercise of dancing to which the victim was subjected seems to bear reference to the name of the festival, Tididal, the stretching of limbs, and its purpose was probably to ensure vigor and liveliness in the earth or soil, for it was about this period that the winter solstice occurred and the labors of the field were renewed. The Earth Mother must, therefore, stretch her limbs ere she once more took up the great task of growth. 74 The decapitation of the slave girl was probably a dramatic mythical representation of the reaping of the maize. The great cane borne by the priest of Ilamatakutli was, of course, the magic rain rattle, so prominent an adjunct to many Mexican religious ceremonies. The young exquisite we must surely explain as a representative of vegetation, his deer's hoof sandals having, perhaps, a pluvial significance, or else indicating the swift growth of the maize plant, which takes but 4 months to ripen. The burning of the maguey leaf in the granary would seem to indicate the end of the season of vegetative luxuriance and the commencement of that of domestic fires, and the casting of the sacred blossom into the flames probably possessed a similar significance. Nature and status Ilmaticutli was unquestionably a goddess of the primeval time, as her aged appearance in the manuscripts, her association 233 with Iztak Mixcoatl, the old She-Shemek god, and her connection with fire would lead us to suppose she is primarily a goddess of the earth and of maize. Her stellar connection and her name Sitlalanakua, star-skirt, are eloquent of her She-Shemek derivation, and she may represent the starry night sky, or possibly the Milky Way, just as does her mythical husband, and in this she connects with Tonakasayuatl. As an earth goddess she has also a plutonic significance and can be equated with Miktekasayuatl, mistress of Hades, in this resembling many other earth goddesses. Again, she is the old goddess par excellence, patroness of old women, and worker at the metate, or stone on which the maize cakes were, and still are, made by Mexican women. Her connection with fire proves her relative antiquity. The circumstance that her mask is described as being two-faced leads me to believe that her idol or image had been evolved from the kern baby, or doll made at harvests out of the last sheaf of grain and furnished with a face and hands, frequently with two faces, in order that it should not prove of bad omen to those following the image in procession. In this respect Ilmaticutli is similar to Chikamikotl, QV 234 1 tonalamadal of the Aubangupil collection, 1900 to 1901. Upward arrow 2. This circular patch with the center punched out is worn by the women of more than one Asiatic country. Upward arrow 3. Sahagan, BKS 8 and X. Upward arrow 4 by Sealer, in commentary on Auban tonalamadal, p. 93. Upward arrow 5. Sahagan, BKI, c. 12. Upward arrow 6. As regards these translations of hymns throughout the work, some have been translated by me from the Mexican originals, others have been translated from the German of Sealer. Like that authority I have not received any enlightenment from Brinton's translations in his sacred chants of the ancient Mexicans. Upward arrow 7. BK2, CXXX, see also Torquemada, BKX, CXXXV. Upward arrow 8. Pyramid Temple. Upward arrow 9. Sealer, Commentary on Vaticanus B, p. 262, believes the ceremony to refer to the parturition of the goddess, who gives birth to Cintiatl, although he at first elucidated the ceremony as here indicated. Sealer confounds the postures of sexual intercourse and parturition. Upward arrow 10. See picture in Codex Borbonicus. Upward arrow 11. As do Aphrodite, and other goddesses of love. Upward arrow 12. It is equally the symbol of the fertility pot. Upward arrow 13. BK2, CXXIII. Upward arrow 14. Lib X, C13. Upward arrow 15. A species of wild laurel. Upward arrow 16. The custom of wearing a mask of the deity worshipped, in this case the slain woman represented the goddess, is widespread. Upward arrow 17. Sahagan, BK2. Upward arrow 18. Appendix to BK2. Upward arrow 19. Who, like several of the older Spanish authorities, regarded Cintiatl as a goddess, a belief now exploded. See Volume I, BK6, English translation. Upward arrow 20. It might be quoted against this view that the lewd life of pleasure of which Xochipilli and Maculxochitl are the representatives results in that death which is the child of sin, and that these gods are therefore brothers to Cintiatl in this especial connection. Sealer, COMM Codex Fegmeier, p. 66, COMM Codex Vat B, pages 207 to 208. Upward arrow 21. Sahagan, BK9, C17. Upward arrow 22. Sahagan Ms. Upward arrow 23. At the festival of Demeter, with whose worship the serpent was connected, the earth was struck with rods by the priest who called upon the goddess. This is also done during the act of divination among the Zulus, when they call upon spirits. See Callaway, Iziniangazakubula, p. 362. Upward arrow 24 lib 2, c2. Upward arrow 25 Brasser de Borbarg, History Nat Civ du Mexico, quoting a Cachical Ms., Volume I, p. 248. Upward arrow 26 BKI, c6. Upward arrow 27 Sahagan, BKI, c6. Upward arrow 28 Idem, BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 29 Idea, p27, Volume I, pages 419 ff. Upward arrow 30 C Introduction, pages 14, 16. Upward arrow 31 C Oitzalapaktli, pages 73 ff. Upward arrow 32 BKI, c19. Upward arrow 33 Idea, pages 63 to 66. This myth seems to me to show vestiges of a belief in the theory of the transmigration of souls, and to indicate that the ascetic, almost on the borders of what is known in Buddhistic belief as arahatship, or promotion to a higher life, was condemned for his lapse to recommence existence once more under a low form of life. Upward arrow 34 BKI, c19, Appendix. Upward arrow 35 C Appendix in the Tonalometal, Day Signs. Upward arrow 36 A Diacritical Point. Upward arrow 37 BKX, CXXXV. Upward arrow 38 BKX, CXXXI. Upward arrow 39 Sealer, Commentary on Augment Tonalometal, p. 119. Upward arrow 40 Sealer, Commentary on Codex Vaticanus B, p. 161. Upward arrow 41 But see the song to Cintiatal in the portion dealing with that God, which in a manner refers to Cochipilli. Upward arrow 42 Commentary on Augment Tonalometal, p. 87. Upward arrow 43 BKI, c14. Upward arrow 44 Chronica Mexicana. See picture of Axiacatl in Bobin's Catalogue of the Goupil Collection, Paris, 1891, pages 14, 15. Upward arrow 45 The best authority on Zip's costume is Sahagan, Mexican Ms. Upward arrow 46 Baring Gould, Curious Myths of the Middle Ages, pages 417 ff. Upward arrow 47 Sahagan, BKV, c13. Upward arrow 48 Werenfels, Dissertation upon Superstition, p6, London, 1748. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, Volume 2, pages 719 ff. Upward arrow 49 Roscher, Über Selene und Verwandts, Leipzig, 1890, pages 49 ff. Upward arrow 50 Pliny, Nat History, Volume 2, p. 223, Payne, Hist. New World, Volume I, p. 495. Upward arrow 51 or Kalpuli, a muster place at several festivals. Upward arrow 52 They who seize the head, alluding to the custom of taking the victims by the hair. Upward arrow 53 Sahagan states that the hair of the Yoantin was kept as a trophy. This seems to me analogous to the North American Indian custom of scalping, which is sometimes spoken of as losing one's hair, a phrase which, through its use among American border fighters, has passed into slang. Upward arrow 54 Tezcatlipoca took the form of a coyote and lay in wait for travelers. Sahagan, BKV, c13. Upward arrow 55 or Coyote. Upward arrow 56 Sahagan, BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 57 Sahagan, BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 58 Sealer, Commentary on Codex Vaticanus B, p. 175. Upward arrow 59 Decade 3, Lib 3, c. 15. Upward arrow 60 Tzazamak, Chronica Mexicana, c. sci. Upward arrow 61 J. Lico Esquisses du Bocage Normand, Volume 2, p. 240. Upward arrow 62 Athenaeus, Volume 9, 47, p. 392d. Upward arrow 63 Religion of the Semites, New Edition, 1914, p. 469. Upward arrow 64 BK2. C8. Upward arrow 65 BKX, C19. Upward arrow 66 History de Tlaxcalan, CV. Upward arrow 67 This deer is two-headed, so is Quetzalcoatl, a variant of Chantico, the fire goddess, with whom its papalotl seems to have many points of resemblance. Upward arrow 68 See Coachapelli. Upward arrow 69 In some myths of the Old World the butterfly is the soul or ghost. This would explain her connection with the Sayuatideo, or dead women. Upward arrow 70 Volume I, BK6, English translation. Upward arrow 71 BKI, C9. Upward arrow 72 Historia de los Indios de la Nueva España, Epistola pro Emil. Upward arrow 73 Sahagan, BK2, C30, Torquemada, BKX, CXXIX. Upward arrow 74 It occurred to the writer that the expression titidal may have had reference to the act of sexual impregnation, as in the case of Tlazalteotl, QV, who widens herself, stretches herself out at the foot of the Teocalli of Huitzilopochtli, when she is impregnated by that deity. This consideration scarcely seems to apply to the present instance, however, and that indicated above appears preferable. Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 6 The gods of rain and moisture. Contents Introductory. The gods of rain proper are clearly to be distinguished from the gods of grain and growth, although they were regarded by the ancient Mexicans as stimulating vegetable plenteousness. That they were paramount in the practical theology of the rain cult one is evident, for, whereas Quetzalcoatl was regarded in one of his phases as the deification of the rain-making priest, Tlaloc, and the Tlaloci possessed the entire disposition of the rainfall. Sahagan's remarks upon Quetzalcoatl make it clear that in this connection he was regarded as a wind god who swept the way clear for the rain gods, or ushered in the rains. Myth related how Quetzalcoatl, the first discoverer of the maize, was robbed of his find by Tlaloc, who afterwards had the governance over its growth and distribution. Although the high priest of the Mexican hierarchy was called by the name of Quetzalcoatl, the prelate next in importance to him bore the name of Tlaloc. Although Quetzalcoatl was above all regarded by the Azteca as a god of wind, evidence is not lacking that to some extent he was looked upon as a rain god, or at least a rain-bringing god. But the overwhelming superiority of the Tlaloci in this cult is witnessed to by the fact that out of 18 great seasonal festivals, no less than 5 were dedicated to them. 2 Those of the Tlaloci, or gods of rain, whose names are 235 known were, Tlaloc, the father of all, Chalcahuitlacu, his wife and sister, Napatecutli, god of the mat makers, who used aquatic reeds in their work, Atlaa, lord of the beaches or lake shores, Uaxtasiuatl, goddess of salt, and Apactli, god of fishers and fowlers, and inventor of the net. Concerning the Tlaloci, Sahagan remarks, the Mexicans take for gods all those high mountains from which the rain comes in the rainy season, and for each of these they imagine an idol. They also believe that certain maladies proceeding from cold have their origin in the mountains and that these gods have the power to visit them upon them. Those who were attacked by such complaints made a vow to this or that mountain, whichever chanced to be in the neighborhood, or that for which they entertained the most devotion. A similar vow was made by persons on the point of being drowned in the rivers or in the sea. The maladies for which they made these vows were gout in the hands, feet, or any other part of the body, impotence in any member, or in the entire body, rheumatism, the contraction of the members or cramp. Those who were visited with these maladies made a vow to raise a statue to the following gods, to the idols of the volcano called Popocatépetl in the Sierra Nevada, to a mountain named Puyahuartecatl, or any other to which the feeling of devotion inclined them. When they proposed to offer up to the mountain or gods, they made an image in human form, a mass called Tzoli. 3. These the people did not make themselves, but called in the offices of those priests skilled in the making of idols, who molded them out of the paste and gave them teeth of calabash pips and eyes of haricot beans. The rest of the process of manufacture is as described in the account of the festival of the Itmostli, see Tlaloc. These small figures were known as Tepik Tatan, and, like the sacrificial victims to the rain gods, their hair was dressed in 2 horns or whorls. Contents Tlaloc equals he who makes things sprout. Area of worship, Plateau of Anahuac. Minor names, Chikunai Ocelotl equals 9 jaguar, or ocelot. 236 calendar place, ruler of the 7th day count, Mazatl, deer, and of the 7th tonalamatl division, C. Equiatl, 1 rain. Compass direction, the 4 quarters in his several aspects. Festivals, Atlasawalco, Tozaztantli, Etsalkalistli, Tipalhuatl, Etmostli. Symbols, his head, with serpentine motif and tusks, the day sign 9 ocelot. Relationship, husband, 1, of Cochiquetzal, 2, of Matlalquai or Chalchiatlacua. Father or brother of the Tlalaki. From Codex Malia-Becchiano, 3 FOL, sheet 89. From Codex Malia-Becchiano, 3 FOL, sheet 34. Forms of Tlaloc. Aspect and insignia. The evolution of the familiar and characteristic face of Tlaloc is perhaps best exemplified in a stone statuette included in the UD collection in the Royal Ethnological Museum, Berlin. In this striking example of the Mexican sculptor's art, a representation of the face of the god is skillfully contrived by the arrangement of 2 snakes or serpents, the tails of which form eye orbits and a species of nose, the reptiles' heads meeting in the region of the mouth, their fangs thus serving the god for teeth. It is rarely in Aboriginal art that a conception so individual and striking is encountered, and great imaginative ability must be conceded the sculptor who conceived it. It is not known whether the later pictures and carvings of Tlaloc were evolved from this effigy, but it is not unreasonable to suppose that either from it or similar representations the later conception of him came into being. We observe in the examples shown in the illustrations that the custom of representing divine beings in profile resulted in his case in the survival of a mere ring about the eye and a spirally convoluted band forming the upper lip and depending from it for some distance. These are painted blue in the MSS. More faithfully preserved are the long tusk-like teeth, which in certain stone effigies, however, degenerate into several straight, downward strokes. This head of the rain god is almost invariably reproduced as the symbol for the day sign ATL, water. Representations of Tlaloc in the codices of the Borja group occasionally show a development of the lip band, which rises upwards and includes the nose, thus, perhaps, 237 indicating a transition form. In the Vatican B, Fijurveri and Laud codices the prolongation of the lip band and its serpentine character are apparent, the snake's teeth and eye being clearly visible. From Codex Fijurveri, sheet 14. From Codex Vaticanus A, sheet 20. Forms of Tlaloc. Codex Borgia sheet 14, in this place the body paint of Tlaloc is green, although, as a rule, it is black elsewhere. The face is half black, half yellow. The eye and lip bands are blue. The head is crowned with white hair and feathers, such as are worn by the Ochtli gods. A fillet surrounds the forehead, and from this spring 4 rosettes, which may symbolize the 4 quarters from which the rain falls. The headdress and its accompanying ornaments are painted in alternate stripes, green and white, sprinkled with liquid rubber. A paper tie adorns the shoulder, such as was used for the decoration of offerings, or in the ceremonial arrangement of the dead. The ear plug is square, to indicate, perhaps, the 4 quarters. It is in this codex, sheet 12, that we obtain the best evidence of the reflection of the various points of the compass upon the character of the great god of rain. But the most important pictures in Codex Borgia relating to Tlaloc are those on sheet 27, which illustrate the cycle of 52 years, and show in the 4 corner compartments the 4 days which form the initial days of the 4 quarters of the cycle. They do not, however, commence with CE Acatl, 1 reed, CE Tecpatl, 1 flint, CE Kali, 1 house, CE Toktli, 1 rabbit, as might be expected but with CE Sipactli, 1 earth beast, CE Mikastli, 1 death, CE Ozamatli, 1 monkey, and CE Kajkaklautli, 1 vulture, for the reason that the tonalometal signs here shown are hieroglyphic of the 4 quarters of the heavens, rather than allusive to the dates of the grand cycle of 52 years. The middle or 5th region, which is without a hieroglyph, is ascribed to the central figure. The lower to the right represents the east. To it belongs the first division of the calendar, as well as the first day of the great cycle. Tlaloc in this picture is painted a dark color, and wears the Sipactli head of the first 238 calendar division as a helmet mask. The sky above him is figuratively drawn to represent a cloudy firmament holding rain about to fall, and he stands upon the Sipactli, or earth beast, which symbolizes the fruitful earth, from whose body springs the maize plant, represented as a tiny head or mask, on each side of which sprout leaves. The god empties his jar upon the soil, and its contents are seen to be a renewed supply of maize ears, indicating the bounteous nature of the eastern Tlaloc. The figure on the upper right shows the deity in his northern aspect. The second division of the tonalometal and of the cycle are indicated in its dating and on its helmet mask. The yellow color of the god in this picture is supplemented by the symbolism of a bright atmosphere sending down sharp rays of light, shown in conventional form by V-shaped emblems stabbing downwards from aloft. Beneath the god are shown 3 vessels filled with the brown-colored water which falls when the rain god is unpropitious. Indeed, it bears within it the symbols of death, the death's head, eye and bony nasal spine. The artistic effort is to portray water which has been sucked up by the parched and cracked soil of a Mexican June, water which has been insufficient in quantity, or has fallen too late. There are present, too, in the picture, the vampire shapes of such insects as devour the maize, each decorated with the death's head. But, more fatal sign than all, from the pitcher of the god descends the lightning axe, wrapped in symbolic fire. The northern Tlaloc, then, is no deity of plenty, but obviously represents the rain god in his most deadly and terrible aspect. The god in his western complexion is painted blue, and wears as a helmet mask the sign of the 3rd calendar division. A cloudy sky flecked with rain shows the partial descent of the serpent-like showers, and the maize plants beneath him stand in heavy puddles of water. The southern aspect of Tlaloc, that on the lower left, is painted red, and the helmet mask is in vulture form, as in consonance with the sign of the 4th calendar division. From a cloudless sky dart the conventional sun rays as described in the second picture, but 239 beneath the foot of the divinity are representations of the maize plant run to seed. Small animals, the faces of which bear some resemblance to a death's head, devour them. Once again the lightning axe falls from the jar held by the god, accompanied by its bright, symbolic flame. The central figure represents the influence of the rain god from the zenith. The Tlaloc who presides over this situation is striped red and white, the colors of night and twilight, and he is represented in the normal insignia of the rain god. He is accompanied by the signs for day and night, and the earth goddesses cluster around his feet. From the jar he holds are poured all manner of warlike implements, the atlatl, javelin, shield, and banner. The similar five-fold representation of Tlaloc on sheet 28 is believed by Seeler to illustrate his connection with the Venus period. Codex Vaticanus A sheet 20, here Tlaloc is represented with the body painted black, the forepart of the face black and the hinder portion yellow. His chin is bearded and the lip band is prolonged, as described above. In front of his mantle is a stone knife, from which fire issues. His attire is painted in alternate stripes of black and green, flecked with melted rubber. He wears the fillet of Tonatia, the sun god, and the strips of hide which fall from the panache of feathers on his head are also part of the sun god's insignia. He holds a burnt offering of firewood and rubber in his hand, enveloped in a covering painted black and green, flecked alternately. The type of the tarns or pools into which such offerings were cast is depicted in front of him, in the depths of which are seen fishes and snails. Codex Magliabechiano sheet 92, here he is represented in female costume and, as in the Sahagan manuscripts, a white circular spot or patch with black dots is visible on the god's cheek, which, the text implies, was made of the crushed seed of the Mexican prickly poppy, Argemone mexicana. General other details in the costume of the rain god are eloquent of his nature and characteristics. In the Borgia group of codices his garment and headdress are dark 240 green, flecked with melted rubber, whilst in those codices from the Mexican country proper we find them painted blue, bespotted with the same unpleasant incense. His robe, the Anach Sicily, dripping garment, cloud garment, is said to be set with green gems, and in his ear is a broad plate with a dependent band on which are worked smaller figures made of chalcowitl stones. On his breast he wears a wide collar of plaited stuff, reeds, also enriched with the precious green stone typical of water, and a large gold disc. From Codex Laude. Stone figure, from Castella del Tio. Forms of Tlaloc. In Codex Vaticanus A, the Codex Magliabechiano, and the Sahagan manuscripts we find him wearing at the nape of his neck a large crescent-shaped loop which projects on each side of the head and is secured in the middle by a rosette, as well as his crown of hair and feathers. In the Codex Vaticanus B a large fan-shaped object painted dark green and white projects behind the head of the god. In Codex Borgia, sheet 14, 2, he wears the headdress of Mayol, the goddess of the agave plant, but the colors in which it is painted, dark green and white with rubber flecking, are his own and not the blue and white of the female divinity. In the Codex Magliabechiano, sheet 77, and on a stone relief in the Trocadero Museum, Tlaloc is represented as holding a jug in one hand and a staff in the other, the latter of a blue color and having serpentine bands in its length. In Codices Vaticanus B and A he also holds the serpentine wand and in the other the incense pouch marked with a cross, to symbolize the four quarters of the heavens. Occasionally he is seen holding the agave thorn or spike and the omitl bone, the implements of mortification, as in Codex Borbonicus and Codex Borgia, sheet 67. Gamma, Dos Piedras, PTI, P101, PT2, pages 76 to 79, states that in Tlaloc's left hand was a shield ornamented with feathers. In his right were thin, wavy sheets of gold, representing his thunderbolts, or sometimes a golden serpent, representing either the thunderbolt or moisture. On his feet were a kind of half boots, with little bells of gold hanging therefrom. Round his neck was a band or collar set with gold and gems, while from his wrists depended strings of 241 costly stones. His dress was an azure smock, reaching to the middle of the thigh, cross-hatched all over with ribbons of silver forming squares, and in the middle of each square was a circle of silver, while in the angle thereof were flowers, pearl-colored, with yellow leaves hanging down. His shield was similarly decorated, with feathers of yellow and green, flesh color and blue, each color forming a distinct band. The body was naked from mid-thigh down, and of a grey tint, as was also the face. This face had only one eye, of a somewhat extraordinary character. There was an exterior circle of blue, the interior was white with a black line across it, and a little semicircle below the line. Either round the whole eye or round the mouth was a doubled band or ribbon of blue. In the open mouth were 3 grinders. The front teeth were painted red, as was also the pendant with its button of gold that hung from his ear. He wore an open crown of white and green feathers, from which depended red and white plumes. Islilxochitl represents him in the month Etsali pictured with a cane of maize in the one hand, and in the other an instrument with which he is digging the ground, in which he places maize leaves and a kind of food, like fritters, called Etsali. Sahagan Miztha states that the god's face was entirely black with a few spots of salvia chia. The body was also of a dark color. He wears a mist or cloud shirt without sleeves, in the Toltec fashion, falling to the knee, and a cloth is rolled round the hips. The crown is of hair and feathers, and the sandals symbolize the foam of water. The shield is inset with water flowers or rushes, and the god carries a white rush staff. Statuary and vases. As has been said, the vases in the UD collection and in the Anthropological Museum at Berlin show the Tlaloc face, probably in its earlier state of development. In both of these a serpentine motif arches over the eyes and meets in a knot or twist which forms the nose, while a separate serpent 242 pattern forms the mouth in a mustache-like manner, the long teeth jutting out from underneath it. Another found in the Calle de las Escaleras, Mexico City, is identical with these last. A stone slab found at Cerro de Zapotitlan, near Castillo de Tio, and resembling a tombstone, shows the face of Tlaloc very clearly, the characteristic feather crown and the long tusk-like teeth being especially noticeable. Another stone figure found at Tio is fully illustrative of the god's facial characteristics, but the 2 serpents twining together to form the nose spring upwards and, after traversing the position of the eyebrow, end with their tails above this in a flourish. The back fan is well represented in this figure, which has also a mantle and a waist belt. In a relief found at Tio in which Tlaloc is represented along with Xochiquetzal, we see once more the manner in which the serpentine motifs around the mouth and eyes have become unified through the exigencies of representation in profile. The usual insignia are represented here, such as the necklace, the back fan, and the short tunic, but certain knots or bows on the dress lead me to think that what have been commonly taken for sprinklings of India rubber gum, uli, may be small ornamental knots of some textile material. Vases found at Tlaxcalan and in the Mixtec country show precisely the same characteristics. Myths. The myth explanatory of the Tlaloci is found in the Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, c. 5, which tells how the rain gods lived in 4 chambers surrounding a great court in which stood 4 immense water casks. In one of these good water was stored, which descended upon the grain when it was in process of growth. Bad water stood in the next, which produced fungus growth, causing the maize to turn black. When rain and frost came together, it was thought that the 3rd cask had been drawn upon, and the 4th was filled with such rain as was followed by no 243 growth, or by such growth as grew sere and withered. Tlaloc, we learn from this account, had created for the purposes of rain-making a number of dwarfs who made their homes in the 4 chambers of his house, and who carried sticks in their hands, and jars into which they drew water from the great casks. When Tlaloc commanded them to water a certain tract of country, they poured water from the jars they held, and the lightning flash was supposed to proceed from the cracking or breaking of their vessels. This myth is represented in the Codex Borgia, p. 27, as already described. Another piece of mythic information is found in the Song of the Rain God, the fourth canticle in Sahagun's collection, which has been translated as follows: "Io, Mexico has done service with the gods, the paper flags fly over the four corners of the heavens, it is no more a time of mourning. 2o, Tlaloc, the rain god, has been created, i.e. my statue has been set on the temple, my god has become a dark red color from the blood of the sacrifices. The whole day they took, with the making of rain in the temple court. 3o my chieftain, the maize prince, in truth it is your produce, you created it first, and yet they only do insult to you. They can have nothing against you, distribute thou no offering. 4 but they abuse me, abstain from sacrifice, I am therefore not satisfied, my father, my old priest, the jaguar serpent. V out of the Tlaloc and the turquoise house, the blue house, came thy father, Acatonal. 244 6o go down on the mountain Puyaurtlan with the mist rattle board, water will be sent from Tlalocan, the country of the rain gods. 7o my elder brother Tuxcucux. I will go, it is enough to make him weep. 8o send me to the place that no one knows. Down came his word, I spoke to him, Tetsalrpali, I will go, that is enough to make him weep. 9 after 4 years he will be placed over us. Of thee it was said, the place of the fallen, the Quetzal feather house, the place of plenty, and yet he becomes distributor for the kingdom. It would be rash to attempt any precise elucidation of this obscure song. Briefly and doubtfully, I may say, it seems to me that its tendency is as follows: the song evidently refers to one of the festivals of the rain god, probably the Atmostly, when much time was occupied in rain-making ceremonies, as the canticle indicates. The pious maker of the song had evidently in mind the myth which told how Tlaloc stole the maize from Quetzalcoatl, an assertion to which he objects, verse 3, and advises the god to withhold his produce. This myth, which is given in the Annals de Cuautitlan, Codex Quimalpopoca, the second or historical portion, states that Quetzalcoatl discovered maize in the mountain Tonacatepetl. To do so, he took the form of a black ant and was led to the spot by a red ant. As he was unable to lift the mountain, it was split open by the magical prowess of Colitl in his phase of Nanahuatl, and the maize was secured by Quetzalcoatl, but was stolen from him by Tlaloc. In verse 4 of the song under discussion, Tlaloc replies in agreement with his servant, whom it is, perhaps, that he 245 addresses as jaguar serpent, jaguar, Balaam, being a common designation of priests among the Maya. 6 or it may have reference to the god himself, one of whose names is 9 jaguar. The god would seem to refer to some unknown myth relating to his own parentage in verse v. The name Acatonal, reed of the sun, given to his father seems to have a calendric significance. The ceremony of the mist rattle board, the rattling of which was supposed to bring rain by sympathetic magic, was one of the ceremonies connected with rain-making at more than one of the festivals of the Tlaloci. Puyaurtlan, place of mugwort, is a district of Tlalocan, as well as the name of his temple, and Tuxcucux is Oitzilapoctli. The last verse seems to allude to the myth mentioned in the interpretation of Codex Vaticanus A, where it is stated that, as no rain had fallen for a period of 4 years, Quetzalcoatl began to make sacrifices to obtain it, and, the worshipper or priest hence, will receive the consequent honor. According to Boccherini, quoting Gemelli Curari, Tom 6, p. 83, Tlaloc was the deity who at the behest of Tezcatlipoca raised the earth out of the waters of the universal flood, and who counsels men by his divine messages written in the lightning and the thunderbolt to live wisely and morally. Like most of the theories of this writer, this is pure allegory. Following the analogy of the calendar stone, we seem to see Tlaloc as the sun during the period of Nawar-i-Quiartl, or for rain, which ended in a universal conflagration. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A alludes to Tlaloc as feminine, speaks of him as goddess of water, and explains Tlaloci as signifying fine weather. Farther on he states that on the 21st of December they celebrated the festival of this god through whose instrumentality they say the earth became again visible after it had been covered with the waters of the deluge. They therefore kept his festival during the 20 following signs, in which they performed sacrifices to him. 246 The abode of Tlaloc was in Tlalocan, the heights on the road from Texcoco to Huetzotzinco and Tlaxcalan, a high and shady place. 7 This locality remained verdant and moist because of its proximity to the snowy peaks above it even when the plains beneath languished in drought under merciless sunshine, and it seems natural that it should have appealed to the ancient Mexicans as a fitting abode for the god of rain. Of Tlalocan in its more mythical sense, Sahagan, C2, Appendix to BK3, says that there was abundance of all refreshments, green maize, calabashes, and other vegetables and fruits. Here dwelt the Tlaloci, who resembled the priests who ministered to their idols in that they wore their hair long. The folk who went to that paradise were those who had been killed by lightning, the leprous, gouty, and dropsical, any such, in fact, who had died from a watery complaint. In Tlalocan they enjoyed a perpetual summer. Festivals. Cuaitlalo. The first annual festival to the Tlaloci was the Cuaitlalo, of which Sahagan says, in the first days of the first month of the year, which month was called in some parts of Mexico Cuavitlalo, but generally Atlazahualco, and begins on the 2nd of our February, a great feast was made in honor of the Tlalocs, gods of rain and water. For this occasion many children at the breast were purchased from their mothers, those being chosen that had 2 whorls in their hair, and that had been born under a good sign, it being said that such were the most agreeable sacrifices to the storm gods, and most likely to induce them to send rain in due season. Some of these infants were butchered for this divine holiday on certain mountains, and some were drowned in the Lake of Mexico. With the beginning of the festival, in every house, from the hut to the palace, certain poles were set up, and to these were attached strips of the 247 paper of the country, daubed over with India rubber gum, these strips being called amatetuatl. This was considered an honor to the water gods. And the first place where children were killed was Cuautepetl, a high mountain in the neighborhood of Tlatlilco. All infants, boys or girls, sacrificed there were called by the name of the place, Cuautepetl, and were decorated with strips of paper, dyed red. The second place where children were killed was Yoaltecatl, a high mountain near Guadalupe. The victims were decorated with pieces of black paper with red lines on it, and were named after the place, Yoaltecatl. The third death halt was made at Tepotzingo, a well-known hillock that rose up from the waters of the lake opposite Tlatlilco. There they killed a little girl, decking her with blue paper, and calling her Quetzalcoatl, for so was this hillock called by another name. Puaourtla 11 on the boundary of Tlaxcala, was the fourth hill of sacrifice. Here they killed children, named as usual after the locality, and decorated with paper, on which were lines of India rubber oil. The fifth place of sacrifice was the whirlpool or sink of the Lake of Mexico, Pantitlan. 12 Those drowned here were called Epcoatl 13 and their adornment Epupanyaki. 14 The sixth hill of death was Cocatl 15 near Calcotenco. The infant victims were named after it and decorated with strips of paper, of which half the number were red and half a tawny color. The Mount Yourquame 16 near Atlazuioaya, was the seventh station, the victims being named after the place and adorned with a paper of tawny color. When the procession reached the temple near Tepatsinko, on the east, called Tozo Kab, the priests rested there all night, watching and singing songs, so that the children could not sleep. In the morning the march was again resumed. If the children wept copiously, those around them were very glad, saying it was a sign that much rain would fall, while 248 if they met any dropsical person on the road, it was taken for a bad omen and something that would hinder the rain. If any of the temple ministers, or of the others called Quaquavitlai, or of the old men, broke off from the procession or turned back to their houses before they came to the place where the sacrifice was done, they were held infamous and unworthy of any public office. Thenceforward they were called Mokaurkwi, that is to say, deserters. 17 Tozozontli. The second festival to Tlaloc was Tozozontli, of which Sahagan says, the third month was designated Tokazontli, the first day of it being consecrated to the festival of the god Tlaloc, who is the divinity of rain. Many children were slain on the mountains and offered in sacrifice to this god and his colleagues, in order to obtain water. The first fruits of the flowers of the year were offered in the temple called Yopiko, no one daring to smell a flower until this offering had been made. The gardeners, who were designated Kochimank, held a festival in honor of their goddess called Kotlakua, also known as Kotlantonen. It was likewise during this month that those who had been wearing the skins of the dead since the month previous, now stripped them off and threw them into the basin of the temple styled Yopiko. This was done in procession and with great ceremony. They smelled like rotten dogs, and after disrobing they performed devotional ablutions. Sick people made vows to take part in this procession in the hope of being cured of their infirmities, and we are assured that many of them were thus restored. The masters of the captives and the people of their houses performed penance for 20 days, neither bathing nor washing until the skins of their victims had been carried to the basin of the temple above mentioned, and alleging their penance was in honor of their captives. The period of penance being over, they bathed and washed, and invited their neighbors and friends to banquets, performing elaborate ceremonies with the bones of their dead 249 slaves. These 20 days until the following month were entirely spent in singing in the buildings called Quikakli, everyone being always seated, without dancing, and incessantly chanting the praises of their deities. Other rites were performed, an account of which will be given in the chapter dealing with them. 18 Etsalkalistli. The third festival to the Tlaloci generally was the Etsalkalistli. Concerning this feast Sahagan relates, on the first day of this month a festival was held in honor of the gods of rain. The priests of these divinities fasted for 4 days prior to the festival, these days consequently being the last 4 of the previous month. On the occasion of these celebrations the attendant satellites of the idols repaired to Sitlaltepec to pull the rushes which grow very high and very beautifully in a pond called Temilco. From thence they carried them to Mexico, to decorate the temples. No one was to be seen on the road which they traversed, everyone took care to hide in case they should meet them. But if, unfortunately, the priests encountered anyone on the road, they stripped him of everything, leaving him naked as a worm, and should he dare to defend himself, he was maltreated and left for dead upon the highway. Even had he carried the treasure of Motocoma and been robbed of it, it is quite certain that no punishment would have fallen upon them, for, in their capacity as priests of the idols, they were at liberty to do such things and worse without fear of consequences. On the day of the festival of Etsalkalistli, everyone prepared cakes or a broth called Etsali, which was considered as a delicacy among them, everybody partaking of them at home, and sharing the repast with visitors. 1,000 follies were perpetrated on that day. On the occasion of this festival those priests of the idols who had committed faults in the exercise of their functions were terribly punished on the waters of the lake. They were maltreated to the point of being left for dead on the 250 banks of the lake, whither their parents or relatives repaired to take them home almost lifeless. Death was also inflicted on a great number of captives and slaves dressed in the trappings of the god Tlaloc, in whose temples they were slain in their honor. The hearts of those unfortunates were then thrown into the gaping hole in the middle of the lake, which was at that time quite visible. 19 Many other rites were performed as well. 20 Teepalhutl. The fourth festival to the gods of the water-giving mountains was the Teepalhutl. Sahagan says of this, during this month festivals were held in honor of the high mountains which were the point of departure of the clouds, and which are very numerous in this land of New Spain. To each of these a statue in human form was erected out of a paste called tzoli, and offerings were made to these idols in honor of these mountains. Serpents were also made in their honor out of wood or the roots of trees, which were so carved as to terminate in an adder's head. Long pieces of wood of the size of a fist were also made, which were called ikatatantan, little winds. They were smoothed on the surface with a lump of tzoli, and were baptized as mountains, being placed upon men's heads. Images were also made in memory of people who had been drowned, or of those who had died such a death as entitled their bodies to be buried instead of being burnt. Having placed the statues just described upon the altars with great ceremony, tamale and many other foods were offered to them, hymns were chanted, and wine drunk in their honor. The day of the mountain festival having come round, 4 women and a man were slain. One of the women was called Tepexok, the second Matlalk, the third Kochatekatl, the fourth Mayol, the man bore the name of Milnaidal. 21 These women, as well as the man, were decked with paper 251 anointed with uli gum, and certain females, richly dressed, carried them in litters upon their shoulders to the place where they were to be killed. After they were slain and their hearts torn out, they were taken slowly away, being dragged down the temple stairs to the bottom, where their heads were cut off and placed upon wooden pikes, while their bodies were taken to the Kalpuli 22 and there divided for eating. The papers with which the statues were decorated were hung up in the temples, after the statues had been broken up for food. 23 At mostly on the 16th month, at mostly, the people celebrated the rain god's festival in right good earnest. Says Sahagan 24, the 16th month was called at mostly, that is to say the rain month, when the thunder and heavy rains began to display themselves. The people said, now the Tlaloc come. At this time the priests began to pray earnestly for rain, doing penance the while. Taking their censers of serpent-headed brass, they threw the incense called Yalurtli, they rang little bells attached to the censer, and censed all the statues of the gods and all the quarters of the town. As on another occasion, they made images of the mountains during the time they fasted, and prepared the paper usually used in these ceremonies. During 5 days when they bathed themselves they permitted no water to fall upon the head or to go above the neck. They also abstained from women. The night which preceded the Atmostly, which they celebrated on the 20th day of the month, they occupied in cutting the paper, which they gummed with uli, and which was then called Tetuidal. These they attached to long poles, which they planted in the courts of the houses, where they remained during the day of the feast. The paste images they made represented the mountains surrounding the valley of Anahuac. These were placed in the oratory of the house, where they were offered food, and people sat in front of them, serving them in tiny vessels full of food, little pots and 252 vessels of cocoa and food, which were offered 4 times a night. Nor was an offering of pulque forgotten. They sang all night before these images, and played on the flute. At daybreak the priests asked the people of the house for a tsotso pajli, or weaver's bodkin, with which they opened the stomachs of the images. They also beheaded them and drew out their hearts, which they handed to the master of the house in a green pouring. They then stripped them of the paper with which they were decked, which they burned in the court of the house along with the viands offered to the images. 25 Camargo, who had witnessed the festivals to Tlaloc 30 years before writing his book, states that 26 when the rain failed and the land was parched with drought, great processions were made in which a number of the hairless edible dogs of the country were carried on decorated litters to a place of sacrifice and there killed and their hearts cut out, after which the bodies were eaten with much festivity. This, of course, related to a period subsequent to the conquest, when human sacrifice was forbidden. He further states that old Aztec priests had informed him that the hearts of the human beings sacrificed to Tlaloc were first held up to the sun, then to the remaining 3 cardinal points, after which they were burned. Tlaloc was held in high respect, and priests alone had the right to enter his temple. Whoever dared to blaspheme against him was supposed to die suddenly by a thunderbolt, no matter how clear the sky may have been. The priests, he adds, took good care to retard his festivals until they saw indication of coming rain. Temples and places of worship. The earliest recorded place of worship of this deity is that spoken of by Clavijo 27 in one of the few enlightening passages which he permits himself, as follows: 253 The native historians relate, that the Akolhwas having arrived in that country in the time of Kolitl, the first Shishimkin king, found at the top of the mountain of Tlaloc, an image of that god, made of a white and very light stone, in the shape of a man sitting upon a square stone, with a vessel before him, in which was some elastic gum, and a variety of seeds. This was their yearly offering by way of rendering up their thanks, after having had a favorable harvest. That image was reckoned the oldest in the country, for it had been placed upon that hill by the ancient Toltecas and remained till the end of the XVTH or beginning of the XVth century, when Nezahualpilli, king of Acolhuacan, in order to gain the favor of his subjects, carried it away and placed another in its stead, of a very hard, black stone. The new image, however, being defaced by lightning, and the priests declaring it to be a punishment from heaven, the ancient statue was restored, and there continued to be preserved and worshipped, until the promulgation of the gospel, when it was thrown down and broken by order of the first bishop of Mexico. The principal seat of the worship of Tlaloc was the great temple of Huitzilopochtli at Mexico, which is fully described in the section which deals with that god. Sahagan speaks, Appendix to BK2, of a temple within the sacred precinct of Mexico which was especially dedicated to the Tlaloci. This was the Epcoatl, pearl serpent, so called, perhaps, from the circumstance that the victims immolated therein were known by the same name. It was in this place that the priests fasted and did penance for 40 days before the feast in honor of their gods. The Mexico Calmecac was a school or junior monastery, where those who were destined to become priests of the god received their training. At the Acatla Yacapan Ui Calpuli, chief flowery hall, the slaves intended for sacrifice to the god were assembled, and here their bodies were prepared for the horrid banquet which concluded his festival. 254 Priesthood. The Tlaloc Tlamacasc, the second in rank in the Mexican priesthood, stood at the head of the ministers of the god. The Aconauicatlacolmistli, he of the pumice shoulder or dress, made all arrangements for the festivals of the god, and kept the vestments worn by the king on these occasions. It is also clear from many passages that the priesthood of Tlaloc composed a large and considerable body. Prayers. Sahagan 28 gives at great length a most striking prayer to Tlaloc made in time of drought by the priests in hope of rain. It asks for compassion from the Tlaloci, who, along with their sister, Chalchiatlacu, have withdrawn their faces from mankind. It describes the wretchedness of the people, tells how they perish of thirst, and draws a harrowing picture of the sufferings of the children. It requests Tlaloc to assist the god of earth with rain, so that the vegetables and plants may grow and not perish. It also asks that the rain may be of the kind which assists growth, and that it be not accompanied by hail or lightning, the usual manifestation of the wrath of the Tlaloc. You who are gods of the water, who dwell at the east, west, north, and south of the world, who inhabit the subterranean places, the air, the mountains, and the profound caverns, hasten to the consolation of man. Nature and status. There is less doubt concerning the character of Tlaloc than that of any other Mexican deity. The representations of him in the manuscripts, the prayers offered up to him, the myths which seek to explain him, all make it clear that he is the god of the rain cult par excellence, to whom even Quetzalcoatl, the deified rainmaker, in time becomes merely a sweeper of the ways. The etymological derivation of the name has been frequently essayed. Tlaloc, says 255 Seeler, is a noun derived from the verb tlalo, to hasten, which in its reflexive sense means to shoot up, to sprout, so that the name really conveys the sense of he who makes things sprout, he who hastens growth. He is, indeed, the god of rain, of moisture, who dwells on the mountain peaks, and manifests himself in the lightning and the thunder, both of which are symbolized in the serpentine folds of his countenance and in its darksome hues. His progeny are the Tlaloc, who dwell on every mountain top, dwarfish servants who pour forth the rain out of the great jars which stand in his courtyard. When they beat these with the sticks they carry, it thunders, and when it lightens a piece of the jug falls. 29 The name Tlaloc was specially given by the Mexicans to a mountain to the east of Texcoco, near the pass which led to Huitzotzinco, and here it was that his most ancient idol was found by the immigrant tribes. The mountains Popocatépetl and Tiacunaí were also especially sacred to him. He possessed, as will have been observed, both beneficent and terrible aspects, and was the striker, the slayer, as well as the giver of bounteous food supplies. That his cult was an ancient one in Mexico is proved by the numerous finds of his images among remains of pre-Aztec date at Teotihuacan, at Teotitlan in the Huaxtec country, at Cuyangola in the Zapotec district, and at Cuensanto in Guatemala. Tlaloc denotes the four quarters from which the rain comes, as his symbolism abundantly shows, and the learned priests of Mexico undoubtedly regarded him as the personification of the Tlaquehuatl, or fire rain, the disaster which closed one of the epochs of the prehistoric world. He is further analogous to the Mayachic and god B. His chief significance for the ancient Mexicans was as the great god of the rain cult, the rain itself, and the thunderstorm which brings the rain. In his serpentine form we may, perhaps, see a reminiscence of the mythical beast of dragon or serpentine form known to many mythologies as the water provider, which must be slain by the sun hero ere the rain flood. 256 is released to assist the growth of the crops. None of the myths relating to him serve to assist such a hypothesis, but certain paintings in the codices appear to relate to some such myth, and page 74 of the Maya Dresden Codex, which relates to the deluge caused by the water sun, shows a great serpent vomiting water upon the earth, showing that in Central America the rain was supposed to emanate from a monster of this description. 30 It is significant that Tlaloc wears Toltec dress, and from this and from his name 9 Jaguar we may be justified in concluding that he is in a sense to be regarded, like Quetzalcoatl, as the Toltec priest. Balam, the Maya Quiche word for jaguar, signifies also priest, and that the title was suprad to the serpentine conception of him is shown by the expression jaguar serpent, by which he is alluded to in the hymn quoted above. The Puyaurtlan was not only his temple, but a district of Tlalocan, where he was supposed to hold sway. This I would translate place of the mugwort, or absinthe, and it is clear that he, as well as Chalcahuitlaquio, his spouse, has some mysterious connection with this plant, which has been shown by Dr. Rendell Harris to have been the especial medicine plant of the Greek Artemis. It is strange, too, to find both the god and his victims, like the dragon gods of China, connected with the pearl. Tlaloc is also god of the four quarters or four weathers. The seventh-day sign, Mazatl, deer, which he takes, is appropriate, as the deer symbolizes the quest for water and vegetation. His association with the dog, the lightning beast, is also significant. Indeed, in Codex Bologna, Tlaloc is frequently symbolized by the lightning flash alone. Contents: Chalcahuitlacu equals she of the jeweled robe. Area of worship, Mexico, worshipped at Tlaxcalan as Matlalquai, she of the blue robe. 257 Minor names: Acuaqueotl equals water which makes waves. Apocanalitl equals foam of the water. Awik equals motion of water. Aor equals fog. Atlasamani equals storm. Zixaquipaliwi equals rising and falling of the waves, clavijro. Makulxokiketsali equals 5 times flower feather, Bacharini. Calendar places, ruler of the fifth day, Kotl. Ruler of the fifth week, Ce Akatl. Lord of the sixth night. Compass direction, west. Festivals, Atlquewalco, Ceatl, movable feast. Relationship, wife of Tlaloc, sister of the Tlaloci, mother of the Sensen Mimixco. Symbol, the Chalcahuitl stone. Aspect and insignia general in Codex Borgia, sheet 14, she is depicted wearing a blue, stepped nose ornament and a serpent helmet mask. In the Codex Fijrveri is seen a jaguar's ear behind the serpent's eye in more than one representation of her helmet mask. In Codex Borgia she wears a large golden disc, Teacuitlacomali, suspended by a jeweled band. Her robe has a broad hem, in which the colors of the hieroglyph Chalcahuitl, green and red, with a white fringe, are reproduced, thus forming a kind of pictograph of her name. The same purpose is served by a large blue disc in the middle of the skirt. 31 In Codex Vaticanus B she holds the bone dagger and agave spike for ceremonial bloodletting. She stands on foaming water, on which floats a burnt offering of firewood and rubber. In the Aubentonalamitl she is pictured as standing in a stream, down which swirl away a jewel box, an armed man, and a woman. Variations: the representations of Chalcahuitlacu in the Codex Borgia group, where she is dressed in the snake helmet, 258 are substantially different from her appearance in the Aubentonalamitl, the Codex Bourbonicus, and elsewhere. In the Codex Bourbonicus, sheet 5, the insignia of the goddess is heavily spotted, the significance being by no means plain. 32 The representation in the Sahagun Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio, also differs, and in this the goddess is seen holding a rattle and wearing what seems to be an interesting variant of the jewel hieroglyph. Chalcahuitlacu, stone figure from the Christie collection. In Codex Borgia, sheet 57, she is represented along with her spouse Tlaloc, the Chalcahuitl jewel in the form of a two-handed pitcher separating them. The gods hold chains of jewels representing the four kinds of maize: yellow, blue, red, and green, and a naked human being issues from the pitcher, symbolizing the growth of the maize. 33 Other interesting variations in connection with this goddess are those found in Codex Vaticanus B and Codex Borgia, sheet 17, in both of which she is seen suckling a human being. In the former she wears on the head 2 bunches of quetzal feathers, usually part of the insignia of Xochiquetzal, and she is only to be recognized by the symbol beside her, a variant of the element Chalcahuitl. Sahagun describes her as follows in the Biblioteca del Palacio Ms. The face is yellow, with a red pattern superimposed. She wears a collar of green precious stones, and a crown of paper adorned with a quetzal feather. The tunic and skirt are painted with water lines, and she wears shells. Her sandals represent the foam of water. On her shield is painted the emblem of a water flower, and she carries the mist rattle staff. Statuettes of Chalcahuitlacu are fairly common. One found in the Valley of Mexico agrees to some 259 extent with her appearance in the Aubentonalamadal, but not with that in Codex Borgia. She wears the tasseled shawl and the Chalcahuitl emblem adorns her dress. Two other stone figures of her in the Ud collection at Berlin and one in the Christie collection at London are eloquent of her insignia. In all of these she wears the tasseled shawl, and in the Christie example and one of the Ud figures the large backbow is well exemplified, as are the two plaits of hair descending at the back. In the other Ud specimen the plaits are shown as part of a knot of the cotton head dress, which is in all cases fringed with balls. In all three figures large, full bands of some material descend over the ear. A stone figure of her, found at the Castillo de Tio in Veracruz and now in the National Museum at Mexico, depicts her with a square head dress, from which radiate what are evidently the feathers of aquatic birds. She wears the V-shaped shawl or tippet and a skirt, on each side of which the Chalcahuitl emblem is shown and which is fringed with shells. Teobert Mailer reproduces another stone figure of her wearing a high head dress of feathers and a necklace and wristlets of Chalcahuitls. Chalcahuitlacu pierced by Tlahuariscal Panticutli. From Codex Bologna, Sheet 9. Myths. The interpreter of the Codex Tellurianorumensis states that Chalchiatli, who presided over these 13 days, saved herself in the deluge. She is a woman who remained after the deluge. Her name signifies the woman who wears a dress adorned with precious stones. They here fasted 4 days till death. They paint her holding in one hand a spinning wheel, and in the other a wooden instrument, with which they weave, and in order to show that of the sons which women bring forth some are slaves and others die in war, and others in poverty, they paint her with a stream as if carrying them away, so that whether rich or poor all were finally doomed. The interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A says that she is the same as the Virgin Chim Alman, who was the mother of Quetzalcoatl. The myth to which this passage alludes is dealt with in the section relating to 260 Quetzalcoatl. Sahagan, BKI, C2, calls the goddess the sister of the Tlaloc. Festivals. Chalcahuitlacu was adored at the Etzalcalistli festival to the Tlaloc, see Tlaloc, and at the feast Ceatl, 1 week, when, says Sahagan, her festival was celebrated by all who in any way dealt in water, or had any connection with it, water sellers, fishers and the like. These dressed and ornamented her image and made adorations in the house named Calpuli. The great lords and rich merchants at the birth of one of their children paid the greatest attention to this sign, and the day and hour at which the child was born. They at once inquired of the astrologers what fortune the child might expect to encounter, and if the sign was propitious, they had the infant baptized without delay, whereas if it were the opposite they waited until the nearest day which had a propitious sign. Food and drink were distributed freely to all. Chalcahuitlacu. From Codex Borgia, Sheet 17. Chalcahuitlacu. From the Sahagan Miss. Uextasi Uatl. From the Sahagan Miss. Priesthood. Vidia 34 states that King Nauerhiotl instituted a college of priests expressly for the service of this goddess. These were celibate and wore long and ample robes of a somber color. They went barefooted in the sanctuary, fasted frequently, and were given to penitence and contemplation. Their high priest was called Ichkawartli 35 and the entire cult was modeled on that of Quetzalcoatl. This did not prohibit them, however, from the sacrifice of human beings. Nature and status. Chalcahuitlacu was the female counterpart of Tlaloc, and the goddess of water and moisture. Sahagan, BKI, C2, says of her, she was supposed to have her existence in the sea, the rivers, and lakes, and had power to take the lives of those who ventured upon them, and to raise tempests. 261. The name means she whose raiment consists of green gems, or she of the jeweled robe, and is allegorical of the brilliant surface of flowing rather than stagnant water. She is, says Seeler, an appropriate representative of the sign snake. For the moving, flowing water has everywhere and at all times been likened to the serpent. In cultural centers which are dedicated to the water goddess the Pylon de Azúcar, for instance, which has been explored by Hermann Strebel, the ground swarms as well with images of snakes as of frogs. 36 In Codex Borgia she is seen with a bunch of dried herbs above her, evidently indicating that she had a medicinal side to her character. Certain pictures of her that, for instance, in the Augentonalomedal already described seem to point to her as the goddess of change in human affairs, of speedy ruin, and this conception was, no doubt, brought about by the ever-changing character of the element she symbolized. She is, indeed, the goddess of water in its mutable and kaleidoscopic form. There is, however, every reason to believe that she had a still more profound significance in Mexican theology, and this is made clear if we examine the prayer to her preserved by Sahagun, in which she seems to represent the purifying and cleansing influence of water as an agency to wipe away the original sin with which it was thought man came into the world. That the goddess had also a lunar significance is plain from the allusion to her as the mother of the Sensen Mimixco, or stars of the northern hemisphere, and the great importance attached to the prayers offered up to her in connection with childbearing. As has been hinted, she had also a medicinal aspect. The child sacrificed to her at the Etzalcalistli festival was slain at the hill known as Yaurquame, covered with mugwort, and, as instanced in the case of Tlaloc, this plant is the especial medicine herb of the Greek Artemis. In Codex Borgia, indeed, she is associated with the herb which may possibly be the mugwort or wormwood, and 262 Seeler thinks she is to be regarded as the giver of healing draughts of physic. 8 Law. CP 263. Napatekutli. CP 264. Opaktli. CP 266. Forms of the Tlaloci. From the Sahagun Ms. Contents Uextasi U8 equals Salt Woman area of worship, originally the eastern sea coast. Relationship, elder sister of the Tlaloci. Aspect and insignia Sahagun Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. The goddess is painted yellow and wears a crown of paper or cotton, adorned with quetzal feathers and a golden ear plug. Her overdress and skirt are painted with wavy lines of water and she wears sandals. Her shield is entirely white and she bears a rush staff in her hand, from which depend strips of cotton or paper. Festivals Tekulhuatantli the 7th month, says Sahagun, BK2, C7, was designated Tekulhuatantli, the first day of which was dedicated to the goddess of salt, who was styled Uextasi Uitl. She was termed the elder sister of the god Tlaloc. A woman was slain in her honor, robed with the same ornaments as were worn by the images of this divinity. The night preceding this festival, the women, old, young, and children, gave themselves up to singing and dancing, marching in a ring, linked by cords which they each held by an end, which they called Cochimcatl, and which were garlanded with the absinthe flowers of the country, called Istawariatl. Old men led the songs and dances, while in the midst of the ring stood the poor woman doomed to death, richly dressed in the manner of the image of the goddess. All the women, in company with her who was to die, watched, sang, and danced the whole of the night preceding the festival. Day having dawned, all the priests assumed their ornaments, and partook in a solemn dance, all those who assisted carrying in their hands flowers called Chempa Alxokitl. Dancing all the way, they brought several captives to the temple of Tlaloc, in the midst of whom walked the woman who was to die, 263 dressed as the image of Uextasi Uitl. Before she was sacrificed, the captives were first put to death. 37 Several other ceremonies were conducted during this festival and there were frequent scenes of debauchery. Nature and status. The interpreter of Codex Tellurianorumensis states that Excuina, as he names the goddess, was the protector of adulterers and the goddess of salt and of dissolute persons. He further relates that they put adulterers to death before her image. The interpreter of Codex Vaticanus A adds that she was the wife of Mictlantecutli, lord of the realm of the dead. One of the women given as consorts to the victims sacrificed at the principal feast of Tezcatlipoca was called after the goddess. The salt supply was regarded as an indispensable alimentary feature in Mexico, and the relative importance of the worship of Oixtasi can readily be gathered from this circumstance. Her connection with lustfulness had probably a physiological basis, and perhaps owed its existence to the saline odor which emanates from the excretions of the privy parts. There is a distinct resemblance between her name and that of the absinthe plant. Contents 8 Law equals Lord of the Lake Beaches Area of Worship, Chinampanix of Quitlaik. Aspect and insignia. The lower parts of his extremities are striped blue, like those of Huitzilopochtli. In the Sahagan Ms. Palacio, he wears the domino mask edged round with small white circles, the stellar face painting, and the mouth and chin are blackened or reddened. The headdress resembles the flag used as Huitzilopochtli's symbol for the Panquetzalistli festival. 264 He carries the shield of Huitzilopochtli, with the 5 balls of eagles down, one half of the weapon being colored red, like blood, and in his right hand he holds an instrument which, from comparison with another Sahagan Ms. Biblorans, we know to be a rattle. In this picture symbols expressive of singing flow from his mouth. Nature and status. He was a god of the inhabitants of the floating gardens of Lake Xochimilco, the tribe known as the Chinampanix, and from the stellar face painting he wore he must at some time have been identified by one of the early hunting tribes with one or other of the stars. His possession of Huitzilopochtli's shield is perhaps further proof of his stellar association. He may have been one of the Sensenutzna'a, see Huitzilopochtli myths. Contents Napatecutli equals 4 times Lord Area of Worship, shores of Lake Texcoco. Relationship, one of the Tlalaki. Aspect and insignia. Sahagan Ms. Biblioteca del Palacio. The body paint is black, but a plaster of salvia chia is worn on the face underneath the eyes. The god wears a paper crown sprinkled with rubber gum, and a tuft of paper at the back of the head, from which quetzal feathers depend. 2 long strips of paper hang from under the crown down the back of the neck, and these are also sprinkled with rubber gum. Across the right shoulder is slung a band of paper, and an underdress of the same material surrounds the hips, and these are also sprinkled with gum. Sandals are worn, and the shield is decorated with the water rose motif. A rush staff is carried in the hand, from which strips of paper hang, daubed with melted India rubber. Nature and status. Sahagan says that Napatecutli was the god of men who make mats out of aquatic reeds, and was one of the Tlalaki. 265 He was the inventor of mat making, and was adored by those who made the low chairs called ikpali, and the hurdles of reeds which are called talquextli. He made the reeds to grow and caused the showers that made them spring, and they prayed him for rain and reeds. When they sacrificed a slave to him they dressed him in the god's garments, placing in his hands a green vase filled with water, with which he besprinkled all with the aid of a branch of willow, as if he were blessing them. Then, in the course of the year, whenever one of this trade wished to feast this divinity, he acquainted the priests with his intention, who chose a priest, dressed him in the attributes of the god, like his image, and conducted him, asperging him on the way, with a branch of willow dipped in water. Arrived at the house, they prayed him to extend his favors to the dwelling, and the feast was celebrated, the god eating and drinking with the rest. This was done with the desire to recompense the god, and when they had spent all they had, they said, I care not if I am without means, so long as my God is satisfied with this feast. He may grant me more, he may leave me in misery, so long as his will is accomplished. So saying, they covered the representative of the god with a white mantle, who returned with his companions. The householder then feasted privately with his parents. The mat makers plenished and ornamented the temple of their god with reeds and plants, and anything they placed in the temple was of the best workmanship. Contents mat lal kwai equals she of the blue robe, variant of Chalkawitlaku, area of worship, Tlaxcalan. Relationship, second consort of Tlaloc. Appearance she is recognized by her tasseled headband and cape, and often by a stepped nose ornament. 266 Nature and status a variant of Chalkawitlaku. She was believed to preside over a mountain near Tlaxcalan. One of the women sacrificed to Tlaloc at the great festival to the mountain gods was called after this goddess. Contents Opictli equals the southern, left-handed, or the wizard area of worship, the shores of Lake Texcoco. Relationship, one of the Tlaloci. Aspect and insignia. The Sahagan Ms describes the insignia of this god as follows: he is painted black and has a patch or spot made from crushed seeds on his face. His crown is cut out of paper, and from it rise plumes of hair and feathers, mingled with those of the quetzal bird. He has a band made of paper round his shoulders, a loincloth and white sandals. His shield bears the solar emblem and he carries a rattle staff in his hand. Nature and status. Sahagan, BKI, ch 17, says of Opictli, that he is one of the Tlaloci. To him was attributed the invention of fishing nets and of the manakakali, or three-pronged harpoon, an instrument recalling the classical trident, which was also used for spearing birds. He it was who originally contrived the nets used by the fowler to ensnare the aquatic birds which frequented the banks of Lake Texcoco, and the paddle was likewise his invention. Of all the Tlaloci he appears to have been the most practical, as well as the most closely identified with human pursuits, and naturally he figured as the patron of the fisher, the fowler, and those generally who plied their occupation on the water of the lake or on its shores. Upon the occasion of his festival they offered him food and octli, the ears of maize, flowers, and burned tobacco before him as an incense, as well as copal and the 267 absinthe herb. They also placed before him toasted maize. The older priests chanted his praises and filed before his idol in procession. As we have seen in the case of Huitzilopochtli, the word Opictli may signify wizard, and I believe that the net, which would appear to a primitive people an apparatus of the most ingenious kind, would be regarded by them as the invention of a magician. Opictli would almost inevitably come to be connected with the Tlaloci because of the employment of his invention to catch fish and snare the aquatic birds which rested on the shores of Lake Texcoco. 268 1c remarks upon the Tlaloc cult in the introduction. Upward arrow 2 see my remarks upon Quetzalcoatl in the section which deals with him, and where he is identified with the trade wind which brings the rain. Upward arrow 3 BKI, CXXI. Upward arrow 4 see appendix, the tonalometal, and the solar calendar. Upward arrow 5 see digest of the passage in chapter on cosmogony, p. 49. Upward arrow 6 see Spence, the Popolvuh. London, 1908. Upward arrow 7 Sahagan, BKX, CXXVIII, 10, states that Tlalocan was in the Olmec or Mixtec country, but Camargo, Histoire de Tlaxcalan, Nouvelles Annales de Voyages, 1843, tom 99, pages 135 to 137, is a better authority on this particular subject. Upward arrow 8 Wood Mountain. Upward arrow 9 Place of Might. Upward arrow 10 flower feather. Upward arrow 11 place of darkness. Upward arrow 12 beside the stall, or banner. Upward arrow 13 pearl serpent. Upward arrow 14 rows of pearls. Upward arrow 15 servant. Upward arrow 16 covered with mugwort. Upward arrow 17 BK2, CXX. Upward arrow 18 BK2, C3. Upward arrow 19 the pantitlan equals near the stake. Upward arrow 20 BK2, C6. Upward arrow 21 all of the deities known by these names were Octli gods. Upward arrow 22 temple precinct. Upward arrow 23 BKI, C13. Upward arrow 24 BK2, CXXXV. Upward arrow 25 is Lilksokidal, Relations, P41, states that girls were sacrificed by the Toltecs to Tlaloc and buried. Upward arrow 26 History de Tlaxcalan, in Ternozcampans Nouvelles Annales de Voyages, 1843, tom. 99, pages 133, 135-7. Upward arrow 27 volume I, BK6, P251, English translation. See also Torquemada, BK6, CXXIII, Vidya, volume I, P27, Velázquez de Leon, Navidad Toluca, BDINSTNAC. Geographic Estad. Mexico, 1850. Upward arrow 28 BK6, C7. Upward arrow 29 Historia de los Mexicanos por sus Pinturas, C2. Upward arrow 34 Stemon, die Maya Handschrift zu Dresden, Leipzig, 1880. Second edition, 1892. Upward arrow 31 Codex Borgia, sheet 14, and Codex Fiegervermeyer, sheets 1 and 3. Upward arrow 32 Unless the costume be spotted like that of her spouse Tlaloc, with only rubber gum, to represent rain. Upward arrow 33 This picture of Tlaloc and Chalkawitlaku is reminiscent of the Japanese myth of Susanoo and his sister Amaterasu, the sun goddess, who, desirous of progeny, stood one on either side of a river, the Milky Way, dipped jewels into the river, crushed them into dust and blew them away. Gods were born from the dust so breathed upon. See Kojiki, translated by Basil Hill Chamberlain, in supplement to Volume X of Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, 1882, pages 47-49. The Mexican picture has probably a similar generative significance. Upward arrow 34 History Antig. Demege, Tom. I, CXXVIII. Upward arrow 35 Chief Eagle. Upward arrow 36 Commentary on the Aubentonalamadal, P56. Upward arrow 37 The resemblance of this festival to the Uitc Yulhuatl, the Feast of Zilanan, is obvious. For a fuller description, see Sahagan, BK2, CXXVII, Upward arrow. Contents Chapter 7 The Fire Gods Contents Xiuchicutli equals Lord of the Year Area of Worship, Mexico. Toltec. Minor names, Tzankajli equals the yellow-haired. In Xiutetzacualco Makaitak equals he who enters the bluestone pyramid. Ye Izacuintli equals three dog. Kuzaltzin equals the flame. Chikunai Tekutli equals nine lord. Utiatl equals the old god. Tlaticpac equals lord of the earth's surface. Toda equals our father. Tloknawakwe equals lord of the close vicinity. Tlalzictentica equals dweller in the navel of the earth. Ixcoqualurqui equals the yellow-faced. Calendar place, ruler of the ninth day count, ATL, water. Ruler of the 9th Tonalomedal Division, C.E. Kotl. Ruler of the 20th Tonalomedal Division, C.E. Toktlai. First of the 9 Lords of the Night. First of the 13 Lords of the Day. Festivals, Kakohyutsi, in the 10th month. Iskali, in the 18th month. The day CE is a Kuintli, 1 dog, movable feast. Compass direction, Lord of the Middle and of the 4 quarters. Forms of Zyochi Kutli. Zyochi Kutli, left, and Tlawar Iskal Panti Kutli. From Aubin Tonalomedal, p9. Aspect and Insignia Codex Vaticanus B sheet 19, in this place he is represented standing before a temple with a bundle of firewood and a rubber ball in his hand. The temple contains implements 269 of war. He is painted red, with the lower part of the face blackened by melted rubber and a black cross, the foot of which rests on a level with his eye. The fillet round his head is a strap set with jeweled discs. On the necklace is seen a blue bird, Kodinga, or hummingbird. That part of his face which is not black, and which in the Codex Borgia is painted a red color like the rest of the body, is on sheet 89 painted yellow, with slender thread-shaped longitudinal stripes of red. On sheet 57 he is seen as in the 9th day count red, and with red and black face painting and flame-colored hair, with the Kodinga bird flying down on the frontal side of the fillet, and with arrow shaft feathers in the crown. At the nape of the neck can be seen a short crest of red points enclosing 3 tufts of red feathers, which, perhaps, originate in the Zyocoatl, or fire snake worn in the Mexican manuscripts proper by the fire god on his back as a disguise, cf. Codex Borbonicus. He has here the scorpion and adult Lachinoli spear throwing and fire sign, and is seated on a royal throne, with an abundance of food before him, which probably symbolizes wealth. He also wears a breast ornament of blue turquoise mosaic with golden bells. He sometimes wears the priest's tobacco calabash as a sign of wealth or abundance. Aubangupil Tonalomedal sheet 20, he holds the copal bag in one hand and in the other 2 agave leaf spikes with flowers, blood, at the upper end. Before the face of the fire god we see a sea snail's shell, which is, perhaps, symbolic of fire shut up or enclosed in the house. Before him, too, is a vessel with offerings or sacrificial balls. Below is an agave spike with the flower emblem of blood. Beside it are the symbol of midnight, the eye enveloped in darkness, and a tuft of quetzal feathers, all symbolic of the midnight penance. Zyochi Kutli, right, and Tlawar Iskal Panti Kutli. From the Codex Borgia. Codex Borgia sheet 14, in this codex the representation of the fire god is in many respects similar to that in Vaticanus B. The face and body paint are red. The jeweled fillet is ornamented with the conventional representation of a Kodinga bird in the attitude of flying down, such as may be 270 observed in the figures allied with the fire god, and which is also seen in reliefs at Chichen Itza, Yucatan. In the fillet are placed 2 arrow shafts, which represent the 2 wooden fire discs, an ornament that is called arrowwig or spearwig. Above this is seen a tiara, which broadens as it rises upwards. Zyochi Kutli wears attached to a long pendant necklace a square plate of blue color, made of turquoise mosaic. In some places he wields the shooting implement, the throwing stick, or the blue throwing stick, Zyohatlatl, fashioned in the form of a snake. The scorpion is frequently placed beside the god, symbolizing, perhaps, the stinging character of fire. Codex Tellurianoremensis he holds in one hand the Zyohatlatl, the throwing stick painted blue, decked with turquoise mosaic and having a figure on the top, probably intended for a snake. In the other hand he has a staff, which at the upper crutch-like end shows an animal's head, and the lower a snake's tail rattles. Codex Malia Becchiano the fire god is here seen in a dancing or fighting attitude. The dragon mask lies behind the neck, and he wears a yellow and red hat resembling an inverted cone, with a serpent motif in front. The face paint is yellow for the upper part of the face, the mouth region red and the lower posterior part black. His tunic is white, with a blue sash or centerpiece, and he wears the yellow breast ornament. In one hand he carries the atlatl, or spear thrower, and in the other a white, unpainted shield. Sahagan Ms. Sahagan, describing Xiuhqi under his minor name of Ixcoquoquirqui, the yellow-faced, says that he is painted red and black, and is smeared with India rubber on lips and chin. He wears a headband set with precious stones and a paper crown with a plume of quetzal feathers. He carries on his back his fire snake dress, and round his shoulders is slung a band of bark paper. On his feet he wears bells and shells. His shield is ornamented with precious stones, and in one hand he carries an instrument the use of which is apparently divinatory. 271 Myths. A song given by Sahagan has reference to the fire god. Song of the Yellow-Faced, the Fire Gods. O, in Tzamolco my father shall I disianur thee? I.e. withhold the sacrifice, in Titamacan shall I disianur thee? 2. O my master, in the temple of Mecatlan the yucca tree shakes, the kettle drum made out of wood from the yucca tree, in Chiquiacan in the house of the masked dancers have come. 3. In Tzamolco they have begun to sing, in Tzamolco they have begun to sing, why do they not come here? Why do they not come here? 4. In Tzamolco men shall be given, sacrificed, the sun has risen, men shall be given. 5. In Tzamolco song now comes to an end. Without trouble he has become rich, he has become Lord. His mercy is wonderful. 6. O, little woman, hold speech, give warning, mistress of the mist house, from the door hold speech. Sahagan says of him 1, he had other names Ixcoquirqui, Yellowface, and Quetzalcoatl, or Flame. They called him also Utiatl, or Very Old God, and they said that the fire was his father. They celebrated his feast at the end of the month called 272 Iskali, and dressed the idol in his robes and ornaments. He wore the robes of a king. Xiuhqi and Tlahuariscal Panti. From Codex Vaticanus B, sheet 67. In the Sahagan Mexican myths he is described as the mother of the gods, the father of the gods, who dwells in the navel of the earth, who enters the turquoise pyramid, the old god, the fire god. 2. Sahagan 3 also alludes to the god in the prayer of the merchants, which says, sit still on thy throne, noble lord, thou that in the navel of the earth hast thy seat, lord of the four quarters. In this prayer he is also frequently addressed as Lord of the with and the by, the contiguous neighborhood, the Lord of heaven, the Lord of the surface of the earth. Sahagan in a prayer to Tezcatlipoca alludes to Xiuhqi as the ancient god, who is father and mother to thyself, and is god of fire, who stands in the midst of flowers, in the midst of the place bounded by four walls, who is covered with shining feathers that are as wings for, and in another prayer to Tezcatlipoca, speaks of Xiuhqi as the ancient god, the father of all the gods, the god of fire, who is in the pond of water among turrets surrounded with stones like roses, who is called Xiuhqi, who determines, examines, and settles the business and lawsuits of the nation and of the common people, as it were washing them with water. 5. Clavijo says of Xiuhqi, Xiuhqi, master of the year and of the grass, was among these nations the god of fire, to whom they likewise gave the name of Ixcoquirqui, which expresses the color of fire. This god was greatly revered in the Mexican Empire. At their dinner they made an offering to him of the first morsel of their food, and the first draught of their beverage, by throwing both into the fire, and burned incense to him at certain times of the day. In honor of him they held 2 fixed festivals of the most solemn kind, one in the 10th, and another in the 18th month, and one movable feast, at which they created the usual magistrates and renewed 273 the ceremony of the investiture of the fiefs of the kingdom. He had a temple in Mexico, and some other palaces. Festivals. Cacohuitzi Sahagan's account of this festival is substantially as follows. 6. A great tree of 25 fathoms long was cut down and the branches lopped off except a few at the top. The tree was then dragged by ropes into the city, great precautions being taken against damaging it. The women met the procession, giving those who had helped cocoa to drink. The tree, which was called Zocotl, was received into the court of Atiacali with acclamation, and there set up in a hole in the ground and allowed to remain for 20 days. On the eve of the festival they lowered the tree gently to the ground by means of ropes and trestles made of beams lashed together. It was dressed until quite smooth, and where the branches had been left, near the top, a crossbeam of 5 fathoms long was secured by ropes. On the summit of the pole a statue of the god Xiuchicutli was set, made out of the dough of wild amaranth seeds, and decorated with white papers. To the head of the image were affixed pieces of paper instead of hair, bands of paper crossed the body from each shoulder, on the arms were pieces of paper like wings painted over with figures of sparrowhawks, a maxtli of paper covered the loins, and a kind of paper garment covered all. Great strips of paper, half a fathom broad and 10 fathoms long, floated from the feet of the image, and into his head were stuck 3 rods with a tamale, or small cake, on the top of each. 10 ropes were then attached to the middle of the tree, and the structure was reared into an upright position and there secured with great uproar. Those who had captives to sacrifice came decorated for dancing, the body painted yellow, the color of the god, and the face vermilion. They wore the red plumes of the parrot arranged to resemble a butterfly, and carried shields 274 covered with white feathers. Each danced side by side with his captive. These had the body painted white, and the face vermilion, save the cheeks, which were black. They were adorned with papers, and they had white feathers on the head and lip ornaments of feathers. At set of sun the dancing ceased, the captives were shut up in the Kalpuli and watched by their owners, not being permitted to sleep. About midnight every owner shaved away part of the hair from the scalp of the head of his captive, which, being fastened with red thread to a little tuft of feathers, he put in a small case of cane and attached to the rafters of the house, that everyone might see that he was a valiant man and had taken a captive. The knife with which this shaving was accomplished was known as the claw of the sparrowhawk. At daybreak the captives were arranged in order in front of the tsampantli, where the skulls of the sacrificed were spitted in rows. A priest walked along the row of captives, taking from them certain little banners that they carried and all their raiment or adornment, which he burnt in a fire. While they stood naked and waiting for death, another priest, carrying in his arms the image of the god Panal and his ornaments, ran up with this idol to the top of the teocalli known as Tlasacucan, where the victims were to die. He descended, then returned to the summit, and as he went up for the second time, the owners took their slaves by the hair and led them to the place called a petlak, where they left them. The priests who were to perform the sacrifice then descended from the teocalli bearing bags of a narcotic incense called yaurtli, absinthe, wormwood, or mugwort, which they threw by handfuls into the faces of the victims to mitigate their death agonies. Each captive was then bound hand and foot and carried up to the top of the teocalli. On the summit a great fire burned. Upon this the priests cast the captives, who, when half roasted, were dragged out with the aid of grappling hooks and sacrificed by having their hearts torn out. The statue of Panal was then carried away to its own temple and all returned home. The young men and boys with the women began at midday to dance and to 275 sing in the courtyard of Xiuchicutli. Suddenly they made in a body for the place where the tree already described had been raised. At a given signal all might attempt to scale the pole to reach the Do image at the top. The first youth at the top seized the idol of Do, took the shield and the arrows, the darts, and the tamales from the head of the statue, then threw the crumbs with the plumes of the image down into the crowd, who fought and scrambled for them. When the successful youth descended from the pole with the weapons of the god, he was received with acclamations and carried up to the Teocalli Tlacocan, to receive jewels and a rich mantle which no one else might wear, and the honor of being carried to his house by the priests, amid the music of horns and shells. Then the people seized the ropes fastened to the tree and dragged it down. Iskali. The following is a digest of Sahagan's description of this festival. 7. Another feast of the god of fire was held in the month Iskali, the 18th month. It was called Motlaxquiantota, that is to say, our father the fire roasts his food. An image of the god of fire was made, by tying a frame of hoops and sticks together and covering them with his ornaments. On the head of the image was placed a mask of turquoise mosaic, banded across with rows of green chalca whittles. Upon the mask was put a crown fitting to the head below, wide above, and covered with rich plumage. A wig of reddish hair was attached to this crown so that the locks flowed from below it, behind and around the mask. A robe of feathers covered the front of the image and fell over the ground before the feet. The back of the image was probably left unadorned and was concealed by a throne covered with a jaguar skin. Before this statue new fire was made at midnight with the fire stick. The spark obtained was put on the hearth and a fire lit. At break of day boys and youths came with game and fish that they had captured on the previous day. Walking round the fire, they gave it to certain old men that stood there, who, taking it, threw it into the 276 flames before the god, giving the youths in return certain tamales made for this purpose by the women. To eat these tamales it was necessary to strip off the maize leaves in which they had been wrapped and cooked. These leaves were not thrown into the fire, but were all put together and thrown into water. After this all the old men of the quarter in which the fire was drank ochtli and sang before the image of Xiuchikutli till night. This was the 10th day of the month, and completed that part of the feast which was called Vaquitamalquilistli. On the 20th and last day of the month was made another statue of the fire god, on a frame of sticks and hoops. They placed on the head a mask with a ground of mosaic with small pieces of the shell called topazli, composed below the mouth of black stones, banded across the nostrils with black stones of another sort, and the cheeks made of a still different stone called teskapukli. As in the previous case, there was a crown on this mask, and over all and over the body of the image costly and beautiful decorations of featherwork. Before the throne on which the statue sat there was a fire, and the youths offered game to and received cakes from the old men with various ceremonies, the day closing with the drinking of ochtli by the old people, though not to the point of intoxication. Xiuchikutli. From Codex Malia-Becchiano. Xiuchikutli. From Codex Bourbonicus, sheet 23. Chantico. From Sahagan Ms. CP 280. The festivals of this month were usually without human sacrifices, but every fourth year was an exception to this. In such a year, on the 20th and last day of the month, men and women were slain as images of the god of fire. The women who had to die carried all their apparel and ornaments on their shoulders, and the men did the same. They were decorated to resemble the god of fire. They ascended the Teocalli, walked round the sacrificial stone, and then descended and returned to the place where they were to be kept for the night. Each man had a rope tied round the middle of his body, which was held by his guards. At midnight the hair of the crown of the head of each was shaven off before the fire and kept for a relic, and the head itself was covered with a mixture of resin and hen's feathers. After this the 277 victims burned their clothing, or gave it away to their keepers, and as the morning broke they were decorated with papers and led to the place of sacrifice with singing and dancing. These festivities went on till midday, when a priest of the temple, arrayed in the ornaments of the god Panel, came down, passed before the victims, and then went up again. They were led up after him in the order in which they had to die. There was then a grand dance of the nobles, led by the king himself, each dancer wearing a high-crowned paper coronet, a kind of false nose of blue paper, earrings of turquoise mosaic, or of wood wrought with flowers, a blue, flowered jacket, and a mantle. Suspended from the neck of each was the figure of a dog made of paper and painted with flowers. In the right hand was carried a stick shaped like a chopping knife, the lower half of which was painted red and the upper half white. In the left hand was carried a little paper bag of copal. The dance was begun on the top of the teocalli, and finished by the dancers descending and going 4 times round the courtyard of the temple, after which all entered the palace with the king. This dance took place only once in 4 years, and none but the king and his lords could take part in it. On this day the ears of all children born during the 3 preceding years were pierced with a bone awl, and the children themselves passed near or through the flames of a fire. There was a further ceremony of taking the children by the head and lifting them up, to make them grow, and from this the month took its name, Iskali, meaning growth. Ce Isaquintly of this movable feast Sahagan says 8, they said that the sign Ce Isaquintly was the sign of fire, and on it they made a great feast to Xiuchikutli, god of fire, to whom they offered copal incense and numbers of quails. They decked his image with paper of different kinds and many rich ornaments. Then the great made high celebration of the event in their houses. It was under the sign that they made election of the king and the consuls, which was celebrated in the 14th temple by banquets, dances, 278 and great liberality. It was at those feasts that war upon enemies was proclaimed. Ixco Kalurki. From the Sahagan Ms. Chantico. From Codex Telluriano-Romensis, FOL 21, Verso. CP 280. Temple Sahagan states 9 that the Tzamolco was the temple of Xiuchikutli. At the foot of the steps of this temple was a terrace to which several steps gave access, and upon this certain female slaves were occasionally sacrificed. Priesthood. The Ixco Kalurki Tzamolco Tiahua appear to have been the especial priests of Xiuchikutli. 10 Nature and status. Although Xiuchikutli undoubtedly appeared to the Mexicans as the personification of fire, it was more as that element in its primeval and original form, its chaotic and elemental shape. He is, indeed, the pre-solar fire which existed before the creation of the sun or moon, and just as the gods of water ruled over moisture wherever it was to be found, so was Xiuchikutli imagined as holding sway over fire, whether it came from the heavens above or the earth beneath. Thus we find him spoken of by Sahagan as dwelling in the navel of the earth, where the volcanic fires have their origin, and as having his place above in what appears to be a species of cloud castle, for the Mexican word for embattlement is derived from that for cloud. 11 He is also called he who entereth the blue stone pyramid, which is, of course, the sky. He corresponds to the hour before sunrise, which makes it clear that his prehistoric precedence to the sun was insisted upon in the list of the day hours. The texts dwell upon his antiquity, for he is, indeed, the old God, the God who existed before the foundations of the world, father and mother of 279 the gods, and in this I think I see a reference to the shaping nature of fire, its molding or creating influence, as observed in many mythologies. But in most pantheons fire gods undertake the work of the smith, and this seems to have given rise to the idea of their creative capacity. That particular craft, however, was unknown in Mexico, and I am therefore at a loss to understand this particular phase of Xiuchikutli, unless it be that as fire was regarded by the Mexicans as a symbol of renewal or rebirth, from the fact that fresh fuel was capable of adding renewed life to a dying fire, and that the idea of creation had no place in their minds except as a renewal of the universe, it may have been that they regarded that element as a vehicle or a symbol of recreation. Out of this conception, too, arose the belief that Xiaoqi renewed the year, from which circumstance he takes his title Lord of the Year. Is Kali, too, the name of one of his festivals, means growth, or perhaps continuance, and seems to be connected in some manner with this belief. His rulership of the 9th day and the 9th week, of which the symbol is Atl, water, seems directly opposed to all our ideas of his character, but, as Seeler points out, the Mexicans thought of water primarily as a derivative concrete element, which originally means something like the shooting thing, derived from the verb a, which was in fact used in the sense of to shoot, to throw the spear. It is also connected with the symbol Tlachinoli, which Seeler 12 states means spear throwing and firebrand, that is, war. In the Codex Borgia group, too, where the fire god is pictured as ruler of the 9th day, we find equivalents to the symbol, which undoubtedly connect him with the destruction which follows upon war, and there are also pictorial indications, such as the throne with the jaguarskin covering, which associate him with the idea of justice, of law-giving, and, again, with that of sustenance. As Lord of the Middle, of the Center, too, he is undoubtedly ruler of the domestic hearth, which in the houses of the 280 Mexicans was situated in the middle of the dwelling. He was also thought of as the Lord of Wealth, especially that hoarded in the house by careful housekeeping and foresight, and diligent workmanship in the fields. 13 Contents Chantico equals in the house area of worship, Xochimilco. Minor names, Quetzalcoatl equals two-headed. Chikunai Izacuintli equals 9 dog. Papaloxoal equals butterfly painting. Tlapipalo equals she of the red butterfly. Yakutspalan equals 3 lizard. Calendar place, ruler of the 18th tonalomedal division, Ceecatl. Compass direction, the west. Festival, Shishanaur I Izacuintli, the day 9 dog. Symbol, the eagle's foot. Aspect and insignia Sahagan Ms. The lower half of her face is black, daubed with rubber, and the upper half is red. She has a golden ear plug. She wears a red garment and her hair is bound up in a fillet of cotton rags. On her back she wears the arrow-like device Mayatli. Her overdress is the color of spring flowers. In one hand she holds a feather staff, the paper covering of which is painted with the acute angled figure which denotes cotton, and in the other she bears the shield with the device of the eagle's foot. Sahagan says her priest had to keep in readiness for her festival red and black pigments, a robe, white sandals, and small shells. Codex Borgia. In this myth she is represented with a yellow face and a yellow body. She wears a red tippet, white skirt, and a step-shaped nose ornament, while her head is wrapped round with a red cloth edged with white shell discs, a feather decoration surmounting the cloth. 281 Codex Vaticanus B. Here she has a yellow face with 2 red cross lines like the narrow black stroke on the face of the fire god. Codex Tellurianorumensis. Her face is painted yellow, disposed in a number of fields, each containing a ring in the center. She has the long tusk of a carnivorous beast. She wears golden pendants in nose and ears, possibly a symbol of the solar pictograph, and on her head she wears the water and fire symbol Tlachinoli. She wears the maxtlatl of the men, to symbolize her warlike nature, with a death's head behind her girdle. Codex Borbonicus. The lower half of her face is painted black, and the upper red, like that of Xiaoqi. She wears a blue nose plug, the decoration of the dead warriors. On her head she has the water and fire symbol. Myths. The interpreter of the Codex Tellurianorumensis regards Chantico as a male god, and states that, Chantico or Quetzalcoatl presided over these 13 signs and was lord of Chile, or of the Yellow Woman. He was the first who offered sacrifice after having eaten a fried fish, the smoke of which ascended to heaven, at which Tonacatecatl became incensed and pronounced a curse against him that he should be turned into a dog, which accordingly happened, and they named him on this account Chantico, which is another name for Micatlantecotl. From this transgression the destruction of the world ensued. He was called 9 dogs from the sign on which he was born. The interpreter of the Codex Vaticanus A deals with Chantico in almost the same words. Chantico, they say, was the first who offered sacrifice after having eaten a fried fish, and that in consequence of the presumption of offering sacrifices without having fasted, Tonacatecutli became incensed and pronounced a curse against him that he should be changed into a dog, which is an animal of a very voracious nature, and accordingly they named him 9 dogs. 282 This myth should be compared with that of Nada and Nina in the chapter on cosmogony. Festival Chikunai Izakuintli, 9 dog. Sahagan 14 states that the lapidaries of Xochimilco who cut precious stones adored, among others, this goddess and made a feast to her on the above sign. They attributed to her the articles of feminine toilet, and ornamented her with golden earrings and a butterfly nose-plug of the same metal. At her festival 4 captives represented Chantico, Naulpili 15 Maculcali 16 and Cintiatl, and were dressed in their insignia. Duran, who confounds Chantico with Tlazalteotl, states that at this feast these captives were cast into a fire exactly as at the Cacohutsi festival to Xiuchicutli, QV, and that after the offering the priests mortified themselves by letting the resin from burning copal torches drop on their limbs. Temple and priesthood. The idol of Chantico was kept in close confinement in the dark Trilon, and was not visible to the vulgar gaze. Sahagan states that she had a temple in Mexico called Tetlanman, and priests who lived in the Tetlanman Calmacac 17, and that the office of these priests, the Tecumatiwa, was the furnishing of paint, feathers, and other necessaries for the feast of the goddess. Nature and status. Like Xiuchicutli, the character of Chantico is expressed by a watery sign, that of Quiaurtl, rain. This, however, is really connected with the old mythic fire rain at the end of the water-sun age, when fire fell from heaven and the foam stones foamed up and the rocks became red. The goddess must be regarded as the consuming fire, as 283 is proved by an account of her image by Duran, representing her with open jaws and hungry fangs. It is because of this, too, that she came to be connected with the dog 18, the biting animal, and that her festival is held on the date Chikunai Izakuintli, 9 dog. She is further the volcanic fire which is hidden in the center of the earth, and which was symbolically represented by the fire shut up in the Trilon temple or sacred edifice, and this Plutonic significance is perhaps the reason why the interpreters speak of her as having the characteristics of Mitlantecutli, the god of Hades, but they speak of her as well as the Yellow Woman. Her butterfly names also have reference to the flitting shape seen in flame. She is the patroness of chili pepper, which was naturally associated with the fiery element and was therefore connected with the end of a period of fasting, the Mexicans regarding abstinence from this condiment as equivalent to a fast. The myth which speaks of her as having been punished for eating fish before a sacrifice is also eloquent of this relationship, and also by its reference to her transformation into canine form connects her further with the dog and makes her a patroness of the Nanualdan, or wizards, who on the day Izakuintli, dog, had a special power to transform themselves into animals. Her name in the house alludes, of course, to her character as a goddess of the domestic hearth. She was also the patroness of the goldsmiths and jewelers of Xochimilco, who of all crafts required the assistance of her element. Contents. Quetzalcoatl equals split at the top, flame, relationship, a variant of Chantico. Festival, CE Hochadal, 1 flower. Aspect and insignia. She is so called because she wears colladals decoration on her head. The double face of Xochiquetzal in Codex Borgia, sheet 60, is regarded by Sealer as that of Quetzalcoatl 284, the goddess parting into 2 heads. She is also the goddess who has borne twins. Nature and status. Quetzalcoatl is a variant of Chantico. The name, which signifies split at the top, seems to signify the kind of flame which bifurcates or splits into 2 tongues. She is thus connected with things double, and is the goddess who has borne twins. Sahagan, who calls her Quetzalcoatl Chantico 19, thereby identifies her with that goddess, and states that she was housed in the 29th temple in the Great Court at Mexico, the Tetlanman, which he distinguishes from that of Chantico proper, the Tetlanman Calmacac, the 27th. He states that slaves were sacrificed here on the sign Ce Hochadal, 1 flower, and perhaps this fixes the date of the festival of the goddess. 285 1 BKI, C13. Upward arrow 2 BK6, C17. Upward arrow 3 BK9, C3. Upward arrow 4 BK6, C4. Upward arrow 5 BK6, C9. Upward arrow 6 BK2, CXXIX. Upward arrow 7 BK2, CXXXVII. Upward arrow 8 BK2, C19. Upward arrow 9 BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 10 C Sahagan, BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 11 Sealer, Commentary on Tonalamadal of the Aben-Gupil Collection, P73. Upward arrow 12 Commentary on the Tonalamadal of the Aben Collection, P71. Upward arrow 13 See also T. L. Prus, Die Fuggergatter als Ausgangspunkt zum Verständnis der mexikanischen Religion, mit die Lungender Anthropologische Gesellschaft in Wien, Volume XXXIII, Vienna, 1903, pages 129 to 233. Upward arrow 14 BK9, C17. Upward arrow 15 Wizard Prince, evidently a patron of sorcerers and cunning workmanship. Upward arrow 16 5 House. Upward arrow 17 BK2, Appendix. Upward arrow 18 Sahagan states that the dog is the symbol of fire, BK4, CXXII.